Hello everyone, today we're diving into part 2. But first, let's briefly recap the previous episode. In a world brimming with war and magic, the protagonist Lugu, a cunning undead lord, has carved out a legendary tale of resilience and brilliance. Not only has he survived the brutal game of monster sieges, but he has also risen above countless players to become a true powerhouse. From the very beginning, Lugu displayed his extraordinary abilities. Faced with the challenge of a global elimination game, he successfully crossed over to become Lord 9252. Guided by system prompts, he quickly adapted to life in this otherworldly realm. His unique trait, the Eye of the Thief God, set him apart among the many lords, allowing him to steal and even trade others' traits, earning him numerous trump cards. As the game progressed, Lugu's influence expanded rapidly. He chose the undead race, leveraging its ability to recruit skeleton soldiers endlessly, quickly building a formidable army. His name spread swiftly in the novice village, becoming the talk of the town. He not only discovered the traits of other lords in the regional chat channel, but also used the Eye of the Thief God to make those traits his own. However, Lugu's ambitions extended far beyond mere lordship. His goal was to become a true ruler. Utilizing his wits and resources, he continuously enhanced his power, emerging from the novice village as a genuine strongman. His name struck fear into the hearts of all players. In subsequent battles, Lugu consistently demonstrated his might. He not only defeated the divine messengers, but also triumphed in a showdown with the Dragon Emperor. His undead army swept across battlefields like a tidal wave, unstoppable. His strength earned the awe of all who witnessed it. But the path to victory was never smooth. In the confrontation with the three major guilds, Lugu faced unprecedented challenges. They united against him, trying to halt his expansion. Yet, Lugu, with his intelligence and strength, defeated them time and again. His name became legendary on the battlefield. In the final showdown, Lugu faced the challenge of Tianxia. Tianxia, an opponent with the hero's wish trait, had the power to alter the course of the battle. But against Lugu's strategy and might, Tianxia ultimately fell. Lugu's victory once again affirmed his supremacy. That wraps up the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoy today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're interested in this story and are watching for the first time, you can start from part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's dive into part 2. Among the lords of the 7 major races, the undead lords have now seemingly become the weakest. This isn't just because the attributes of undead units are often the lowest in their tier, with relatively weak inherent skills and abilities, and being easily countered by light, holy, and other attributes. More importantly, it seems that the players of the undead race have completely failed to grasp the true method of utilizing their race. Imagine this. Which undead race would stand guard in front of their unit buildings day after day, recruiting only 2 or 3 pitiful skeleton soldiers each day like a life-based race? Who could believe that the once numerous undead legions are now composed of merely dozens or hundreds of soldiers? Even more baffling is that in this era, the summoning of skeletons by necromancers has become the primary means of survival for most undead lords. Yet, such a ludicrous situation is happening in this world. The undead lords camp out in front of their unit buildings every day, recruiting every single available unit. They are accompanied by a few precious necromancers who eagerly cast skeleton summoning spells on any corpse before it disappears. They take pride in these free skeleton soldiers, fantasizing about building a vast undead legion with them. The harsh reality, however, is that in a single battle, the undead legion they have painstakingly accumulated over several days is often decimated by a single area effect spell from the enemy, leaving the undead lords questioning their life choices. In response, Melchigard expressed his deep frustration. He explained to Lyoga how the real undead realm invades other worlds through the undead plague. Simply killing enemies and using necromancy to summon skeletons from their corpses is far too slow. Even with millions of soldiers killing tirelessly, how many could they kill in a day? The undead plague, however, is entirely different. It can spread rapidly through water sources, air, and even various animals. One person infects 10, 10 infect 100, 100 infect 1,000, and before long, the entire world becomes a realm of death. Worlds experienced in dealing with the undead plague usually detect it quickly and extinguish its source to prevent catastrophe. Despite this, news of necromancers unleashing undead calamities continues to surface, catching many off guard. A slow response can plunge an entire continent into disaster, forcing all races, including elves, humans, castle races, and beasts, to unite against the undead scourge. Yet now, the once mighty undead lords have become the weakest among the 7 initial races. This clearly indicates that even the undead players themselves have not grasped the true method of utilizing their race, let alone non-undead players. They evidently lack experience in dealing with the undead plague, which means the critical early stages of its spread are likely to be overlooked. Once the undead plague completes its initial spread, Even the lowest tier units being directly killed and converted into the undead would make the situation uncontrollable. Although low tier units are weak, they are the most numerous. As Melchigard pointed out, converting the most numerous low tier units into the undead first, then using these vast numbers to overwhelm higher tier monsters, lords, or their legions, would create an unstoppable avalanche. With Lyoga's high-level legions overseeing, the snowball effect would quickly turn into a massive avalanche. By the time others react, it would already be too late. The entire S province, spanning hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, contains tens of thousands of monster zones, with over 1 billion monsters spawning daily. These continuously respawning monsters would be slaughtered by the undead legion occupying S province, converting into new undead. The system's monster respawn mechanism would become the strongest supply source for the Calamity Legion. Even if Lyoga only defended S province, he could amass billions of troops daily for free. By then, who would dare challenge Lyoga? If Lyoga stays within S province without expanding, it would already be a huge concession. However, is such blatant exploitation of the system really okay? Hearing Lyoga's plan, Hongqi felt a chill down his spine. Can this game really be played this way? Undeniably, if Lyoga's plan proceeds, conquering S province is almost guaranteed. It could even be said that if the central region reacts even slightly slower, Lyoga's control would extend far beyond just one S province. To Lugu, the entire eastern region comprising 6 provinces was nothing more than a piece of fat meat on a chopping board. His eyes were fixed on Province S, which he saw as the first stepping stone to realizing his ambitions. The idea of the Central Union government organizing troops to attack Province S? To Lugu, it was utterly laughable. Even if the Union government gritted its teeth and gathered an army of millions, they might stand a chance against Lu Ji's forces. But if Province S became a haven for the undead scourge, with billions of undead joining this terrifying army daily, what could the Union government possibly do to counter it? A slight smirk appeared on Lu Ji's lips, and a glint of pride flashed in his eyes. He knew that no leader would dare to abandon their homeland to rally the entire state against him. The ultimate outcome would be the Union government painfully relinquishing Province S and hastily establishing defensive lines around it. Player guilds and allied forces would be on high alert day and night, nervously guarding against the undead army that could march south at any moment. Thus, the threat of the undead would be firmly established. But Lu Ji's plan didn't end there. His secretly cultivated forces, the Tero sect, and the Balance Council would coordinate from within at the critical moment. By then, the entire central state would be like a ripe fruit, ready to fall into his hands with just a slight touch. The Red Lacquer Gate and the Meter Master were in awe after hearing Lu Ji's plan, deeply impressed by its brilliance. They understood that perhaps only Lugu could orchestrate such a large-scale undead calamity. Anyone else would lack the means to implement such an idea. However, the plan wasn't without its risks. Lu Ji's method of bolstering his army using the monster respawn mechanism was essentially exploiting the system's loophole without restraint. If the system had any consciousness, it surely wouldn't tolerate such blatant abuse. Fortunately, the Cosmic Will seemed indifferent and paid no heed to it. Lugu flicked his fingers expressionlessly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. To ensure nothing goes wrong, he said in a deep voice, I need you all to find ways to divert the attention of the Union government and other major forces in the coming days. Make sure everyone either overlooks or can't afford to notice the anomalies that will soon appear in Province S. He paused for emphasis and then said, This is why I came to find you. 3 days, I only need 3 days. Use any means necessary. The moment Lugu uttered the words, by any means necessary, the atmosphere in the conference room became instantly tense. The metrologist sprang from the sofa as if electrified, his face full of earnestness. He urgently said, Rest assured, we will handle this difficult task. The red lacquered door quickly chimed in. That's right, we guarantee the task will be completed excellently. His voice carried a barely noticeable tremor. Lugu nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the two. Seeing that they had no further questions, he casually instructed, Act quickly. As he finished speaking, his hands began to glow blue, preparing to cast a teleportation spell. However, the white-haired lich, Melsigad, suspiciously eyed the metrologist and the red lacquered door. His sharp gaze caused beads of cold sweat to form on their foreheads. Just as Melsigad was about to speak, Lugu interrupted him. Melsigad, hurry up, the teleportation is starting. Got it, Lord. Melsigad replied enthusiastically, quickly running to Lu Ji's side. A dazzling blue light flashed, and the figures of Lugu and Melsigad instantly disappeared from the conference room. The room fell into sudden silence, leaving only the metrologist and the red lacquered door standing stiffly. Once they were sure Lugu wouldn't return, the red lacquered door collapsed onto the sofa like a deflated balloon, his face filled with fear. Thankfully, the Black Blade Knight's exposure overshadowed the previous news. The red lacquered door muttered to himself, That's why Trickster didn't discover the opinions we had spread earlier. Otherwise, he didn't dare to continue the thought, shuddering at the image of Lugu's fury. The metrologist also looked relieved, taking a deep breath. It's a good thing Trickster gave us a new task. Let's roll with it. As long as we create enough chaos, Trickster won't notice our previous mistakes. What do you plan to do? The red lacquered door asked, his voice tinged with nervousness. A fierce glint flashed in the metrologist's eyes. Recently, many wanted lords from around the world have expressed interest in joining us. We hesitated to accept them because it might provoke the united government. But since Trickster plans to turn Province S into a desolate zone, we can afford to be less cautious. You mean? The red lacquered door swallowed hard, seemingly guessing the metrologist's intention. Recruit, the metrologist said through gritted teeth. Any lord with a level or higher attribute and a main city level of 5 or above, regardless of their identity or past crimes, can join Tero as long as they follow our rules. He paused, then continued. If extensive recruitment doesn't grab the world's attention, we'll directly surround Guangdu. Guangdu, the capital of Province G, is one of the 3 level 9 cities in southern central state. While Tero currently lacks the power to capture Guangdu, they don't need to actually attack the city. Simply posturing as if they intend to take Guangdu would be enough to trigger the united government's alarm. After all, a level 9 city is a strategic stronghold. There are fewer than 10 level 9 cities in all of central state. Any one of them has the potential to influence the strategic layout of multiple provinces, if not the entire central state. As the metrologist and the red lacquered door set their sights on Guangdu, Lugu arrived in Ebony City through a teleportation array. Before the action begins, he has a small matter to attend to Bloodhowl's brother, Qin Feng. Lugu sat on a bone throne, looking down at Qin Feng, who stood below. Qin Feng's skin was pale, no longer resembling that of a human. With a curious smile, Lugu asked, I heard from Tichondrius that you've established your territory? Interesting. It seems you've chosen the undead, like me, rather than the beast tribe your brother Bloodhowl excels in. Lugu was not surprised that Qin Feng had become a lord. This was not only because Lugu had previously helped him with mental healing, but also because he had instructed one of his heroes, the Dreadlord Tichondrius, to assist Qin Feng in becoming a lord after he left. In the context of the elimination game, what humans call depression is essentially a form of negative spirit. This kind of negative spirit, perhaps due to its unique formation, cannot be dispelled by ordinary purification skills. However, restoring it isn't difficult either. Lu Ji's method was straightforward. He used a larger, purifiable negative spirit to overshadow Qin Feng's mental trauma, thereby making Qin Feng relatively normal. Judging by Qin Feng's successful establishment of his territory, Lu Ji's treatment seemed effective. Of course, if Qin Feng had merely established a territory and become an ordinary lord, Lu Gu would have considered it just fulfilling his promise to Bloodhowl and wouldn't have given Qin Feng a second chance to meet him. Liag's purpose for this trip was to witness Qin Feng's potential firsthand. After watching battlefield recordings, he was already convinced that Qin Feng possessed talents no less remarkable than those of his brother, Xueho, though he still needed time to grow. This evaluation was based on footage sent by Tichondrius, documenting Qin Feng's first battle with wild monsters after activating his territory. Qin Feng suppressed his inner fear as he faced the devilish figure who had once mercilessly slaughtered bullies before his eyes. He spoke hoarsely. Before I came, Melchigar told me, you want me to command the legion like my brother, right? Upon hearing this, Liag turned his sharp gaze to the white-haired lich beside him. Melchigar immediately put on an indifferent facade. Liag shook his head and said, you're overthinking it. I'm helping you because of my promise to Xueho. If you truly have talent comparable to his, then we will establish a new connection. At that point, it will be a partnership between you and me, independent of Xueho. Facing Liag's calm gaze, Qin Feng suddenly blurted out, do you think I have the talent of Qin He? The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it deeply, wishing he could slap himself. He had intended to distance himself from Liag, but in front of this dangerous yet deeply influential figure, his plans fell apart. Liag remained expressionless and responded directly, you're far from that level, but you have great potential. Qin Feng was left speechless. Melchigar saw through Qin Feng's thoughts but had no intention of giving him an easy out. The malicious lich instead conjured up a contract, saying eagerly, since you think so highly of this kid, why not make him your employee right away? He shoved the contract in front of Qin Feng, urging him to sign. Qin Feng glanced at the contents, and his face turned as dark as coal. I willingly offer my eternal loyalty and soul to the great Lord of Deception, witnessed by the gods, to unconditionally obey any command from Lord Deception for life. I shall never betray, or face the wrath of the gods, be annihilated, and condemned to eternal damnation. Melchigar's voice echoed in his ears, and Qin Feng found himself in a daze, already having signed the contract. He looked around, bewildered, unsure how he had returned to his territory, feeling as though he had inexplicably sold himself out. Lyoga also appeared somewhat surprised. As someone who had always disdained the use of contracts, he knew that such agreements were fraught with loopholes. Even with divine witnesses, Lyoga would disregard the contract when it came to actual breach. His main purpose in summoning Qinfeng was to assess his talent. If Qinfeng truly possessed the potential that Tichondrius claimed, rivaling that of Bloodhowl, Lyoga would invest more in his training. Whether Qinfeng would remain loyal to him was not a concern for Lyoga. In his view, those who accepted his investment had two choices: either to work diligently for him and share in the prosperity, or to perish on the spot. Contracts held no significance for him, as they implied distrust and could never surpass his own enforcement capabilities. Those who dared to betray him would meet a fate as tragic as that of the prophets. Lyoga turned to Melchigard and sternly warned, "Do not act on your own again." Melchigard immediately straightened up and saluted solemnly. "Yes, Lord, I assure you it won't happen again." Yet, inwardly, he was already scheming his next move. Understanding Melchigard's nature, Lyoga said no more. He took a deep breath and declared, "All right, now that this little incident is resolved, let's get down to business." As soon as he finished speaking, several beams of teleportation light illuminated the room. 6 figures, exuding an aura of terrifying death, slowly emerged. The agile Banshee Queen Sylvanas, the winged Dreadlords Tichondrius and Mal'Ganis, the Death Knight Lords Bane and Burin, and the towering skeletal Dragon Knight Orma, clad in menacing armor. Lyoga briefly outlined the forthcoming operation. The 6 heroes would lead 6 armies to simultaneously spread the undead plague across 6 cities in S province. They would personally join the battle if necessary to accelerate the plague's spread and crush enemy resistance. Given the enormity of the task, meticulous planning and tight coordination were crucial. Meanwhile, on the other side, Taromen had also begun their actions. The Red Gate convened all media outlets in Nanshan City for a global broadcast watched by billions. Even as a high-ranking company executive used to large-scale events, the Red Gate couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety amidst the barrage of flashlights. As he contemplated the announcement he was about to make, his hand holding the speech notes started to tremble uncontrollably. "Let the storm come with full force," the Red Gate silently chanted to himself. Taking a deep breath, he grabbed the microphone and loudly began. The imposing figure of Red Lacquergate stood at the podium, facing the throng of media reporters and intelligence agents from all corners of Blue Star. With a voice that echoed through the hall, he began his thunderous proclamation. "I hereby announce, from this moment forward, Tero Gate will officially open its doors to all provinces and states of Blue Star, accepting members with a main city level of 5 or higher, or individuals possessing at least a level trait." His voice was loud and unwavering, resonating throughout the venue. This recruitment is irrespective of identity or whether the individual is an internationally wanted criminal. On Blue Star, anyone willing to abide by the rules of our guild, Tero Gate, can join and receive our protection. Pens scribbled furiously as reporters captured every word. Red Lacquergate continued, "Furthermore, Tero Gate will establish its headquarters in Nanshan City and designate 6 cities, including Nanshan City, in G Province as direct territories of Tero Gate. These cities are preliminarily identified as Meicheng, Dongguan City, Yuannai City, Qingshui City, and Shaocheng." His gaze swept across the room, his tone growing more severe. "To all local military groups in these 6 cities, you are hereby notified to vacate within 3 days of this announcement. Failure to comply will be considered an act of hostility, and Tero Gate will respond with a declaration of war against any and all factions." The atmosphere in the room turned tense, but Red Lacquergate remained unfazed. He pressed on, "Lastly, let it be known to the world that Tero Gate is indisputably the strongest guild on Blue Star. All returning lords, new lords, and existing joint governments should acknowledge this fact and pay homage to the supreme, unmatched guild. That concludes my statement." As Red Lacquergate finished speaking, the room fell into a deathly silence. The flash of cameras ceased, and everyone stared in stunned silence at the expressionless man on stage. This silence lingered for a few moments until Red Lacquergate turned and left the podium. Once the shock subsided, the room erupted into a flurry of chatter. "Wait, what did he just say? Is he planning to take over the 6 cities in G Province? Are you kidding? How many cities are there in G Province, anyway? With Nanshan City included, is Tero Gate aiming to control the entire province? This is insane. He's threatening the local military groups." Voices overlapped in a cacophony of speculation. One person analyzed, "Since the restructuring, the official forces lack the authority they once had. But no player guild has dared to challenge the joint government like this, except for Tero Gate." "Challenge?" Another voice countered. "This is more than a challenge. Didn't you hear Red Lacquergate's speech? They don't even acknowledge the joint government. Declaring themselves the supreme guild is pure arrogance." In a hushed tone, someone muttered, Is the war between the lords and the joint government finally coming? It's inevitable, someone else replied. But no one expected the conflict between the lords and the government forces to escalate so quickly. Tero Gate and Red Lacquer Gate are truly formidable. Formidable? A calm voice interjected. Yes, all player guilds know that as second-generation lords develop, official military groups with many second-generation lords will quickly surpass player guilds. Rationally speaking, now is the best time for player guilds to act, while the power gap is smallest. Everyone understands this, another voice added. But no one wants to be the first to act. Even now, the official military groups are far stronger than player guilds. Everyone is watching, waiting for an opportune moment that may never come. But Tero Gate did it, someone marveled. And they did it so boldly and openly. The room buzzed with discussion as everyone tried to grasp the implications and potential impacts of this stunning declaration. Tero Gate's actions were undoubtedly set to change the entire landscape of Blue Star. There were those who were shocked, those who were dismissive, those who were fearful, and those who were in awe. The statement from the Red Lacquer Gate dropped like a bombshell during the live broadcast. Everyone present, along with countless viewers watching through screens, simultaneously realized that a terrifying truth was surfacing. Since the emergence of the returning lords, a question that everyone had deliberately avoided could no longer be ignored. The world had changed due to the power of the lords. Those who survived the elimination games and wielded immense lordly power were the true rulers of the new world. The old world's governments, attempting to cling to their former dominance, faced resistance from these new sovereigns who would never bow down. The air was thick with tension, as if it were the end of the Qin dynasty, with the noble families of the 6 states holding their breath for the uprising of Chen Shang and Wu Guang. In this moment, the modern-day Chen Shang and Wu Guang had finally emerged under the spotlight. In just a few hours, headlines like Declaration of the Tero Gate declares war on the world, and Tero Gate initiates the first battle of the new world flooded social media, newspapers, and television stations across the globe. The world plunged into unprecedented turmoil. Even the united government was powerless to stop the spread of such explosive news. Perhaps, behind these headlines, there were those in power who were also dissatisfied with the current state and were fanning the flames. Countless political analysts, high-ranking united government officials, and leaders of player guilds were drawn into the maelstrom of public opinion, each representing their own interests as they launched verbal attacks on the Tero Gate. For a time, the Tero Gate seemed to become a public enemy, a terrorist organization that everyone sought to destroy. The commander of the second-largest official military force in Central State, the Southern Capital Legion, denounced the Red Lacquer Gate as traitors and vowed to lead the Southern Capital Legion into battle against the Tero Gate. However, simultaneously, the name of the Tero Gate resounded worldwide. As the only non-official force to openly defy the united government, the Tero Gate's audacity was astonishing. Even more shocking was that this super legion, with only 16 members, had managed to capture a levels-even city and ranked 8th in the World Legion rankings. A boast from a weakling might elicit only scorn, but when a top-tier world power makes such a declaration, even with seemingly low odds of success, it draws countless followers yearning for change. Within just a few hours, numerous lords submitted membership applications to the Tero Gate. These individuals were either frustrated with their circumstances worldwide or outright opposed to the united government's existence. People could only watch as the Tero Gate's numbers surged from an initial 16 to over 3,000. In the only city truly controlled by the Tero Gate, Nanshan, the multicolored light symbolizing city relocation continued unabated since the end of the press conference. Majestic level 5 and even level 6 main cities sprang up like mushrooms after rain, densely populating Nanshan. One after another, lords of various terrifying forms appeared incessantly in Nanshan. Free State, Supreme Council of the United Government. High-ranking officials with the power over life and death gathered via video conference in the Grand Meeting Hall. The air was thick with tension, as if a storm was brewing. Governor Mernila of Shisha State, once hailed as a saintly leader, now appeared gaunt in his robe. His raspy voice broke the silence. What we feared has finally come to pass. The president, with a furrowed brow, spoke gravely. According to our original plan, we intended to delay this conflict until we had amassed enough strength. But clearly, the opposition has no intention of following our timeline. Mernila let out a dry laugh, a sly expression crossing his aged face. They know well that an early war favors them. In that case, there's no need for us to hold back any longer. Governor Shinbara Nobuo of New State, his face like stone, spoke with a hint of anger. The demonic codex of New State and the Dark Order of Free State have severely challenged our authority. They are rapidly gaining strength through these means. The longer we delay, the higher the cost of eradicating them. Governor Hilder of Europea State interjected disdainfully. That's because New State is incompetent. As the official government, you've been outpaced by a civilian guild in recruiting second-tier lords. If it weren't for your Kyoto Legion's strength, I doubt your ability to hold Kyoto at all. Shinbara Nobuo's gaze was sharp as a knife, ready to retort, but the president slammed the table. Enough. We are the united government, not a coalition of squabbling factions. The matter at hand is the Tero Gate. Other issues are outside the scope of this meeting. The president turned his attention to the silent governor Li Xianlong of Central State, a man in his early 30s who had been listening expressionlessly. In a stern tone, he asked, Li Xianlong, the Tero Gate is a guild from Central State. And you also have another guild that occupies a levels even city, the Holy Alliance. What do you have to say? Li Xianlong responded calmly. I follow the decisions of the united government. However, Central State alone cannot muster enough forces to campaign against two levels even armies in the short term. I suggest we temporarily leave the relatively stable Holy Alliance alone and focus all efforts on the Tero Gate. The president nodded in approval, then turned to Shinbara Nobuo and Mernila, New State and Shisha State border Central State. This action concerns the reputation of the united government. Both of your states must dispatch a legion to assist Central State in eradicating the rebellious Tero Gate Guild. Shinbara Nobuo hesitated, but ultimately nodded silently under the president's threatening gaze. Thus, the plan to attack the Tero Gate was swiftly finalized. Meanwhile, in the northern and southern ends of Central State, a more covert operation was underway. At the largest Songha Dam in S Province, the dreadlord Tichondrius stood atop the dam. He slowly poured 2 bottles of emerald liquid, watching as the potent necrotic plague mixed into the reservoir's depths. Tichondrius turned and snapped his fingers, causing the 2 corpses of the dam's guardians to twitch eerily and slowly rise from the ground. A silent catastrophe was quietly unfolding. In the outskirts of Huajiang City, S Province, within a level 1 monster zone, a novice lord frowned while directing his Murloc warriors. The harpoons flew through the air, shattering the skeleton warriors before them. However, there was no trace of joy on his face. Instead, he looked perplexed and uneasy. How many skeleton warriors have we encountered already? He muttered to himself. I remember this area was supposed to spawn goblins. Another lord nearby couldn't help but complain. Exactly, goblins are nowhere to be found. But these skeleton warriors are everywhere. What's worse, killing them doesn't even drop any experience or resources. It's a complete waste of effort. Despite their dissatisfaction, these novice lords had no choice but to persevere. High-level monster zones were already occupied by returning players, and their own strength was limited. Unless they received support from returning players, they could only struggle in level 1 monster zones. After all, new players lacked the special attributes that allowed first-round players to gain the strength to challenge high-tier units, or even wild bosses within a few days. However, being weak had its advantages. The monster waves in the second-round elimination game only came once a month and targeted player-occupied cities rather than individuals, significantly reducing personal risk. This made the situation for second-round players much safer compared to first-round players. Theoretically, by joining a suitable faction, even ordinary people without a main city could ensure basic safety under protection, unlike first-round lords who had to be constantly on guard. This is also the current situation for most landless individuals on Blue Star. Although the united government had a complicated attitude towards returning lords, they made every effort to ensure civilian safety. However, they were unable to meet other needs, which was why many people desperately sought to obtain territory and become lords in the current situation. Ordinary people had no channels to gain benefits. Under the influence of the game, various industries on Blue Star, including aquaculture and crop farming, suffered severe setbacks. Global prices soared, and many people lost their jobs. The price of rice alone had increased tenfold. Even though the united government continuously used strategic grain reserves, it couldn't curb the price hikes. The reason was not just that over 90 of global farms were occupied by monsters, but also because lord players discovered that food from the real world could be exchanged for food units within the system. Wealthy lords began to purchase large quantities of food and wood, achieving effects similar to in-game purchases, which was the root cause of the high prices. In such circumstances, only by becoming a lord and hunting monsters for food resources could one ensure a relatively stable livelihood. Compared to those who couldn't even secure land, these novice lords, though only earning meager gains in level 1 monster zones and having to pay 30 to the city's legion, could at least meet their basic survival needs. If they were lucky enough to find high-level treasures, they could cover a year's living expenses. However, these self-consoling novice lords didn't realize that according to the rules of the elimination game, even elemental creatures could drop resources and loot upon defeat. The fact that they received nothing from killing so many skeleton warriors could only mean one thing: these skeleton warriors were not wild monsters at all. Unfortunately, the novice lords, lacking combat experience, failed to notice this anomaly. They just felt that resourceless undead monsters were increasing, making it harder to obtain resources. By the time the returning lords discovered the abnormality, it was already too late. Meanwhile, in Ebony City, one of the 3 cities occupied by the Scourge Legion, the undead plague had already been spread. Sylvanas reported solemnly, currently, All water sources in the entire S province, including cities, towns, and even wild areas, have been contaminated with the undead plague. Additionally, we've released high concentrations of plague mist in densely populated areas. It won't be long before the undead plague spreads rapidly through water sources and population movement. Liag interrupted her report, asking, "How long until the plague outbreak?" Sylvanas immediately replied, "The undead plague has already started in low-level monster zones. At most, it will take another 6 hours for the outbreak to sweep across the entire S province." "What about the local legions?" Liag continued to question. Sylvanas reported as if reciting from memory, "We have identified 4 legions capable of stopping the undead plague outbreak. They are the Ice City Legion occupying Gaoqing City, the Spring City Legion in Spring City, and the Anshan Legion in Anshan City. These are the official legions. Additionally, there's a player guild occupying the level 5 city of Blackrock." Liag reviewed the legion rankings one by one, and found that none of these legions were in the world's top 100. In fact, only the Ice City Legion made it to the top 100 in the central continent. Legion name: Ice City Legion. Legion members: 75,000. Occupied cities: Gaoqing City, Maha City. Occupation value: 10. Legion ranking: Central Continent 98th. Liag was silent for a moment before issuing orders to Sylvanas. "You will take charge of eliminating the Ice City Legion. The other 3 legions will be handled by Bane Bloodhoof, Tichondrius and Mal'Ganis, and Maligos and Onyxia. All bone dragons will participate in this war. Ensure that in the first instance, every entity in S province that could obstruct the Scourge's plan is destroyed." As Lu Ji's command was issued, the 3 cities of Wumu, Heihe, and Changdong, shrouded in desolate darkness, suddenly sprang into action. On the horizon, the deafening roars of dragons pierced the sky one after another, followed by the sight of ancient bone dragons unfurling their tattered wings and tearing through the heavens. On the ground, legions of long-slumbering undead were awakened and divided into 4 groups under the leadership of 7 heroes, charging in different directions. Scouts around the cities witnessed this terrifying scene and attempted to flee, only to be silently erased from existence by the Reaper's scythe in the next moment. Lu Ji's strategy of feigned weakness achieved unexpected success. Major forces in Province S had let down their guard and even neglected surveillance, thinking that the Calamity army, occupying only 3 secondary cities and remaining inactive for a long time, posed no threat. Lugu could hardly believe it, and repeatedly confirmed that all red-named units had indeed been eliminated so easily. "They really underestimated us," Lugu muttered with a cold smile, turning to his computer to follow the ongoing global livestream. In stark contrast to Lu Ji's covert operations, the situation facing Tero Gate was entirely different. The Red Gate and the Measurer had not only completed their tasks but exceeded expectations. Their arrogant declarations infuriated the United Government, prompting it to issue a sanction order the same night Tero Gate made its state-minted expedition to crush Tero Gate. However, could the Southern Capital Legion, local G Province legions, and reinforcements from New State and West Sand State really take down Tero Gate? The Red Gate shouted anxiously. "Do you even know how formidable the Southern Capital Legion is? They're ranked among the top 20 elite legions in all of Central State. Even the previously arrogant 100 District Alliance was utterly defeated by them." The Red Gate continued, analyzing that besides the Southern Capital Legion, there was also the formidable Guangdu Legion. Although they currently occupied only 1 6th level city, their true strength was far from ordinary. Composed of numerous returning and new lords from Guangdu City, the legion's total number exceeded 100,000, making them one of the top elite legions in Central State, possibly even surpassing the Southern Capital Legion. The United Government's mobilized forces included 3 7th-level legions: the Southern Capital Legion, reinforcements from West Sand State and New State, along with the Guangdu Legion, whose strength rivaled an 8th-level legion, and other local 5th and 6th-level legions from Province G. To the high-ranking officials of Central State, such an assembly seemed more than sufficient to take down a 7th-level guild like Tero Gate. Even the Red Gate himself had lost confidence in their chances of victory. Despite the formidable strength of the Black Blade Knights, they numbered only 10,000. Even with the attribute of a death-defying charge, it seemed unlikely they could overturn the battle against the overwhelming numerical advantage and ever-changing tactics of the massive enemy legions. Moreover, the inherent power of the Tero men is almost negligible. In a war of such scale, how much impact can they really have? Just as Hongqi Daman and the Measurer were sinking into despair, the door to the conference room was suddenly flung open. A towering orc lord, standing over 2 meters tall and built like a human tank, stormed in with a fierce presence. "Hongqi President!" shouted Grom, a member of the Tero men, his voice booming with excitement. "The brothers' army is fully assembled. We're ready to face the enemy in a decisive battle. Hey, erase the roster of our troops, awaiting your command." Grom marched forward and solemnly placed several pages of reports in front of Hongqi Daman. Hongqi picked up the report and glanced at it casually, but the next second, his eyes widened in shock. He looked at Grom in disbelief and stuttered, "Thighs. This list is real?" "Of course it's real, President Hongqi," Grom replied gruffly. "The brothers have put everything on the line this time to fight the united government. I guarantee that no one is holding back." The measurer, intrigued, snatched the list from Hongqi's hands. He too was so stunned by its contents that he nearly lost his balance, his face filled with incredulity. The list read as follows. Rank specialists, 12. Rank specialists, 655. Rank specialists, 2,490. All specialists are perfectly matched to their roles, with no mismatches between traits and units. Legendary heroes, 4. Epic heroes, 2,072. Rare heroes, 15,510. Tier 7 units, 132. Tier 6 legendary units, approximately 21,000. Tier 6 epic units, approximately 80,000. Tier 5 legendary units, approximately 55,000. Tier 5 epic units, approximately 170,000. Other Tier 5 rare and above combatants, totaling around 300,000. It was at this moment that Hongqi Daman and the Measurer finally realized the true nature of the lords they had recruited. These were not insignificant players. These individuals, capable of relocating across states and even making it onto international most wanted lists, were clearly determined to stand against the united government. Most of them had a history marked by violence, which explained why they were wanted by local authorities upon returning to the real world, and why they would go to such lengths to join the Tero Society. These formidable lords, each with an average of a dozen or more legendary units, were not out of the ordinary. Possessing an epic hero was also not surprising. Rank specialists could dominate entire regions, so recruiting a few ultimate units was hardly a challenge. Under the clear, cloudless autumn sky, the outskirts of Nanshan City had become the focal point of the world. The president of the Taro Gate, Hongqi Damin, and the vice president, Jiliang Shi, stood expressionless on a hastily constructed wall, with 12 mysterious figures dressed in robes of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, white, gold, silver, and bronze, neatly lined up behind them. The sight was nothing short of astonishing. Each of these 12 individuals possessed S-level abilities. In District 4297, any one of them was akin to a divine envoy, wielding the terrifying power to take on thousands single-handedly. Yet, at this moment, these formidable beings willingly stood behind Hongqi Damin and Jiliang Shi, quietly awaiting orders. Hongqi Damin cautiously glanced back at the Taro Gate members. Despite their varied expressions, none showed a hint of fear. This scene made Hongqi Damin feel the pressure mounting over 600 level abilities and more than 2,000 level abilities. Although he had personally recruited each one, the collective strength they represented far exceeded his expectations. However, neither Hongqi Damin nor Jiliang Shi realized that the seemingly relaxed Taro Gate members were also deeply shaken. They had joined the Taro Gate because of its power, but the display before them was beyond anything they had anticipated. The S-level ability holders had joined the Taro Gate with a sense of arrogance, believing that their membership was a significant honor for the organization and that they would become its pillars. Today, they realized how laughable their arrogance was. Within the Taro Gate, S-level ability users were numerous, and they were merely one among many strong individuals. The situation was even more awkward for the A-level ability holders. Gathering over 600 A-level abilities in one place made them painfully aware of their own insignificance. In this mysterious and powerful organization, their once prized abilities were nothing special. Faced with Hongqi Damin and Jiliang Shi, the leaders who had built such a vast force, everyone felt a deep sense of reverence, fear, and even dread. They couldn't help but marvel. It was no wonder these leaders could establish the Black Blade Knights. Their previous thoughts of seizing control now seemed utterly naive. In this silent clash of thoughts, even Hongqi Damin and Jiliang Shi themselves didn't realize that this formidable group had already engaged in a round of mutual intimidation. At this moment, under the gaze of countless powerful beings, the two leaders felt extremely uneasy, as if countless ants were crawling all over their bodies. They didn't dare move a finger, fearing it would expose their actual weakness. If possible, they would have gladly passed off the command to each other. Just kidding, any one of those 12 rainbow warriors behind them could easily overpower them. If they made a wrong move and angered these strong individuals, they could be obliterated in an instant, leaving no trace behind. What worried them even more was that the Taro Gate members were far from being saints. According to the membership records, over 70% of them had blood on their hands and had no qualms about killing. Previously, they hadn't been concerned about this because they held the Black Blade Knights, believing that even S-level ability users would have to comply with the Taro Gate. However, with 12 S-level ability users gathered together, Hongqi Damin and Jiliang Shi could no longer smile. At that moment, Noticing the serious expressions of the two leaders, Grom, one of the original 16 members of the Tero Gate and a level ability user who had even posted the recruitment information online himself, couldn't help but ask with curiosity, President Hong Chi, Vice President Jilyang, why do you look so unhappy? Are you not excited? Grom played a key role in human resources management within the Tero Gate, holding a status that subtly surpassed even the newly joined class members. He was one of the members who communicated most frequently with the Measurer and the Red-Painted Gate. However, whenever Grom spoke, the Measurer and the Red-Painted Gate wished they could kill this foolish guy on the spot. As Grom began to speak, nearly all the members of the Tero Gate turned their attention towards him. The 12 class lords, in particular, wore focused expressions, as if they were genuinely curious to know what could cause such displeasure and seriousness in the two powerful leaders. Speculation surged among the crowd. Could it be due to the imminent arrival of the allied legions? But that seemed unlikely. In the face of the mighty Tero Gate Guild, a few allied legions were nothing more than eggs smashing against rocks. The disparity in power was so vast that the guild leaders wouldn't even need to deploy the Black Blade Knights. The dozens class lords alone would be enough to demonstrate the wrath of the Tero Gate. At that moment, one of the class members, Andre, a most wanted criminal from the European continent, dressed in red, cracked a grin. With a voice that sounded as if it had been corroded by acid, he made a joke he found amusing. Maybe the leaders are just feeling merciful towards the lives the allied legions are about to lose. Such benevolent leaders we have, huh? As soon as he finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Andre let out a few awkward chuckles before quickly lowering his head, burying his face in his chest. Fortunately, the awkward atmosphere didn't last long. Suddenly, a dazzling warning spell shot into the sky, and all the members of the Tero Gate immediately turned their gaze towards the distant horizon beyond the city walls. They're here, the Measurer said in a deep voice. In the next moment, a vast, seemingly endless army slowly emerged from the distant junction of heaven and earth. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. According to the Measurer's frantic calculations, the visible scale of the Legion already exceeded millions. But this was far from the end. As one portal after another opened, legions from the western sands and new territories outside of the central continent also began to pour onto the battlefield through the portals. The scale of tens of millions of troops is unprecedented in human history. Before the elimination game began, the largest recorded war comprised no more than 1 million soldiers. However, as the elimination game progresses, anyone can become a lord, and numbers no longer limit the scale of war. At this moment, a dazzling blue light symbolizing the teleportation array pierces through the entire world. The ground and sky are filled with various densely packed troops, with countless high-level heroes gazing at the distant city. The army stretches for hundreds of miles, even extending to another city, with no end in sight. This is a war between guilds and legions, marking the first large-scale confrontation between player forces since the second round of the elimination game began. In comparison, the battles involving tens of thousands of troops in the novice zone seem insignificant. Amid this sea of people, many former dominators are now just ordinary participants, without any sense of presence. Countless returning lords watching this scene through live broadcasts fall silent, regardless of their previous confidence and superiority, overwhelmed by the grandeur of this new era. When the scale of war reaches such proportions, individual strength becomes insignificant. The might of the Legion, like an infinite ocean, roars and bellows at the world, proclaiming the absolute truth of the second round of the elimination game guild supremacy. All troops, attack, roared Jinshan, the commander of the Guangdu Legion. The overwhelming legion surged towards Nanshan City like a collapsing mountain. Standing on the city walls of Nanshan City, the red-painted gates and the strategists showed no fear. Despite the numerous enemy troops, the Tero Gate had transformed, ready to make a new statement to the world. Whether the growth of the Tero Gate was beyond their control didn't matter. After the war, strategies would naturally take over. For now, they had to go all out and win this world-shaking war, making the arrogant united government understand that the world did not inherently belong to them. We are truly the strongest in the world. With a shout from the strategist, the Tero Gate Legion abandoned their defensive advantage and launched a fierce counterattack against the United Legion outside the city. Under the stunned gazes of countless people and forces worldwide, two completely different torrents collided with a thunderous crash. In an instant, dazzling magical lights flickered, and priceless high-level troops and epic heroes were shattered into pieces. Skills comparable to forbidden spells rained down, but under countless epic and even legendary group buff skills, they could only inflict pitiful single-digit damage. A new concept was once again overturned. Legion warfare is entirely different from small guild battles. With powerful buffs and commanding skills, pure large-scale attack skills no longer have the power to dictate the outcome. Forbidden spells, which could destroy everything in small-scale wars, were greatly weakened in the face of Legion-level power, becoming no different from ordinary skills. When the skill boosts of both legions reached their peak, the final determinant of victory was the strength of the troops and the clash of flesh and blood. In this regard, the Tero Gate far surpassed the United Legion. Under the incredulous gaze of Guangdu Legion's commander Nanshan, the Tero Gate Legion, significantly outnumbered by the United Legion, achieved a crushing advantage on the battlefield. The massive United Army was pushed back step by step by the Tero Gate Legion. The entire battlefield swept like a sand table by a giant hand, with the dunes representing the United Army being mercilessly flattened. How is this possible? We have 50 million troops, and the enemy, even counting the City Defense Legion, has no more than 7 million. How can we possibly be defeated? Jian Shan roared in fury. He couldn't imagine the consequences of losing this globally broadcasted war or the blow to the United Government's prestige if the Tero Gate Legion won. He only knew that he couldn't let this happen. However, the disparity in power wouldn't change due to personal anger or fear. When over 140 ultimate troops joined the battlefield, the Black Blade Knights charged, and 12 class lords unleashed their unique powers, the United Legion's forces were utterly overwhelmed by the Tero Gate Legion under the silent, shocked, and incredulous gazes of the world. The battlefield was filled with flying flesh and blood, and the seemingly endless United Legion began to collapse on a large scale, like dominoes rapidly falling back. The United Legion's high morale plummeted to negative in an instant, with no amount of powerful buff skills from the lords able to help. At this moment, with the United Legion's collapse, a certain shackle in the hearts of countless people witnessing this scene also shattered. This shackle was called the United Government, or the official authority, or a form that had ruled people since ancient times, leaving ordinary people powerless to resist and only able to accept. The world is not invincible, and the United Government does not inherently hold the world's power. In this new era, anyone can gain the strength to change the world, and anyone can achieve feats like the Tero Gate Legion, defeating the world's authority with their own power. The myth of the United Government's invincibility has been shattered, and the world order is set for a comprehensive reshuffling. What follows is, kings and lords, are they born from noble blood? The Battle of Nanshan, known as the Gulf War of the Lord's Realm, had a transformative impact on the entire world. Amid the flames of war, people witnessed a new mode of warfare, saw the rise of unofficial guilds, and realized the old United Government could no longer maintain control. The global landscape was on the brink of unprecedented change, and even the highest echelons of the United Government had to confront this harsh reality. However, while all eyes were fixed on the epic clash between the Tero Guild and the United Legion, Province S had already descended into chaos. Shortly after the scouts went missing, the major powers sensed something was amiss, but the colossal scale of the 60 million strong war and the beyond comprehension combat tactics drew too much attention. Even when reports came in about undead occupying low-level training zones and sightings of undead within the city, the High Command, engrossed in the grand battle, merely sent people to investigate, disregarding the low-level undead. They firmly believed that victory on the front lines would be determined by powerful elite units, not low-level soldiers. But they overlooked the unique nature of the undeadened army that knows no morale. At 11:35 a.m., in Gaoqing City, Province S, while the Tero Guild and the United Legion were locked in fierce combat, countless low-level undead had already surrounded the Level 4 city. Due to the influence of the undead plague, there was no sign of new lords in the outskirts. Although these lords were notoriously greedy, the sudden threat of death forced them to retreat hastily into the city. The commander of the Gaoqing Legion rushed to the city walls, only to be met with the sight of a densely packed undead army. Just as he was pondering whether a monster horde had arrived prematurely, several massive figures appeared in the skybound dragons, and hero-level undead. The commander was stunned. When had such high-level undead lords appeared in Province S, but his shock was far from over. The bone dragons circling in the air suddenly dove down, and the undead army outside the city launched an assault, surging towards the towering walls. The enormous bone dragon descended from the sky, its size far exceeding the commander's understanding of bone dragons, even larger than a true dragon. In the next instant, a blast of icy breath was unleashed, freezing all defensive structures instantly. Without the protection of these fortifications, Gaoqing City was on the brink of collapse. Beneath the city walls, undead creatures surged like a relentless tide, creating a horrifying mass of writhing bodies. Using their fallen comrades as makeshift ladders, countless undead beings scaled the walls with the efficiency of ants. Simultaneously, thousands of flesh catapults launched in unison, hurling flesh bombs laden with deadly undead plague towards the walls. In just 2 devastating rounds, the formidable walls of Gaoqing City were breached by a massive, gaping hole. Before the commanders inside the city could react, a torrent of undead warriors, flaming skeleton archers, gargoyles, and banshees flooded into the city like a storm. The defenses of Gaoqing City crumbled almost instantly under this sudden onslaught, leaving the commanders no time to mobilize reinforcements from other lords within the city. Refusing to accept defeat, the commander roared for a counterattack, but a greater disaster loomed. Two colossal meteors, ablaze with eerie green flames, plummeted from the sky and crashed into the heart of the city. As the dust settled, two massive infernal golems rose, heralding the doom of countless unprepared novice lords. These unfortunate novices were swiftly obliterated, and under the influence of the undead plague, their corpses rapidly transformed into low-level undead, indiscriminately attacking the living around them. At the same time, Tichondrius, who had long been lurking within the city, enacted his sinister plot. The undead plague, dormant within the bodies of residents who had unwittingly consumed contaminated water, erupted suddenly. In the blink of an eye, over 90% of Gaoqing City's nearly 10 million inhabitants transformed into frenzied undead, plunging the entire city into chaos and despair. When the lords of the Gaoqing Legion finally assembled, the sight before them struck fear into their hearts. Both inside and outside the city, an endless horde of undead swarmed. These undead beings surged like an unstoppable tide, wave after wave, crashing against the Gaoqing Legion. The lords fought desperately, but no matter how many undead they slew, their numbers seemed to only increase. As more and more comrades and legions were devoured by the undead horde, the high command of the Gaoqing Legion faced a grim choice: flee or make a last-ditch stand. They chose to gamble everything, concentrating all their elite troops in a desperate attempt to emulate the Taroman's legendary breakthrough and turn the tide of battle. However, harsh reality soon shattered their hopes. This elite force of the Gaoqing Legion found themselves not only facing an overwhelming number of undead, but also powerful skeleton warriors and high-level undead. Their charge failed to achieve the desired effect and instead plunged them into even greater peril. Most terrifying of all, these undead creatures knew no fear. No matter how brutal the attack, they continued to surge forward relentlessly. Only at this moment did people realize the terrifying nature of the undead race, a trait long overlooked. However, this realization came too late. The army, composed of Gaoqing Legion's finest, was like a lone boat tossed in a stormy sea, swiftly engulfed by the overwhelming waves of the undead horde and vanishing without a trace. It's not just Gaoqing City. The entire S province turned into a realm of the undead in the blink of an eye. Countless undead emerged from every corner of the province, attacking living beings with the ferocity of zombies. Even more terrifying is that all life forms killed by these undead would transform into new undead creatures, spreading like a virus. By the time people noticed the first undead in the city, it was often already overrun. In just a few hours, under the horrifying spread of the undead plague, S province almost entirely became a dead zone. Many cities fell without Lugu's army needing to intervene, as the rampant undead attacked on their own. Even those military forces that prided themselves on their strength and dismissed the threat of low-level undead finally understood the terror of an undead siege. The cityscape changed in an instant, from harmony and peace to being completely surrounded by countless undead. Despite the local army's desperate resistance using their fortifications, everyone knew it was only a matter of time before the cities fell to the endless undead hordes. Lords capable of relocating their towns did so without hesitation upon sensing the unstoppable force of the undead army. Those unable to move, especially the newly established lords struggling to survive, were devoured by the undead horde and ultimately transformed into mindless servants of the plague. The undead army's numbers grew exponentially, from millions to tens of millions, and eventually to over 100 million. They no longer confined themselves to human cities, but began to spread into higher-level monster regions. Large numbers of high-level monsters fell, adding numerous advanced undead to the ranks of the undead army. This cycle repeated until even the 6th-level monster regions were conquered. Each time monsters respawned, the waiting undead army would kill and convert them, creating the ideal army manufacturing machine Lugu envisioned. In the face of this crisis, heroes among humans did emerge. Some lords, who could have fled, chose to stay and fight the undead in the most heroic manner. They inflicted significant damage on the undead army, greatly slowing its advance across S province. However, these self-sacrificing battles were doomed to end in tragedy. Meanwhile, the United Government was entirely focused on the threat posed by the Taroman Legion, ignoring the pleas for help from S province. In their eyes, the Taroman Legion, which brought together thousands of top lords from around the world, was the greatest threat, far surpassing the undead disaster in S province. They believed that with its nearly 70 million population, hundreds of thousands of returning lords, and nearly 10 million new lords, S province should be able to withstand the disaster for a considerable time due to its vast strategic depth. The United Government's immediate priority was to curb the expansion of Taroman. Although the United Legion was destined to fail, they could not allow Taroman's forces to break through the southern part of G province. Otherwise, with Taroman's current reputation, they would become an unstoppable force, attracting dissatisfied elements and ambitious individuals from all over, quickly growing into a behemoth capable of toppling the entire Zhongzhou region. Faced with this possibility, the United Government unhesitatingly cut off all calls for help from S province. They ordered all official legions above level 7 across Zhongzhou to spare no effort in reinforcing the Guangdu Legion to defeat Taro men. This decision completely extinguished S province's last hope. At this moment, ancient bone dragons hovered in the sky, and waves of vengeful and undead armies surged toward S province's last stronghold, the Ice City Legion. Surrounded on all sides and even from above by endless undead and vengeful spirits, the Ice City Legion resembled an isolated island in the ocean. Every moment, countless soldiers fell in battle against the undead, and the durability of their defensive structures was exhausted, yet the number of undead did not diminish. In stark contrast, the heroes and ultimate units commanding the vast undead army stood on distant hilltops, watching the Ice City Legion struggle amidst the endless undead with mocking eyes. They didn't even bother to engage personally. The low-level undead army alone was enough to utterly destroy their opponents. "Commander, retreat. We can't hold them off." As his subordinates' desperate cries echoed, Ice City Commander GD Fenghua took a deep breath and slowly drew his epic sword Frostmourne. He calmly said, "You retreat. I'll cover you." "Commander," his subordinates shouted, but GD Fenghua had already made up his mind. His gaze pierced through the chaotic battlefield, through the sky-darkening flying undead, and locked onto the white-haired girl who seemed to be leading the undead heroes. Before launching his final charge, he let out a thunderous roar. "Ice City forever." The devastating news of the complete fall of S province hit Governor Li Xianlong like a bolt from the blue. Just as he was marshaling his forces, exerting every ounce of effort to halt the Taluomen Legion's advance south of G province, this message nearly caused the promising young leader of the new era united forces to faint on the spot. Struggling to maintain his composure despite the dizziness, Li Xianlong pushed away his secretary's supporting hands and grabbed the detailed report. His eyes scanned through the lines with lightning speed. As he read further, his face grew increasingly pale until he finally coughed up blood and collapsed unconscious. On August 21st, the third day of the conflict between the Taluomen and United Legions, this globally scrutinized and geopolitically significant Taluomen campaign reached a dramatic conclusion. Strangely, despite mobilizing nearly all of Zhongzhou's elite legions and almost defeating Taluomen, the United Legions suddenly received orders to retreat. Most notably, the Shangjing Legion, Zhongzhou's premier force, withdrew to Shangjing with lightning speed and quickly began constructing numerous defensive fortifications further north. This move sparked speculation about a potential unknown threat emerging from the north. Meanwhile, the United Government's stance towards the Taluomen Legion took a startling turn. Initially aggressive, they shifted to a defensive posture. To counter Taluomen, the United Government hastily established several new cities, 120 kilometers north of Nanshan City, deploying the 7 major legions of southern Zhongzhou to rotate in defense, creating a strange standoff with Taluomen. These actions undoubtedly bolstered Taluomen's reputation. To the uninformed, it appeared that Taluomen had successively defeated the combined forces of the Guangdu Legion, Nandu Legion, Shisha Reinforcement Legion, and Xinzhou Reinforcement Legion, and maintained their ground against countless top-tier legions of Zhongzhou, even forcing the United Government to cede half of G province. Such achievements elevated Taluomen to the status of the world's strongest player guild, seemingly unmatched even by the higher-ranked Dark Order Legion and other top-tier official legions. However, only the Taluomen Legion's higher-ups, Hongqi Damon and Jiliangshi, knew the real reason behind the United Legion's sudden defensive shift and hasty retreat. Despite its incredibility, Jiliangshi confirmed through intercepted private messages from United Legion officials a shocking truth. S province had completely fallen to the mysterious Calamity Legion. The weight of this news was staggering. Taluomen Legion had mustered over 3,000 top players and barely managed to conquer half of G province through arduous effort. Yet, Lugu, known as Trickster, had silently taken over the entire S province in just 3 days. More terrifying was that immediately after occupying S province, Trickster had the power to compel the United Government to abandon their imminent victory over Taluomen and rush to reinforce the north. Jiliangshi couldn't fathom the immense power Trickster now wielded. The United Government, forced into a defensive stance, neither dared to fully confront Taluomen nor hastily reclaim S province, finding themselves in a precarious situation on both fronts. For Jiliangshi, the only solace was that this incomprehensibly formidable entity was his superior, sparing him from the fear of becoming an enemy. However, despite completing their mission, they had yet to receive further instructions. This left Jiliangshi and Hongqi Damon, who had previously acted with impunity under Trickster's backing, feeling increasingly uneasy. As Taluomen's reputation soared, strong players from around the world flocked to apply for membership, making the unfolding situation both exciting and nerve-wracking. The Tero Guild, having barely recovered from the suppression by the Central Continent United Legion, is now driven by a thirst for power to recruit members on a massive scale once again. In a short period, their ranks have surged from just over 3,000 to nearly 15,000. Even after accounting for the loss of over 500 members in battles with the United Legion, their overall strength has increased 4 to 5 times. However, this seemingly exhilarating expansion has sown the seeds of many hidden dangers. Unlike ordinary guilds, the Tero Guild's membership is complex and hazardous. The majority of new recruits are either outlaws, sociopaths, or ambitious maniacs with delusions of world domination. Initially, these individuals were barely kept in check by their leaders, Hongqi Damon and Jiliang Shi, but as the guild size and territory expanded, internal conflicts intensified. Issues of power distribution and profit sharing quickly surfaced. Faced with demands from powerful members possessing a level or even S-level traits, Hongqi Damon and Jiliang Shi felt immense pressure. They knew that any decision would inevitably offend one side. Worse, if someone were to defy their ruling and resort to violence, they would be powerless to respond. This situation forced Hongqi Damon and Jiliang Shi to adopt an evasive strategy, avoiding conflicts whenever possible and refraining from issuing commands lightly. This explains why, despite their increased numbers, the Tero Guild has been unable to break through the United Legion's blockade. Currently, the Tero Guild is plagued by factionalism and a mix of disparate elements. Hongqi Damon and Jiliang Shi, who almost entirely rely on the power granted by the Black Blade Knights from Lugu, are incapable of controlling this unruly mob. They lack both the authority to intimidate and the ability to effectively mobilize the guild's forces. Although the Tero Guild appears to have grown in numbers, it is, in reality, a disorganized mess. However, in its current state, Tero Gate is exactly what Lugu needs. The rapidly expanding Tero Gate has become a formidable force, but it's a double-edged sword that's difficult to control. Even Lugu risks being bitten back if he tries to wield this power. For Lugu, Tero Gate has become a double-edged sword. He can't abandon his absolutely obedient undead army in favor of focusing on this less controllable tool. Therefore, Tero Gate was stationed in Province G to act as a deterrent, preventing the United Government from concentrating its forces against Lugu's stronghold in Province S. This is the greatest value of Tero Gate. As for giving new orders to the Red Lacrador and the Surveyor, Lugu thinks it's unnecessary at the moment. He will contact them when needed. Compared to Tero Gate, Lugu is more concerned with enhancing his own strength. With the occupation of Province S, Lugu's undead army swept through all the cities like a tidal wave, including the previously untouchable level 8 city, Ice City. Now, the Scourge Legion's territory has expanded to 15 cities, including 1 level 8 city, 2 level 5 cities, 2 level 4 cities, 4 level 3 cities, and 6 level 2 cities. The total occupation value has reached 84 points, far exceeding the current world's strongest free legion by 40 points. To avoid attracting too much attention, Lugu cleverly distributed these 15 cities among 9 puppet legions under his control. Even Ice City, with its high occupation value of 24 points, remains inconspicuous on the legion leaderboard, given the current trend of powerful legions holding multiple cities. Of course, if someone scrutinizes these legion details and sees that each legion has only one member and occupies only one city, they might quickly realize the hidden power behind them. All of this serves as a smokescreen for the United Government. As long as Lugu stays off the leaderboard and within Province S, the United Government and major world powers can choose to ignore him, excluding Lugu from the game. What the future holds is now beyond anyone's prediction. Although Tero Gate's rebellion was ultimately suppressed, its enduring presence has emboldened all the world's ambitious players. In just a few days, 4 super guilds in Central State announced their intention to follow Tero Gate's example and establish independent United Nations. The United Government dispatched local legions to quell them, but they encountered unexpectedly fierce resistance, leading to a stalemate. The 2 strongest legions in Central State, the Shangjing Legion and the Bianjing Legion, are tied down. One has to guard against the mysterious undead in Province S, and the other must suppress Tero Gate, leaving them unable to intervene. This situation gives the super guilds an opportunity to stir up trouble. Lugu supports these guilds, opposing the United Government to alleviate pressure on himself. Whenever the United Government tries to mobilize forces to suppress them, Lugu sends part of his undead army to the border, forcing the United Government to hesitate. In this scenario, Central State's only hope to break the deadlock is assistance from other major states. However, at this time, all major states are struggling with their challenges. New State, Free State, Shisha State, Antarctic State, and Euro State, all of their official legions, are dealing with challenges from civilian guilds. Especially in New State, where the largest player guild, Demon Codex, is gradually becoming a match for the strongest legion, Kyoto Legion. In comparison, although Central State's official legions are in a precarious situation, the overall situation remains under control. In Zhongzhou, nothing captures attention quite like the presence of the Tero Guild. This organization, which fired the first shot of the uprising movement, stands as a vivid banner on the political landscape of Zhongzhou. However, aside from the Tero Guild, the sense of crisis seems confined to the provinces near major war zones. In the more central regions of Zhongzhou, life continues at the same pace as it did at the beginning of the elimination games. On the streets, young people with backpacks walk hopefully into the gates of the Lord School. In the classrooms, instructors are making the final push for the upcoming official Lord exams. Outside the exam halls, the tension is almost palpable as everyone yearns to pass the test and obtain that coveted land approval certificate, symbolizing a new life. Afterward, the newly appointed lords embark on their journey to establish their main cities. They wield hoes to lay the foundations, building their dreams brick by brick. Once the main city takes shape, recruiting troops becomes the next crucial task. These novice lords carefully select the soldiers that best suit them, preparing for forthcoming adventures. The outskirts of the city, where low-level monsters roam, become training grounds for these fledgling lords. They lead their squads cautiously through the wilderness, ever alert to potential dangers. Each successful hunt is met with cheers, and the resources gathered fuel their progress. However, reality soon douses these enthusiastic newcomers with cold water. High Lord taxes act like a sharp sword, cutting their hard-earned resources to a bare minimum. After barely maintaining a livelihood for themselves and their families, becoming stronger seems like an unattainable dream. Even so, the streets and alleys are filled with an air of optimism. People encourage each other, sharing their small victories. Although it may take months to advance to a level 2 lord, and catching up to the returning lords seems a distant goal, their enthusiasm remains undiminished. It is only during casual conversations over tea and meals, when the topic inevitably shifts to the difficult situation faced by the United Government, that worry appears on the faces of ordinary citizens. Although they will never have to worry about being too powerful and facing restrictions, they know their fate is closely tied to this regime. For the vast majority of the weak in this world, they undoubtedly stand on the side of the old order. They witness the fierce resistance of the strong and hear how the United Government restricts, enslaves, and even eliminates those with exceptional power. Yet, as the weak, they understand that their limited strength is insignificant anywhere. No matter where they are, they cannot escape the fate of being oppressed. In such circumstances, rules become their sanctuary. While rules bring constraints, they also offer protection. For those powerless to change the status quo, upholding the existing order becomes the best way to survive. Thus, on this seemingly tranquil land, most people choose to quietly support the system they cannot resist and cannot do without. In the city of Qingshan, the returning lords gathered. Territory number 402 was shrouded in darkness, with a thick atmosphere of death permeating the surroundings. Two young female novice lords, barely in their 20s, stood at the edge of the territory, nervously observing the scene before them. A pitch-black warhorse paced back and forth, ridden by tireless knight units. These knights, clad in black armor and wielding long spears, had piercing gazes and exuded a menacing aura. For these novice lords, such close contact with high-ranking units was an unprecedented experience. Despite the myriad of units in the elimination game, even the worst student in theoretical classes, or a returning lord, could not fail to recognize the renowned Black Blade Knights. This cavalry unit had once caused the collapse of the United Legion on the battlefield and was hailed as the world's strongest knight unit. Each Black Blade Knight fetched an astronomical price of 2 million resources on the black market. Amazingly, such a powerful lord did not belong to the United Legion, but had a deep connection with a civilian lord. Thinking about the purpose of their visit, the two novice lords couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. They couldn't shirk the task assigned by their superiors and could only brace themselves, hoping the lord's temperament was kinder than the legends suggested. Taking a deep breath, the two exchanged a glance and mustered the courage to call out weakly, "Lord of Territory 402, Lord of Territory 402, are you there?" Their calls echoed through the silent territory, but there was no response. The Black Blade Knights continued their mechanical patrols, and numerous skeletal warriors stood motionless in every corner, covered in dust. After calling out twice more, the two novice lords sighed in relief. One of them said, "Thank goodness, the Lord of Territory 402 isn't back yet." They were not the first group of visitors. Two previous teams had returned empty-handed because the Lord was absent. According to the rules, they only needed to confirm the Lord's absence and record it to complete their task, avoiding an encounter with the dreaded undead Lord and the delivery of potentially enraging news. However, just as they were silently celebrating, the patrolling Black Blade Knights suddenly halted. 10 knights lined up in 2 rows, creating a path. A short, white-haired lich sprinted out from the territory and quickly approached the two. Hands on hips, the lich asked bluntly, "Are you staff members? From the Qingshan Legion or the United Government?" Although both belonged to the United Government faction, there was a significant difference in authority between the Legion and government personnel. Visits from Legion members usually pertained to military matters, while government staff often dealt with registration, investigation, visits, and other complicated issues. Faced with such a scene, the two novice lords were frozen in place, especially upon seeing the notorious halfling lich known for his mischievous and rude demeanor. The freshly graduated lords were at a loss. The white-haired lich nodded knowingly, So, two idiots. With a wave of his hand, two skeletal warriors appeared behind the novice lords, pushing them into the territory. Before they could cry out, the Lich pointed his finger, and two silencing spells instantly sealed their mouths. The Lich continued nonchalantly, "The Lord has some questions for you. Answer everything seriously. If you dare lie or give answers that displease the Lord, you won't have any reason to keep living. No matter what rumors you've heard about me before, when you face the Lord, you must say that I am a loyal, hardworking, kind, and friendly Lich. Understood?" Melchigard commanded sternly, a threatening glint in his hollow eye sockets. Seeing the two young girls nod fearfully, he continued with satisfaction, "Good. I'll take your silence as agreement. Now, bring these two lovely girls inside." As soon as he finished speaking, several skeletal warriors mechanically carried out the order, carefully lifting the trembling girls and moving them towards the room. When Liag saw the two new lords, he noticed their hands trembling uncontrollably as they sat on the sofa. Liag wasn't surprised. He understood their reaction. After all, the appearance of the undead could indeed be terrifying, and it was only natural for timid girls to be scared in the face of such horrors. Liag clapped his hands gently and asked kindly, "Would you like some water?" "Don't worry, it's the kind without additives." After the girls politely declined, he quickly got to the point. "During my absence, were there any major events in Qingshan City?" "Of course, even if something significant happened in a fourth-tier city, it wouldn't be that noteworthy." "So what exactly do you want to ask, my lord?" Melchigard interrupted impatiently, reminding Liag to stay on topic. Realizing his rambling, Liag paused and apologized. "Sorry, it's been a while since I've had a normal conversation." Seeing the growing fear in the girl's eyes, he pondered for a moment and then began to speak again, albeit in a somewhat cryptic manner. "In the past few days, due to some unavoidable matters, I had to leave Qingshan City temporarily. You must understand, for lords of our level, we are often very busy and lack time to spend with our families, not even having a moment to check our phones or messages." There was a hint of regret in Liag's voice. He continued explaining, "It was a grand strategy to take over the entire S province. For 3 whole days, nearly every moment saw battles involving millions. I had to control the entire Scourge army to annihilate dozens of local military groups and player guilds in S province, fearing any slip-up or sudden emergence of a formidable opponent like Tianxia. My nerves were stretched to the limit, with no room for relaxation." Liag took out an old Android phone and from the countless unread messages, he found the only one he had read. Showing the screen to the young lords, he said, "So when I finally had time to check my messages, guess what I saw?" His voice turned serious. "My beloved brother sent me a message, asking for help, saying he was being framed." There was anxiety and concern in Liag's tone. "You may not know the relationship between my brother and me. In these past 10 years, this is the first time my brother has so straightforwardly asked for my help." He stared intently at the young lords, his eyes filled with urgency. "Tell me, during my absence, what exactly happened to my brother, Lu Yi?" This is the reason why Lugu took time out of his busy schedule to return to Qingshan City. A complex emotion flickered in his deep eyes as his thoughts drifted to his only blood brother, Lu Yi. Although their bond was not as strong as that of ordinary siblings, the ties of blood were unbreakable. Lugu couldn't help but wonder, if something happened to Lu Yi, he would be left alone in this world. Despite his rational mind telling him that losing a family member wouldn't have a substantial impact on him, the remnants of his humanity drove him to rush back. Standing before him were 2 Qingshan City officials, clearly they're about Lu Yi. Lugu calculated that their relationship must be documented in their respective files, making it reasonable for the Qingshan City authorities to track him down. However, Lugu couldn't help but be curious about how his carefully concealed identity was perceived by the Qingshan City officials. Was he seen as the powerful undead lord of a 4th-level main city, or something else entirely? Judging by the fact that they had only sent 2 newcomers to inform him, rather than immediately releasing Lu Yi, it seemed his status wasn't as significant as he had imagined. As Lu Ji's aura began to exude danger, Melchigard quickly spoke up to remind the 2 trembling young girls. This wasn't out of kindness but out of fear that Lu Gu might kill them in a fit of rage, thus losing the opportunity to provoke him further. Melchigard secretly rejoiced, envisioning a scene where not just S province, but the entire world, would be drenched in blood at Lu Ji's hands. Unaware of Melchigard's malicious intent, the girls were grateful for her reminder. Seeing the impatience flickering on Lu Ji's stern face, realizing they might have angered this powerful lord, one of the girls hurriedly spoke up, spilling the details like beans from a bamboo tube. The cause of the matter was laughably simple. It turned out that during Lu Ye's time as a lord, he had formed a small faction called One with a group of like-minded youths. This group claimed to only recruit elite new lords and had only 9 members, including Lu Yi, since its inception. Because its members were elites, One inevitably had a sense of superiority, especially towards new lords who gained power through returning lords or family help. they despised such individuals. They particularly disliked another small faction in Qingshan City called the Red Eagle Society, whose members were mostly relatives or offspring of returning lords. Once elites viewed the Red Eagle Society as a bunch of spoiled brats who relied on gifted resources or high-level troops to act recklessly, having no real strength of their own. On the other hand, the Red Eagle Society saw one as a group of pretentious paupers, sour-graping over what they couldn't have. Initially, the two groups only had occasional skirmishes until recently, when they discovered a wild boss in a monster area. A fierce battle erupted over the ownership of this boss. Naturally, one suffered a crushing defeat. Technical superiority only matters in a contest of equal footing. Just as Bloodhowl can crush Dragon Emperor through command because Bloodhowl also has an orc army that rivals Dragon Emperor's, not merely because of command skills alone. If the army's strength is lacking, even the most brilliant command skills would be futile against Dragon Emperor's young dragons. Unfortunately, in the face of the Red Eagle Society, one was like Bloodhowl without the hardware strength. Although once members were quick-witted, had sharp awareness, and excelled in unit countering, skill usage, and attack timing, far surpassing the second-generation rich kids of the Red Eagle Society on a technical level, it didn't change the fact that they were merely first-level lords. Despite one's efforts to gather a team of first-level elite and even rare units through wild drops and resource exchanges, making them formidable among new lords, they paled in comparison to the Red Eagle Society's third and even fourth-level units. As a result, the entire one team was utterly defeated by the Red Hawk Gang. After the battle, the second-generation heirs of the Red Hawk Gang brazenly taunted and insulted the One members. What was even more outrageous was that they cruelly slaughtered the One member's troops right in front of them. For a lord, this was an unbearable torture. In the elimination game, troops were not mere puppets without consciousness. They were real beings with self-awareness. Except for outliers like Lugu, who didn't regard NPCs as humans, most players formed deep bonds with their troops, especially during the early stages of establishing their territory. Players often knew every troop in their territory inside out and communicated with them frequently. Even as the game progressed and lower-level troops might fall behind, players would go to great lengths to find opportunities for their advancement. Therefore, what the Red Hawk Gang did was akin to torturing and killing the closest friends, family, or beloved pets of the new lords right before their eyes. Touched to the core, Lu Yi could no longer hold back. Ignoring the need to conceal his trump card, he used a magical scroll of unknown origin to unleash a rare level area spell, instantly wiping out all of the Red Hawk Gang's troops. However, as a person with a shred of conscience, Lu Yi still harbored a bit of hesitation after killing the Red Hawk Gang's troops. He didn't dare to kill the second-generation heirs outright, but merely threatened them before letting them go. Hearing this, the white-haired lich couldn't help but click her tongue in exasperation. Foolish. So foolish. How could the Lord's brother be so foolish? When facing enemies, you must eliminate them completely. Lugu nodded in agreement, feeling that his brother was nothing like him and didn't understand the principle of leaving no loose ends. However, the two young girls trembled with fear, thinking that the person before them was utterly insane. This wasn't just about understanding the principle of leaving no loose ends. Did everyone have the power to ignore all authority like Taluomen? Not killing those second-generation heirs might still leave room for maneuver. The big players who were not thoroughly enraged might consider various factors and merely give them a severe punishment without taking their lives. But if those second-generation heirs were really killed, the forces behind them would undoubtedly go berserk. A group of newly emerging level 1 lords, whose territories were still under the control of Qing City, how could they escape the mad revenge of those big players? The final outcome could only be certain death, rather than the current situation where they were merely framed for colluding with Taluomen and imprisoned. When Lyoga heard that Lyoya was being framed for colluding with the Tero sect, he didn't feel a shred of anger. Instead, he felt a sense of schadenfreude. He couldn't help but smirk, thinking to himself, serves him right. As a brother who had always been completely different from Lyoya, Lyoga knew his sibling's character inside out. Lyoya was the kind of exemplary, highly praised child that everyone admired. His life was a spotless record of achievements and accolades. In contrast, Lyoga was the problem child, often getting into fights and even being expelled from school. Almost everyone who knew Lyoya believed he was destined for greatness from a young age. They were convinced that Lyoya would grow up to walk a path of success and become someone Lyoga could never hope to match. With such a glowing reputation, Lyoya naturally adhered to a strict moral code. Whenever Lyoga saw news like, "Man avenges his mother by killing his enemy's entire family," his first reaction was, "Good job. If it were me, I'd have struck first." Lyoya, on the other hand, would shake his head and sigh, believing that such reckless actions were likely to fail and harm innocents, deeming them unwise. In Lyoya's view, a real man should strive to gain more power and then achieve revenge without losing anything in the process. To Lyoga, this philosophy sounded like the easy talk of someone who had never faced hardship. Yet, With Liuye's talents, even such seemingly unrealistic ideas seemed entirely possible for him to achieve. Now, this paragon of virtue had been accused of treason. Liuge couldn't help but laugh out loud, feeling more thrilled than if he had conquered the entire S province. He thought gleefully, now you see the world's darkness? No matter how talented you are, everything crumbles before power. Liuge understood well that if not for the arrival of the elimination game, people like him and his brother, no matter how hard they tried, could only lay the groundwork for the next generation to climb the social ladder. Along the way, they were always at risk of facing severe crises like the one Liuye was experiencing now, where years of effort could vanish in an instant. Looking back at human history, those who managed to rise to the pinnacle of power typically fell into two categories: those with long-term family influence and those with extraordinary personal abilities and incredible luck. The latter usually emerged in times of chaos, rarely appearing in times of peace. For the Liuge brothers, the first path was clearly out of reach. But the second path, with the onset of the elimination game, had opened a door for all those unwilling to remain ordinary. Only when this door to chaos was fully opened would they have a chance to change their fate. Because of this, before he reached the pinnacle himself, Liuge would see anyone trying to close this door as his enemy. He hoped Liuye would understand that the so-called smooth path was just a set of rules made by the rulers. Even if you could walk it carefully to the end, you would still end up as a pawn in the hands of those in power. With this realization, Liuge quickly dismissed the idea of rescuing Liuye immediately. He thought this incident might help Liuye see some harsh realities. As two young girls watched Liuge laughing uncontrollably, trembling in fear, he suddenly stopped and put on a serious face. But what I want to say is, you really hit the nail on the head. Yes, Liuye is indeed a secret member of the Tero sect. Seeing the girls' bewildered expressions, Liuge struggled to suppress his laughter, putting on a sorrowful look as he continued, though it's hard to believe, in my heart, my brother has always been an exceptional young man with a bright future. He could have achieved unimaginable honors step by step, but who could have thought he'd go astray? One of the girls, finally snapping out of her confusion, hastily interrupted Liuge's feigned sorrow, waving her hands frantically. Wait a minute. Do you realize what you're saying? If your brother really colluded with the Tero sect and wasn't framed, then what he's facing is far more serious than just imprisonment. Liuge stood by the window, staring into the distance with a complex expression. He took a deep breath, then turned to face the two young female lords, his voice filled with sorrow. Although I want to protect my brother, I understand the importance of right and wrong in this world. The evil of the Tero sect is well known, and their cruel acts are condemned by both humans and gods. If I continue to shield my brother, I am not helping him. I am harming him. He paused for a moment, as if struggling with his inner turmoil, but soon made up his mind. There are no buts. I have evidence of my brother's collusion with the Tero sect. With that, he pulled out a paper document from his pocket, a report once submitted to him by the surveyor. Liuge calculated silently. This printed document must have the surveyor's fingerprints on it. As one of the key figures opposing the united government, the surveyor's identity is classified, including his fingerprints. By comparing the fingerprints on the document with those in the system, along with my testimony and the deliberate framing by some high-ranking officials in Qingshan City, Liuye will be left with no defense. Of course, Liuge's true intention was not to imprison Liuye, but to cut off his path of being a good citizen. He had already planned a prison break scenario, orchestrated by notable figures from the Tero sect. This would not only cement Liuye's guilt, but also rescue him from the united government of Qingshan City. In Liuge's eyes, this fulfilled his duty as an elder brother and responded to Liuye's plea for help. Whether Liuye was willing or not was beyond his control. As the two young women were respectfully escorted out of the territory by the white-haired witch, holding the letter purportedly from the surveyor, they felt the autumn sunlight lose its warmth. They never expected to be caught up in such a complex situation involving the legendary surveyor right after graduating from the Lord's School. Confused and dazed, they returned to the united government of Qingshan City. When their superior questioned them, they numbly placed the letter, dated 10 days ago, the day before the second elimination game began, on the desk. Their superior picked up the letter, eyes widening in shock. The letter detailed the surveyor's plan to attack Nanshan City, including the next steps for the Tero sect after capturing Nanshan City. Even more surprising, the surveyor seemed to position himself as a reporter seeking approval. What is this? A military simulation prop? Their superior asked, bewildered. One of the young women hesitated for a moment before speaking with difficulty. This was given to us by Lord 402, as evidence of his brother Liuye's actual collusion with the Tero sect. Their superior was even more puzzled. A printed letter as evidence? And isn't Lord 402 Liuye's brother? Why would he give us such evidence? Do they have a grudge? Another staff member shook his head. From our interviews with their neighbors and relatives, It appears that 402 and Luiyue have always had a harmonious relationship with no signs of animosity. He carefully added, according to 402, he just doesn't want his brother to go further down the wrong path. So, despite his sorrow, he chose to put righteousness above family. At this point, the young woman recalled Lyoga's insincere expression and buried her head in her chest, her voice barely audible. Their superior muttered in shock. What kind of logic is this? And just based on a letter? How can that be considered evidence? In fact, their superior had always admired Luiyue. Although they had little interaction, Luiyue's talent, calm demeanor, and maturity beyond his years had left a strong impression on him. So, upon learning that Luiyue might be framed, his first thought was to turn to Luiyue's brother, Lyoga. Contrary to what Lyoga believed, Qingshan City did not underestimate him. In Qingshan City, the reputation of Lord Number 402 is well known. The formidable combat prowess of the 10 Black Blade Knights has become a common topic of conversation, making Territory Number 402 one of the most powerful undead territories in Qingshan City. The whereabouts of Lord Lugu are a mystery, and the savagery of the white-haired lich, Massacre, adds an aura of mystique to the territory. Though officially rated as a level 4 territory, the actual military strength of Territory Number 402 far exceeds that of most level 5 territories. This fact has long been an open secret among the upper echelons of Qingshan City. However, what truly catapulted Territory Number 402, or more precisely Lugu, into prominence among the city's elite was an incident that occurred 5 days ago. On that day, the third-ranking officer of the Qingshan Legion personally visited Territory Number 402. It is rumored that the Qingshan Legion had long coveted the strength of Territory Number 402, and this visit was to formally invite its lord to join their ranks. The third-ranking officer and Lord Number 402 held a private conversation, the details of which remain unknown. However, the officer's unusual behavior upon his return drew widespread attention, was tight-lipped about the discussion, and even issued strict orders to the Qingshan Legion and the Qingshan United Government not to disturb Lord Number 402. Since then, the status of Territory Number 402 in Qingshan City has become even more unique, with few daring to provoke it lightly. In fact, if Lu Yi had not deliberately concealed his relationship with Lu Gu, the second-generation heirs of the Hongying society would never have dared to act so recklessly against one. It wasn't until Lu Yi was falsely imprisoned that the wardens, while reviewing prisoner records, accidentally discovered his special background. This revelation caused immediate panic among the influential figures behind the Hongying society's second-generation heirs. However, by then, they were in a difficult position. Releasing Lu Yi outright would be tantamount to admitting their fear of Lu Gu. Thus, they covertly allowed Lu Yi to seek help from Lu Gu. When Lu Gu did not respond promptly, they even instructed their superiors to notify Lu Gu. They had prepared for the worst. Should Lu Gu become enraged, they would release Lu Yi as quickly as possible and return him unharmed. If Lu Gu remained dissatisfied, these bigwigs were even ready to have their juniors personally apologize. However, reality dealt everyone a heavy blow. Lu Ye's brother was actually willing to sacrifice him for the greater good? This unexpected twist left everyone stunned. Impossible. You must have misunderstood, the boss said, shaking his head with a slight smile. He was about to set the letter aside when he suddenly changed his mind and decided to speak with Number 402 personally. Just then, Number 402 spoke up. The letter was handed to Luiyue by the measurer himself. It must have his fingerprints on it. The boss's hand trembled slightly, as if shocked by an electric current. He withdrew his hand with astonishing speed and shouted, "Why didn't you say that earlier?" Although he had always admired Luiyue and wanted to support him as much as possible, if Luiyue was truly a secret member of the evil organization Tero Gate, then any admiration paled in comparison to the potential glory of exposing him. Get it tested immediately, the boss urged, his eyes gleaming with barely concealed excitement. The test results were unequivocal. The letter, indeed handled by the measurer, bore undeniable traces of his involvement. Fingerprint scans and scent detection from the elimination games all confirmed the letter's origin from the elusive number 2 of Tero Gate, the measurer himself. The confirmation of this news sent shockwaves through Zhengzhou. The testing agency, unable to conceal such a significant event, quickly reported it to higher authorities. Even the highest levels of leadership found it challenging to make decisions regarding an incident involving the measurer. Ultimately, the report made its way up to the desk of Zhengzhou Governor Li Xianlong. Officials in Qingshan City were immediately sidelined. Under Li Xianlong's orders, Zhengzhou's top security bureau dispatched an investigation team. They first issued a gag order to all Qingshan City officials aware of the situation, then headed straight to Qingshan City's first prison. Amid the warden's cold sweat, the investigation team, led by its class combat trait lord and composed of at least epic-level heroes, began interrogating Luiyue, who was suspected of being a high-ranking member of Tero Gate. Luiyue had barely processed what was happening when he was transformed from a privileged prisoner to a tightly bound suspect. It wasn't until he saw the head of the investigation team, a stern-faced glass trait lord with only one left eye and two ultimate soldiers standing behind him, that he grasped the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, in the territory of number 402, Lugu, who had just framed Luiyue, couldn't relish his victory for long. He had underestimated how sensitive the Zhongzhou United Government was to Tero Gate and the weight the Measurer carried in the public eye. The Measurer, as the current number 2 of the world's largest anti-union organization, Tero Gate, was the actual commander of the Black Blade Legion, the right-hand man of the Red Lacquered Door, and the strategic mastermind of Tero Gate's forces. In the eyes of the United Government, the Measurer was considered more dangerous than the founder of Tero Gate, the Red Lacquered Door. This was because, so far, the Red Lacquered Door had only been responsible for daily management and logistics planning of Tero Gate, while military operations, external actions, and strategic planning were almost entirely handled by the Measurer. Such a formidable figure had handed over a letter in a near-consultative manner. The United Government, after careful deliberation, could only conclude two possibilities. Either there was another high-ranking figure in Tero Gate surpassing the Measurer, hiding in Qingshan City, or, more terrifyingly, the Red Lacquered Door was right under their noses, and the one in Nanshan City was merely a decoy. Either scenario was disastrous for the Zhongzhou United Government. It meant they had been played by Tero Gate from the very beginning, and all their strategies were fundamentally flawed. This revelation not only shook Zhongzhou but also stunned the highest United Council. As for Lugu, the informant and also Liuyue's brother, whose territory conveniently housed 10 of Tero Gate's signature troops, the Black Blade Knights, the investigation team couldn't ignore his presence. To some, Lugu appeared even more suspicious than Liuyue. After all, Liuyue's activities were traceable. He was a returning lord who had diligently studied to become a lord since the second round of elimination games. After passing the lord's test, he became a new lord. For several days, he had been hunting in low-level monster zones with members of one, living a life of early rising and late returning in the heavily monitored lord's area, theoretically leaving him no time or opportunity to engage in any nefarious activities. Of course, there's an even more terrifying possibility. Liuyue might have used some unimaginable means, not only disguising himself as the new lord, but perhaps also massively altering the memories and perceptions of those around him, creating a perfect illusion. For ordinary people, such an operation is almost inconceivable, but if Liuyue is actually a top member of the Tero sect, then nothing is too bizarre to happen to him. Regardless, as Liuyue's brother, Liuyue is undoubtedly the key to uncovering the truth. However, this also means that Liuyue himself cannot escape the suspicion and questioning of the investigation team. He inadvertently became a victim of his own trap. What the investigation team did not expect was that when they arrived at Territory 402, they were met with a cold reception. Despite being a team that should have the rights to investigate all citizens of the United Government and receive unconditional cooperation, they were turned away at Territory 402. The white-haired lich, Massacre, stood indifferently in front of the investigation team and said dismissively, "Our lord? He's currently heartbroken over his brother's wayward actions and has no mood to see you." The deputy leader of the investigation team, Hongmei, frowned. As someone whose authority level even surpassed that of the Qingqing City Legion commander, she was clearly displeased with this attitude. "Are you the hero of 402? Massacre retorted, "You're quite rude. Our lord has a name, you know." A member of the investigation team accompanying Hongmei immediately snapped, "Do you know who we are? I advise you and your lord to cooperate honestly. Playing tricks will only bring disgrace upon yourselves." Massacre looked puzzled. "How am I being arrogant?" Known for labeling others, she was taken aback to find herself labeled today. This made her furious, and she gritted her teeth. "Damn it. This is the first time I've been treated like this. If you have the guts, come here and let me punch you." The investigators' fury burned like a wildfire. They couldn't tolerate Massacre's arrogant attitude. This white-haired lich not only failed to show proper respect, but even dared to talk back. As Massacre's anger grew, he bypassed the emotionless deputy leader, Hongmei, and confronted the particularly outspoken investigator. "What are you going to do?" The investigator warily eyed the lich, who barely reached his chest. "Do what? I'm going to beat you up, of course," Massacre declared, throwing a punch before finishing his sentence. However, the scene was entirely different 5 minutes later. Massacre was pinned to the ground, looking disheveled as he pleaded for help from Liuyue, who had just emerged from his territory. "Help me, my lord." Liuyue, with a gloomy expression, ignored the embarrassing sight of the white-haired lich and focused on the red-haired woman who had pinned Massacre with just one hand. As she met his gaze defiantly, Liuyue snapped his fingers lightly. In the next instant, with the sound of flames roaring, the massive figure of an ancient beast materialized behind the red-haired woman. It gripped a wide blade engulfed in sacrificial flames and swung it fiercely at her neck. The cold indifference on Hong Mei's face was replaced by shock. She hadn't expected Liuyue to act so decisively. She had no time to summon heroes or troops and could only watch as the imposing blade rapidly enlarged in her vision. Yet, the anticipated pain never came. With a bang, sparks flew, and a massive forced damage value, accompanied by a sense of weakness, surged in Hong Mei's mind. An eerie silence fell over the scene. The white-haired lich, deeply ashamed, buried his head in the ground. The other investigators assumed combat stances, surrounding Lyoga. Hong Mei's face twitched violently as she stared at the blade, now soft like putty, stuck at her neck. She realized this was an unprecedented humiliation despite her attributes being reduced by nearly 40 due to the negative status. The ultimate damage was a mere 12 points. Only Melsagat understood that Lyoga had no intention of humiliating the investigation team. He had likely forgotten to activate the ancient beast's sacrificial skill and overlooked the pitiful attack power of this super unit. To avoid future retribution, the white-haired lich buried half his head in the ground, pretending to see nothing. Although Lyoga was inwardly cursing the ancient beast 100 times over, his expression remained unreadable. Just as he was racking his brains on how to resolve this awkward situation, Hong Mei's angry shout interrupted his thoughts. Enough, Lyoga, Lord of Territory 402 of Qingshan City. Hong Mei pulled out her work ID and sternly declared, in the name of the Deputy Leader of the Central Security Bureau Investigation Team of the United Government, I am initiating an inquiry against you. According to Article 16 on the first page of the United Government's law, any legal citizen of the United Government is obligated to unconditionally cooperate with the Security Bureau's work. Lyoga, I advise you to comply, or we will resort to coercive measures. Meanwhile, in the Qingshan City prison, Lu Yi was vehemently questioning the one-eyed man. That's impossible. You said it was Lyoga who accused me. Where's the evidence? Where is it? The one-eyed man calmly opened his phone, quickly showing a photo of the letter and the test report, then put his phone away and said, the evidence is right here. The letter indeed has the surveyor's fingerprints, and with detection skills, we found traces similar to the surveyor's aura. While this evidence might not be enough for ordinary crimes, when it involves the Tero gate and the surveyor, our suspicion alone is sufficient. Moreover, current evidence suggests there's a 97.5 probability that you are a member of the Tero gate. I'm innocent. I don't even know what the Tero gate is. Lu Yi shouted, agitated. The one-eyed man touched his hollow right eye socket, his tone weary. I hope so too. Otherwise, if a high-ranking member of the Tero gate is an 11 or 12-year-old child, then losing this eye in battle would be too ironic. As he spoke, he seemed to recall the nightmarish battlefield from a few days ago. That night, at the first prison of Qingshan City, Lugu held Melchagard's hand, his gaze piercing through the tense inspection team and the densely packed Qingshan military support forces, locking onto the black-haired youth inside the prison glaring at him with hatred. A slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. 402. Don't do anything unnecessary. Deputy Leader Hong Mei of the inspection team barked sharply. Despite Lu Ji's seemingly cooperative attitude when she presented her credentials for interrogation, an unshakable sense of dread gnawed at her. This fear had reached its peak with Lu Ji's arrival, transcending mere anxiety. It felt more like the primal survival instinct of a beast sensing a predator, a heavy, chaotic feeling in her chest. Known for her cold demeanor, Hong Mei now reacted like a frightened pet to Lu Ji's every subtle movement. Though the others around her didn't show it, they too felt an inexplicable fear, especially the investigation team members who had previously clashed with Melchagard. They were drenched in sweat, unable to comprehend the source of their terror. Lugu glanced at Hong Mei with mild disdain, his tone calm. You brought me here to confront my useless brother, didn't you? This isn't unnecessary, and besides, it might be the last time I see him for a while. He mused internally, wondering if she was on her period with such inexplicable irritability. But it didn't matter. Arguing with a dead person wasn't worth it. Ignoring Hong Mei's suddenly pale face, Lugu walked straight towards Lu Yi. However, he had only taken 2 steps when a one-eyed man abruptly blocked his path. Lugu narrowed his eyes. Do you have business with me? In that instant, the one-eyed man felt as if he had plunged into an endless abyss, faced with a colossal, terrifying creature opening its bloody maw. His Adam's apple bobbed violently, but he could only produce hoarse sounds, unable to utter a single word. If not, step aside. Time is of the essence. Lugu continued forward, stopping only 10 meters away from Lu Yi. Wait. The one-eyed man finally regained his senses and stopped Lugu. Who exactly are you? Even Melchagard was speechless at the man's bluntness. Lugu had no interest in answering and walked directly up to Lu Yi. You have 5 seconds to ask me one question. Why are you doing this? Lu Yi demanded angrily. You're the real member of the Tero sect, aren't you? No wonder you refused to join the United Forces. No wonder you often disappeared. Do you think framing me will clear your own name? Do you take the United Government for fools? Lugu sighed. I said you could ask 1 question, but you asked 3. But since you're my brother, I'll indulge you. How can you care about such things at a time like this? Lu Yi was nearly driven mad with anger, regretting that he had sent a distress signal to Lugu instead of seeking his teacher's help. Now, with the Supreme Security Bureau's investigation team involved, even if it turned out to be Lu Ji's joke, they would both suffer severe consequences. Besides, Lugu might indeed be a member of the Tero sect. Lugu answered seriously, "First, I'm doing this to save you. Can you stop lying?" Lu Yi roared. "I'm not lying." Lugu shook his head. "There are many reasons, but ultimately, it's to get you out of prison. So it's not a lie." Without giving Lu Yi a chance to retort, Lugu continued, "Second, I'm not a member of the Tero sect, but you certainly will be. What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Yi was completely baffled by Lu Ji's words. "It doesn't matter if you don't understand now. You will soon enough," Lugu said meaningfully. "Lastly, I framed you not to clear my own name because I have nothing to clear. So you did frame me." Lu Yi seized on this, shouting at the one-eyed man behind Lugu. "Did you hear that? I was framed by him. You too have an interesting sibling relationship." Melchigard couldn't help but comment. "Shut up, he started it." Lu Yi retorted angrily. Lugu laughed. "No, I said the letter was indeed a frame-up, but your involvement with the Tero sect is a fact." "Are you joking? I have no connection with the Tero sect." Lu Yi sneered at his brother's act. Lu Ji's expression remained unchanged as he delivered a statement that stunned Lu Yi. "Is that so? Then why are they here to rescue you?" As Lugu spoke, a piercing whistle swept rapidly towards Qingshan prison. Before anyone inside could react, a thunderous explosion shattered the barrier above the prison into countless fragments. In the next moment, 6 figures clad in the distinctive robes of the Tero sect appeared menacingly atop the prison walls. "Hee, no wonder it's an Shrank mission. There's a big fish here." A robed figure laughed openly, breaking the tense atmosphere. Hong Mei turned towards the speaker in shock, her pupils contracting as she nearly gasped. "Perseus, the top-wanted lord of the European continent, one of the new 24 demon gods of the Tero Gate." Her voice trailed off, but a more terrifying realization struck her heart. This was the very person who had crippled the group leader's eye on the battlefield. Upon hearing the name Perseus, the investigation team leader shuddered as if electrified. A flicker of fear passed through his solitary eye as he instinctively cast multiple protective spells around himself, blue light shimmering around him. Perseus, the possessor of the Shrank trait Spatial Liberation. This trait granted him the unconditional ability to learn and use spatial skills, with the terrifying benefit of a 90 cooldown reduction on all spatial abilities. Even the mightiest opponents could be toyed with and killed by his endless barrage of spatial skills if they were careless. Even more fearsome was the fact that Perseus had advanced to the legendary class Spatial Archmage. This gave him the ability to cast spatial forbidden spells and ignore most spatial sealing skills. To him, all barriers and distances were meaningless. Although they were currently hundreds of meters apart, to Perseus, it was as if they were face-to-face. However, the one-eyed leader quickly realized that his defensive actions were futile. Standing beside Perseus were 5 other equally renowned, if not more intimidating, figures. Andre, the top-wanted lord of the European continent, and Shrank trait Holy Word wielder. His words could nullify opponents' skills and attacks, even directly imposing states on both allies and enemies, making his commands law. More, the top-wanted lord of the Free States, and Shrank trait Universal Insight wielder. He could discern the detailed information of all things, easily uncovering hidden weaknesses and solutions. Gaia, the top-wanted lord of Antarctica, and Shrank trait Earth God wielder. All Earth-based skills were automatically elevated by 1 tier, and he was the only known lord to possess God-level skills. Just days ago, he had devoured a 1,000,000-strong allied army on the battlefield, burying even the renowned General Jian Shan. Zasha, the top-wanted lord of the Western Sands, and Shrank trait Solar Disc wielder. He could grant himself and his heroes an additional ascension upon leveling up, doubling their attribute gains. Pro, a top lord of Central Continent, and Shrank trait Evolution wielder. He could steal unit traits and talents from non-heroes and lords, earning him the title of the man with no weaknesses. These 6 individuals now shared a common identity: the new 24 demon gods of the Tero Gate. This title stemmed from the Tero Gate's rapid expansion, boasting 19 Shrank ability users. To honor their highest achievers and strongest lords, the leader of the Red Gate appointed 24 of them as military and political officials of 6 cities. Among these new demon gods, only these 6 possessed traits that directly enhanced combat power. They were assigned to the 6 major cities under the Tero Gate's control, each gaining widespread fame. Yet now, they simultaneously appeared in the heart of the Central Continent's allied forces in Qingshan City. The one-eyed leader's mind raced, speculating on the purpose of these 6 famed lords. Their simultaneous appearance could only mean that an earth-shattering event was about to unfold. The one-eyed leader's forehead was beaded with cold sweat, his single eye flickering with fear and confusion. He couldn't help but wonder, who exactly are those brothers? To make the Tero sect deploy the 6 pillar demons to rescue them, their power must be enough to shake the entire rule of Qingshan City. The one-eyed leader recalled his conversation with Lu Yi. That young man didn't seem like a ruthless criminal. On the contrary, it was Lu Ye's brother, Lugu, who gave off a spine-chilling presence. However, Lu Ji's actions were even more perplexing. Clearly had the ability to escape easily, yet he chose to walk right into the trap. His thoughts were tangled in a web of confusion, but the sense of crisis spurred him into swift action. He quickly scribbled down a final message in a private note, detailing the current dire situation in Qingshan City, and sent it to Governor Li Xianlong. The governor responded immediately, instructing him to stall for time until reinforcements arrived. However, the one-eyed leader shook his head with a bitter smile. He knew all too well that even as an class trait holder, he was no match for these 6 formidable beings. Perseus stretched lazily, a contemptuous smile on his face. Even though the United Government is a bunch of useless fools, this is still their territory. If we're surrounded by their army, things could get tricky. This is an class mission personally assigned by the president, and we absolutely cannot fail, he. As soon as he finished speaking, 6 figures on the city wall moved simultaneously like arrows released from a bowstring. The first prison of Qingshan City instantly plunged into chaos, with screams and explosions echoing throughout, turning the place into a living hell. Blood swept through the prison like a tidal wave, staining everything a glaring red. The massacre by the 6 demonic pillars of the Taro Gate was as unstoppable as a storm, rendering the defenses of Qingshan City utterly ineffective. Even the elite investigation team could only hold out for a moment before collapsing instantly under Andre's order to cease resistance. The slaughter was swift and fleeting. From Perseus's initial strike to the prison being littered with corpses, it all happened in a mere 30 seconds. Lu Yi witnessed it all, his heart filled with indescribable shock. What horrified him even more was the sudden extinguishing of the strong teleportation beams, snuffed out by an invisible force. Such a method, capable of interrupting teleportation, was scarcely documented even in advanced courses, let alone executed so flawlessly and repeatedly. Even a professional hero mastering legendary spatial magic would find it hard to achieve this. However, the most terrifying part for Lu Yi was yet to come. The 6 demonic beings of the Taro Gate, who had easily annihilated all the guards, were now walking directly towards him and Lugu. These powerful entities, who didn't even regard the central investigation team, wore forced, friendly smiles on their faces. Faced with the sturdy iron bars, more merely pointed, and a simple magical hand touched the bars trapping Lu Yi. The supposedly unbreakable lock, reinforced by dozens of skill restrictions, shattered instantly, more thoroughly than popcorn. Honored guest, were you frightened? Perseus asked with a gentle smile. Lu Ye's heart was in turmoil, but he forced himself to remain composed and quickly glanced toward where Lugu had been. To his disbelief, Lugu was nowhere to be seen. Moore noticed the change in Lu Ye's gaze and quickly followed it. His universal spell activated, but all that appeared before him were 3 chilling words. Don't look. What's wrong, Moore? Perseus frowned and asked. Nothing, Moore stammered, realizing he had seen something he shouldn't have. He forced himself to stay calm. Let's move quickly before things change. Agreed. My magic is running low. Perseus nodded and then bowed slightly to Lu Yi. Honored guest, I will begin the teleportation now. As he spoke, a grayish-white teleportation array, different from ordinary ones, lit up beneath everyone. Space began to twist and stretch, and a dense wave of spatial energy spread rapidly, even perceptible to Lu Yi. As the teleportation was about to commence, Lu Yi couldn't hold back any longer and asked, Wait, where's my brother? Your brother? Perseus paused, delaying the teleportation. You have a brother? Where is he? We can take him with us. He was just standing there. Lu Yi exclaimed, pointing to where Lugu had been. This made Moore's pupils contract, as Lu Yi was pointing exactly where he had seen the words, don't look. However, Perseus, unaware of this, looked puzzled. Are you sure? Since we arrived, you've been the only one here. What do you mean? Only me? Lu Yi was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, on Qingfeng Mountain outside Qingshan City's first prison, Lugu watched the actions of the Taro Gate members and Lu Yi from afar. He saw them initiate the teleportation and leave Qingshan City before looking away and glancing at the white-haired lich beside him. You've done something unnecessary again. Hee. It's to ensure the young lord isn't bullied in the Taro Gate. Melchigard chuckled shyly. You're overthinking it. Lugu shook his head. As long as Lu Yi lets go of his naive thoughts, with his abilities, he will quickly stand out in the Taro Gate, even without any special help. Besides, you've prepared a grand gift for him, right? Melchigard clicked his tongue and shook his head. You're really generous. That's 10 billion in resources. It doesn't matter. Lugu said calmly. A mere 10 billion is nothing to me, having taken over the entire S province. Indeed, it's a drop in the bucket, Melchigard agreed. With Lugu having occupied 14 cities in S province, the basic daily resource output from these cities alone amounted to 840 rare resources and 8.4 million gold coins, totaling 25.2 million daily. And this basic output was just a small part of the overall gain. What is truly astonishing is the Scourge Legion's relentless slaughter of wild monsters. In Province S, a total of 450 million wild monsters of various levels respawn daily. Even if each monster provides only 2 units of basic resources, Lugu's daily resource haul is a staggering 900 million. All these resources belong solely to Lugu, in stark contrast to the typical Legion cities. Ordinary legions not only struggle to clear all the wild monsters, but they also have to hand over a significant portion of their earnings to the lords who slay the monsters. The legion itself can only take 30 as tax, which is used for maintenance, construction, and dividends. In the end, the legion leader might end up with less than one of the total income. Admittedly, compared to the novice areas, this income is still considerable. However, it pales in comparison to Lugu's monopoly. Lugu essentially consolidates the resources of 70 million people in Province S for himself. For him, resources have become meaningless numbers. What's even more shocking is that the Scourge Legion does not require basic resources for maintenance, making Lugu's need for these resources extremely low. In just a few days since taking over Province S, his resource reserves have skyrocketed, making him as wealthy as a nation. He could easily muster not just 10 billion, but even 100 billion resources if needed. Of course, such wealth is astronomical for ordinary lords. For a newly established lord, starting with 10 billion resources is nothing short of miraculous. This fortune can solve any initial difficulties, allowing them to develop smoothly. With these resources, a new lord can upgrade their territory without hesitation, build various facilities, and purchase desired equipment, units, construction blueprints, and skills. In the face of absolute resource advantage, even A-grade traits, S-grade traits, and the legendary S-grade traits are hard-pressed to compete, at least in the early stages of development. The power of resources is particularly formidable in the early game. I hope this kid can become my right-hand man, Lugu said with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, turning to look in the direction of Qingshan City. He sighed and thought to himself, in the end, I still couldn't enjoy a few days of a normal life. Of course, someone as great as you could never lead an ordinary life. The white-haired lich chimed in with timely flattery. Lugu continued, in that case, there's no need for Qingshan City to exist anymore. The white-haired lich immediately understood. I will handle everything for you, ensuring no trace is left behind. Don't use necromantic means. Blame everything on the Taluo sect and my brother. Lugu reminded him one last time before activating a teleportation scroll and disappearing from the mountaintop. The white-haired lich bowed respectfully to the empty space. As you command, my lord. Just 5 minutes later, the lords who had just broken through the barriers of the Perseus space and descended from various parts of Central Continent suddenly felt the ground shake violently. They had just stepped out of their teleportation when the sight before them scared them out of their wits, prompting them to teleport back as quickly as possible. In the instant they vanished, a deafening roar erupted as countless Blackblade Knights surged forward like a torrent. This army seemed to follow a directive to destroy everything in its path, leaving nothing but desolation. Buildings, walls, and skyscrapers crumbled under their iron hooves. In mere minutes, the bustling core of Qingshan City was reduced to rubble. The local military of Qingshan City quickly mobilized to resist. However, they soon realized the vast disparity in strength between a local militia and a world-class army. Almost instantly, the Qingshan forces were shattered like tofu by the Blackblade Knights. Commander Wu Feng was crushed into a pulp without even a breath, and other key members met the same fate, ground into pieces. As the Blackblade Knights advanced with unstoppable force, Qingshan City descended into a cacophony of terrified screams. It wasn't until reinforcements from the United Government began to arrive that Mel Sugard issued the order to retreat. Tens of thousands of Blackblade Knights receded like a tide, leaving behind a Qingshan City that was 70% destroyed. Mel Sugard regretted not being able to use necromantic means, as he could have sparked a minor necromantic plague, wreaking havoc on several nearby cities. But he knew it wouldn't be long before the entire world experienced a true necromantic plague. There was no rush. Mel Sugard understood his lord's character well. Lugu's caution and restraint stemmed from a fear of insufficient military strength. However, as Lugu continued to dominate Province S, converting nearly 450 million refreshed monsters into the Scourge Army's undead every day, it wouldn't be long before Province S birthed an undead army large enough to destroy the world. When that time came, would Lugu, wielding such power, be content to remain in a small corner of Province S? Meanwhile, at the Taluo sect headquarters in Nanshan City, an important meeting was underway. In the opulent meeting hall, a crimson carpet covered the floor, and the walls were adorned with alabaster reliefs of ultimate soldier types. Under the high-hanging Taluo sect banner, 12 robed and indistinct figures stood on each side. Though their faces were obscured, the powerful aura surrounding them disturbed the air. This was the first full high-level meeting since the Taluo sect's comprehensive expansion. All 24 Taluo sect demons, regardless of what crucial tasks they were undertaking, were present. Finally, we get to see the legendary Taluo sect leaders, said Gultera, a newly joined demon from West San province and one of the few rank lords. His comment resonated with many of the new demons. Apart from the original 12 strength ability users who often saw the Red Door and the Measurer, the rest were filled with curiosity about these two enigmatic leaders. The 12 newly inducted demon lords of the Tero sect, although nominally core members, have rarely seen the true forms of the Red Lacquered Gate and the Measurer. There are many unknown factors behind this, and the most unexpected of all is the concern of the two leaders about exposing their true strength. However, times have changed. At this moment, in the resplendent side hall of the Grand Meeting Chamber, a jaw-dropping scene is unfolding. The two revered leaders of the Tero sect are carefully placing a bewildered, dark-haired boy on the throne. The boy's eyes are filled with confusion, disbelief, and even shock. He stares unblinkingly at the events unfolding before him, as if in a dream. The Red Lacquered Gate and the Measurer solemnly place their right hands on their left shoulders, striking a special ceremonial pose used only by core members of the Balance Association. Their voices resonate loudly and firmly in the silent hall. May the night eternal reign forever, and the balance endure perpetually. Core members of the Balance Association Red Lacquered Gate and Measure welcome the new president of the Tero sect. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The new demon lords held their breath, staring in disbelief at the scene, their minds filled with questions and astonishment. Meanwhile, some little-known information began to circulate quietly. 1. Melchigard has a thorough understanding of the weaknesses and activation principles of all traits. He can perform some surprising maneuvers that, while not substantively significant, are enough to astonish others, as if their secrets are laid bare. 2. The pervasive sense of fear in Green Mountain Prison has another cause, but it relates to future developments and cannot be disclosed at this time. 3. Lyoga and Melchigard teleported away just before the 6 demon lords made their move. The reason the 6 demon lords claimed no one was present except for Lu Yi is because what they saw was not human, and their memories were altered. The specific reasons will be explained in future plot developments. 4. The newly emerged Black Blade Knight Legion is not affiliated with the Tero sect but is a newly formed force under the Scourge Legion. These hidden pieces of information flow like an undercurrent beneath the seemingly calm surface of the story, heralding an even more complex and thrilling tale yet to unfold. On August 24th, the 7th day since the full-scale launch of the Blue Star Elimination Game, the early morning sunlight reflected blindingly off the glass facade of the Central State United Government Building. Inside the conference room, the top government officials wore grave expressions, and the air was thick with tension. The United Government publicly released a strongly worded statement condemning the atrocities committed by the Tero Guild in their attack on Qingshan City. The statement listed appalling figures. The attack resulted in the deaths of 210,000 people, including over 10,000 return lords, more than 60,000 new lords, and 140,000 innocent civilians. The returned lords' settlement area in Qingshan City suffered a targeted assault by the Black Blade Knights, with almost complete annihilation except for a few survivors. This sudden disaster rendered the local military regiment of Qingshan City virtually non-existent, necessitating an urgent takeover by the superior regiment of C Province, the Quanqing Regiment. In a televised address, the President of the United Government, with a stern expression, declared, "We will not tolerate the heinous acts repeatedly carried out by the Tero Guild." His powerful words conveyed the government's unwavering determination to combat terrorism. Meanwhile, in Andu, Central State, Governor Li Xianlong urgently convened representatives from the 7 major player guilds of Central State. The representatives' expressions varied, but Li Xianlong's anxious tone was unmistakable. The actions of the Tero Guild are no longer just a threat to the United Government. They are a bona fide terrorist organization. Both official military regiments and player guilds must unite to combat this common enemy of peace. After the meeting, the spokesperson for the 7 player guilds, Deputy Chairman of the Northwest Federation, Chi Riwu Yi, stood before flashing cameras and loudly proclaimed, "The 7 player guilds fully support the leadership of the Central State United Government and strongly condemn the Tero Guild's brutal actions against innocent civilians." This swift response spread like wildfire throughout Central State. People whispered on the streets, speculating that the government and the guilds had reached some sort of peace agreement. Although the 7 guilds did not commit to directly confronting the Tero Guild, their stance undoubtedly reassured the United Government. For the United Government, as long as the 7 guilds did not cause trouble while they dealt with the Tero Guild, that was sufficient. In return, the government offered generous terms. allowing the guilds to legally establish guild halls, control guild cities, and even possess quasi-sovereign powers within their territories. However, just as Central State began to breathe a sigh of relief at this seemingly favorable news, the Tero Guild dropped a bombshell. The former president of the Tero Guild, Hong Chi-Demin, suddenly announced his resignation, handing over the leadership to an obscure young man named Lu Yi. This news hit like a lightning bolt, shattering the calm facade and sending shockwaves across the globe. Central State's intelligence agencies scoured all available data but could only confirm that Lu Yi had been reported by local officials in Qingshan City as a secret member of the Tero Guild. When the second investigation team from the Security Bureau went to Qingshan City to verify this, the entire team, along with Qingshan City, was wiped out by the Tero Guild. Neither the Central State United Government nor other global powers and interested parties could fathom how Lu Yi could ascend to the leadership of the Tero Guild. Given the current dynamics within the Tero Guild, even with Hong Chi-Demin's full support, the presidency was not a position easily attained. This enigma loomed like a fog over everyone's minds, leaving them anxious and curious about the Tero Guild's next move. The unyielding strong will never allow a weakling to lord over them. They obey the Red Lacquer Gate because it commands the formidable Black Blade Cavalry, possessing overwhelming military might on the surface. But what does Lu Yi have? By doing this, isn't the Red Lacquer Gate afraid of destroying the Taromen it has built? In fact, if they could safely dismantle the current Taromen, the Red Lacquer Gate would wholeheartedly support it. As the Taromen has grown, the power of the lords beneath them has also increased, making both the Red Lacquer Gate and the Measurer deeply anxious about the tremendous power they hold. They are acutely aware that this power does not truly belong to them. It's like a child wielding a great sword. One misstep, and instead of defeating their enemies, they might find the sword taken and turned against them. The power of the Taromen is intimidating. A single command from the Red Lacquer Gate or the Measurer could have catastrophic consequences for the entire world. They cannot control these impacts, nor can they bear the consequences. This constant fear of imminent disaster leaves them in a state of perpetual anxiety, unable to find peace. Under such circumstances, the Red Lacquer Gate and the Measurer are more eager than anyone to escape the volatile situation of the Taromen. Whether it's dismantling or destroying it, as long as they can extricate themselves, they would be ecstatic. Unfortunately, they are not the true masters of the Taromen. Without Lugu's orders, they dare not act on their own ideas. After all, in a sense, the Taromen is a tool of Lugu. Damaging the Taromen would be equivalent to harming Lugu's interests. Looking back, everyone who has harmed Lugu's interests has met a tragic end. Therefore, no matter how fearful the Red Lacquer Gate and the Measurer are, they can only grit their teeth and maintain the Taromen's operations, treading carefully every day. Until now, the order from Lugu has finally arrived. At this moment, Lu Yi is seated in the council hall, under the scrutiny of the 24 lords of the Taromen. From initial nervousness to calmness and solemnity, he now exudes an aura of his own, standing in opposition to the renowned lords below. Though he still appears somewhat inexperienced, he has already earned secret praise and private messages from the Red Lacquer Gate and the Measurer. Of course, this praise is merely superficial. They are well aware that presence alone cannot suppress these unruly top lords of the Taromen. Ultimately, for Lu Yi to truly secure his position as the head of the Taromen, he needs their full support. And their support methods are equally straightforward and brutal. The Red Lacquer Gate stood up and announced loudly, "From this moment on, Element is the undisputed supreme leader of the Taromen. I have transferred the highest authority of the 6 cities of the Taromen in the position of the Legion Commander of the Taromen Legion to Element. Element now has control over all city garrisons and the management of Legion members." He looked around sharply and continued, "This meeting is convened solely to inform you of our decision and resolution, not to seek your opinions. From now on, we expect you to follow Element's orders even more than ours. Let us salute our new and sole leader of the Taromen. May the Taromen be blessed." Although the impassioned speeches echoed through the hall, they failed to ignite enthusiasm among the 24 lords. Many of them openly displayed expressions of defiance and doubt, some even whispering to each other. However, under the authoritarian presence of the Red Gate and the Surveyor, the high-ranking officials had no choice but to swallow their discontent. They were powerless to alter the predetermined fact that Lu Yi had ascended to the position of the Taromen leader. The Red Gate and the Surveyor were fully aware that such forceful measures would inevitably lead to significant repercussions. The discontented lords might pretend to comply while secretly conspiring against them, waiting for the right moment to rebel. Yet, the duo remained unfazed by these potential threats. Anyone who dared to rebel would face brutal suppression. They were willing to shatter the entire Taromen if necessary. In their eyes, their sole duty was to execute Lyoga's orders, with Lyoga bearing all the consequences. Both were confident in their own strength. They believed that since Lyoga had sent his own brother, he must have prepared powerful contingencies. The Surveyor, having personally witnessed the terrifying scenes in Province S, knew that the entire province had fallen, and even the strongest armies of Zhongzhou were too intimidated to act. This realization led the surveyor to conclude that Liuga's power had reached an unimaginable level. With Liuga's support, the duo felt invincible. However, they were unaware of the inner turmoil and struggles of Liyue, one of the central figures in this scenario. Indeed, Liyue had received substantial backing from Lugu billion in resources, a staggering amount that could elevate Liyue to a level 6 main city, while allowing for lavish expenditures without fear of resource shortages. Moreover, with control over both the Taroman Guild and its army, enormous amounts of city resources and rare materials flowed into his coffers daily. In terms of resources and wealth, Liuga had provided Liyue with the utmost privilege, surpassing even the president of the United Government or the commander of the Free Legion. However, aside from these abundant resources, Liuga had not left Liyue with a single troop or hero. The powerful assets that the Red Gate and the Surveyor imagined simply did not exist. In reality, they themselves were Liuga's greatest assets given to Liyue. Both were as powerful as any of the 24 demon lords and commanded a formidable force of 10,000 Black Blade Knights and 5 top-tier ultimate units, the Reapers. This force represented about 1/5 of Taroman's strength. As long as there wasn't a large-scale rebellion, this power, combined with the city guards, would be sufficient to maintain control. But if too many opposed them, the trio would be doomed. To prevent such a scenario, Liyue needed to win over some of the lords and delay internal strife, buying precious time to convert resources into strength. Once his power grew, all concerns would dissipate. Seeking help from Liuga was out of the question for Liyue. The last time he sought Liuga's assistance, he ended up as a fugitive from the United Government, forced to become the leader of Taroman without any room for objection. This time, even if it meant his death, Liyue would never ask Liuga for help again. Meanwhile, in the distant ice city of Province S, the entire province was shrouded in a pitch-black necromantic veil. This veil wasn't obtained through some ordinary exchange, but was purchased by Hong Dubingen at a high-end player's auction for 750,000 common resources, a price far exceeding its worth. After the auction, Hong Dubingen dealt with the exorbitant seller, ensuring no one would know he had acquired the necromantic veil. Under this veil, Province S had plunged into a silent, eerie darkness. Outsiders had no way of knowing what was happening within, nor could they see the terrifying undead army that roamed the land. All they knew was that Province S had become a death zone. Anyone or anything entering would be devoured, no matter how powerful. Even altar heroes would be sealed, with no chance of resurrection. No one dared to explore Province S anymore. The United Government had built a wall around it, but lacked the courage to venture further. Now, with Liuga's return, the vastly expanded undead army was finally revealing itself to its sole master, Liuga. Yang, Wujiuce, and Quanquan Wusi were gathered, plotting a significant plan. Gigantic bone dragons soared across the darkened sky, their sheer numbers staggering to behold. In the city of Ice City alone, over 100 of these ultimate units circled above, as if they were mere basic troops in the hands of ordinary lords. Within the city, countless high-level undead creatures packed every corner, their numbers reaching into the billions. These high-level undead, all of whom had reached at least level 4 in strength, came in various forms. Most were transformed into high-level zombies or high-level skeleton mages, based on their skills in life. A select few had become liches and death knights. High-level zombies, as typical warrior units, boasted impressive physical attack power, movement speed, and defense. They could also use their warrior skills from their previous lives and often served as lower-level commanders in the undead armies. High-level skeleton mages, differing from the high-level undead mages recruited at the Lord's base, retained their magical talents from life. They could cast undead spells and learn other types of magic, offering unique growth potential. This highlights the key difference between the undead and the living dead. The undead are transformed after death, their souls succumbing to the undead plague and existing as slaves to undead lords. The living dead, however, are naturally born undead creatures, instinctively loyal to their undead lords. Liches and death knights that evolved from the undead plague were even more unique, as only high-level lords or heroes could undergo such a transformation. They resembled hero units, possessing high intelligence and independent thinking abilities. They could learn skills and magic on their own and improve their levels and attributes through training. Although their self-improvement was painstakingly slow compared to systemic upgrades, Melchigard believed that truly powerful heroes often emerged from units with such potential for advancement. Compared to mass-produced altar heroes, these self-developing heroes were like custom-made units, vastly superior in combat proficiency and skill application. More importantly, they had hidden abilities to unleash their potential in dire situations. Despite the low probability, with sufficient numbers, a few outliers could quickly grow to astonishing heights, just like the omniscient Lich Melchigard himself. Liuga, despite his doubts, gathered these death knights and liches. This wasn't out of greed for Melchigard's so-called custom heroes, but out of practical necessity. The current Scourge Legion had grown to an unimaginable size, far beyond what Lyoga and his mere 6 altar heroes could control. These sharp-minded pseudo-hero units became the ideal candidates for commanders. The number of these commanders reached an astounding 300,000. Even in the undead stronghold, the undead realm, this figure was unprecedented. In the normal world, the birth of a hero was exceedingly rare, akin to finding an steer trait lord in a survival game 1 in millions. Even with the destruction of entire worlds, only a few thousand could be considered heroes. If relying solely on the undead realm's resources, a single undead lord might not find a Death Knight or Lich in decades. The Lich King was renowned throughout the millions of years of undead realm history because he commanded a Death Knight army numbering in the tens of thousands. This army made him invincible, spreading the seeds of death across countless worlds, establishing him as one of the most powerful death monarchs in history. However, even for the Lich King, assembling this invincible army took thousands of years and unimaginable sacrifices. But Lyoga's situation was different. With the support of the Great Cosmic Will, a large number of heroes were easily born under the rules of the elimination game. Each selected lord received a hero template, and the first batch of returning lords numbered over 45 million. These returning lords could recruit an altar hero for each main city level. At an average main city level of 3.5, the number of heroes belonging to returning lords approached 200 million. This meant there were over 200 million potential crops on Earth for Lyoga to harvest. With the growth of the second batch of lords, there would be at least tens of billions of hero units available as resources for transforming into Death Knights and Liches. This is a dizzying number and a concept of extreme madness. Theoretically, no matter how small the probability, with such a vast base, the possibility of reaching that height ensures the birth of unimaginably powerful beings. Among tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions of pseudo-hero units, if it takes 100 million heroes to produce one god-level existence, that still means the birth of hundreds of god-level heroes. At that point, defeating the divine realms would no longer be mere talk. The gods would bow before Lyoga. However, achieving this goal is fraught with challenges. Beyond strategic hurdles, the burden of cleansing an entire world is a heavy moral quandary. Of course, the future remains distant and uncertain. However, for now, the 300,000 high-level undead under Lyoga's command are more than enough to form the backbone of this vast Scourge army. This force not only satisfies Sylvanas' new legion structure, but even exceeds its requirements. The new legion system is vast and complex, comprising 70,000 undead legions divided into 5 tiers. Within this structure, Lyoga and his 6 heroes each command a Tier 1 legion. Each Tier 1 legion oversees 10 Tier 2 legions, and so on, down to the Tier 5 legions at the base. Even the lowest Tier 5 legions are formidable. Each is equipped with over 20,000 high-level undead, led by a Death Knight as the legion commander and a Lich as the legion advisor. This setup grants a Tier 5 legion the power to annihilate a low-output city or even spark a small-scale undead disaster. The overall scale of such a massive legion system is staggering. Each Tier 1 legion commands 10,000 Tier 5 legions, totaling a 200 million-strong undead army. Commanding officers alone require over 30,000 Death Knights or Liches. Combined, the 7 Tier 1 legions need 210,000 officers. This number would be astronomical for any normal lord or player army, but for Lyoga, it is a breeze. What do 70,000 Tier 5 legions signify? A colossal 1.4 billion troops. In a scenario where all other forces can muster only 50 million troops to besiege Talar, Lyoga's army, once it steps out of S province, could easily sweep away any regional legion with sheer numbers. However, Lyoga knows his adversaries are never just a single force. He is acutely aware that revealing his true strength would invite worldwide suppression. Thus, despite his terrifying military power, Lyoga still feels it is far from enough. To further enhance his strength, Lyoga consulted Sylvanas, who oversees territorial development, about the progress in creating Black Blade Knights and ancient bone dragons. The response was exhilarating. With Warhowl tirelessly summoning skeletons and the daily influx of billions of low-level undead as sacrifices after conquering S province, creating Black Blade Knights or bone dragons has become effortless. At full capacity, they can produce a legion of 10,000 Black Blade Knights or hundreds of ancient bone dragons daily. The two limiting factors for the Black Blade Knight legions and bone dragons resources and population have significantly eased with the occupation of S province. While rare resources remain a constraint, Lyoga now gains 840 points daily from the basic rare resources of the 14 occupied cities. Additionally, the undead army slaughter of wild creatures in S province adds over 1,000 points daily. Combined, Lyoga can obtain nearly 15,000 rare resource points weekly. Considering the weekly maintenance cost of 10 rare resource points per bone dragon or reaper, Lyoga can now support the upkeep of 1,500 bone dragons or reapers. This explains the staggering number of bone dragons 200 in the Scourge army. There are even 100 slots reserved for reapers, though their sacrificial requirements are so high that the current scale of the Scourge army can only produce 2 Reapers daily. But at this rate, forming a Reaper Legion is just a matter of time. As for the population, it is no longer an issue. Ordinary resources are the least of Lyoga's concerns. Even with the exorbitant cost of building level 6 Necromancer towers, Lyoga constructs them without hesitation. Additionally, with the help of undercover agents in player factions and the United Government, such as Red Bean Biscuit and One Hand, who assist Lyoga in mass purchasing Death Follower unit cards, he now commands 2,000 Death Followers, capable of erecting 3,000 Necromancer towers daily. Lyoga stood atop the Spirit Tower, gazing down upon his undead empire. 3,000 Spirit Towers dotted the land, each providing a population boost of 50, totaling 150,000. With continuous upgrades, Lyoga's population growth was astonishing, reaching a staggering 400,000 per day. He opened his control panel, and the maximum population number lit up his eyes. From less than 350,000 at the end of the first elimination game, it had surged to 2.1 million. Even more astonishing was that this number was still growing by over 400,000 each day. Lyoga did some quick calculations. This meant that every day he could unlock a population limit equivalent to 10 Black Blade Knight Corps. Although, to someone who controlled the entire S province and commanded billions of undead, 2 million might seem insignificant. However, in real battles, he still needed these direct, skull-tech-enhanced undead troops to secure victory. His gaze fell on the Black Blade Knight Corps and Bone Dragons in the distance. These 2 war machines could unleash 100 times the power of ordinary undead, a force that no number of play-converted undead could match. As the ranks of Death Followers expanded, Lyoga's troop production speed couldn't keep up with the population growth. This meant he could now expand the Black Blade Knights without any hesitation. Every day, he could assemble a brand new corps of 10,000 Black Blade Knights, just like the tens of thousand-strong corps Melchigar deployed in Qingshan City. Lyoga squinted, calculating rapidly. At this rate, before the first beast wave erupted, he could have at least 200,000 Black Blade Knights. Though the strength of players and the United Government was also growing, there was no way they could match his pace. A cold smile crept onto his lips. Once he had accumulated enough advantage, it would be time to unleash a calamity upon the world. Lyoga was already eagerly anticipating that day. The rapid growth of the Legion's strength is certainly something to be pleased about. However, Lugu's return to S Province this time isn't just to witness the Legion's development. There is a deep glint in his eyes, indicating that there are more important matters to handle. Lugu first sought out Tichondrius, the Dreadlord exuding a chilling aura. "How has Qin Feng been lately?" Lugu asked bluntly. Tichondrius's response brought a hint of satisfaction to Lugu's eyes. After being forced by Melchigar to sign a servitude contract, Qin Feng had no choice but to seek development in the neighboring Jie province. Given that Lugu deliberately withheld investment, Qin Feng's situation is quite dire, barely surviving in areas populated by low-level monsters. This was exactly the outcome Lugu desired. He understood that the current game environment had changed drastically. Bloodhowl managed to stand out in the novice zone due to a relatively fair starting point, points gained from monster sieges, and a stroke of luck in obtaining an epic-level command skill. As a new lord, Qin Feng lacked these advantages: no special traits, no bonus points, and certainly no such luck as Bloodhowl had. Facing the overwhelming strength of returning lords and the oppression from various factions, Qin Feng, despite his high command talent, would find it hard to turn the tables in the short term. A subtle smile played on Lugu's lips. This was precisely the effect he wanted. He needed Qin Feng to deeply understand that without his help and resources, mere talent was not enough to survive in this ruthless world. Only by making Qin Feng truly appreciate the value of Lugu's assistance could he ensure that this genius would not become an ungrateful betrayer in the future. Thus, Lugu showed little concern for Qin Feng's plight. He planned to give Qin Feng more time to hone himself until this rough jade was fully polished and sincerely loyal. Of course, this process couldn't drag on indefinitely. With the clouds of war always looming, Lugu needed to groom Qin Feng into a competent commander for the Scourge Legion before conflict erupted. If Qin Feng hadn't met the requirements by the critical moment, Lugu wouldn't hesitate to intervene, though his methods would be far harsher than curing mental illness. After understanding Qin Feng's situation, Lugu quickly put the matter aside. He then summoned Zhang Ho, who had been guarding S Province for him. Despite harboring some resentment towards Lugu for leaving him in S Province among the undead while Lugu roamed freely, Zhang Ho remained respectful and promptly teleported over, cautiously inquiring about Lugu's new instructions, mindful of the favor Lugu had done by securing his family's safety in S Province. Lugu regarded Zhang Ho thoughtfully. Previously, he had mainly used Zhang Ho as a soldier generator. But now that Lugu had taken over the entire S Province and the power of the undead plague had fully manifested, converting billions of undead daily, the skeletons summoned by a mere undead lord were insignificant. Therefore, Zhang Ho no longer needed to summon undead tirelessly and could assist Lugu with other tasks. Zhan Ho, Lu Ji's voice carried a hint of anticipation. I need you to help me acquire a legendary class job certificate? Yes, a legendary class job certificate. Lugu had been determined to enhance his own strength ever since he summoned an old god, but only inflicted 12 points of damage on the deputy head of the investigation team, Hongmei. On the current battlefield, epic-level heroes and jobs were no longer sufficient to be decisive. Only legendary beings, whether lords or heroes, could play key roles in large-scale wars. Anything less than legendary was essentially a non-factor. While Lu Ji's primary goal in pursuing a legendary class job wasn't to fight on the front lines, his lack of personal power was indeed a significant weakness. Especially with such a massive army under his command, those unable to confront his forces heat-in might target Lugu himself. To prevent becoming the villain who gets decapitated by the movie's protagonist, causing a dramatic turn of events, Lugu decided to formally embark on his path to a legendary class job. His eyes gleamed with determination, as if already envisioning an even more glorious future. Obtaining a legendary class upgrade to enhance his survival skills was more crucial to Lugu than expanding his legion. He scanned the virtual screen before him with eagle eyes, looking at various ways to acquire a legendary class upgrade certificate. In the first round of the elimination game, aside from the rare lucky encounters, exchanging siege points was the only stable method to obtain a certificate. Lu Ji's fingers swiped quickly across the screen, searching for other possibilities. As the second round of the elimination game began, the situation grew more dire. The beast tide hadn't erupted yet, and channels to acquire legendary items had almost vanished. Lugu frowned in thought. Only system-generated encounters could offer a glimmer of hope. These encounters, or Easter eggs, were small surprises set by the system. Mysterious system merchants would appear randomly around the world, testing players' wisdom. Lugu imagined those lucky individuals answering questions or making choices, seeing them open the encounter shop with beaming smiles, gaining access to purchase high-level or even legendary items. However, Lugu was well aware that the odds of encountering these events were incredibly slim, even less likely than winning the lottery. As a recluse, he had never seen the shadow of a system merchant. Shaking his head, Lugu decided not to waste time on such needle-in-a-haystack pursuits. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lu Ji's mind. He sat up straight, eyes gleaming with excitement. He remembered a place where a legendary class upgrade certificate indeed existed: the Northwest Union Guild warehouse in Udu. Lugu recalled the declaration of the Northwest Union's president, stating that this precious certificate was the reward for the guild's top contributor in the second round of the elimination game. This was undoubtedly a clever ploy to attract ambitious lords to join the union. The voice of the union's loudmouth vice president, Chi Ji-woo-e, echoed in his ears. He had boasted about the Northwest Union's generous benefits more than once in front of the media. Lugu had once dismissed it as idle chatter, but now he found himself in urgent need of that certificate. Recently, Chi Ji-woo-e had held a press conference on behalf of the 7 major player guilds, harshly condemning the atrocities of the Tero sect. A sly smile curved Lu Ji's lips as a bold plan took shape in his mind. He decided to send his trusted aide, Zhan Ho, to Udu to seize that legendary class upgrade certificate directly. This would not only solve his immediate crisis, but also serve as a warning disguised as an act by the Tero sect, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. A glint of cunning flashed in Lu Ji's eyes as he envisioned the moment his plan succeeded. What? You want me to raid the Northwest Federation? Zhan Ho's eyes widened in disbelief as he heard Lu Ji's mission directive. But when he met Lu Ji's resolute gaze, a wave of fervor washed over him, and his eyes reddened with excitement. Finally, the opportunity for war he had longed for had arrived. No more monotonous, factory-like daily routines. Could it be that Lugu had finally recognized his exceptional combat talent? The thought made Zhan Ho's heart race with anticipation. Fearing Lugu might change his mind, Zhan Ho immediately stood up straight and declared firmly, "Rest assured, even if it costs my life, I will bring back the legendary class change certificate for you." Lugu frowned and cautioned, "Do not underestimate the Northwest Federation. It has grown into a large guild with over 200,000 members, filled with powerful individuals. If anything goes wrong, I won't be able to save you in time." He added, "Also, you must keep your identity hidden during this mission. I will have the metrologist give you an identity as an external member of Tero Gate. You can only use the Black Blade Knights to achieve your mission objectives." Zhan Ho was a key figure listed in the S Province Legion's roster, and was the only member of the Scourge Legion, aside from Lugu himself. Such a sensitive identity could easily cause panic and uncontrollable situations if exposed. However, Zhan Ho clearly didn't take Lu Ji's warning to heart. In his view, the lords outside District 4297 were no match for him. Throughout the entire Balance Council, anyone permitted to act outside had achieved remarkable feats. The Metrologist, Red Door, and Red Bean Biscuit were notable examples, with even Hand-Me-Down becoming a city-level official in the United Government. Zhang Ho considered himself no less capable than hand-me-down. Once allowed to act, he believed destroying a small Northwest Federation would be a piece of cake, even if he didn't reach the heights of the metrologist. Though disguising himself as a member of Tero Gate added some difficulty, Zhang Ho was confident in his abilities. He thought excitedly to himself, just wait, the legend of Zhang Ho is about to unfold. Meanwhile, as Zhang Ho set off for Yudu full of confidence, the United Government, having recently experienced the upheaval of a leadership change in Tero Gate, quickly reached a new consensus. Regardless of who the leader of Tero Gate was, the threat it posed to the United Government remained unchanged. The planned strategy of suppression had to be executed decisively, and they needed to swiftly eradicate this menace. The United Government hesitated little. After just 2 days of preparation, almost without warning, the top-tier legions of Bianjing and Shangjing, along with over a dozen renowned 6th-level legions totaling over 1 million lords and billions of soldiers, launched a ferocious attack on the 6 cities under Tero Gate's control. Faced with this sudden and massive war, Lu Yi, who had just inherited the position of leader of Tero Gate and hadn't yet managed to subdue the internal lords, did not show the expected fear or retreat. With the support of Red Door and the metrologist, Lu Yi quickly grasped the life-and-death struggle between Tero Gate and the United Government and understood that Tero Gate's purpose was to help her brother Lugu fight against the United Government. No one could defy Lu Ji's will. The metrologist and Red Door's loyalty to Lugu was deeply ingrained. Even if Lu Yi wanted to negotiate with the United Government, the two would never agree. Facing reality, Lu Yi immediately gathered all 24 demon gods of Tero Gate and declared her determination to lead Tero Gate in a fight to the end against the United Government. Though this move couldn't immediately secure her position as leader or subdue the rebellious lords of Tero Gate, her willingness to wage war against the world earned her the respect of most lords. The leadership position could be contested later, but the immediate excitement was the United Government's audacity to attack. Seeing the fervent demon gods below, not only unafraid of the United Government's overwhelming force but eager for battle, Lu Yi confirmed one thing. There were no ordinary people within Tero Gate. Fortunately, it was precisely because of this reason that Lu Yi had a slim chance of survival against the siege of the United Government. His eyes scanned the room, thoughts racing. The words painted on the red door, "Just go all out. If you can't win, find Lugu," echoed in his ears. But he knew it was nothing more than a naive wish. Lu Ye's thoughts drifted to his older brother, Lugu, and a bitter smile crept across his lips. Although Lugu appeared generous and carefree on the surface, he was a typical egotist at heart. Lu Yi recalled the daily routine of cleaning Lu Ji's room, preparing his meals, and doing his laundry, all in exchange for the bare minimum of care. He shivered at the thought that if he ever became useless, that cold-hearted man would kick him out without hesitation. Determination filled Lu Ye's eyes. He knew that if he, the Red Door, and the Measurer couldn't hold up the Tero sect, their value in Lu Ji's eyes would plummet. He couldn't rely on the faint hope that Lu Gu might bail them out. Lu Yi turned his thoughts to a more pressing issue: public opinion. He frowned, recalling how the United Government had consistently portrayed the Tero sect as a terrorist organization, attempting to isolate them globally. This was undoubtedly a fatal blow to the Tero sect. Names of other resistance groups flashed in his mind. The Uprising Army, the Resistance Army, the Freedom Army. Though these groups varied in nature, they at least played by the rules. If they seized the right power, they could potentially replace the current government and become the new authority. However, the label of terrorist organization was like a brand. Once it was affixed, it was nearly impossible to shake off. Lu Yi looked out the window, imagining the Tero sect being condemned by the world, and clenched his fists. The Measurer and the Red Door might not care about these things, but as the new leader of the Tero sect, Lu Yi knew that if the organization was to grow and even rival the United Government, it couldn't be burdened with the terrorist label. Lu Yi stood up, his eyes resolute. Removing the terrorist label had become an urgent task. He needed to make it clear to the world that the Tero sect was a legitimate organization that played by the rules and could ensure the well-being of its people. It would be a daunting battle, but for the future of the Tero sect, he had no other choice. With such a goal in mind, Lu Yi, after stabilizing the internal morale of the Tero sect, immediately set about refuting the baseless accusations made by the United Government against them. His rebuttal was sharp and direct. Why is it that the Tero sect refusing to submit to the United Government makes us criminals? Why should we be eradicated by them as a matter of course? Lu Yi passionately argued during an internal meeting. From the beginning, the Tero sect has only been following the rules of the elimination game, occupying Nanshan City. We haven't killed or harmed any innocent people. It was the United Government that first launched an attack against us. The Tero sect is the victim in this conflict. He continued his rebuttal. Is it fair to condemn us just because the former leader, Hong Chi-duman, made a few arrogant remarks? That's overly tyrannical. Regarding the accusations of the massacre in Qingshan City, Lu Yi scoffed. Qingshan City is at the heart of the United Government's control. The fact that the Tero sect could move freely there is already unbelievable, let alone destroy the entire city. Not to mention whether you have the capability to protect the public. What would be the purpose of the Tero sect in doing such a thing? Why would we risk losing many high-ranking members to destroy a strategically insignificant third-tier city and massacre hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians? Does that logic even make sense? Although Lu Yi didn't understand why Lugu would destroy Qingshan City, Lu Ji's actions, which defied conventional logic, provided Lu Yi with a righteous excuse to clear their name. Under Lu Ye's strong counterattack, even though the United Government's army continued to reinforce and aggressively assault the 6 cities under the Tero sect's control through teleportation arrays, people within the player factions started to lean towards believing the Tero sect's narrative. This wasn't because the Tero sect was particularly trustworthy, but because the politicians within the government had a notorious reputation for twisting the truth. However, people soon realized how gravely mistaken they were. Amidst the intense battles between the United Government and the Tero sect, a sudden twist occurred in Yudu, located in the northwest region of Zhongzhou, the base of the Northwest Federation. A figure cloaked entirely in a robe appeared out of nowhere in the city's center, immediately catching the attention of patrolling soldiers. Before they could question him, the mysterious figure slowly ascended into the air under everyone's watchful eyes. "Get down!" a patrolling soldier shouted. According to Article 17 of the Northwest Federation's city security regulations, flying is prohibited in Yudu's urban area. Curious onlookers also raised their heads to watch. Although the elimination game had fully commenced, those who mastered levitation were still rare, naturally attracting everyone's attention. However, the cloaked figure completely ignored the warning. He raised his hands from within the robe, took a deep breath, and loudly proclaimed, "In light of the recent hostile statements made by the Northwest Federation against the Tero sect, I, one of the lords of the Tero sect, hereby descend upon this place to impose sanctions on the Northwest Federation in the name of the Tero sect." As soon as his words fell, a massive teleportation portal opened behind the cloaked figure with a thunderous sound. The low-level anti-teleportation magic array in Yudu merely flickered weakly before being overwhelmed by the evidently more advanced portal. In the next moment, countless black knights swarmed out of the portal. The patrolling soldiers barely had time to react before one of the leading Black Blade Knights cleaved a soldier in two with a single strike. With no obstruction, the Black Blade Knights charged into the crowded square, slaughtering indiscriminately. In an instant, the entire square was engulfed in screams of terror. People frantically tried to flee, but how could human legs outrun the skeletal warhorses of the Black Blade Knights? Even those dozens of meters away from the portal were quickly caught and reduced to pieces amid their screams. In less than 30 seconds, the central square of Yudu was overrun by the Black Blade Knights. A civilian guild is still a civilian guild. Being so stingy with their anti-teleportation arrays, the cloaked figure, Warhowl, sneered, "But it saves me a lot of trouble. Otherwise, the Black Blade Knights are not particularly good at siege warfare." With that, he took a deep breath of the blood-scented air. Despite his body trembling instinctively from the act of slaughtering his own kind, Zhanho's heart was filled with a twisted pleasure from the carnage. He clenched his fists, feeling the sting of his nails digging into his palms, a pain that only heightened his excitement. Despite possessing unparalleled strength among the Balance Guild, he had been suppressed by Lugu on the assembly line for months. Now, he finally experienced the intoxicating power of taking lives at will. Zhanho was acutely aware that his mindset was warped and immoral, but he couldn't resist the thrill it brought. He licked his cracked lips, his eyes gleaming with madness. The mission of deception could wait. Having finally broken free and gained control over so many Black Blade Knights, how could he not indulge himself after hundreds of days and nights of toil? Moreover, the deception required them to pose as the Tero Gate, issuing a warning to the Northwest Alliance. A mere raid on a single headquarters hardly qualified as a warning. Zhanho sneered, his gaze sweeping over the nearby headquarters of the Northwest Alliance. He didn't choose to attack the headquarters immediately but instead waved his hand, commanding his army to spread out across the city's intricate streets, engulfing all of Yudu. "Slaughter, more slaughter. Leave no one alive," Zhanho shouted excitedly, his voice dripping with a thirst for blood. Under his orders, the entire city of Yudu was plunged into a nightmare of massacre. The Black Blade Knights, like harbingers of death, left nothing but wails and corpses in their wake. Fast forward to August 27th. Inside the Tero Gate headquarters, Lu Yi stared grimly at the news broadcast on the television. Her hands gripped the remote control so tightly that her knuckles turned white. The reporter's voice on the screen was filled with fear and anger. "Diabolical acts. The terrorist organization Tero Gate has committed another massacre. A High Lord of Tero Gate has unleashed a barbaric slaughter in Yudu, with the death toll now exceeding 1,000,000. The Northwest Alliance has urgently deployed forces and is currently engaged in fierce battles with Tero Gate in the Yuzhong area." Lu Yi shook her head in disbelief. She had just begun to restore the reputation of the Tero Gate, and now all her efforts were in vain. The news continued. "Unimaginable, the terrorist organization Tero, while resisting the United Forces, still had the capacity to launch a citywide massacre against the Northwest Alliance hundreds of miles away. Tero has become a severe threat to global peace, not just an anti-alliance group, but a full-fledged terrorist organization. Lugu turned off the television and let out a deep sigh. She knew that Tero was facing an unprecedented challenge, all stemming from Zhanho's insane actions. Lugu glared angrily at the two senior elders who stood before him with bowed heads, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. He knew well that Tero had lost its chance to become an orderly force. Facing the full-scale assault from the Central Union government, their odds of success were slim. "Do you understand the consequences of your actions?" Lugu demanded, his voice filled with despair. The elders, Redgate and Metermaster, could only respond with obsequious expressions, uttering words that deepened Lugu's hopelessness. "This is Boss Giji's order." Lugu understood that even though they were now the leaders of Tero, they could not defy Lugu's will. Since its inception, Tero had always been a tool, with Lugu being the true arbiter of its fate. Meanwhile, in Province S, Lugu, regarded as the great demon king, was silently staring at the intelligence reports on the TV. Beside him, the white-haired sorcerer Massacre was nervously munching on popcorn, afraid to provoke Lugu. "What is Zhanho doing?" Lugu suddenly asked. "I remember I only tasked him with bringing back the legendary job transfer certificate from the Northwest Union, right?" Massacre replied nervously. "It appears he's engaged in a gentleman's war with the Northwest Union." "A gentleman's war? What does that mean?" Lugu pressed. "It's the kind of war where both sides fight openly and fairly, without surprise attacks, and decide the outcome honorably," Massacre explained. Lugu laughed angrily. "A gentleman's war? Huh? I never thought we had such a principled character in our ranks." He felt an intense urge to personally go to Yudu and strangle the arrogant fool. Zhanho had not only complicated a simple task, but also caused a significant commotion and attention, which made Lugu extremely displeased with him. Warcry's identity is extremely sensitive. His name still hangs ominously over the undead legion of Province S, like a foreboding banner. Lugu's brows furrowed deeply, fully aware that if Warcry's in-game name were ever discovered, the secret connection between the Scourge Legion and the Tero would shatter like fragile spider silk. Although this possibility is very slim, in Lugu's world, a 1% chance of an accident is no different from 100%. His eyes gleamed with vigilance. He would never use the word possible to measure the risks he faced. To him, possible equates to inevitable. Massacre stood nearby, his expression grave. If Warcry were forced to fight, that would be one thing. But from the current situation, it's clear that he's the one instigating unnecessary conflict. Should we recall him? Lugu glanced at Massacre coldly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Recall him? Do you really think the Northwest Confederation is a place he can come and go as he pleases? Lugu didn't need to think twice to know that Warcry was in for a tough time. While the Northwest Confederation might only be considered second-rate on the global stage and pales in comparison to the Tero, even the top official legions are no match for it. But this is only in comparison to top-tier legions and guilds. To an individual, the Northwest Confederation is still a colossal entity boasting over 200,000 Lord members, with more than half being returning players in this massive guild. Lords with special traits shine like stars among them, too numerous to count. Without enough Lord traits to counterbalance them or a force capable of crushing the Northwest Confederation, relying solely on the Black Blade Knights to defeat them on their home turf, Lugu sneered. If it were that simple, he would have conquered the world long ago. However, the issue troubling Lugu at the moment isn't Warcry's chances of victory. His gaze turned profound, as if piercing through the future. The real dilemma is whether Warcry, when driven to the brink, would resort to using forces beyond the Black Blade Knights. This question hung over Lugu like a sword, compelling him to carefully consider every possible outcome. When people sense life-threatening danger, they instinctively muster all their strength to save themselves. This survival instinct often compels them to act irrationally. However, the most crucial thing right now is to ensure that no one discovers the connection between the Natural Disaster Legion and the Tero Guild. Lugu remained silent, merely tapping his fingers lightly. In an instant, a flickering chat screen appeared before his eyes. Displayed on the screen was a young, arrogant figure whose armor bore a prominent dragon emblem and who carried a massive sword on his shoulder, signaling his identity. Even in this tumultuous world dominated by various powerful factions, he was a renowned super-strong warrior. This man, who prided himself on being unbeatable and had never known defeat, was the Grand Arbiter of the Holy Union, famous for his one-hit kills Hongdo Bingon. Lugu sighed and said, "As expected, we'll have to leave it to you." Hongdo Bingon laughed heartily at this. "Haha, newbies who think too highly of themselves are always a hassle. But it just so happens that the Northwest Alliance has requested our help. As an allied guild, it makes sense for me to assist them." After laughing, he suddenly changed his tone and asked, "So, do you want him dead or alive?" Hongdo Bingon continued, "If you want him dead, that's simple. Although the Black Blade Knights are powerful, they lack any restrictive skills or abilities and have no long-range attack capabilities. Moreover, the Warcry individual is weak. Even with 1,000,000 troops protecting him, killing him would be as easy as eating or drinking for me." He paused and added, "But if you want him alive, that's more difficult. I never leave survivors. Plus, the Holy Union has a highly intelligent vice president, Saint, who might expose me. Of course, I'm not overly concerned about being exposed. My confidence stems from the power I possess. As long as I have this power, I can eventually obtain anything else I need." Lugu did not respond immediately. After a moment of silence, he seemed to speak to himself. "I wonder if he has obtained the legendary job transfer certificate yet?" "I understand," Hongdo Bingon said, and instantly went offline. The scene shifted to Guangming City in the Central Plains. This city, conquered and renamed by the Holy Union, was perpetually bathed in golden holy light. There was no night in the city, and even shadows and darkness were hard to find. A golden sun hung above the city, not only providing eternal light but also repelling magical attacks, defending against detection skills, enhancing the health regeneration of all allies within the city, and restricting any teleportation magic below legendary level. However, these features meant little to Hongdo Bingon, who believed in the supremacy of personal strength. After ending his call with Lugu, he went straight to find the guild leader, Guangyin Sisui. When he saw the ever-present Saint beside Guangyin Sisui, he frowned in annoyance. "Is there something you need, Hongdo?" Guangyin Sisui asked, surprised to see him. As the strategic powerhouse and undisputed face of the Holy Union, Hongdo Bingon had a high degree of freedom within the guild and rarely sought Guangyin Sisui's advice. After a brief thought, Guangyin Sisui continued, "But it's good that you're here." She then brought up a recent incident involving Hongdo Bingon. "Why did you kill Higashino Kigo of the New Province Demon Codex? Don't you know he was their envoy to the Warlords Alliance?" Hongdo Bingon replied without a change in expression, "No particular reason, just a sudden surge of patriotism." Saint immediately retorted, "Then why is his Yasakani no Magatama hanging from your waist?" Hongdo Bingon simply tucked the exposed Yasakani no Magatama back into his armor and changed the subject. "About the reason I'm here to see the guild leader." Saint, furious, shouted, "Explain why you killed Higashino Kigo first, you idiot. Do you realize we're now in a diplomatic crisis?" Guangyin Sisui calmed the enraged Saint and turned to Hongdo Bingon with a smile. "So, tell me, what's your purpose in coming here?" Hongdo Bingon tried to maintain a neutral expression. "I heard the Northwest Alliance has sent us a distress call." Guangyin Sisui shook her head. "They did ask for help, but from the current situation, even without our intervention, the Northwest Alliance can handle this crisis on their own. After all, they're only facing one person." She gave Hongdo Bingon a playful look. "Since when do you care about other guilds' matters?" Hongdo Bingon replied seriously, "It's not about caring. As allies, if we don't help them now, how can we expect them to assist us when we're in trouble? As a primary combatant of the Holy Union, I request to go to Yudu to help our allied guild fight against the evil Tero guild." Guangyin Sisui sighed and massaged her forehead. "Tell me your real reason." Hongdo Bingon gave an awkward smile. "I have a good friend who's been spending a lot of money to acquire a legendary job transfer certificate. I heard the Northwest Alliance just happens to have one in their warehouse." On that day, Yudu City was engulfed in smoke and chaos, with battles raging everywhere. Tongzhe, the president of the Northwest Union, was fiercely engaged in combat with Zhan Ho when he suddenly received an urgent message from a diplomat of the Holy Alliance. The message was clear and concise. The Holy Alliance had received the Northwest Union's request for aid and had decided to honor their mutual assistance pact by dispatching troops to support Yudu. The news struck Tongzhe like a bolt of lightning, leaving him both shocked and elated. He was astonished that the Holy Alliance had agreed to send troops, as this was far more than a mere fulfillment of their alliance agreement. It meant they were genuinely willing to risk retaliation from the Tero men by joining the battle. Tongzhe couldn't help but recall Zhan Ho, that overly zealous fellow. Despite botching the task assigned by Lugu, his reckless actions had indeed intimidated many. The Northwest Union had merely voiced opposition to the Tero men on behalf of the 7 major guilds, and in response, the Tero men had disregarded the battlefield to launch a massive assault on their headquarters, slaughtering indiscriminately. Tongzhe pondered the terrifying consequences of a direct confrontation with the Tero men, or if the Tero men managed to repel the allied forces. The potential retribution from these madmen would be unimaginable. This was why most guilds, upon receiving the Northwest Union's plea for help, chose to adopt a wait-and-see approach, neither committing to assistance nor outright refusing. In their calculations, the Northwest Union should be capable of withstanding this wave of attacks from the Tero men. As long as the Northwest Union wasn't completely annihilated, there was no need for excessive concern. On the contrary, They might even be grateful to the Teroman for significantly weakening the Northwest Union's strength. Tongze didn't blame others for this. He understood that if the roles were reversed, he would have made the same choice. However, when the reinforcements from the Holy Alliance emerged through the hastily established teleportation point, Tongze and the dozens of high-ranking members of the Northwest Union who had come to greet them were stunned. A single figure stepped out of the teleportation array Hongdo Bingon, followed by a dozen individuals dressed as priests and heroes. Just you guys? Tongze asked incredulously. To be precise, just me, Hongdo Bingon replied calmly, his gaze fixed on the direction of the city engulfed in flames. It looks like the battle is over there. As he spoke, Hongdo Bingon spread his arms, and the dozen support team members behind him immediately began casting various enhancement spells on him. Tongze was about to warn Hongdo Bingon that the Black Blade Knight's charge could only be withstood by invincibility mechanisms, and that no amount of buffs would help. However, before he could speak, a high-ranking guild member beside him frantically tugged at his sleeve, interrupting him. In a private message, the high-ranking member shouted excitedly, "He's a monster. His level is 70. He's not human. How could a human possibly reach level 70? The strongest hero I've ever seen was only level 45. It was then that Tongze realized the terrifying nature of the man before him. Level 70, what did that even mean? Both heroes and lords were constrained by the rule that the higher the level, the harder it was to progress. Reaching the first 10 levels might take a day for some exceptionally powerful individuals. But after level 30, the experience required for each subsequent level became astronomical. Even those with class abilities needed several days to level up once. Beyond level 40, it became even more challenging. Those who dedicated themselves to leveling up often spent all their time in the wild, clearing entire monster zones just to inch past the level 40 threshold, painstakingly moving the nearly hopeless experience bar. Yet here stood a man with a dazzling golden 70 above his head, as revealed by Tongze's advanced appraisal skill. It defied comprehension. How many monsters had he slaughtered to reach this level? 10 billion? 100 billion? It was impossible to estimate. But one thing was certain. This man carried a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood on his back, a monster beyond human understanding. Hongdo Bingon's subsequent actions completely shattered the Northwest Union's understanding of individual power. They witnessed firsthand the terrifying might of someone who had reached the pinnacle of personal strength. Hongdo Bingon's status bar was filled with countless epic-level enhancement skills, each one glowing brilliantly. Watching his rapidly growing attribute panel, Hongdo Bingon slowly drew the Dragon Slayer's sword from his back, a mysterious glint in his eyes. The cold blade shimmered with an eerie light under the sun. Although it was just an epic-level weapon and could no longer keep up with his progress, its perfect length and excellent feel made it his favorite. As a top-tier expert, he understood well that minor differences in attributes could be compensated with masterful skills and various buffs. In contrast, a weapon that felt just right could unlock his potential and elevate his combat capabilities. Despite having the ability to acquire a legendary weapon, he never considered replacing the Dragon Slayer sword. This sword had accompanied him through countless battles, slaying numerous formidable foes, and had drunk enough blood to fill an ocean. In Hongdo Bingon's hands, it had transcended its quality to become a true divine weapon. Raising the Dragon Slayer's sword slowly to his brow, a confident smile curved at the corners of his mouth. The next moment, he stomped the ground forcefully, and the entire world seemed to freeze in that instant. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and a powerful shockwave radiated from Hongdo Bingon as the center. The entire city of Yudu shook violently, as if struck by a magnitude 9 earthquake. Before anyone could stabilize themselves from the sudden tremor, Hongdo Bingon's figure had already vanished. Less than a second later, under the horrified gazes of all, a massive mushroom cloud rose from the center of Yudu. In the middle of the mushroom cloud, a nearly solidified energy ring flickered wildly. "Get down!" Tongze shouted desperately upon seeing this. As if triggered by a shout, the energy ring around the mushroom cloud exploded. An unstoppable, terrifying shockwave blasted across Yudu, and the blinding light enveloped the world in a blanket of daylight. Tongze strained to keep his eyes open, but could only watch helplessly as the guild's meticulously arranged defenses disintegrated like ashes in the wind. The entire Northwest Union's buildings, facilities, and the army that couldn't escape in time were instantly reduced to dust by the horrific impact. Immediately, a nearly ear-splitting explosion followed. Everyone had to cover their heads and crouch down, enduring wave after wave of terrifying energy surges, as if they were in the depths of hell. In this apocalyptic scene, Hongdo Bingon's attribute panel remained clearly visible. Lord Hongdo Bingon. ID 4297016. Level 70. Experience 254.9,700,000. Race human. Class Dragon Slayer Swordsman Legendary. Health points 18830 with equipment 27,252 7250. Mana points 5,130 5130. Command points 0 1000. Strength 6,913 affects physical strength and speed. Magic 513 affects spell strength and mana. Constitution 1883 affects physical defense, spell defense, and health. Leadership 223 affects command skills and command points. Remaining attribute points 0. The detailed information on his lord traits, class traits, active skills, passive skills, and held treasures remained intact, showcasing Hongdo Bingan's immense power. This time, he had used the skills Heaven and Earth Collapse and Day of Destruction, causing such astonishing devastation. The world was silent. In the city of Yudu, you could hear a pin drop. The terrifying impact that had bathed the entire world in perpetual daylight had ended, but the shockwaves still lingered. The wind howled furiously, and wispy clouds dotted the blue sky, creating an unprecedentedly magnificent scene. However, this beauty came at the cost of the complete destruction of the Lord's buildings and high-rises, leaving behind an empty expanse. The air was still charged with the violent energy of unleashed skills, reminding everyone of the godlike force that had just been displayed. Tongz's mind was consumed by a single thought. Who on earth was that guy? In downtown Yudu, the other key player in this avoidable catastrophe, Zhanho, lay sprawled on the ground. He stared in shock at the man who had descended from the sky, whose single powerful move had shattered all of his defenses and even halted the charge of the Black Blade Knights. Zhanho was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. He shouted excitedly, "Hongdo, what are you doing here?" "Haha, just in time. The resistance from the Northwest Union has been intense, especially their defensive structures, which are a real pain. If it weren't for them, the Black Blade Knights would have leveled this place already. Now that you're here, we can join forces, and no matter how strong the Northwest Union is, there'll be no match for us." "Oh, and about the tree." "Shut up." Hongdo Bingan interrupted Zhanho's rambling coldly. "Who gave you permission to mention that name in an unprotected setting?" His sharp gaze swept over Zhanho, who was desperately trying to shift the blame. "You're not even a match for the Northwest Union, are you?" Zhanho was momentarily speechless. He wanted to remain silent, but seeing the disdainful look on Hongdo Bingan's face, a surge of defiance rose within him. He retorted, "Who says I'm not a match for the Northwest Union? I'm just following orders not to use other powers. If I used my full strength, the Northwest Union would be nothing." Hongdo Bingan sneered. "Indeed, they would be nothing. With your useless skeleton soldiers, attacking day and night, any powerful army would eventually be worn down. My skeleton soldiers are not useless." Zhanho retorted angrily, feeling stung. "Anything he can do, I can do too. I just haven't had the luck." Zhanho's heart was filled with resentment. If he had awakened among the undead, if he hadn't been exploited by Trickster during the precious early development period, he believed he could achieve everything Trickster did, even better. Why was it that both were undead lords? One could rise to control the Tero Gate and the Balance Association, stirring the world at will, while he was relegated to being a production machine, doing insignificant tasks. However, Zhanho's resentment and outbursts only elicited a look of pity from Hongdo Bingan. Hongdo Bingan remembered when he too was ignorant and fearless, dissatisfied with Luger's decisions, choosing to break away from the Balance Association with Romeo and challenge the three major guilds alone. The result was being toyed with, even by the strategist Prophet, who was always seen as weak in an unknown duel. At that moment, Hongdo Bingan understood. Some people aren't weak, they are just cautious and low-key, avoiding exposure. Believing oneself to be invincible just because opponents are invisible is a path to destruction. True powerhouses never expose their cards and let others know their strength. Just like Trickster and Prophet, these two old foxes always hid their powers, and whoever hid more would win in the end. Hongdo Bingan looked at Zhanho with contempt. "With your level, just because you have a similar trait to Trickster, you think you can compare to him? Have you lost your mind? Why can Trickster stand above everyone and control the Tero Gate and Balance Association? Because he is the founder. And you, Zhanho, you fool who only knows how to use your trait, do you have the ambition and ability to create the Balance Association and Tero Gate? Even if you did, could you maintain the position of leader?" Hongdo Bingan's face was full of mockery. He didn't even need to consider whether Zhanho had the courage to challenge the Sklash trait God's messenger. To Hongdo Bingan, Zhanho was already as good as dead. "So, did you get the legendary job change certificate?" Hongdo Bingan asked, his voice dripping with murderous intent. However, Zhanho still didn't sense the danger in the question and continued to defend himself. "I was so close to getting it. But you wanted to satisfy your bloodlust, so you missed the best opportunity and let the Northwest Union regroup, right?" Hongdo Bingan finished for him. As Zhanho's face turned red, Hongdo Bingan ended the video recording. He grasped the Dragon Slayer's sword and swung it backward. With a squelch, blood spurted out. Zhanho's shocked head rolled to the ground. Hongdo Bingon stepped on Zhanho's head with his ironclad boot, squatting down slightly. Looking into those unseeing eyes, he coldly said, "It's really just that Zone 4297 is too small. Otherwise, how could a waste like you be in the same organization as me?" Red Bean Biscuit held Warcree's severed head in one hand, watching coldly as the remaining Black Blade Knights disappeared over the distant horizon. He then turned to face Tongza, the president of the Northwest Union. As expected, Tongza's expression was as dark as ink. Although Red Bean Biscuit had indeed killed the attackers, the damage he inflicted on the Northwest Union was equally devastating, if not more so than Warcry. As a guild formed by impoverished lords, they couldn't even afford high-level anti-teleportation defenses. Now, with most of their core defenses and guild buildings destroyed by Red Bean Biscuit in one fell swoop, it was a catastrophic blow. Yet, faced with Red Bean Biscuit's overwhelming strength and the equally formidable Holy Union backing him, Tongza forced a smile that looked worse than crying and managed to say, "We are truly grateful for your help, Chief Arbiter Red Bean. The Northwest Union will forever remember the Holy Union's kindness. If you ever need our assistance, we won't hesitate." Red Bean Biscuit grinned, a sly glint in his eye. "Haha, is that so?" Tongza's heart skipped a beat, but he forced himself to reply, Of course." The smile vanished from Red Bean Biscuit's face, replaced by a serious expression. "I heard your guild's warehouse has a legendary class change token." "Absolutely not." Tongza jumped up, his voice cracking. "That's our guild's only valuable treasure. We can repay your kindness in other ways, but the legendary class change token is off limits." "President Tongza," Red Bean Biscuit interrupted, narrowing his eyes. "You just said you wouldn't hesitate. Both the Holy Union and the Northwest Union are members of the Central Continent's 7-Guild Alliance. I wouldn't want such a small matter to ruin our relationship." "You?" Tongza's face turned from red to green to white, almost choking on his words. Scene shift to Ice City, S Province. Lyoga accepted the legendary class change token from Red Bean Biscuit with an impassive face. "Well done. Though it's unfortunate that we lost another comrade." Red Bean Biscuit said nothing, but his expression silently accused Lyoga of hypocrisy. Unperturbed, Lyoga continued, "What about the losses to the Northwest Union?" "Massive," Red Bean Biscuit replied with a grin, a hint of pride in his eyes. "I went all out this time. Given their resources, they won't recover before the first wave of beast attacks." "The president of the Northwest Union, if I recall correctly, is someone named Tongza?" Lyoga mused. "His ability is quite interesting. Although it's only a rank trait, it's very useful." "I didn't pay much attention to that." Red Bean Biscuit scratched his head, then asked curiously, "So, what's his ability?" "Divine Forge," Melchigard interjected, explaining in detail. "This ability can use ordinary resources to enhance equipment, adding extra base attributes and stats. The higher the enhancement level, the greater the risk of failure, but with a high enough enhancement, even ordinary weapons can rival divine artifacts." Lyoga continued, "As you know, controlling the entire S province means I wake up to astronomical resource income every day. Rare resources aside, even with my best efforts to spend them, the ordinary resources keep piling up. Now, the Scourge Legion is progressing well, and Tero Gate is nearly complete. But our Balance Council has not only failed to recruit new members, but we've also lost a key member today. Conveniently, I've discovered a new ability user who could be of great use to the Balance Council." Red Bean Biscuit's mind went blank for a moment before he asked in shock, "You want to recruit Tongza into the Balance Council?" What he didn't say was, "But I just seriously offended him." Regret gnawed at Red Bean Biscuit. An ability that could enhance equipment was like a godsend for a combat fanatic like him. If he had known about Tongza's ability earlier, he wouldn't have been so disrespectful. Now, Tongza probably hated him to the core. How could he ask him to enhance his gear in the future? Red Bean Biscuit's face went through a range of emotions, and he looked at Lyoga with a mix of resentment and regret. Ignoring Red Bean Biscuit's look, Lyoga calmly replied, "Of course." Lyag nodded in agreement and continued to explain his idea. "What I need is a dedicated support member to enhance my equipment, not a guild leader. Having Taro men is sufficient." Knowing it was time to take action again, Red Bean Cookie asked quietly, "What should I do?" Lyag shook his head and sighed, offering earnest advice. "Don't always think about using underhanded methods to solve problems. According to your description, you've already shattered his Northwest Union. I believe he's currently at his lowest point in terms of ambition, with his confidence shaken and spirit exhausted. You just need to find him, have an open and honest conversation, and lay out our strengths. I'm confident he won't refuse to join us." However, Lyag was always one to prepare for the unexpected. He glanced at the white-haired sorcerer beside him, who immediately understood, striding over to Red Bean Cookie and patting him on the leg with confidence. "Don't worry, Red Bean, I know you're not good with words, so I'll accompany you this time. With my logical persuasion and emotional appeal, that guy Tongza will surely come around. Idiot. The phrase is come to his senses, don't misuse idioms. Liag scolded harshly. Red Bean Cookie stood frozen, thinking to himself, you two are equally bad with rhetoric, no need to nitpick over such trivial matters. That night, in Yudu, Tongza had just finished a long day of post-battle tasks, including compensating and settling his members. Dragging his exhausted body back to his bedroom, he was shocked to find two figures, one large and one small, lounging with their legs crossed in his room. Red Bean Cookie and Mare Sugard. His eyes were involuntarily drawn to the ridiculously large Dragon Slayer sword behind Red Bean Cookie. After understanding the purpose of their visit, Tongza swallowed hard and then, without hesitation, knelt down, loudly declaring, I, Tongza, have wandered aimlessly for half my life, lamenting never meeting a wise leader. Now, fortunate to be valued by Lord Trickster, I shall shed my old self and serve you as my master. In the dead of night, a powerful presence suddenly appeared in Tongza's bedroom, suffocatingly intense. This uninvited guest claimed to be from a mysterious organization and conveyed the admiration of its leader for Tongza, inviting him to join. Faced with such a formidable visitor, how could Tongza dare to refuse? Once upon a time, when the Northwest Union was at its peak, Tongza might have had the courage to stand his ground, flaunt his position as the guild leader, and say something like a true man doesn't serve others. However, after witnessing Zhang Ho single-handedly assault the Northwest Union and Hongdo Bingon wipe out enemies with a single move, Tongza was completely awakened. The world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. As a mere rank ability user, he felt unprecedentedly small and helpless. In this perilous world, a powerful opportunity suddenly presented itself to Tongza. How could he refuse? He immediately expressed his willingness to join. However, Mare Sugard was displeased with how easily Tongza succumbed. She had gone through the trouble of escaping her lord's restraints to have some fun, but her target's quick compliance killed her interest. This guy is very suspicious, Mare Sugard said coldly. I'm not suspicious at all, Tongza quickly shouted. I genuinely, eagerly want to join your organization. Really? Mare Sugard sneered, pulling out a contract. Words are cheap. Sign the contract. Tongza excitedly took the contract, but when he saw its contents, he was dumbfounded. Damn, this is a slave contract. He couldn't help but curse. The thin contract read, I voluntarily offer my infinite loyalty and soul to the great Lord of Deception. Under the witness of the gods, I will unconditionally obey any command from the Lord of Deception for life. Betrayal will result in being despised by the gods, turned to ashes, and never reborn. Oathtaker. Will you sign or not? Mare Sugard narrowed her eyes, her tone threatening. Hongdo Bingon also gripped the hilt of his dragon-slaying sword, ready for battle. Such a harsh contract might push someone to desperate measures. To everyone's surprise, Tongza, cursing under his breath, pulled out a pen and signed his name without hesitation. Sign, of course. This means I'm now a member of the Balance Association, right? Tongza said. Mare Sugard and Hongdo Bingon exchanged glances, speechless for a moment. Thus, Tongza officially joined the Balance Association. Shortly after, they arrived in the icy city of S Province. As Tongza stood outside the city, he was stunned by the sight. Hundreds of massive skeletal dragons soared in the sky, and the ground was covered with an endless army of the undead. Under Mare Sugard's lead, the undead parted like a tide, revealing countless level 6 necromancer towers and a towering black bone wall. To Tongza, this was nothing short of a necropolis. Even the supposedly impregnable Shangjing fortress paled in comparison to this city of death. This city originally had no walls, Mare Sugard explained. A dense enough array of necromancer towers is the most impregnable defense in this world. However, recently, the Lord had an overflow of resources and added 8 50-kilometer-long level 6 walls to the city. Each wall you see is 2 walls stacked together, reaching a height of 150 meters. Of course, this height is nothing in the face of ancient bone dragons. As she finished speaking, an ancient bone dragon descended from the sky with a deafening roar. The colossal creature stood upright, its height nearly matching half the wall. When it lowered its head to look at Tongza, its head as large as half a basketball court, Tongza's mind went blank. Is this really a bone dragon? Tongza muttered in disbelief. It was indeed a bone dragon, looking exactly like the ultimate unit of the undead faction, often scorned as the ultimate disgrace. However, this bone dragon was at least 3 times the size of any bone dragon Tongza had ever known. As Tongza stood in shock, a raspy voice came from the dragon's back. Mare Sugard. Who is he? Tongza looked up to see a particularly burly figure, holding a lance, riding the bone dragon and looking down at him and Mare Sugard. This is a new recruit of the Great Lord of Deception, a capable chosen lord, Myers Sugard replied. Now move aside and don't waste time, or I'll make sure you get in trouble with the Lord. The skeletal dragon knight paused briefly, then deftly maneuvered the dragon to soar into the sky. That was ORM, Myers Sugard explained. Despite his imposing appearance, he's actually the youngest hero under the Lord of Deception. But don't underestimate him. Aside from Sylvanas, he's the strongest among the Lord's heroes. He commands the Bone Dragon Legion, the most powerful army under the Lord. Compared to the Bone Dragon Legion, the Black Blade Knights and high-ranking undead you saw earlier are just small fry. Tong Zhe felt his understanding of the world constantly being overturned. If the Black Blade Knights were considered small fry, just how powerful was the Bone Dragon Legion? Wait, a Bone Dragon Legion? Since when could ultimate units form legions? Seeing Tong Zhe's shock and confusion, Myers Sugard smirked. There are only 800 of them now. But just wait. Soon that number will grow to 1,000, 2,000, even 3,000. The ancient bone dragons will lead an endless horde of undead, sweeping through the world of the living, breaking down their proud walls and defenses, destroying their homes, and turning the entire blue planet into a desolate wasteland. Ha ha ha. As Tong Zhe walked down the long street flanked by the neatly arranged high-ranking undead, his gaze swept over the Black Blade Cavalry Corps, which stood like statues in an endless formation. They remained motionless, exuding a chilling aura. Suddenly, a grand and magnificent undead main city came into view, its sheer scale almost making Tong Zhe dizzy. Upon closer inspection, he noticed an aura of ascension surrounding the main city. Tong Zhe couldn't help but gasp, his skin prickling with goosebumps. This was a level 7 main city. Although the ascension had just begun, there was no mistaking it. This undead main city was advancing to level 7. For other lords, upgrading to a level 7 main city was a mere fantasy. The cost of billions of regular resources and 10,000 units of rare resources was enough to deter most lords. But for an entity that dominated an entire province, 10,000 units of rare resources might just be a few days' output. Tong Zhe pondered, what kind of existence is the Balance Council? With such a massive army and terrifying power, even a formidable figure like Hongdo Bingon was just a member. Even the mad Taroman had to obey the Balance Council's orders, according to the white-haired lich standing before him. And now, he was about to meet the legendary leader of the Balance Council. At that moment, Luzher's voice echoed in Tong Zhe's ears. Welcome to the Balance Council. Tong Zhe immediately knelt down, expressing his submission with reverence. However, contrary to his expectations of a demonic leader who held the power of life and death, Luzher, who possessed unimaginable strength, was surprisingly gentle in his demeanor. It is an honor to become a member of the Balance Council, Tong Zhe said, somewhat overwhelmed. Luzher merely smiled and paid no heed to Tong Zhe's nervousness. He glanced at the white-haired lich beside him, who promptly placed a staff before Tong Zhe. Your ability, the Divine Furnace, is a highly promising power, Luzher explained. Ordinary factions cannot support the consumption of your enhancements, but within the Balance Council, your traits will be maximized, even surpassing the value of steer traits. Hearing this, Tong Zhe couldn't help but recall the details of his ability. The Divine Furnace could enhance any equipment type item, increasing all attributes by 10 with each enhancement, and potentially altering or enhancing attached skills. However, it wasn't an ability to be used recklessly. Aside from the exorbitant cost of 10,000 regular resources per enhancement, the success rate plummeted with each level. From 1 to 3, the success rate was 75, dropping to 50 from levels 4 to 6, and down to 25 from level 7 to 10. After level 10, the success rate was a mere 3, with the cost doubling to 20,000 resources. The highest enhancement Tong Zhe had achieved was a 13 ring. Further enhancement would cost 50,000 resources per attempt, with only a 1 success rate. Higher levels of enhancement were beyond even Tong Zhe's imagination. However, the omniscient lich had discovered the ultimate limits of enhancement from the treasury. The safe enhancement limit reached as high as level 27. From level 20 onward, the cost was fixed at 500,000 resources per attempt, with a success rate of 0.03. Beyond level 27, failure would result in the equipment's level dropping or even breaking, leaving those who sought higher enhancements with nothing. While luck could slightly improve the success rate, it would never exceed double the base rate. For ordinary lords, the costs of such enhancements were astronomical. Even a basic enhancement of 10,000 units of resources is enough to leave 90 of the lords in this world in the dust. Lugu glanced around, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. To him, the development speed of other players had nearly come to a standstill due to the scarcity of resources. Ordinary returning lords have less than 1,000 units of resources left after deducting troop maintenance costs each day. This meager surplus must be allocated to upgrading main city buildings, trading for equipment, and exchanging for rare resources, among other things. Lugu calculated silently. A single battle could very well mean several days' worth of earnings down the drain for regular players. Except for a few top players in the Balance Guild who monopolized the resources of the entire novice area, even level lords had to budget carefully. But Lugu could squander resources without a care, a disparity that was truly staggering. To put it into perspective, a third-tier unit costs only about 100 units of resources. 10,000 units would be enough to recruit nearly 100 third-tier units. Tongzhe, despite having powerful attributes, lagged behind in actual development for this very reason. Enhancements had become a privilege for Peidoan players, and even Tongzhe himself couldn't afford to use his own abilities, let alone expand outward. When Lugu mentioned that only he could support Tongzhe's abilities, the latter was momentarily stunned. But what nearly gave Tongzhe a heart attack was Lu Ji's subsequent conversation with Mel Sugard. Mel Sugard, Lugu called out gravely. I'm here. Mel Sugard responded immediately. What's our daily income from ordinary resources now? Mel Sugard counted on his fingers, calculating meticulously. Excluding the revenue from Taro men, our direct legion alone brings in about 1.45 billion daily. Of that, 25.2 million is the basic output from occupied cities, and the remaining 1.4 billion comes from clearing wild monsters. If we include Teremin's contributions, we can add roughly another 50 million daily. Despite being a faction-level force, Teremin's resource income was relatively low due to its numerous members. The massive inflow of resources had to be distributed layer by layer, leaving Redgate and the measurers with less than a tenth of the total. Naturally, this couldn't compare to the Scourge Legion, which monopolized an entire province and exterminated all wild monsters around the clock. Lugu nodded slightly above my expectations. It seems I'm wealthier than I thought. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision. Allocate 10 billion to Tongzhe and upgrade all my equipment to level 27 as soon as possible. Tongzhe's eyes widened in shock, his lips trembling slightly, rendering him speechless. Melsagad raised a claw in skepticism. 10 billion a day? That seems excessive. Even with bad luck, fortifying a piece of equipment shouldn't cost more than 1 or 2 billion. Lugu shot a sideways glance at Melsagad, his tone resolute. It's not just your equipment. We need to fortify the gear for all heroes in the Scourge Legion and all members of the Balance Council to max level. I will cover the costs for the Scourge Legion heroes, and Balance Council members can use their contributions. Even then, the total costs won't exceed 100 billion. He paused for a moment, then continued. Haven't a significant number of pseudo-heroes emerged among the undead? I've already instructed Isho to procure 5,000 sets of rare-grade standard equipment and 5,000 rare-grade job change certificates. We'll select the 5,000 strongest pseudo-heroes to form a hero legion. Turning to Melsagad, Lu Ji's expression grew serious. Now, I have 2 tasks for you. First, you are appointed as the commander of this hero legion. You will collaborate with Tongza to upgrade and arm these 5,000 sets of rare-grade standard equipment. Second, once the legion is formed, lead all pseudo-heroes to complete their rare-grade job transitions. The cost will be drawn from the remaining 4 billion resources each day. Lugu thought to himself, if possible, he would prefer to form an epic-grade hero legion. However, there are 2 main obstacles. No one can mass-produce epic-grade equipment, and epic-grade job change certificates are extremely rare, making it impossible to gather enough in the short term. After witnessing the power of the Black Blade Knights, Lugu deeply understood the might of a standardized legion. While part of the Black Blade Knights' prowess comes from their unique suicidal charge skill, their coordination and uniform structure are also key to maximizing their power. Among the same level, there are many units stronger than the Black Blade Knights. However, these powerful individuals are like martial arts masters, excelling in solo combat but struggling to match the well-trained Black Blade Knights on the battlefield, even without the suicidal charge. After careful consideration, Lugu decisively chose the uniform rare-grade sets over a collection of epic-grade individual pieces. Not only is this more cost-effective and easier to assemble, but it also simplifies future replacements and maintenance. Coupled with Tongza's enhancements, even a level 20 fortified rare-grade equipment set could rival legendary-grade attributes. Lugu envisioned a tightly organized legion of heroes clad in legendary-grade equipment, stepping onto the battlefield, making even ultimate units of the same number pale in comparison. What's more exciting is that this hero legion has growth potential. Though pseudo-heroes lack attribute panels, they can break their limits through cultivation and combat, just like true practitioners of flesh and blood. This means they will grow stronger through war, unbound by the system's limits on ordinary units. Even without further resource investment from Lugu, they can continuously gain power through battles. Despite the high cost, with each hero's creation exceeding several billion resources enough to recruit 10 ultimate units for an average lore, the potential far surpasses that of ultimate units. If a god-level potential hero emerges, Lu Ji's investment will be returned 10-fold or 100-fold. Even without a god-level hero, it's insignificant. For Lugu, The real expense of ultimate units is not the recruitment cost but the maintenance fees. If ultimate units could be maintained with ordinary resources, Lugu wouldn't hesitate even if they were 10 or 100 times more expensive. Throughout Lu Ji's grand plan, Tongza could only look at this wealthy lord with awe, building a 5,000-strong hero legion equipped with gear comparable to legendary grade. Such an endeavor could bankrupt the united government. Yet, Lugu had enough surplus resources to realize this grand vision. On September 1st, Tongza, having been taken to the Balance Council as an official member, began his second day of endless enhancement work. The united government broadcasted through radio that they had successfully breached the first line of defense of the Tero Gate, recaptured 3 cities, and killed over 4,000 members of the Tero Gate, including 2 core members, the so-called demons. Newspapers also published statements from captured Tero Gate lords, expressing regret for joining the Tero Gate and advising remaining members to leave the evil organization and surrender to the united government for leniency. Preparing for his legendary grade job transition, Lugu glanced at the news with a slightly peculiar expression. He pondered. It seems the situation on the Tero Gate side is indeed grim. However, neither the Measurer nor the red-painted gate has sought my help, so they must have their own plans. Even if they had asked for help, Lugu currently had limited forces to mobilize, relying on the Scourge Legion to turn the tide. But protecting the lives of the red-painted gate and the Measurer would be more than sufficient. With the speed and power of numerous Reapers, even if teleportation skills were blocked, escorting a few people to safety wouldn't be an issue. Since no aid was requested, Lugu dismissed the thought. His focus was entirely on the upcoming legendary job transition task. This mission might be like Sylvanas' epic transition, where achieving a high completion rate could directly grant a higher-level job certificate. To ensure success, Lugu planned to mobilize all his forces. Legendary job transition task, Path of the Undead. Location, Teeny Continent. Task description. The lackeys of the God of Light are persecuting followers of death under the guise of judging heresy and evil. The last few necromancers on the Teeny Continent are being hunted by the Church of Light and are on the brink of despair. Task objective. Help the last necromancers escape the persecution of the Church of Light until the legendary necromancer Tamir completes the Lich ritual and opens the Gate of the Undead. Task reward. Legendary Undead Race Profession. Finally, a combat mission. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Ji's eyes. He knew well that for most lords, encountering a combat-related task during a job change was nothing short of a nightmare. This not only meant facing immense danger during the mission but also potentially incurring heavy costs to complete it. However, Lugu was different. Having successfully completed a combat-related job change before, he was well aware of the opportunities it held. Reflecting on the job change experiences of his 6 heroes, Lugu couldn't help but marvel at the rarity of combat missions. Apart from Sylvanas' epic job change, most were simply item-fetching tasks. Now, encountering a combat mission in his legendary job change was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lugu immediately sprang into action, mobilizing his legion to gather in Ice City, while taking Sylvanas and ORM through the mission portal to the continent of Teeny. Determination shone in his eyes as he resolved to complete this mission perfectly. Meanwhile, chaos engulfed Nanshan City, home to the Taroman Guild. The guild's gatekeeper, his face pale with worry, urgently sought help from the guild leader. Guild leader, we can't hold on much longer. The number of legions attacking G province has increased to 17. All our cities, except Nanshan, are in crisis. The tactician, struggling to maintain his composure, couldn't hide the panic on his face. I've dispatched Andre to support the front lines, but 4 of our demon pillars have already been defeated. Of the remaining 20, more than half are clearly reluctant to fight. At this rate, our combat strength will quickly diminish. He paused, then continued. According to intercepted intelligence, the United Army's General Arrogance hasn't attacked Nanshan City directly because he aims to crush our morale first, paving the way for subsequent assaults. Before he could finish, everyone present realized the greater danger. The Taroman Guild was essentially a hastily assembled rebel group. In favorable conditions, everyone fought fiercely, but facing grim odds, these selfish villains were likely to scatter. Holding out this long was a miracle. Without the power to counter the United Army, the guild's collapse was only a matter of time. Amidst the gatekeeper and tactician's panic, Luyi remained unusually calm. He surveyed the room and calmly said, "It's too late to seek help from Lugu now. Besides, we're not at a point of certain defeat yet." Luyi continued his analysis. The united government's strength far exceeds that of any single entity. Even with Lu Ji's assistance, we could at best temporarily repel this wave of attacks. To fundamentally shake the united government's rule, transient power isn't enough. His gaze turned profound, as if seeing a distant future. It's like the Yanxia dynasty resisting the nomadic tribes. Despite repeated defeats, as long as the ruler isn't foolish, Yanxia could always recover after a few years of rest. The nomads, however, must win continuously to survive. A single defeat could lead to their rapid decline. The current relationship between the United Army and us mirrors this. Lu Yi gazed at the scene before him, contemplating in silence. He knew well that although the Tero sect shared similarities with the nomadic tribes, equating the two was a mistake. More importantly, he realized that passively responding to the endless challenges from the United Legion was not a sustainable strategy. Lu Ye's ambitions extended far beyond mere survival in this war. He aimed to completely shatter the United Government's authority, dismantling the colossal force that had been oppressing the Tero sect. However, the strength of the Tero sect, or even Lugu alone, was insufficient for this monumental task. From the outset, Lu Yi had no illusions about the Tero sect defeating the United Legion Hedon. Thus, he devised a more comprehensive plan. To rehabilitate the image of the Tero sect, clearly stating their stance to garner the support of numerous player guilds. He hoped to leverage this collective strength to pressure the United Government, carving out a space for the Tero sect to survive. As Lu Yi articulated his thoughts, the expressions of the red-painted gate and the metrologist turned awkward. Lu Yi remained impassive, seemingly indifferent to the reactions around him. However, Lu Ji's unauthorized actions had thrown everything into disarray. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yi continued, I don't want to pursue who the rogue Tero sect member is. There's no time to lament over unchangeable facts. But the current battle situation must be handled by me. Closing his eyes, Lu Yi fell into deep thought. Moments later, he abruptly opened them and said, You should be here by now, Qingwei. Wu Liang Tianzun. As soon as he finished speaking, a relieved voice echoed through the hall. The red-painted gate and the metrologist watched in astonishment as a gust of wind blew open the heavy doors of the Tero sect's council chamber. In an instant, a gray blur transformed into a young Taoist priest dressed in a gray robe and wearing a topknot. The priest smiled slightly, sizing up Lu Yi, and said softly, I never imagined the leader of the Tero sect would be an 11 or 12-year-old child. He then performed a respectful bow and continued, As long as the leader can fulfill his promises, the Bianjing Legion is at your command. Among the world's top 10 legions, only 5 managed to conquer an 8th-level city in the first round of rankings. These 5 legions are the Freedom Legion, which took Boston and ranked first in the Free State; the Shangjing Legion, which occupied Shangjing City and ranked first in Zhengzhou; the Kyoto Legion, which took Banki City and ranked first in New State; the Heavenly Lord Legion, which captured Milan and ranked first in the European State; and the Bianjing Legion, which took Nandu City and ranked 4th globally but second only to the Shangjing Legion within Zhengzhou. Despite its formidable reputation both in Zhengzhou and globally, no one expected the Bianjing Legion, the second most powerful legion in Zhengzhou, to betray the United Government. However, Lu Yi was well aware of the Bianjing Legion's deep dissatisfaction with the United Government. This was not only due to intercepted intelligence, but also because of the government's overall positioning and arrangement for the Bianjing Legion. In the United Government's plan for Zhengzhou, the Shangjing Legion, directly controlled by the Zhengzhou Governor's Office, was undoubtedly the favored child. All of Zhengzhou's resources and policies favored the Shangjing Legion, including provincial tax revenue, resource allocations, talent transfers, monster zone divisions, and future city territory divisions. In contrast, the Bianjing Legion, also an 8th-level legion in Zhengzhou, not only received no resource support, but also had to cede some resources to support the Shangjing Legion's development. In peacetime, legion commanders were directly dispatched by Zhengzhou and rotated every few years, and perhaps no one cared about the lives and development of the Bianjing populace. But now, the Bianjing Legion was formed by the people of Bianjing themselves. The legion commander, Qingwei Daoren, hailed from a prominent local family, and nearly 90% of the current Bianjing Legion consisted of local lords. In the past, Bianjing's lack of attention might have been understandable, given its inland location and less favorable development compared to other cities. The government's reluctance to invest resources in Bianjing was somewhat understandable. But now, Bianjing had produced one of the world's strongest legions. The lords of Bianjing had created the renowned Bianjing Legion, which had conquered an 8th-level city and suppressed all unlawful lords and guilds in the province, even surpassing the Heavenly Lord Legion of the European state. The glory of the ancient capital was about to be revived in the hands of the Bianjing Legion, yet they were expected to remain in the background and continue to make sacrifices. Lu Yi was unsure about the sentiments of the lower ranks, but it was clear that the upper echelons controlling the Bianjing Legion were dissatisfied. When Lu Yi attempted to send a friend request to Qingwei Daoren, and Qingwei Daoren accepted without hesitation, Lu Yi realized that a turning point in the war had emerged. On September 2nd, under the overwhelming offensive of the United Government's 17 legions, Taoyuan's controlled cities of Meicheng, Dongguan, Yuannai, Qingshui, and Shaocheng were successively breached. More than half of Taoyuan's members were slaughtered on the spot by the innumerable troops without a chance to escape. Taoyuan's defeat was catastrophic, and the surviving lords frantically initiated city relocations, while the remaining resistance forces crumbled under absolute disadvantage. Having occupied Taoyuan's 5 cities, the allied legions did not rush to attack Taluomen's final capital. The 17 legions amassed billions of troops, completely encircling Nanshan city. Hundreds of ultimate units sealed off the area from the sky to the underground, and rows of siege weapons stretched for dozens of miles, continuously exerting immense psychological pressure on Taluomen's last defenders. This was precisely the tactic of the arrogant commander of the allied legions, and the Shangjing legion's leader. By this stage of the battle, Taluomen had lost all capacity for resistance. Although the allied legions could only claim a Pyrrhic victory in this war, the combined strength of the 24 demon lords from Taromen far exceeded the expectations of the united government. Amid the chaos of war, 7 of the original 12 legions were utterly defeated and forced to retreat in disarray. The united government had no choice but to mobilize additional legions, eventually increasing the number to 17, just to barely suppress Taromen. On the battlefield, amidst the ruins, the soldiers of the united legions were exhausted but still persevered. They knew this was a Pyrrhic victory, but a victory nonetheless. No matter the cost, as long as they could completely annihilate Taromen, it would all be worth it. As the conflict neared its end, only one last fortress of Taromen remained. The commander of the united legions stood arrogantly on high ground, overlooking the city that was about to fall. To prevent other unofficial forces from taking advantage, he decided not to waste too many troops on this doomed grasshopper. The commander and his strategist unanimously agreed on a methodical approach. Surrounding the city with a large army, blocking teleportation, cutting off resources, engaging in long-range attacks, and undermining morale. They believed that this strategy would allow them to capture Taromen's final stronghold without losing a single soldier. However, as the name arrogance suggests, the United Legion's self-confidence led them to ignore an ancient warning: prolonged dreams invite disaster. At this very moment, in the Grand Hall of Taromen in Nanshan City, a fateful meeting was taking place. Lugu watched the scene coldly. Those once proud and arrogant leaders and lords of Taromen were now in a pitiful state, like dogs without a home. Some cursed hysterically, while others, with red eyes, repeatedly and futilely attempted to teleport, hoping to escape the completely sealed city. The entire Nanshan city had become a massive cage. Not even a fly or a mosquito could escape. For these cornered remnants of Taromen, there was only one path left: resistance. The ancients had the resolve to burn their boats, and today, what would they do? A cold smile appeared on Liu's lips. Although the cost had indeed been heavy, he wasn't even sure if Qingwei Daoren would keep his promise. But this was the gamble that had to be taken to win against the odds. If successful, not only could he turn the tide, but he could also completely crush the rebellious ambitions of Taromen's lords. From today onwards, Taromen would truly become his Taromen. A monumental event that shook Zhongzhou and even directly led to the disintegration of the united government has erupted. Around the city of Nanshan, billions of troops from the 17 legions of the united Zhongzhou army encircled the city like an iron barrel. The last few thousand members of the Tero sect were prepared for a desperate stand, their eyes glinting with despair and determination. External forces turned their attention to this impending drama, already sentencing the Tero sect to death in their minds. At this critical juncture, a deafening explosion shattered the sky. The Bianjing Legion, which comprised 1/5 of the united Zhongzhou army, suddenly betrayed them, launching a ferocious attack on the unsuspecting Shangjing Legion. Forbidden spells flew, and legionnaires roared. The Shangjing Legion lost nearly half its forces in an instant. As the death warriors of the Tero sect charged out of the city, the entire united Zhongzhou army was paralyzed with shock, unable to comprehend the sudden betrayal. It wasn't until a flood of enemy red dots appeared on the battlefield map that the legion commanders snapped out of their daze, glaring in fury at the figure of Qingwei Daoren hovering above the Bianjing Legion. The betrayal of Zhongzhou's second-largest legion was beyond belief, but reality left no room for denial. With the Shangjing Legion severely crippled, the formations of the remaining 15 legions fell apart. At this moment, the resolute leaders of the Tero sect ruthlessly plunged into the battlefield. Besieged from both front and back, even though the united Zhongzhou army still outnumbered their foes several times over, they had lost their advantage. More terrifyingly, the Bianjing Legion's backstab created a massive breach in the encirclement. The Tero sect's deadliest weapon, the Black Blade Knights, were free to charge at will, breaking through enemy lines wherever they went. Morale plummeted like a plague, spreading rapidly through the entire army. The massive legions became the perfect fuel for chaos, reminiscent of the chained ships at the Battle of Red Cliffs. In just one encounter, the entire united Zhongzhou army collapsed completely, replaying the tragedy of Ji Province. The supreme commander stood in stunned disbelief, unable to accept the brutal reality of a seemingly certain victory turning into a catastrophic defeat. But as the demons of the Tero sect closed in, he could only organize a desperate retreat of his elite forces, knowing that counterattack was now a luxury and preserving strength was paramount. The world was astounded by the Bianjing Legion's betrayal and the Tero sect's miraculous turnaround, causing a sudden shift in the situation. Meanwhile, in the Forest of the Dead on the continent of Tini, a peculiar scene was unfolding. The legendary necromancer Tamir, gaunt and clad in black robes, looked disheveled. He stared blankly at the three figures summoned before him, his mind in turmoil. This was far from the powerful undead army he had expected, for which he had expended immense magical power and precious materials, even delaying the opening of the Gate of Death. However, the soul flames of these three individuals burned extraordinarily bright. Except for the tallest one, who was slightly weaker, the other two possessed near-legendary strength. This made Tamir confident that his spell had not failed. But what he needed was an army capable of holding off a million-strong force for a week, not just three powerful beings. Lugu had already begun to casually survey his surroundings. As a system lord, he found the eerie environment quite intriguing, though a hint of disdain rose in his heart. Tamir quickly gathered his thoughts and spoke, responding to my summons. You who come from another world. I am your summoner, the legendary necromancer Mir Singh. You may call me Tamir. I have summoned you here to defend against powerful enemies and buy me time to construct the Gate of Death. You need only hold off the enemy for 1 week, and the summoning contract will be fulfilled. Can we hold out for a week? Lugu heard the question and, despite his skepticism toward the so-called legendary undead archmage, he immediately straightened up and put on his usual friendly smile for the patron. No problem at all, leave it to us. Though he said this, his actions completely disregarded Tamir. Lugu turned to face Sylvanas and directly ordered, Sylvanas, check out the composition of Archmage Tamir's enemy forces. How dare they bully our undead comrades like this? Yes, sir. Sylvanas responded and instantly vanished into a blur. Tamir opened his mouth, wanting to provide some intel, but Lugu clearly had no interest in NPC dialogue. He bypassed Tamir and carefully surveyed the surroundings. Dark leaves covered the area, making it an ideal hiding spot, but these trees were obstacles to summoning a legion. Forget 7 legions. Even one would struggle to fit in this forest. Lugu pondered the enemy's composition. Although it was just a class transition quest and shouldn't be too difficult, he habitually remained cautious. Once Sylvanas returned with the intel, they could proceed. Sure enough, Sylvanas returned swiftly. Just as she was about to report, Tamir spoke first, his voice filled with despair. Let me tell you, the enemy has an army of 1 million, led by renowned heroes from various races across the continent. There are 300,000 elite troops of Tier 3 and above, making it the strongest coalition ever assembled on this continent. The Light Church is the leading force, with 2,000 well-equipped Holy Light Knights who are nearly unstoppable. Additionally, over a dozen angels have descended from the Cloud City to assist them. Our painstakingly raised bone dragons were destroyed by them. Taking a deep breath, Tamir continued, our only chance now is to open the Gate of Death and summon the army of the undead realm. If we can't do that, we four have no chance. Since you answered my call, you need not honor any death pact. If you wish to retreat, I won't stop you. Perhaps the persistence of us necromancers on the teeny continent has been an illusion all along. Lugu ignored Tamir's words and looked at Sylvanas for confirmation. She nodded slightly, verifying that Tamir's information was mostly accurate. Lugu fell silent. Although he had anticipated the class transition quest wouldn't be overly difficult, an army of 1 million plus over a dozen angels was beyond what an ordinary lord could handle. 499 of Steer Lords, a direct confrontation would make the quest nearly impossible. However, for an anomaly like Lugu, a mere million-strong army was hardly a challenge. A mere million troops? Not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth, Lugu mused. With such weak enemies, how can I earn advanced rewards? Will wiping them out be enough? What if it isn't? Lugu had to consider carefully. Legendary class transition tokens could be obtained through looting, but divine class tokens required precious thief coins to purchase from the thief god. Getting them for free was certainly preferable. With this in mind, Lugu turned to Tamir and, under the latter's fearful gaze, calmly said, illusion? Death is the ultimate truth for all living beings. Pursuing and embracing death is the ultimate correct path to seeking the only truth. How could that be an illusion? The Light Church, serving a false god of light, dares to oppose the ultimate death. How laughable. Don't worry, Tamir. I will ensure that every ignorant soul in this world embraces death. Turning to Sylvanas and ORM, Lugu commanded, deploy your 2nd Legion and the Bone Dragon Legion immediately. After they left to carry out the orders, Lugu faced Tamir again, his eyes gleaming with danger. Now, let me show you the traditional skill of the undead, a calamity that surpasses all other disasters. I call it Undead Scourge. Meanwhile, on the teeny continent, an unprecedented disaster was brewing. Under the banner of light, almost all darkness had been suppressed, and even evil creatures like the undead were to be thoroughly eradicated. However, this world, with its thousands of years of civilization, was about to face its most terrifying catastrophe. As the million-strong army approached the Forest of Death, fire mages chanted incantations to incinerate the evil undead hidden within, along with the forest. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar erupted from the forest's depths. Ruhar. In the next moment, under the stunned gazes of the coalition commanders, a massive, terrifying bone dragon soared out from the forest. It's a bone dragon. Such a huge bone dragon. Form ranks. Be careful of a cha. Commands were abruptly cut off. The coalition commanders watched in shock as one bone dragon after another ascended, soon covering the entire sky with their overwhelming numbers. Before they could recover from the shock, the ground began to tremble violently. Under the numb, terrified stares of the million-strong coalition, dense rows of ancient trees toppled. As the trees fell, a roaring skeletal warrior was the first to charge out of the forest. Following closely behind, an endless swarm of undead, like a sea of ants, surged out of the forest. Led by the bone dragons in the sky, this undead army, roaring and howling, swept towards the coalition like a tidal wave. It was a complete and utter massacre. The attacks from the Continental Allied forces were as feeble as a tickle, failing even to bring down the lowest-ranking skeletal warriors. The spells and divine powers of the renowned archmages and high priests, once their pride, only produced a clinking sound upon contact with the undead, causing no real harm. The Allied soldiers looked on in despair as the undead horde surged forward like a tsunami, engulfing everything in its path without stirring even a ripple of resistance. Tamir watched the slaughter in silence until the undead legions, having trampled the Allied forces, began to spread across the entire continent. This legendary necromancer of the teeny continent turned to Lyag with a sudden realization and asked, What are you going to do?" Lyag grinned. "Didn't I already tell you? I'm going to show you the traditional skills of our undead race." As soon as he finished speaking, the corpses that had been trampled to mush began to rise eerily, transforming into fresh undead. Under Lyag's command, these newly mindless recruits joined the undead horde in a mad rush towards the untainted world. Lyag murmured to himself, "These newly converted undead on the teeny continent may be weak, but they'll make decent cannon fodder. I wonder how big this continent is. If it's larger than Blue Star, we might need to summon 2 more legions to destroy it within a week." As he mumbled, a dark summoning portal suddenly expanded. More advanced undead and deathless beings marched out in orderly steps, soon filling the entire field of view. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions. Tamir could no longer count how many undead were pouring out of that small portal. Tamir's mind fixated on Lyag's words. We can still summon 2 more legions of this caliber. He couldn't help but wonder. Had he summoned a being that surpassed the Death Lord? What kind of world lay on the other side of the portal? Tamir's expression shifted from shock to horror and finally to numbness. Lyag, engrossed in achieving hidden accomplishments, paid no attention to the NPC's abnormal reaction. As the second legion of Sylvanast 100 million undeadfully entered the teeny continent, they quickly split into 10 divisions, sweeping across the continent from the Death Forest as their center. These 10 divisions further split into 100, then 1,000, eventually forming 10,000 5-tier legions that combed through every corner of the continent, wantonly spreading the undead plague. In no time, the original legion of 10,000 had created several times more undead. The speed of the undead wave far exceeded Lyag's expectations. The inhabitants of the teeny continent had not even learned of the Allied forces' annihilation before being overrun by the sudden undead army. Entire cities fell before news of their downfall could be spread, with all living beings converted into undead, attacking the neighboring cities. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. Lyag didn't even need to dispatch new legions. On the system map, the entire continent was quickly covered in black and gray desolation, spreading faster and faster. Finally, Lyag's gaze fixed on the last unconquered area on the map, the Holy Mountain of Light. Every undead that approached the mountain was obliterated by some mysterious force, unable to take even a single step forward. Lyag smirked and issued a simple command that would lead to the complete collapse of the Holy Mountain of Light. Take it down. Above the skies of the teeny continent, an epic battle rages on. Billions of undead soldiers surge like a tidal wave toward the Holy Mountain of Light. The brilliance of descending angels illuminates the mountain peak, casting a radiant glow across the entire sky. From a distance, Lugu witnesses this awe-inspiring spectacle. Suddenly, a blazing holy light pierces the heavens and earth, and the majestic hymn of sanctity reverberates across the continent. The land within 1,000 miles of the Holy Mountain of Light is instantly scorched to ashes, and the terrifying force ripples outward. Lugu keenly senses that this power contains an essence similar to the divine artifact, causality. Without a doubt, this surpasses legendary levels. It is a true God-wielding divine power, attempting to salvage the situation. In the real world, faced with the wrath of a deity, Lugu would have fled without hesitation. But in this mission world, his stronghold is not on the teeny continent. Even the descent of a god cannot harm him. Instead, Lugu finds himself deeply intrigued by this true god. Let me see if gods are truly invincible, Lugu murmurs with a slight smile, ordering the endless hordes of undead to continue their assault. What follows is a series of terrifying divine strikes, each powerful enough to obliterate a nation. However, the sheer number of undead is overwhelming. Despite heavy losses, they quickly replenish and relentlessly advance on the holy mountain of light. Even a god, faced with this endless calamity, feels a profound sense of helplessness. When the divine power is finally exhausted, unable to unleash further apocalyptic might, the dense ranks of angelic armies on the holy mountain of light can only watch in despair as the lowly undead drag them down from their divine pedestal. Ding! The system alert sounded, pulling Lugu out of his euphoria from trampling the angelic legion. He realized he had just completed the legendary job change quest, Undead Odyssey, successfully defeating the god of light and even toppling his statue off a cliff. Lugu's heart was filled with both regret and ambition. If only Blue Star were as fragile as the teeny continent. Unfortunately, reality was different. While the elimination game had brought unprecedented turmoil to Blue Star, it also endowed it with astounding wartime potential. Lugu's army had effortlessly conquered the teeny continent, leaving even the god of light powerless, but he was helpless against billions of equally formidable lords. However, the power of the gods was truly awe-inspiring. Lugu mused, if only his army had a deity among its ranks. With that thought, he immediately turned his attention to the system's prompt. Lugu's heart raced, hoping to obtain a god-level job change certificate, much like Sylvanas. If he could successfully ascend to godhood, even if he couldn't rival the god of light, it would be enough to turn the tide of battle. This moment was crucial. Without hesitation, Lugu chose the third option, the enigmatic and indescribable mysterious class. The system promptly responded, Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the legendary class, 9th Sovereign. Another message quickly followed, Ding! Due to your outstanding performance in the job change quest and meeting the minimum level requirements, you have received a new gift divinity. A familiar yet overwhelming power surged into Lugu's body, not just enhancing his vitality but also imbuing him with an unprecedentedly terrifying energy. Simultaneously, his attribute panel underwent drastic changes, the text twisting and reforming until it coalesced into a brand new attribute panel. Lugu scrutinized the new attribute panel and was astonished to find his health points had plummeted to 8,500. He decisively allocated all his free attribute points to Constitution, satisfied as his health and defense soared to 41,100 and 4,110 points, respectively. However, the most striking feature was the new entry on his panel divinity. Lugu's gaze lingered on this word for a long time, his heart pounding with excitement. This was his key to becoming a true powerhouse and a crucial asset in changing the entire battlefield. It turns out that beyond the legendary level, there's no higher rank for job advancement. Instead, one is granted a unique item called a godhead. Lugu was intrigued by this new concept. Rather than making wild guesses, he directly contacted Melchigard to inquire about the purpose of the godhead. Melchigard was busy procuring equipment for the Hero Legion when he received Lugu's call. He explained, a godhead is an extremely rare stone, said to originate from the source realm. Only the most powerful legendary heroes can earn the recognition of a godhead, merge with it, and embark on the path to godhood. This is documented in the omniscient treasury. Lugu paused for a moment, glanced at the godhead attributes on his panel, and asked, does activating the godhead mean becoming a god? Exactly. Melchigard continued, there are two ways to activate the path to godhood. One is through the worship of the masses, which provides a steady influx of divine power. As long as there are believers, you can accumulate a substantial amount of divine power even without doing anything. The other method, often used by dark deities, involves absorbing souls through slaughter. This way is faster but less sustainable. Once there are no more beings to kill, the source of divine power is cut off. This is why the dark faction often has the upper hand at the beginning of divine wars but ultimately fails. The white-haired lich suddenly realized something, his voice trailing off. Wait, why are you asking about this? Could it be that you've obtained a godhead? That's impossible. It's only the second round of the elimination game. Seeing Lugu's expressionless face, Melchigard asked in shock, you're not already a god, are you? Lugu calmly replied, no, I just obtained a godhead. The white-haired lich was silent for a moment, then suddenly teleported to Lugu's side and punched him in the leg without a word. Although he quickly paid the price for his impulsiveness, Lugu learned more about the godhead in the process. Melchigard explained that whether through faith or sacrifice, the ultimate goal is to collect enough divine power to activate the godhead, generate divinity, ignite the divine flame, and gain extraordinary strength. For a chosen lord, the godhead offers a second chance at acquiring traits. Unlike the flawed traits bestowed by the gods, the godhead will develop a super trait, or divinity, that perfectly matches the owner's various qualities. The power of divinity includes two parts: a powerful talent or effect similar to a trait, and a massive boost in attributes. Melchizedek gave an example, saying that the divinity of the god of light, whom Lugu defeated, allowed both the god and his followers to use the power of holy light. In-game, this manifested as improved follower quality, enhanced skills, and the ability to create unique holy light units and divine buildings. The attribute boost is even more astonishing. Before becoming a god, one could only gain 5 free attribute points per level, even for legendary classes, with a maximum of 20 points in passive main attribute growth. However, after activating the godhead, the owner would receive a massive increase of 100 points in all 4 attributes, completely tipping the scales of combat power. Upon successfully activating their divine status, the awakened divinity type brings astounding attribute boosts. This enhancement is not just a simple increase but a multiplication. It is said that some powerful deities can gain attribute boosts of hundreds of thousands of points purely from their divinity. Such a level of enhancement is truly mind-blowing. Imagine, with such terrifying attribute boosts, even the most ordinary area spell in the hands of a deity could become a world-ending catastrophe. The ground would crack open, mountains would crumble, and oceans would boil. Scenes that seem impossible to mortals are just casual acts for those with divinity. What is even more astonishing is that the two effects of divinity, passive effects and attribute increases, both have growth potential. As long as enough divine power is acquired, the level of divinity will keep rising. With each level increase, the effects of divinity and attribute boosts become even more terrifying. This cyclical enhancement mechanism makes a deity's power seem limitless. However, divinity is not without its flaws. Just like maintaining ultimate units requires rare resources, divinity continuously consumes a deity's stored divine power. The higher the level of divinity, the greater the consumption of divine power. If the deity is only passively utilizing the effects of divinity, this consumption is not a significant burden for deities of corresponding levels. But once a deity begins to draw on attributes from their divinity for combat, the consumption rate of divine power becomes so rapid that it can drive any deity to despair. This mechanism also explains why Lugu was able to defeat the god of light. Whenever the god of light mobilized his divinity to launch nation-destroying attacks, his stored divine power would plummet. Excessive consumption of divine power could even cause a drop in the level of divinity. Therefore, deities rarely intervene personally unless absolutely necessary. They typically rely on their legions and followers for combat. Even when they must intervene, the number of divine-level attacks a deity can launch is very limited. Most of the time, they still rely on their professional powers for battle. Of course, for deities, even a single divine-level attack is enough to crush any non-divine opponent. The god of light's failure was simply due to the unfortunate encounter with the anomaly Lugu. Against any other opponent, or even any legion, facing the god of light's devastating power capable of turning vast lands into scorched earth, there would be no choice but to await death. Each strike from the god of light could render thousands of miles of land barren, a level of destructive power that instills fear in any enemy. Theoretically, players are unable to access divine powers in the second elimination round. The domain of the gods is only accessible to players in the late stages of the third elimination round. Even if someone could touch a tiny part of the divine realm, like the Tero Gate Lord Gaia through unique traits, it would be insignificant compared to true divine power. However, Lugu directly obtained a godhood, which is extremely rare at this stage. Fortunately, the omniscient Lich Melchizedek provided guidance for Lugu. Without Melchizedek, even with a godhood, Lugu would struggle to figure out how to use it at this stage. Faced with the decision to either worship the godhood or sacrifice it, Lugu fell into deep thought. He quickly realized that for him, it wasn't a choice at all. The long time required to accumulate faith and the subsequent lack of power from harvesting life were unacceptable flaws. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Lugu's mind. What if he first harvested life and then converted the dead into undead to worship him? Wouldn't that solve all the problems? Sensing Lugu's thoughts, the white-haired Lich Melchizedek sincerely praised, "You are truly smart." But he quickly reminded, "Don't forget, the strength of the soul is the key to generating the quantity of faith power." Although the undead transformed by the undead legion gain corresponding strength based on their previous life, they are like newborns on a soul level, and the faith power they can generate is quite weak. Lugu shook his head and confidently replied, "It doesn't matter, as long as the numbers are sufficient. Moreover, the strength of the soul will slowly grow over time, and the lifespan of the undead is virtually eternal. Sooner or later, even the lowest level undead will be able to generate faith comparable to that of heroes. Speaking of heroes, my legion is not lacking in them." Upon hearing this, Melchizedek was momentarily speechless. After obtaining the godhood, Lugu immediately established churches in every village and town in S province to collect faith power. These churches no longer worshipped other gods, but revered the great god of the dead trickery. Meanwhile, under Lu Ji's command, the Scourge Legion, which had gathered billions of undead, began offering their faith to him. The vast amount of faith power surged into Lu Ji's godhood like a flood. Although the faith power generated by the undead monsters converted by the system was extremely weak, when these weak forces reached billions in number, even droplets could wear away stone. Moreover, Lugu had over 300,000 pseudo-heroes, whose faith power was much stronger. In just one day, Lu Ji's godhood underwent a transformation. Godhood, God of the Dead. Weak divine power. Level: weak divine power, lesser divine power, moderate divine power, greater divine power, supreme divine power, primordial divine power. Required for upgrade: 8. Cumulative divine power: 900,000. Attribute bonuses: Strength 100, Magic 400, Constitution 800, Dominion 800. God of the Dead traits: 1. All soldiers or heroes who believe in you can receive your protection, with a 12 chance to be immune to lethal damage. 2. When your followers kill other beings or followers of other gods, you can seize their souls regardless of their original ownership. 3. When your main city reaches level 7, you can construct a unique building Dead God's Kingdom. In the Dead God's Kingdom, you can consume divine power to create unique units and building systems, and your old units can evolve into your exclusive units. Weak divine power consumption: 1 point per second. Cumulative divine power: 845,000. Divine power reserve: 765,000. Faith: 845 million day. Faith conversion ratio: 1,000 to 1. With Lu Ji's current legion size, he could gain up to 800 million faith points daily. Given the faith to divine power conversion ratio of roughly 1,000 to 1, this means Lugu could gain 800,000 points of divine power daily. It's worth noting that upgrading godhood does not consume experience like ordinary level ups. Instead, it uses a more lenient calculation method. As long as the cumulative divine power exceeds a certain threshold, the godhood level will increase, even if the divine power is consumed during this period. However, even so, the upgrade costs, often in the tens of thousands, still leave many gods stuck at the lower divine power levels, struggling to gather enough faith. Many gods, even after accumulating enough divine power to upgrade their godhood, hesitate to do so because upgrading means increased daily maintenance costs. Maintaining weak divine power requires consuming over 86,000 points of divine power daily. Even if a follower provides 1 point of faith power, it would take 1,000 followers to provide 1 point of divine power. This enormous consumption makes many gods hesitate to upgrade their godhood easily. 86,100 units of divine power. This is the minimum threshold required to maintain the status of a minor deity. Lyoga stood atop the altar, his gaze piercing the void, looking towards the higher-ranking gods. Low-tier divine power, mid-tier divine power. The amount they require is astronomical, an existence that minor deities can't even dare to imagine. The world of deities is cruel. Lyoga knew very well that if he failed to pay the maintenance costs, his divine rank would drop, and the accumulated divine power would diminish. What was even more terrifying was that if he couldn't even maintain minor divine power, his divine flame would extinguish, and it would take an unknown number of years to reignite. Faced with such immense pressure, deities have no choice but to spread their faith across countless planes. Lyoga looked around and realized that the beings of a single plane could never satisfy a deity's need for divine power. Whether to maintain or elevate his divine rank, he needed to spread his faith to more planes. Suddenly, Lyoga thought of those evil deities who constantly destroy worlds. Their actions seemed to have a reasonable explanation. The divine power harvested from destroying 1 or 2 worlds was a drop in the ocean. To continuously have divine power or become stronger, they had to keep finding new targets. Lyoga couldn't help but feel fortunate. As a newborn deity with billions of followers, his starting point was already beyond that of most deities. He imagined the native deities who had to spend unimaginable time and effort just to ignite their divine flames and maintain their divine status. The path to becoming a god through faith is long and arduous. Lyoga recalled those legendary figures who had to establish deeply rooted images among mainstream races with populations in the billions to ignite their divine flames. Becoming a god through destruction was even harder. Even if 10 butchers of Baichi's caliber joined forces, the number of beings they slaughtered would barely be enough to light a divine flame. Finally, Lyoga's thoughts turned to those players with elimination systems and lord panels. Although their path to godhood was relatively easier, it was only relative. Creating a territory that could generate enough faith to ascend to godhood would take hundreds of years. Lyoga stood on the altar and took a deep breath. The road to godhood is long and difficult, but he had already taken the first step. Though the future path was fraught with challenges, he was ready to face each one and climb towards a higher divine rank. Without a doubt, The realm of gods is a sacred place that only a handful of the strongest can reach. Even among the chosen lords selected by the elimination game, only the very best have the potential to gain divine power. Lugu was undoubtedly fortunate to get a head start, but the divine effect he needed most would only fully manifest once his main city reached level 7. Lugu glanced over the thousands of attribute points added by the divine essence. For someone with almost no combat ability, these attribute increases were merely a bonus. What truly captivated him was the effect of divinity. Even the effect of weak divine power was so astonishing that he couldn't help but wonder. What would it be like if the divine essence were upgraded to low, medium, or even high and supreme divine power? Perhaps even a skeleton soldier could stand toe-to-toe with a 7th tier unit under the blessing of divine power. Exclusive units, exclusive buildings. These new terms filled Lugu with anticipation for the power of the divine essence. Unfortunately, all of this required upgrading the main city to level 7 and establishing the kingdom of the dead to take full effect. Despite some frustration, Lugu could only wait patiently. After all, a level 7 main city, being the final form of the 7 mainstream races' main cities, was not only expensive to upgrade but also took a long time. Even if he started the upgrade before his job change quest, it would still take over 20 days to complete. However, Lugu was not in a hurry. The power of the divine essence would come sooner or later. Since it couldn't be fully utilized now, he might as well gather as much divine power as possible and upgrade the divine essence level in the meantime. After lying low for so long, it was time to test the waters of expansion. With the time reversal trait, he could afford to be bolder than initially planned. Lugu opened his friends list and was surprised to find hundreds of unread messages. Red Door, Surveyor, Red Bean Biscuit. He opened each one and read carefully. His mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. On September 3rd, the day after Lugu started his legendary job change quest, the situation in Zhongzhou underwent a dramatic change. In a risky gamble by Lu Yi, the Bianjing Legion betrayed at a critical moment, resulting in a heavy loss for the Allied Legion. The remaining lords of Tero Gate seized the opportunity to break through, leading to a crushing defeat for the Allied Legion. Among the 16 legions that participated, 3 were completely annihilated, and the remaining 13 suffered heavy casualties. However, this defeat did not end the war. The Tero Gate and Bianjing Legion joined forces to march north, conquering 4 provinces in quick succession. Local legions surrendered one after another. Player guilds around the area also seized the moment to rise up, rallying under the banner of resisting a corrupt government. Governor Li Xianlong mobilized the Western and Eastern legions to resist but was ultimately defeated. Just 3 days later, the Bianjing Legion stormed into Shangjing City. Governor Li Xianlong fought to the death but was killed on the night of September 6th. The commander of the Shangjing Legion, Aoman, fled to the southern island with his trusted aides. Zhongzhou plunged into an era of warlords vying for supremacy, with countless ambitious individuals emerging to seize cities and lands, some even raising city taxes to an astonishing 75. Qingwei Daoist aimed to unify Zhongzhou, but faced strong resistance from the Seven Kings Alliance. This alliance was an upgraded version of the 7 major guilds of Zhongzhou. With the suppression of the unified government gone, player forces began to grow unchecked, annexing legions and occupying cities. The strongest, the Cloudturn Guild, had already spanned 3 provinces, boasting over 2 million official members, far surpassing the former Shangjing Legion in strength. Lugu continued to browse through the messages and found the list of the 7 Kings Guilds in a message from Surveyor. Cloudturn Guild, Holy Union, Skyshock Guild, 100 District Alliance, Tero Gate, Blossoming Guild, Divine Fire Sect. Wait, when did Tero Gate become one of the 7 Kings? Lugu suddenly noticed this anomaly and frowned. Becoming one of the 7 Kings Guilds was already an achievement, but it was humiliating to be ranked 5th. If even Tero Gate could only rank 5th among the 7 Kings Guilds, just how powerful were the ones ranked higher? Lugu glanced at the system time, confirming he had only been in the job change space for 7 days. However, the changes that occurred in those short 7 days were almost equivalent to 7 months. Lugu fell into deep thought. Although the primary value of establishing Tero Gate was to draw attention while he took control of S Province, and this mission had essentially been completed, it did not mean that Tero Gate had lost its value. In fact, the numerous high-level lords within Tero Gate were a significant force that could provide substantial assistance wherever needed. However, all of this hinged on Tero Gate still being the formidable player force that could single-handedly entangle nearly half of the Central Plains Legion. If it was just a lower-ranked guild among the 7 Kings Guilds, it would hold little value for Lugu. With this in mind, Lugu closed his eyes and quickly located the position of Jiliangshi through the death god who was secretly protecting him. Then, with a single thought, he instantly disappeared into the teleportation array. The scene shifted to the headquarters of Tero Gate in Nanshan City, Ji Province. Jiliangshi was just finishing a voice call. Still no reply from Trickster Boss? Alright, I know what our president wants to do, but you must stop him. Especially the identity of Red Bean Biscuit, You absolutely cannot reveal it to President Liuya. Of course, I trust you, but you have to understand, Trickster Boss hates risks and surprises the most. In this regard, President Liuya and Trickster Boss are complete opposites. Comparatively, I trust Trickster Boss more. Okay, got it, stay in touch. After the call ended, the suited Zhiliangshi, with a weary head, pushed open the door. It had been almost 2 weeks since Lugu appointed Liuya as the new president of Tero Gate. During this period, Lugu had not issued any orders to Zhiliangshi or Hongqi Daemon, and their messages had received no response, as if they were thrown into a void. Zhiliangshi habitually picked up the cup on the table to get some ice water. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure on the sofa opposite him, and he was thunderstruck. All his fatigue vanished instantly, leaving only shock and disbelief. Trickster Boss! Zhiliangshi exclaimed. Lugu said calmly, you seem very surprised by my arrival. Sit down. I came to see you today because I want to hear from you personally about what's been happening in the world recently, especially about this so-called Seven Kings Guilds and Qingwei Daoist. How did all these random names pop up in just a few days? Zhiliangshi opened his mouth, initially wanting to say that Qingwei Daoist and the Seven Kings Guilds were not nobodies, but on second thought, given Lu Ji's status, they indeed were insignificant before their rise. Lugu only paid attention to super-large entities like the pre-collapsed Central Plains United Government and the Seven Guilds Alliance. Any individual legion, person, or force was unworthy of being Lu Ji's enemy. With a bitter smile, Zhiliangshi began to report in detail the recent events in Central Plains and the rise of the Seven Kings Guilds. The starting point of everything was the deal between Liuya and Qingwei Daoist. To survive the encirclement of the Central Plains United Legion and even reverse the defeat, Liuya promised Qingwei Daoist that if he helped Tero Gate defeat the United Legion, Tero Gate would assist Qingwei Daoist and the Bianjing Legion in defeating the Shangjing Legion, helping Bianjing Legion take over Shangjing. True to his word, Qingwei Daoren betrayed the Allied forces at a critical moment in the decisive battle. His sudden defection was like a heavy blow, completely shattering the Allied forces' defenses and leading to a crushing defeat. On the battlefield, the flags of the Allied forces fell one after another. Soldiers scattered in all directions, leaving behind a sea of corpses and broken weapons. After the defeat, the Central Plains United Government barely maintained a facade of control. Although the Shangjing Legion suffered heavy losses, most of the lords survived. They retreated to their respective territories, biding their time to regroup. However, Qingwei Daoren had no intention of giving them a respite. Bound by a contract, the also battered Tero sect had no choice but to follow Qingwei Daoren's Bianjing Legion in launching fierce attacks on multiple provinces of the United Government. Their iron hooves trampled through city after city until they finally crushed the last remaining forces of the Central Plains United Government at the border between Jie Province and Si Province. The Bianjing Legion, unstoppable, soon marched into Shangjing City. The Central Plains United Government's headquarters were occupied, and the last flag was torn down, signaling the end of their regime. Without central leadership, the remaining regional legions fell into chaos, like headless flies running amok. Seizing this opportunity, the player guilds, led by the Fanyan Association, began to show their prowess. They used various means of negotiation and political maneuvering to quickly absorb the local legions and cities left behind by the United Government. In just 2 days, these previously obscure second-rate guilds transformed into powerful, large-scale organizations. However, the Bianjing Legion, fresh from its victory over the Shangjing Legion, did not take these player guilds seriously. Qingwei Daoren even dismissed them as a ragtag bunch of misfits. In his eyes, there was only one true opponent left: the former ally, the Tero sect. Despite their joint efforts and terrifying achievements, all alliances eventually come to an end. With the Bianjing Legion taking over Shangjing and the dissolution of the Central Plains United Government, the Tero sect had fulfilled its contractual obligations. At this point, Qingwei Daoren saw the Tero sect as his strongest competitor. Thus, an unseen fierce battle erupted between the Bianjing Legion and the Tero sect. However, it was not this war that led to the Tero sect's decline, but Qingwei Daoren's tactics afterward. Realizing he couldn't defeat the Tero sect heathen, he began a massive poaching campaign, successfully recruiting nearly half of the Tero sect's lords. After a series of battles and a significant loss of talent, the Tero sect lost its ability to compete with the Bianjing Legion and retreated to defend Nanshan City. Yet, even after defeating the Tero sect, Qingwei Daoren did not become the new overlord as he had hoped. Just as he was preparing to unify the Central Plains, the rising super guilds delivered a crushing blow. 6 super guilds joined forces, along with occasional support from the Tero sect, effectively containing the Bianjing Legion within the central region, despite its control over 4 provinces. The Bianjing Legion's repeated attempts to break through were consistently repelled, and the dream of unifying the land was thoroughly shattered. These 6 super guilds, each ruling at least one province, along with the Tero sect now in their ranks, became known as the Seven Kings Association. Together, they opened a new chapter in this tumultuous land. So, the Central States United Government really no longer exists? Lugu suppressed the overwhelming joy bubbling up inside him, maintaining a calm exterior as he questioned the metrologist again. The metrologist sighed, shaking his head with a bitter smile. It's not just the Central States United Government. All the united regimes across Blue Planet have essentially collapsed. Some are claiming royal lineage to restore monarchies, others are seizing regions under the guise of autonomy, and even religious organizations are carving out territories for themselves. He elaborated further, apart from the Free State, which still retains some official power, New State, West Sahara State, Antarctica, Arctic State, and even Europe State are all fragmented. New State, in particular, is in chaos after the Kyoto Legion's sacred tree was sabotaged by the Demon Codex, leaving the Legion leaderless. Even the second-largest legion, the Soul Legion, has been taken over by local tycoons. The New State's government is effectively defunct, and it's only a matter of days before news of New State's liberation spreads worldwide. The metrologist felt a mix of emotions. His ability to gather intelligence was both a blessing and a curse. Knowing so much, he understood better than anyone how dire the world situation had become. The chaos in the Central States was just the beginning. Almost every ambitious individual on Blue Planet was vying for power. The fall of the United Government was inevitable, and soon, every state and region would erupt in fierce wars. Victors would conquer all and become the new rulers, while losers would either perish or become prisoners. The Central States played a leading role in this upheaval, but the metrologist saw no hope for it to be the first to end the chaos. The newly risen Seven Kings Association was in direct conflict with the Beijing Legion, which had enlisted nearly half of Tero's forces. Within the Seven Kings Association, internal strife was rampant. Below them, countless small associations and independent groups were taking advantage of the chaos, creating a never-ending cycle of conflict. The metrologist's greatest fear was that while other major states settled their power struggles, the Central States would remain mired in factional warfare. If external forces invaded, the entire Central States could be doomed, possibly repeating the humiliating history of the feudal era. As the metrologist pondered how to persuade Lugu to unify the Central States, Lugu couldn't help but burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that his cheeks ached before he finally stopped, rubbing his stiff face. He nonchalantly said to the metrologist, "Given the current situation, there's no need for you and the red-painted door to stay in Tero anymore." The metrologist was stunned. What? What do you mean?" Lugu stood up, smiling as he explained. "It means the mission is complete. Do you remember why I had you create Tero in the first place? Of course, you said you needed an overt force to conceal the traces of the Balance Association. Exactly, but that was because there was a behemoth like the United Government in the world. Now, the Central States United Government has collapsed, replaced by a bunch of maggots feasting on its carcass." Lugu sneered. "I feared the United Government, which was like a pack of vicious sharks, but I won't be intimidated by a bunch of scavenging fish. They have no idea that they destroyed the only thing that could keep me in check." The metrologist was both shocked and delighted as he asked, "Are you going to make a move?" But the second elimination game has just started, and the player's power is still considerable. "They're nothing but a disorganized mob," Lugu said disdainfully. "Before the first beast tide arrives, I will conquer the entire northern region of the Central States and turn the whole north into a desolate forbidden zone." The metrologist's eyes widened in disbelief. "Didn't you say you would only turn Province S into a forbidden zone? A mere Province S is not enough." Lugu laughed. "Metrologist, you are still too weak to understand how vast the realms beyond the legends are and how much they require resources. Blue Planet is too small to support many deities. Those without value should become unresisting undead. Their existence is a waste of resources." Lugu patted the stunned metrologist on the shoulder. "Of course, I won't eradicate everyone. Like in Zone 4297, those close to you can earn the right to survive. But you must act quickly and settle them within 2 days." Before the metrologist could respond, Lugu teleported away, leaving him standing there in shock. It wasn't until the clock on the wall chimed the hour that the metrologist snapped out of his daze and hurried to find the red-painted door. At that moment, the metrologist felt as if he had brought a catastrophe upon Blue Planet. He had severely underestimated Lugu's ruthlessness. Although Lugu had shown his merciless nature in Zone 4297, this was the entire Blue Planeta planet with nearly 10 billion inhabitants. How could anyone, no matter how wicked, conceive such a terrifying idea? But the metrologist knew he hadn't misheard. Even more frightening, Lugu's words carried no hint of jest. When the surveyor arrived at the red lacquered gate, the latter was in the middle of a heated communication. The voice from the red lacquered gate was filled with rage, almost bursting through the communication device. "How dare you negotiate with us, Tero Gate, like a dog? Who does he think he is? Just a lapdog of the Beijing Legion, barking at us? Ha, threatening an attack? What a joke." He has no idea about the true power of Tero Gate. The red lacquered gate continued to roar, tell him, and tell all of you, that the true strength of Tero Gate has never been unleashed. If you push me too far, humph, he suddenly paused, noticing the surveyor's arrival but said nothing more, abruptly ending the communication in anger. Under the surveyor's complex gaze, the red lacquered gate erupted again. Damn it, this is infuriating. If Trickster were here, these traitors wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. He turned to the surveyor, his tone urgent. Surveyor, have you reached Trickster yet? The situation is getting really dire. If Trickster doesn't act soon, Zhongzhou will be lost to us. Though Taro Gate was one of the 7 king guilds, dominating the entire Ji province, it had suffered greatly from the Joint Legion's siege, the decisive battle with the Shangjing Legion, and the dismemberment by the Bianjing Legion. Its overall combat strength was now less than a third of its peak. Despite this, Taro Gate still ranked 5th among the 7 king guilds, with actual military power in the top 3. However, due to past misdeeds, Taro Gate was not well liked within the Order faction. Besides the open hostility with the Bianjing Legion, the other 6 king guilds also excluded Taro Gate from their core circle. This had confined Taro Gate to a corner of Ji province, with its fame and territory in decline. The red lacquered gate was caught in a dilemma. Surrender to the Bianjing Legion? Follow Luyue? Seek help from the Balance Guild or Melchigard? Or retreat directly to S province? In the previous call, he had already dismissed the option of surrendering, mainly because the Bianjing Legion had sent a traitor to persuade them, filled with threats. I don't care anymore, the red lacquered gate shouted. If Trickster doesn't respond soon, I'll go to Sister Lich. She won't ignore me. We have a great relationship. The surveyor looked at the red lacquered gate helplessly, hesitated for a moment, then slowly spoke. No need. Trickster has already made his move. What? When? The red lacquered gate turned around in surprise, asking excitedly, what are Trickster's instructions? He wants us to return to S province, the surveyor replied. Next, he's going to mobilize our legion to launch a war across the entire northern Zhongzhou. The war mode will be identical to S Provincino survivors. Trickster has given us 2 days. We must ensure all our relatives in the north are settled within these 2 days. Hissing through clenched teeth, the large red-painted door loomed before them. As soon as Lugu set foot in Province S, he immediately summoned Melchigard. The moment they met, Lu Ji's eyes sparkled with urgency as he eagerly asked, how is the progress on the formation of the Hero Legion? Melchigard frowned slightly, tapping his chin with his fingers, and replied, the formation is nearly complete, but due to resource constraints, the equipment enhancement level has only reached level 15. To raise it above level 20, we need another week of resource accumulation. Lugu raised an eyebrow and pressed. So aside from the equipment enhancement level, everything else meets my requirements? Melchigard nodded confidently, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Indeed, although the enhancement level is a bit lacking, and we aren't quite the perfect legion yet, this force of 3,000 heroes is already as powerful as the Bone Dragon Legion. 3,000 heroes? Lu Ji's brow furrowed deeply, a hint of confusion in his tone. I recall asking for a 5th Asandro Legion. How did it become 3,000? Melchigard hurried to explain, a touch of defensiveness in his voice. Sir, you clearly stated 3,000. Lugu waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to dwell on the issue. 3,000 it is. That's more than enough to deal with a bunch of nobodies. As he spoke, he waved a hand, and a virtual map of Central Continent slowly unfurled in the air. On the map, Central Continent was divided into different regions by 10 colors. The largest area, covered in blue, represented the territory of the Bianjing Legion. Next were 7 regions of various colors, symbolizing the domains of the 7 Princes Guild. The remaining 2 smaller areas included one controlled by Lugu in Province S and another occupied by scattered minor forces and remnants of the Central Continent United Government on the overseas southern island. Pointing at the map, Lugu explained to the puzzled Melchigard behind him, this is the latest situation in Central Continent. His finger glided over the blue region that nearly encompassed the entire Province S, his tone chilling. This force blocking our southward advance. In 2 days, I want it turned gray. The Bianjing Legion could never have imagined that the crisis they were about to face stemmed from their own expansion. Having occupied almost the entire Central Plains, the Bianjing Legion unwittingly extended their territory to the border of Province S, catching the attention of Lyoga. Upon receiving Lyoga's orders, the white-haired Lich, Melchigard, sprang into action. He swiftly assembled the newly formed Hero Legion, a fully armed and well-equipped force that exuded an aura of immense wealth. However, when Melchigard eagerly led his shining legion to their destination, he was furious to discover that Bane and Balan, the 2 wooden figures, had already arrived. This realization instantly sobered him up, making him acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. When he looked at Lyoga again, his eyes were filled with suspicion. Melchigard thought, If the target were merely a minor Divine Lord's power, his hero legion combined with Lyoga's first legion would be more than sufficient. There was absolutely no need to mobilize Bane and Balan's third and fourth legions. It seemed that the Lord's target this time was far beyond the Bienjing legion. Just as this thought crossed Melsigard's mind, Tichondrius and Mal'Ganis also arrived, further confirming his suspicions. Bane and Balan, the two Death Knight Lords, along with Tichondrius and Mal'Ganis, the two Dreadlords, might seem ordinary individually, but the identities they represented were terrifying. This meant the assembly of 4 Scourge-level legions, enough to drown the entire continent in an endless sea of the undead. Melsigard was shocked to realize that Lyoga had only used 2 legions to destroy the teeny continent, causing the light beast, which possessed moderate divine power, to fall apart. And now, with 4 legions gathered, if Lyoga led his first legion personally, that would make a total of 5 legions. Are you planning to destroy the world? Melsigard asked in horror. Lyoga shot a fierce glance at Melsigard and coldly replied, "Don't be ridiculous. Blue Star is my homeland. How could I bear to destroy it?" Lyoga then began assigning tasks. He ordered Sylvanus to lead the 2nd Legion to oversee Province S, while ORM would lead the 7th Legion to guard I-City and act as support. Lyoga emphasized that this battle would be the Scourge Legion's first display of their might to the world. They had to crush the entire defense of the central region before other forces could understand the strength of the Scourge Legion. Lyoga issued orders one by one. Bane would lead the 3rd Legion to advance into Provinces J and L, Balan would lead the 4th Legion to attack Province N, Tichondrius would be responsible for Province X, and Mal'Ganis would attack Province B. Seeing that the surrounding provinces had been allocated, Melsigard hurriedly stepped forward to assert his presence. "What about me? I'm the main force, right?" Lyoga smiled and patted the white-haired lich on the head. "Of course, you and your hero legion are the stars of this operation. Melsigard, at your command." "Yes, my lord." Melsigard responded loudly. "You will lead the 1st Legion straight to Shangjing City. My 1st Legion will tear through the defenses of Province A, annihilating all resistance in the surrounding cities, allowing you to advance unimpeded." Lyoga gazed sternly into Melsigard's eyes. "All actions will commence in 40 hours. I want the entire northern part of the central region to turn gray." "Understood, my lord." Melsigard and the other heroes responded in unison. 36 hours before the operation began, in Nanshan City, Province G, inside the main building of the Tero Gate headquarters, a group of young men and women followed Lugu excitedly, touring the grand headquarters. One boy, looking around the luxurious space in bewilderment, said nervously, "Even though we heard the news that you became the new president of the Tero Gate, we still can't believe it until we see it with our own eyes." "Exactly." A girl in the group chimed in. "Having a companion suddenly become the president of such a large guild like the Tero Gate feels like a dream." The group of young people was filled with emotion. Just half a month ago, they were fresh graduates from the Lord's School. They had emulated successful lords, forming a small organization called One, struggling to survive in the lowest level monster areas, and dreaming of the wonderful life of becoming high-ranking lords. However, the harsh reality soon shattered their dreams. It was just a minor setback. The small faction, which had no backing, disintegrated like a dandelion blown by the wind, scattering in all directions. The demise of the One organization happened so swiftly that it caught everyone off guard. The moment Lu Yi was imprisoned in Qingshan prison was a brutal wake-up call for everyone. Reality's harsh blow made them bow their heads. Some sought refuge with other groups or civilian forces, while others scrambled to join local military units, becoming the very warlords they once despised. Each person believed that this would be their unremarkable fate from then on. However, fate has a way of playing tricks. An earth-shattering piece of news broke like a thunderclap. A former, unassuming member of the One organization was revealed to be a hidden leader of the world-class evil guild, Tero Men. This revelation brought not only shock but also a series of jaw-dropping events. Qingshan City Prison was razed to the ground, and the investigation team dispatched by the Security Bureau was completely wiped out. Following this, the Black Blade Knights surged like an unstoppable torrent, flattening the entire Qingshan City. Former members of One, due to their connection with Lu Yi, were mistrusted by their superiors and ordered to stay away from the Qingshan defense battle. This order inadvertently saved their lives. Otherwise, they would have been crushed under the iron hooves of the Black Blade Knights, just like the other lords of Qingshan City. But this was just the beginning. In the days that followed, they witnessed a series of staggering events. Lu Yi transformed into the president of Tero Men and delivered a public speech under the world's watchful eyes. He fought against the combined forces of Central State, nearly exhausting their strength. He defeated the Central State United Government. He allied with the Bienjing army to capture Shangjing City, and even personally ended the life of Governor Li Xianlong. In the end, Tero Men ascended to join the ranks of the Seven Kings, becoming one of the most powerful guilds in the world. For the former members of One, this series of developments felt like a surreal dream. It was as if they had woken up to find their roommate had become the president of the free world, and this president was threatening to launch World War III and nuke the entire planet. Although in Lu Ji's eyes, the current Taromen might seem fragile, for these young people, and even for Lu Yi, the Taromen, now a legitimate regime, far surpassed the former fearsome organization in status. This might have always been Lu Ye's goal, to replace the powerful yet unrecognized, unstable Taromen with a relatively weaker but accepted, unshakable, and authoritative Taromen. Compared to clearing their name, the temporary loss of strength could always be regained. And the first step in all of this was to cultivate a group of clear-headed confidants. Lu Yi stood in the highest hall of the Taro Gate, surveying his surroundings. The scene before him brought a sense of satisfaction. A group of young lords were eagerly discussing their future plans. These young men and women had once been members of the one organization, and now they were part of the Taro Gate. With a smile, Lu Yi began to speak. From this moment on, you are members of the Taro Gate. You will inherit the identity of one and become a special division within the Taro Gate. His gaze swept over each expectant face. I will allocate 10 million resources to each of you to help you grow quickly. Soon, you will possess power comparable to the true lords of Taro Gate. The youths erupted in cheers upon hearing this news. They finally felt the same unbridled confidence that once characterized the Red Eagle Society. This strong support from the higher-ups would allow them to quickly outpace their peers by years. Chen Guang, a young man in his early 20s and one of the founders of One, spoke calmly. We understand. Just tell us the conditions. At this point, we have nothing to lose. Lu Yi was about to explain the conditions for receiving the resources when a sudden spatial tremor interrupted him. A teleportation light illuminated the center of the hall, and a dignified figure in a suit, holding a staff, emerged. Vice President Hong Qi? Lu Yi exclaimed in surprise at the sudden appearance. Weren't you in the north? How did you return so quickly? The newcomer was indeed Hong Qi Damon, who had just returned from the north. He had completed the relocation of his relatives in less than 8 hours. An impressive feat, however. After completing his task, he suddenly recalled an important issue. What about Lu Yi? Although Lu Yi was the brother of the cunning strategist, Hong Qi Damon doubted whether the strategist remembered he had a brother. Out of caution, he decided to return and remind Lu Yi. Hong Qi Damon scanned the room, frowning slightly. To him, these young lords appeared undisciplined and lacked respect for the Taro Gate. However, seeing Lu Ye's friendly attitude towards them, he chose to remain silent. Turning his gaze to Lu Yi, Hong Qi Damon spoke in a grave tone. President Lu Yi, I need to speak with you privately. As he spoke, the previously noisy hall fell silent. The aura of authority emanating from Hong Qi Damon instilled a sense of fear in the young lords. Though he was merely a subordinate in the Balanced Society, during the first elimination game, he was a high-ranking member of the 3 major guilds, even daring to curse at the presidents during collective meetings. Even without the Balanced Society's influence, in the real world, Hong Qi Damon would undoubtedly be a core power in a formidable guild. He was not someone to be taken lightly. Lu Yi stared blankly at the imposing red lacquered door in front of him, undoubtedly belonging to an elder minister of the Taro sect. He hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded under the stern gaze of the man. Turning to the group led by Chen Guang, Lu Yi apologized. Sorry, I have some matters to attend to. Feel free to look around. Chen Guang responded understandingly. Don't worry about us. Take care of your important business. Lu Yi nodded slightly, and then entered the elevator alongside the red lacquered door. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Lu Yi couldn't help but ask, what requires a private conversation? Those are the future backbone of the Taro sect. Treating them like this will make them feel untrusted. The red lacquered door interrupted him, his tone heavy. The Taro sect no longer matters. He stared at Lu Yi for a long time, until Lu Ye's brows gradually furrowed. Seeing nothing revealing in Lu Ye's expression, the red lacquered door turned to face the elevator doors, saying, as I thought, Giji Chairman hasn't informed you. My brother? Lu Ye's emotions immediately became agitated. What do you mean? Informed about what? Lugu, a name once so familiar, had become strange since the elimination game began. Now, Lu Ye's understanding of Lugu came almost entirely from the descriptions of the red lacquered door and the measurer. According to them, the man who used to be indifferent to everything had now become exceptionally cruel. In the first round of the elimination game, Lugu had formed the Balance Association and killed all his enemies. The red lacquered door and the measurer were terrified of him, always cautious to avoid any actions that might anger him. Even after the red lacquered door and the measurer became leaders of the Taro sect, a super organization comparable to the world's top military corps, they never dared to entertain any thoughts of betraying Lugu. With just a casual command, the red lacquered door willingly relinquished his position as chairman, turning instead to support the inexperienced Lu Yi as the new chairman. Whenever they faced danger or an insurmountable opponent, their go-to phrase was, "Don't worry, Giji Chairman will handle it." Their reverence for Lugu was almost foolish, firmly believing he could resolve anything for them. However, when facing others, the red lacquered door and the measurer could display extraordinary dominance and disdain. Even figures like the former governor of the Central State Union, Li Xianlong, the current leader of the Bianjing Corps, Qingwei Daoren, and the various chairmen of the Seven Kings Association were considered equals at best. In any meeting, the two could overwhelmingly assert their presence, maintaining the dignity of the Tero sect. Over time, Lu Ji's image in Lu Ye's mind was rapidly changing. What kind of skills and charisma did his brother possess to command the loyalty of the red lacquered door and the measurer, appearing and disappearing like a mythical dragon? What is the connection between the Balance Association, the Tero sect, and Lugu? These questions filled Lu Yi with a burning desire to understand his brother better. He had so many questions he wanted to ask face to face. But since parting in Qing City, Lugu had not appeared again. Even the red lacquered door and the measurer couldn't get any response from him. Lu Yi could only suppress all his questions deep inside. And now, he finally heard news about Lugu from the red lacquered door. But judging by his expression, it didn't seem like good news. Why do you say the Tero sect no longer matters? Lu Yi asked incredulously. Is he planning to abandon the Tero sect? But it's one of the Seven Kings Associations now. The red lacquered door said calmly. That's the biggest difference between Giji Chairman and you. Giji Chairman only pursues power. Beyond that, he cares nothing for authority, influence, status, or anything else. In some ways, he is more ascetic than most monks in the world. Impossible. Lu Yi found it hard to associate the term ascetic with his lazy, indulgent brother. However, as soon as he said it, he realized that the description might not be so inappropriate. Indeed, Lugu was no longer the same person he once was. He had completely lost all desires for material and emotional things. Lu Yi thought to himself that with Lu Ji's current power, he could enjoy countless wonderful things. Yet he never expressed such desires and often remained elusive. This made Lu Yi marvel at the terrifying nature of the master of deception. The red-painted door seemed to see through Lu Ye's thoughts, and a deep voice echoed in the elevator. Even though you share his bloodline, you cannot fathom his thoughts. I fear no one in this world can truly understand the master of deception. As soon as the words fell, the elevator chimed with a crisp ding, and the doors slowly parted. The red-painted door stepped out first, his leather shoes making rhythmic clicks on the polished floor as he walked towards the conference room. Lu Yi snapped out of his thoughts and hurried to follow. As they walked, the red-painted door asked, "Do you remember what the metrologist and I first told you?" Without waiting for Lu Ye's response, he continued, "Some things perhaps shouldn't be said too much, but I must remind you again. Tero Gate is merely a tool, existing for a specific purpose. Now that the purpose has been fulfilled, Tero Gate has lost its necessity." Lu Yi was taken aback and blurted out, "Why is there no longer a necessity? Do they know the power of Tero Gate? Do they understand its influence? Tero Gate can still accomplish many things." The red-painted door's tone remained calm. The master of deception never cares for anything beyond pure power. Unfortunately, the current power of Tero Gate has not gained his recognition. As they spoke, they arrived at the conference room door. The red-painted door raised his staff and gently tapped the handle. A complex unlocking mechanism flowed like water, followed by a soft click, and the conference room door swung open. Lu Ye's gaze went past the red-painted door's shoulder, and his eyes widened in shock. Seated inside were two figures. One of their faces made Lu Ye's heart jolt, a face full of arrogance and disdain. Even dressed in a suit, couldn't hide its contempt for the world. Lu Yi involuntarily blurted out, "Red bean cookie?" The moment the name left his lips, Lu Yi realized the magnitude of the person he was facing, the Grand Arbiter of the Sacred Union, a figure known throughout Central Continent. Amidst his shock, Lu Yi felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if that gaze had pinned him to the spot. Willow glanced sideways at the person who called out her name, also named Willow. Red Bean Biscuit sat up with a disgruntled expression, glanced at the large red door next to Willow, and asked sharply, "Hey, why did you bring Deceit's brother here? If I remember correctly, this should be an internal meeting of the Balance Council." Willow was shocked by Red Bean Biscuit's words, her eyes widened in disbelief. This meant that Red Bean Biscuit, the great arbiter of the Holy Union, was also a subordinate of Lugu. The large red door patted Willow's shoulder, who was still in turmoil, and explained with a smile, "Strictly speaking, Willow has been a member of the Balance Council since the day she became the president of the Tero Gate. Come on in, we're all friends here." Willow nodded silently and stiffly walked into the meeting room. As she entered, a slightly chubby man stood up and greeted her warmly. "Willow, right? It's impressive to see someone so young manage such a large organization like the Tero Gate. You'll surely become as outstanding as Deceit one day. Oh, by the way, I'm Guisho, also a member of the Balance Council." Red Bean Biscuit immediately grumbled, "Hey, Guisho, you're so eager to flatter, but when I asked you to find something, you made all sorts of excuses. Don't expect me to help you kill anyone again. Guaisho glared at Red Bean Biscuit and retorted, in front of the young president, I don't have time to argue with you. And can you ask for something more realistic next time? Legendary equipment. Really? There are barely a handful of legendary items in all of Central State, and 2 of them are already in your possession. Even if I had great abilities, how could I find you another legendary item? Even using the Woodsman's Spring requires a legendary catalyst. The large red door interjected. If there are none in Central State, we can go to New State. I heard Shenmue was defeated, and he had a legendary bracelet. Jewelry of that level is extremely rare. Surely you have some thoughts on this? Red Bean Biscuit pointed to himself and snorted. Humph, what I want doesn't change whether he's defeated or not. My current status limits me. I'm a high-ranking member of the Holy Union. If I act against other factions without authorization, it could cause a diplomatic incident. Guaisho immediately exposed him. But you still killed Higashino Kigo. Red Bean Biscuit was furious. Shut up. He brought it on himself. The large red door quickly stopped their bickering by banging on the table. All right. Enough chit-chat. We have more important matters to discuss now. Upon hearing this, Red Bean Biscuit and Guaisho became serious. They realized that compared to the large red door and the measurer, their locations would be the first to face the upcoming conflicts. Red Bean Biscuit represented the Holy Union, which, despite its headquarters in Bright City of Province D, had rapidly expanded to gain significant territory in Province N. Guaisho was directly in the eye of the storm, serving as a corporate supervisor for the Bianjing Legion in Longjiang City of Province B, less than 300 kilometers from Province S. If war broke out, neither could remain uninvolved. Especially Red Bean Biscuit, who would inevitably have to represent the Holy Union in battle. But he was aware of the terrifying military strength Lugu had amassed in Province S. If Lugu unleashed a full-scale undead plague, the entire northern region of Central State would be engulfed in a sea of death. Even with Red Bean Biscuit's formidable skills, he couldn't match an army of billions of undead, and he wasn't willing to risk his life for the Holy Union. Red Bean Biscuit sighed. I plan to take a sick leave. Deceit has gone mad. When I asked him what to do, he suggested I cut off Guaisho's head. But Guaisho has been good to me. I can't bring myself to do it. Guaisho laughed heartily. Haha, don't tell me you've got a thing for Guaisho? Willow's face was stiff, her mind reeling. What had she just heard? Lugu actually suggested that the great arbiter of the Holy Union assassinate the president of the Holy Union? Red Bean Biscuit looked wistful. You don't understand what it means to have an image to uphold. I'm a pillar of the Holy Union, admired by thousands. If I did that, I couldn't maintain my facade. Guisho smirked. Haha, someday it'll come to that. Or do you plan to shield the entire Holy Union? I doubt Deceit will agree. Red Bean Biscuit reclined in his chair, resigned. So, I'm stalling as much as I can. When the day of reckoning comes, I'll try to persuade Guaisho to join us. Willow suddenly spoke. I know Guaisho. Feeling the weight of their gazes, she continued under pressure. She's not someone who fears death. I don't know what Lugu intends to do, but she would never abandon the Holy Union. Red Bean Biscuit looked disappointed. I think so too. I know it's a long shot, but I want to try. If she remains stubborn, I'll have to kill her myself and bring her soul to Deceit, so he can resurrect her as a lich. Willow immediately regretted speaking up. She almost thought she had met a sane person, but quickly realized that in the Balance Council, under Lugu, sanity was impossible. Guaisho shrugged. For me, it's simple. Tomorrow, I'll resign from the group and move my family to Shisha State. I don't think the southern region will be safe with Deceit around. The large red door's eyes lit up. Shisha State? That's a good idea. The measurer said Shisha State is mostly worthless, with only one barely competent legion. It's full of weaklings. If we go there, it'll be like shooting fish in a barrel. As soon as the concept of Shisha State was mentioned, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly became lively. Attendees began whispering to each other, discussing this mysterious place. Only the intelligence master, Jiliangshi, sat quietly in the corner, a knowing look in his eyes. He understood the real situation of Shisha State, outwardly strong but hollow within. Despite this, the power of Shisha State should not be underestimated. Ordinary armies couldn't survive there, not to mention the locals' extremely xenophobic attitude. To establish a foothold in Shisha State would undoubtedly require a fierce battle. Guaisho intentionally brought up Shisha State with a clear purposito enlist a few members of the Balance Council to join him in its development. His strategy was quite effective. Even the usually indifferent Hongdo Bingon showed interest in Shisha State. If only Guangyin Sisui would agree to retire to Shisha State with me, Hongdo Bingon suddenly said, a hint of unrealistic fantasy in his voice. Hongqi Damon shook his head with a smile and turned to Liuye beside him. Shisha State is indeed a good place. You might want to consider it. Liuye frowned, unable to resist asking, I still don't understand. Why are you all thinking about running away? What exactly is Lyoga planning to do? He intends to cleanse this world, Guaisho suddenly interjected, the smile on his face replaced by an unprecedentedly serious expression. In 30 hours, the Trickster's Legion will descend upon the northern frontier of Zhongzhou. By then, the entire northern frontier will become a dead zone. That's impossible, Lyoya exclaimed. There simply isn't a legion that powerful in this world. If there were, it wouldn't remain obscure. It would definitely be on the rankings. Guaisho pointed above mysteriously. Oh, but there is such a legion. It has always existed, but because it never shows any threat and stays out of the public eye, people gradually forget about it. Lyoya still couldn't comprehend. How could there be such a legion? If such a legion exists, its secrecy would be terrifying. For a powerful legion with tens of thousands of soldiers, this is simply impossible. Even if the legion leader wanted to keep it hidden, the sheer logistics and mental needs of tens of thousands of people would leave obvious traces. No matter how well hidden, it couldn't escape various detection methods. Theoretically, a legion powerful enough to sweep across the northern frontier of Zhongzhou couldn't remain unknown. Seeing Lyoya's reaction, Hongdo Bingon suddenly burst into laughter. See? This is the unified reaction of all the top forces in Zhongzhou when the Trickster's Legion descends. The more impossible something seems, the more it catches people off guard. Even if we stood in Bianjing and shouted the truth, no one would believe our nonsense. As he spoke, Hongdo Bingon abruptly stood up, knocking over the teacup on the table. High-level teleportation light began to shine around him. Boring. I'll leave the task of educating the Trickster's little brother to you. I'm going to enjoy myself in the remaining time. Remember to take it easy and don't hurt yourself, Guaisho teased. Hongdo Bingon merely gave him a cold glance before disappearing in a flash of bright light. What's with him? Lyoya asked, confused. Did I upset him? Hongchi Damon smiled and explained. It's not you who upset him. He's angry because no one can stop the Trickster. Stop the Trickster? Why would you want to stop him? Aren't you his subordinates? Lyoya was even more puzzled. Precisely because we are his subordinates and cannot betray him, we hope someone else can stop him, Hongchi Damon said matter-of-factly, but that hope is so slim that it's almost non-existent, which is probably why Hongdo Bingon is so angry. You're making Lyoga sound like some villain everyone hates. Lyoya said, unconsciously defending her brother. Once he conquers the northern frontier, won't you all enjoy wealth and glory? Wealth and glory? If that were the case, we wouldn't be in this state. Hongchi Damon's expression grew complex. Guaisho spread his hands and said directly, when the Trickster's Legion arrives, you'll understand that in his dictionary, victory doesn't include the concept of surrender. Let me tell you one thing. We are all lords from District 4297, but what you see here are almost all the surviving members of 4297. With that, Guaisho gave Lyoya a meaningful look. Seeing her stunned expression, he suddenly burst into laughter. All right, don't be so tense. You're the Trickster's sibling. He won't harm you. Compared to this, I have quite a few family members to prepare for. I look forward to seeing you in Shisha State. As he finished speaking, Guaisho's figure disappeared from the conference room. Guaisho and another member vanished from the conference room in an instant, leaving behind only a fleeting flash of light. Their teleportation skills were so advanced that they seemed to disappear into thin air, effortlessly bypassing the anti-teleportation barriers of the Tero Gate's static period. This display not only showcased their extraordinary abilities, but also hinted that the seemingly harmless Guaisho was far more dangerous than he appeared. The conference room was now left with only Red-Painted Door and Willow Leaf. Red-Painted Door noticed that Willow Leaf was still in shock, his expression dazed. With a sigh, he decided to further explain the dreadful nature of the scheme, to prevent Willow Leaf from making any rash moves and playing the role of a doomed resistor. As Red-Painted Door elaborated on the details, Willow Leaf trembled, finally understanding why members of the Balanced Society were so fearful of Lugu. Even someone as arrogant as Red Bean Cookie had no intention of resisting Lugu. The reason was simple. If there was even a sliver of a chance to win, they might try to stop Lugu. But the reality was that even if a miracle occurred, they still couldn't succeed. Faced with a zero-win situation, it was far more in the interest of the Balanced Society members to side with the scheme and let others bear the consequences, rather than sacrificing themselves and their families in vain. What I've told you is just the power he had before he disappeared, Red-Painted Door said helplessly. He was gone for a whole week. Knowing him, he must have been doing something to significantly enhance his strength. There is nothing else in this world that would be worth his time. Red-Painted Door's tone grew more serious. So, don't even think about doing anything foolish. If you dare to stand in his way, even if you are his brother, he won't show any mercy. These words were like a bucket of cold water, snapping Willow Leaf back to reality. The power of Lugu was far beyond imagination and likely still growing. Any resistance against such a formidable opponent would be futile. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Balanced Society in Province S, an unusual gathering was taking place. At the center of a vast army of undead stood Lugu, regarded by many as a devil. He glanced around and suddenly called out loudly, "Mercigard!" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a white figure streaked through the sky. With a loud and cheerful "Here I am, Mercigard," the diminutive white-haired lich landed steadily in front of Lugu and excitedly asked, "What are your orders, great lord?" Ever since Lugu declared war and allowed Mercigard to lead the hero corps, the battle-hungry lich had been in a state of constant excitement, executing orders with efficiency far beyond her usual capability. She had finally earned Lu Ge's trust as someone who could share the burdens of Sylvanas. Lu Gu got straight to the point, asking, "How is the reconnaissance of the enemy's deployment? Have you identified any individuals who might significantly impact the battle?" Mercigard promptly reported, "Reporting to the Great Lord, the target area has been thoroughly scouted. There are 7 class ability users and 5,000 class ability users in the opposing forces. Most of them have territory-enhancing abilities, with no fatal threats detected." She continued, "The most troublesome is the class ability user Gaia from the Taroman faction, who seems to have been bought off by the Bianjing Legion. His Earth-based god-level skills could cause some damage to our forces, but they won't affect the overall outcome of the battle. Our Legion's strength is on a completely different level compared to anything they have faced so far." Lu Gu then inquired, "How are preparations for the Reaper operation?" Mercigard responded with excitement, "All the Reapers have been dispatched. According to your instructions, once the war breaks out, all Reapers will eliminate their assigned targets within 5 seconds. Over 90% of the local commanders in the 6 northern provinces will be eliminated, causing at least 3 hours of command chaos." She continued to give an exhaustive report on the preparations, the deployment of the undead plague, the use of small cities and monster cities, the bribing of gatekeepers, and more. Each arrangement aimed to minimize unexpected risks and ensure thorough preparation for the imminent large-scale war. Lu Gu listened quietly, his mind already made up. This war, spanning millions of square kilometers and affecting billions of people, was not merely a simple military onslaught. Although his legion possessed overwhelming power, each meticulous arrangement would greatly reduce the likelihood of unforeseen events. As an omniscient lich, Mercigard could accurately assess the dangers of the main forces and target cities, and even make preemptive arrangements based on their weaknesses. Once the battle commenced, the enemy would find themselves facing units and skills designed specifically to counter them, rendering even their full strength barely 70% effective. The 2-day attack window given to the Balanced Society was actually a preparation period for Lu Ge's Scourge Legion. He intended to leave the players no time to react or form alliances. Within a single day, Lu Gu aimed to crush all resistance in the northern regions, then spend the remaining time slowly consuming the entire area. 26 hours before the war began, in a fortress in Province B, the atmosphere was tense. This was one of the 100 fortresses built by the former Central State United Government to guard against Province S. The only female commander, Inghua, was frowning as she listened to the messenger relay the latest news. Upon hearing that the fortress's resources would be reduced by another 20% next week, Inghua's anger finally boiled over. What exactly are the upper echelons of the Bianjing Legion trying to do? Inghua was furious, clenching his fists, his eyes blazing with anger. Since the Bianjing Legion took over the Zhongzhou regime, the resource budget for the border defenses has plummeted drastically, cut again and again, now less than half of what it used to be. And now, they even dare to propose another 20% reduction. Gritting his teeth, Inghua demanded, "Do they even realize what kind of terrifying entity we are guarding against?" The messenger, expressionless like a statue, responded calmly, "Of course, the High Command is aware of the horrors and threats posed by the undead of S province." The messenger continued, with a hint of helplessness in his voice, "But the pressure on the Bianjing Legion in the Central Plains is immense. The power of the Seven Kings Assembly is expanding rapidly. If the Bianjing Legion cannot break the deadlock quickly, the possibility of unifying Zhongzhou will be completely lost." Hearing this, Inghua's anger intensified, his voice trembling with fury. "But even so, they can't cut the border army's budget. Throughout history, no dynasty dared to reduce the border army's resources until its collapse, and yet the Bianjing Legion dares to siphon off resources from them." The messenger slightly bowed, a trace of caution in his tone, "But the undead are not like the ancient nomadic tribes. At least for now, the undead in S province have shown no significant movements." After saying this, he ignored Inghua's rage and turned to leave. As the messenger's figure gradually disappeared into the distance, Inghua's anger remained unquelled. He knew well that not all forces were as wealthy as the Tero sect. For resources-trapped legions, using teleportation, a luxurious means of communication, was reserved for urgent military matters. Ordinarily, orders were relayed by these swift-moving messenger units. While communication devices or system messages could be used, each had its drawbacks. Signals from communication devices couldn't penetrate the barriers protecting cities and fortresses, and system messages risked being falsified. Just like before the elimination games began, the government would never issue important orders via phone or social media, but through official documents like red letter files. Today's advanced forces have long abandoned using insecure methods like private messages for information transmission, opting instead for the more reliable messenger units. Though seemingly primitive, this method ensures the utmost security and reliability of the information. Watching the messenger turn and leave without a hint of courtesy, Inghua clenched her teeth in frustration, her anger boiling. Her fists tightened involuntarily, nails digging deep into her palms. Even though she herself doubted that the undead in Province S would make a move anytime soon, this was the only excuse the border troops had to request resources from the Central Plains Legion. Inghua's thoughts drifted back to the recent past. During the period of the Central Plains United Government, although the budget for the border troops was never increased, it was at least never cut. Even in the final stages of the war, when the Bianjing Legion and the Taroman Legion were at the gates of Shangjing, the United Government ensured the border troops were supplied with resources and never considered diverting them. However, the Bianjing Legion's approach was starkly different after they took power. They swiftly slashed the border troops' budget from 2 million resources per week to 1 million, a drastic cut in just 7 days. Now, the new week's allocation was only 800,000, a mere drop in the bucket for a fortress housing thousands. On average, each person received less than 800 resources per week, barely enough to cover basic military expenses. Inghua calculated silently. Even with mines and forests to exploit and the occasional extra income from hunting wild monsters, it was just enough to scrape by. She was almost certain that if resources were distributed according to the Bianjing Legion's allocation, her subordinates would likely revolt on the spot. Just as Inghua was at her wit's end, a communication request suddenly came through. She glanced at the name of the requester Qin Feng and couldn't help but frown. Qin Feng was a young lord from a nearby small town. Though a second-tier lord, he had a knack for commanding troops, earning praise from the local legion commander, who even wanted to take him as an apprentice. Inghua had met him during a wild hunt when Qin Feng's troops had cornered a monster about to escape, helping Inghua's team secure valuable resources. Although they had added each other as friends afterward, they rarely communicated. With a mind full of doubts, Inghua accepted the call. She quickly masked her worry with a warm smile. "What's up, Qin Feng? What made you think of contacting me all of a sudden?" Qin Feng's expression was somewhat uneasy. "Well, Inghua, I discovered a habitat of Tier 4 trance, and there's even an epic quality trance boss. While fire can deal significant damage to trance, even a weakened one is beyond my capability. So, I wanted to invite you to help eliminate these trance. I can share 50 of the resources with you." As he spoke, Qin Feng's expression grew more unnatural. However, Inghua did not notice this at all, her attention entirely captured by the words, Tier 4 trance. In the elimination game, Tier 4 trance were known as resource gold mines. Despite their top-tier defense and health among units of the same level, and their top 5 attack power, trance were slow, feared fire, and lacked ranged attacks, making them ideal prey for lords. By exploiting these weaknesses, lords could often defeat them at minimal cost, reaping substantial rewards. Therefore, any trance spawn area was a coveted resource depot for major legions. For any faction, an undiscovered habitat with an epic quality trance was as valuable as a gold mine. Normally, Inghua might have been suspicious of such a windfall, but in the current dire resource situation, she couldn't afford to overthink. Feeling a glimmer of hope, Inghua excitedly replied, "No problem. Where's the location? I'll bring my team right away. And don't tell anyone else. Once we mark this habitat, it's ours. It's an inexhaustible treasure trove going to strike it rich." Immersed in the joy of soon acquiring abundant resources, Inghua failed to notice the complex look in Qin Feng's eyes. However, when Inghua and her troops arrived at the location Qin Feng had mentioned, they were met not by trance, but by a meticulously planned ambush. Monsters wielding scythes, resembling grim reapers, suddenly emerged and began slaughtering her troops and lords. In just a few minutes, the battlefield turned into a hellscape strewn with corpses. Inghua's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene. She turned to Qin Feng, roaring, You deceived me? Why? Why did you do this? Why?" But no one answered her question. A white-haired lich approached her, coldly saying, "Enough with the noise," before a flash of cold light. Inghua felt a chill envelop her body, and in the next moment, she lost consciousness forever. Qin Feng watched as Inghua's frozen form fell, swallowing hard. He felt humiliated by his own cowardice and terrified by the ruthlessness of the undead. Nearly 1,000 lords and tens of thousands of troops had been wiped out as easily as squashing ants. At this moment, there were less than 20 hours left until Liug unleashed the undead apocalypse. After completing his preparations, Qin Feng scanned the ground littered with corpses, feeling a wave of nausea in his stomach. Mel Sugard looked coldly at the silent Qin Feng and said indifferently, "Consider this your initiation. I will report your accomplishments to Lord Giji. Remember, you have 20 hours left." As soon as he finished speaking, Numerous reapers gathered around Mel Sugard and vanished in the blink of an eye. Left alone amidst the bodies, Qin Feng suddenly felt an intense urge to vomit. He staggered to a nearby tree and retched violently. 18 hours before the battle, in the Sandalwood Palace within the capital, Daoist Qingwei sat cross-legged on the bed, meditating. High-ranking members of the Bianjing Legion, including some powerful lords who once served the Tero sect, stood on both sides of the hall. One of the lords reporting the situation was Luoyu Konghin, who had defected from the Tero sect. Although he possessed only A-level abilities, his skillful use of them made him as formidable as any S-level lord. He was once one of the 24 demon gods of the Tero sect, a core member. Luoyu Konghin had joined the Tero sect due to its power, but with its decline and the Bianjing Legion offering greater benefits, he betrayed the Tero sect without hesitation. Despite having less freedom than before, he did not regret his decision, seeing the Tero sect's gradual downfall. However, during this mission to persuade the Tero sect to ally with them, Luoyu Konghin developed a deep hatred for the sect. He struggled to calm his emotions and continued his report. The red lacquered gate said I am not worthy of speaking with him and outright dismissed the possibility of an alliance. He claimed that the Tero sect's true strength has yet to be revealed, and that the so-called Bianjing Legion means nothing to him. Another S-level lord who had defected from the Tero sect, Gaia Shunli, chimed in, what a joke. At the final moments of the United Legion War, the red lacquered gate and that little chairman were writing their last words. If the Tero sect had any trump cards, they would have used them in that battle. They're just bluffing. Gaia Shinli's face showed anger and disdain. The Tero sect was established on the pretense of strength. In reality, what you see is what you get. They rely entirely on their powerful members to maintain their status as a top-tier legion. As Gaia Shinli spoke, other high-ranking members of the Bianjing Legion voiced their agreement, with some even shouting that the Tero sect would pay for their arrogance. Throughout the heated discussion, Daoist Qingwei remained silent, his eyes closed, until the voices gradually subsided. Daoist Qingwei took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and asked, so, the Tero sect refused the alliance, correct? Just as Luoyu Konghin was about to explain, Daoist Qingwei interrupted, if they overestimate themselves, then we will eliminate them as well. Talking behind our enemies' backs won't kill them. Anger and insults only show our weakness. Do people really think the Seven Kings can stand against us? What a laughable notion. With that, Daoist Qingwei stood up from his meditation cushion, and a terrifying wave of energy emanated from him. All the high-ranking members of the Bianjing Legion straightened up, their eyes filled with fervor as they gazed at the man in the Daoist robe. Daoist Qingwei continued, let the whole world see the truth. A deep and resolute voice emerged slowly from Qingwei Daoist's throat. The might of the Bianjing Legion. With this proclamation, the sky suddenly darkened. Thunder rumbled ominously, and thick clouds rolled over the land like a tidal wave. In an instant, torrential rain poured down, shrouding the world in darkness. Under this dim sky, a vast army of the undead quietly appeared. Countless skeletal warriors, zombies, and ghosts formed a legion, led by 4 undead heroes riding skeletal warhorses. They surged towards the border of Province S like a relentless tide. Their presence blanketed every inch of the boundary, forming a fearsome black barrier. Meanwhile, Lugu stood motionless in the midst of the downpour, his expression indifferent. A magical shield formed an invisible barrier around him, repelling the torrential rain and creating a curtain of water. He could clearly sense the new power surging within Hema power belonging to a deity. A system notification appeared in Lu Ji's consciousness. Divine status, God of the Dead, minor deity. Upgrade requirement, total divine power accumulated, 11 million. Current, 3.0075 million. Attributes, Strength 1000, Magic 5000, Constitution 10,000, Command 10,000. God of the Dead. 1. All soldiers or heroes who believe in you can receive your protection, with a 12 chance to negate fatal damage. When your followers kill other beings, or the followers of other gods, you can claim their souls regardless of their original allegiance. 2. When your main city upgrades to level 7, you can construct the exclusive building the Divine Realm of the Dead. Within this realm, you can consume divine power to create unique troops and structures. Your existing troops can also evolve into exclusive units through the Divine Realm of the Dead. 3. When you descend to the world in your divine form, all your legendary skills will be enhanced to divine level with the power of your divinity. Even skills below legendary level will break their limits and gain power worthy of a god. Divine power consumption, 1 point per second. Total divine power accumulated, 3.0075 million. Divine power reserve, 2.7587 million. Faith, 923 million day. After several days of accumulating faith, Lu Ji's divine power had successfully broken through to the minor deity level. Not only did the attributes associated with his divine status increase tenfold, but he also gained true divine power. However, this came with a tenfold increase in upgrade costs and divine power consumption. Despite Province S generating over 900 million units of faith daily for Lugu, and this number continuing to grow, the daily maintenance cost of nearly 90,000 units of divine power made this growth seem slow and negligible. Fortunately, less than 10 hours remained until the predetermined time. When the sun rose the next day, Lu Ji's divine power would undergo unprecedented expansion. His gaze pierced through the rain, looking into the distance, awaiting the moment that would change everything. The headquarters of the Holy Alliance is located within the City of Light. Hanging above the city, the Heavenly Kingdom, an epic and unique structure, resembles an eternal sun, spreading warmth and light to every corner. Even when the outside world is enveloped in night and torrential rain, the City of Light remains as bright as day, banishing all cold and darkness. Standing in the midst of the city, Hongdo Bingon gazed over the false prosperity. He knew all too well that this beautiful bubble would eventually burst, and that moment wasn't far off. Returning from the Tero Gate, he didn't indulge in pleasures as he had previously said. Instead, he focused on organizing the equipment that Tongza had strengthened and constantly sought out various theoretical knowledge, as if trying to bind the fleeting time to his side. One day and night passed. Even though Shiguang Shui, an epic-level professional, could go 10 days and nights without sleep, she finally grew impatient with Hongdo Bingon's constant presence. When he tried to follow her into the study once again, she finally barred him from entering. "Hey Hongdo," Shiguang Shui said sternly, "did you get yourself into trouble again? Whatever it is, I hope you come clean so that the saint and I can help you figure it out." Hongdo Bingon was a bit annoyed at her words. "Is that really how you see me? Do I only come to you when I've caused trouble?" "Yes." Shiguang Shui nodded emphatically. For a moment, Hongdo Bingon was at a loss for words. Reflecting carefully, he realized that he indeed sought Shiguang Shui's help only when he was in or about to cause trouble, whether it was seizing the 8-foot jade or sweeping through the Northwest Alliance. Yet, she never complained. But today was different. Shaking off unpleasant memories, Hongdo Bingon glanced at the time displayed on the system interface. With only a few hours left until the appointed time, he set aside his pride and decided to seek a resolution for his burning emotions. "Shiguang Shui, actually At that moment, an urgent shout interrupted him. "President, something's wrong." The vice president of the Holy Alliance, the saint, ran over, out of breath, and reported anxiously, "Frontline intelligence. The Bianjing Legion is on the move." "What did you say?" Shiguang Shui's expression turned serious. She then turned to Hongdo Bingon. "Hongdo, we'll have to talk later. I need you to head to the front lines immediately and prepare for the Bianjing Legion's attack." Hongdo Bingon opened his mouth, wanting to continue his confession, but couldn't bring himself to do so in front of the saint. He nodded reluctantly and, dragging his dragon-slaying sword, stepped into the teleportation array. "What's up with him? He seemed really down," the saint asked, puzzled. "Who knows? Probably got himself into trouble again," Shiguang Shui replied, looking troubled. Meanwhile, within the Tero Gate Legion in Ji Province, there was an air of tranquility. Luyue, Hongqi Damon, and the Measurer leisurely sipped tea, completely unperturbed by the ongoing battle outside. Even as the tremors from the distant battle reached Ji Province, the leaders of the Tero Gate could only exchange puzzled glances. Finally, Grom, who once considered himself the third in command but now the fourth, couldn't hold back any longer. "President Luyue, Vice President Hongqi, Vice President Measurer, are we really doing nothing? The Bianjing Legion's attack is fierce, and several frontline cities of other guilds have fallen. If we stand by, the other 6 major guilds might not be able to withstand the traitors' assault. President, Vice Presidents, say something." Grom's outburst drew the attention of all the high-ranking members of the Tero Gate. Just as he began to regret his impulsiveness, Hongqi Damon spoke calmly. "There's still an hour left. Even if the Bianjing Legion advances unimpeded, they won't reach Ji Province within that time." "Haha, I can't wait to see the expressions on the faces of the 6 Kings Guild and the Bianjing Legion when they encounter our trickery," Luyue chuckled. "Whatever. Let everything be destroyed," the Measurer added. The leaders of the Tero Gate exchanged bewildered glances, not understanding why the 3 top leaders were acting so strangely. Just as someone was about to question them again, the Measurer took a deep breath and spoke seriously. "All of you are core members and trusted comrades of the Tero Gate, having gone through many trials. After discussing it among the 3 of us, we've decided to share some secrets of the Tero Gate that only we know." "Do you remember what Hongqi Damon said 2 days ago when he rejected the Bianjing Legion's proposal for another alliance?" "Of course," Grom replied. "President Hongqi was right. We would rather die than ally with traitors." "That's not what I meant," the Measurer said calmly. "I was referring to some other words," Hongqi said. "Those weren't just angry outbursts. The Tero Gate indeed has a trump card. It all started a month ago when the second round of the elimination game began." As the Measurer spoke slowly, the silent conference room filled with the gradually widening eyes of all the Tero Gate leaders, who fell into a state of shock. The border between Province C and Province X is not just a geographical division, but also the demarcation line between the northern and southern forces of Zhongzhou. Since the Bianjing Legion crushed the last resistance of the Zhongzhou United Government here, this place has become the focal point of the power struggle between the Seven Kings Association and the Bianjing Legion. Both sides have engaged in a prolonged tug-of war, with territories gained and lost repeatedly, yet neither side gaining a decisive victory. However, today's battlefield atmosphere was distinctly different from usual. Suddenly, a deafening explosion tore through the sky. The leaders of the Six Kings Association stared in shock as the ground beneath them violently upheaved, as if an invisible giant hand had flipped it over. A surge of extraordinary power, comparable to a forbidden curse, erupted from the earth, breaking through all the frontline defenses of the Six Kings Association with devastating force. Regardless of how many defensive spells were cast, they were utterly powerless against this terrifying energy. Defensive structures were swallowed by the upheaved earth as if made of paper, and tens of thousands of leaders and millions of soldiers of the Six Kings Association were instantly buried in a sea of soil. In the blink of an eye, the painstakingly constructed fortifications of the Six Kings Association on the front lines were utterly obliterated. Before the surviving leaders of the Six Kings Association could recover from this horrifying scene, a blinding column of light descended from the sky. Within the light, the figure of Qingwei Daoist slowly emerged. As he opened his eyes, a colossal teleportation gate rose from the ground with a thunderous roar. The next moment, accompanied by an ear-splitting roar, countless sixth-tier cyclopes swarmed out of the teleportation gate. The surviving leaders of the Six Kings Association had no time to react before being trampled into the ground by the onrushing giant army. Qingwei Daoist watched coldly, his expression indifferent. As the cyclopes completely overran the frontline positions of the Six Kings Association, the Bianjing Legion's main forces followed, pouring out of the teleportation gate in an endless stream. The mighty legion split into 7 groups, advancing rapidly towards the frontline cities of the 7 major guilds, including the Tero Gate. Apart from the already weakly defended Tero Gate, the other 6 major guilds were completely unprepared for such a ferocious assault by the Bianjing Legion. Under this overwhelming offensive, they were almost powerless. Although the Six Kings Association issued an emergency mobilization order to all its leaders at the onset of the attack, the Divine Flame Sect, the Blossom Guild, and the 100 Regions Alliance were horrified to discover that their frontline teleportation arrays had been sabotaged. These 3 guilds were the farthest from the front lines. Without the support of the teleportation arrays, it would take at least 6 hours for even the nearest 100 Regions Alliance to reach the battlefield. The Six Kings Association then realized that this was a meticulously planned conspiracy by the Bianjing Legion. In a desperate situation, the Six Kings Association frantically urged the Tero Gate for support, while trying every possible means to reinforce the front lines. The 3 royal guilds with intact teleportation arrays, Cloudflip Guild, Skyshock Guild, and Holy Union, immediately activated their arrays, transporting their armies to the front lines to resist the Bianjing Legion's onslaught. Although the Divine Flame Sect, Blossom Guild, and 100 Regions Alliance could not mobilize their armies, their top-tier combatants quickly reached the battlefield using teleportation skills or scrolls. This sudden and brutal battle swiftly engulfed the entire Province X. Once prosperous towns were reduced to ruins under the ravages of war skills, and countless soldiers were caught in the grinding wheels of this massive war. The clashes between top-tier fighters were earth-shattering, with energy shocks from their skill collisions visible from miles away. However, the true duels between the strongest fighters were far more terrifying than ordinary people could imagine. Qingwei Daoist stood in midair, sword in hand, proudly towering above the clouds. Around him, 6 figures moved with lightning speed, launching frenzied attacks, yet none could touch Qingwei Daoist. Instead, each of his occasional counterattacks inflicted severe damage on his opponents. These 6 figures were none other than Chu Mu, the president of Cloudflip Guild and a legendary class profession holder, along with Jing Yundu, the president of Skyshock Guild, and his 4 legendary class heroes. They were acknowledged as the top fighters of the Six Kings Association, yet they appeared utterly vulnerable before Qingwei Daoist. 2 formidable leaders, along with 4 legendary heroes, were no match for Qingwei Daoren alone. In battle, Qingwei Daoren demonstrated not only absolute superiority in attributes and skills, but also an almost divine insight, as if he could foresee every move of his opponents and discern every flaw. Dao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 beget 3, and 3 beget all things. Qingwei Daoren's voice echoed across the battlefield. The law of heaven and earth lies in the infinite. The ultimate of Dao lies in endless transformation, and the technique of invincibility lies in never straying from its core. Under the terrified gazes of the 2 leaders, Qingwei Daoren, who had the upper hand, floated high above the clouds. His lean figure was cloaked in a Daoist robe, yet he radiated countless dazzling rays of light. Terrifying skill waves continuously emanated from these lights, while his peculiar eyes overlooked the entire world, filled with both compassionate pity and sacred, unassailable majesty. How is this possible? One of them exclaimed in horror. This level trait, universal lexicon. Isn't that the power of Taromin Lord Moore? He abruptly stopped mid-sentence, as if realizing something. A flash of disbelief crossed Chu Mu's eyes, and he blurted out, "Did you consume more?" Qingwei Daoren did not deny it. He simply raised his hand slowly, then suddenly unleashed a powerful strike. With a swoosh, the protective skill of a legendary hero shattered instantly, and their health bar plummeted to 0. Just like that, a mighty legendary hero fell lifelessly to the ground, utterly defenseless. This is the power of the universal lexicon, Chu Mu thought with dread. Its support capabilities are secondary. Once matched with a lord of immense personal strength, the universal lexicon becomes one of the world's most formidable combat abilities. No longer fearing Qingwei Daoren's madness, the two guild leaders realized the moment he revealed the universal lexicon that they stood no chance against him. As Qingwei Daoren instantaneously killed the legendary hero, both leaders simultaneously activated their highest level teleportation skills in an attempt to flee the battlefield. However, under Qingwei Daoren's all-seeing eyes, any escape attempts were futile. He watched them emotionlessly, the universal lexicon in his eyes continually analyzing, exposing even the weaknesses of their highest level teleportation. Just as Qingwei Daoren reached out again, ready to disrupt the spatial weak point and erase the two leaders within the shattered space, an unexpected event occurred. Almost instinctively, Qingwei Daoren jerked his head to the side. The next moment, a massive sword grazed past his cheek. Though it merely brushed by, the force exploded on Qingwei Daoren with a massive number, nearly depleting his health entirely. "I've got 1 minute left, and I can already feel the chilling presence of the undead." A voice suddenly rang out. Red Bean Cookie caught the spinning Dragon Slayer's sword and forcibly cleared the nearly exploding private message from time flows like water. With a grin, he looked at the now pale and no longer composed Qingwei Daoren, saying, "I wasn't planning to step in, but thinking that after today, I might never get another chance. I figured I might as well test my fully enhanced level 27 power on you." The concept of a 27 enhancement is almost unimaginable. Even if a single level of enhancement only boosts an item's attributes by 10, when this value is compounded 27 times, the resulting increase would make the item's base attributes 13 times stronger. Hondo Biscuit's 2 legendary items alone are already astounding. One of them, a pendant named 8-Foot Jade 27, boasts incredible attributes. Strength, magic, and constitution each increased by 6,554.9 points. Its effects are even more jaw-dropping. The soul calming effect grants immunity to mental attacks. The sacred artifact's blessing extends the duration of beneficial states and makes them undispellable. The symbol of divine power adds additional splash damage to attacks, and the unbreakable sacred jade restricts the target's use of spatial skills when hit. These 2 legendary items alone provide such massive attribute boosts, and combined with a full set of epic gear, Hondo Biscuit stats have reached near godlike levels. However, the most terrifying aspect is not just the attribute bonuses from the equipment, but the horrifying effects when these enormous stats combine with Hondo Biscuit's buff skills. Qingwei Daoist witnessed the terrifying power firsthand. The splash damage alone reached 7,000 points, and if hit directly, the true damage would be an astounding 350,000 points. Facing such overwhelming power, Qingwei Daoist's face was drenched in cold sweat. From the perspective of the universal attributes, Hondo Biscuit had already transcended the realm of humanity. He possessed an array of alarming abilities: immunity to mental and curse attacks, resistance to most debuffs, skill immunity, physical immunity, near immunity to ranged attacks, unaffected by disarm and low-level silence, control resistance, self-purification, ability to break revival states, near-complete elemental immunity, counterattacks upon being hit, super fast movement speed, unaffected by non-target skills, resilience, superior body control, defense penetration, and double damage too. Defense shields. This endless list of attributes continuously reminded Qingwei Daoist of how invincible the creature before him was. Despite this, the universal attributes still provided a method to defeat Hondo Biscuit divine power attacks. However, this answer only deepened Qingwei Daoist's despair. He had never truly encountered what was termed divine power attacks, only knowing that such god-level skills could be obtained through Gaia's divine power traits. While this power could indeed ignore various defenses against Hondo Biscuit's massive health pool, even god-level skills might only tickle him. Instantly, Qingwei Daoist concluded that he was undefeatable, feeling even more hopeless than the previous 2 guild leaders. He knew there was no chance of escape, with the universal attributes making him painfully aware of his impending fate. In his despair, Qingwei Daoist screamed words of defiance and quickly crushed a shining jade cocoon. With a thunderous cicada cry, a gray-white barrier expanded, enveloping a 1,000-meter radius in an eerie stasis. In his maddened state, Qingwei Daoist launched a frenzied assault, unleashing a torrent of devastating skills that could level mountains. Yet, even such terrifying attacks only managed to barely dent Hongdo Biscuit's health bar. As Qingwei Daoist exhausted all his resources and the Jade Cicada's time-stopping barrier faded, Hongdo Biscuit's health remained above half. Hongdo Biscuit raised his head, looking at the now broken Qingwei Daoist and grimly said, "You've wasted another 20 seconds of my time." With that, Hongdo Biscuit swung his dragon-slaying greatsword. With a deafening crash, Qingwei Daoist was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. The sword's momentum continued, slicing through two approaching behemoth beasts, destroying them as well. The ground split open like tofu, and amidst the screams of countless lords and soldiers, a massive chasm appeared out of nowhere. Meanwhile, somewhere in S province, a countdown was in progress. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. As the countdown neared its end, a youthful face beamed with a radiant smile. The white-haired lich excitedly raised his right hand and shouted, "1, time's up. Unleash, unleash, unleash. My beloved undead scourge." Boom. The dark sky suddenly split open with a deafening roar, shattering the silence. At Mel Sugard's command, the dark barrier over Province S crumbled. Instantly, countless decaying undead poured out like a tidal wave. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions. The densely packed army of the dead formed an endless tide of skeletons. Amidst the clattering of bones and armor, these silent beings marched into the world of the living. The border fortresses, which should have sounded the alarm, were eerily silent. The border lords who once guarded these strongholds had become new undead, standing motionless on the ramparts, blankly watching the endless horde of the dead flow past them towards the land they had sworn to protect. On the battlefield, everyone stared in shock at the figure wielding the dragon-slaying sword in the sky. Even formidable warriors like Chu Mu and Jing Yundu were rendered speechless. They had heard of Hongdo Bingan's red bean biscuit fame, studied his battle recordings, and acknowledged his extraordinary prowess. But the power they witnessed now was beyond comprehension, so raw, so terrifyingly overwhelming that it made them question the purpose of their hard-won territories. Only the lords of the Divine Union were filled with fervor. Guang Yin-Si Shui Flowing Time rushed to the battlefield through a teleportation array, shouting Hongdo's name in excitement. This was the kind of power that could change the course of the war. However, Hongdo Bingan, the protagonist, felt no joy. He knew that his true strength was far from this. Such formidable power came from the set of equipment that increased his attributes 13-fold. To create this maximally enhanced gear, he had accrued over 200,000 points of Balance Council contributions and consumed more than 2.5 billion enhancement resources. This was a debt he might never repay, but to Guiji Trickster, it was merely a trifle. The crowd, unaware of Hongdo Bingan's inner turmoil, continued to cheer. The Bianjing army, having witnessed Qingwei Daoran clear Micro-Taoist being crushed like a bug by Hongdo Bingan, was already demoralized. Their once overwhelming assault ceased with the fall of their leader. In a war of this scale, a shift in morale directly determines the outcome. Regardless of Bianjing army's previous plans, their defeat was now inevitable. Hongdo Bingan's performance in this battle would elevate the Divine Union to the leader of the Seven Kings Guild. They only needed to quickly consolidate all forces in Zhongzhou and lead it into the next phase of the elimination game. Yet, before they could envision the future, Hongdo Bingan suddenly teleported away from the battlefield. The crowd looked at each other in confusion. Why did he leave? Now is the perfect time to reap the battlefield, Saint exclaimed, puzzled. Let it be. Hongdo probably has his own matters to attend to. Guangyin Si Shui forced a smile, then clenched his fist and rallied. Anyway, Hongdo really helped us out this time. If Chu Mu and Jing Yundu had fallen to Qingwei Daoran, the consequences would have been disastrous. Now that Hongdo has dealt with the biggest threat, we can't always rely on him. Though Saint felt it was a waste not to utilize Hongdo Bingan's immense power, he nodded in agreement upon seeing Guang Yin-Si Shui's expression and quickly began commanding the troops to encircle the enemy. Despite Qingwei Daoran's death, the Bianjing army's forces were still considerable and needed to be decisively crushed to prevent future threats. At this moment, the Six Kings Guild, immersed in the joy of their sudden turnaround, had no inkling of the terrifying disaster unfolding in the far east of Zhongzhou. Blinding magical light poured down from towering defense towers, only to be swallowed by the dark mass of the undead army. The countless undead knew no fear, no retreat. Knocked down, they would rise again, even if dismembered, even if their comrades were blown to pieces nearby. As long as a breath remained, these expressionless undead would charge towards their target, even if it meant facing a mountain of blades or a sea of fire. The lords defending the cities fought valiantly, but the disparity was too vast. In both numbers and quality, this undead army far exceeded any known limits of undead forces. Boom, boom. Under the relentless advance of the undead army, city after city was mercilessly overrun. The Lord's attacks were mere ripples in this ocean of death, incapable of halting the undead even for a moment. Lugu stood high above, coldly observing the undead army's progress through the broadcast screens of various regiments. Under his will, powerful spatial lockdown barriers enveloped each targeted city, preventing even high-level teleportation skills from being used by the lords and heroes within. Surrounding the cities, Black Blade Knights, Bone Dragons, and Reapers had encircled the area. They roamed the land, soared the skies, and hovered in the clouds, hunting down every living being, killing anyone attempting to escape the cities. No one would escape, for all living beings, all souls, would belong to the god of the dead, Guiji. Countless divine powers converged upon Lugu. Under the onslaught of over 1 billion undead soldiers, the entire eastern region of Zhongzhou became a desolate wasteland. The fragility of the living was laid bare. Even cities with 1 million defenders crumbled before the structured and overwhelming undead army. Like a tidal wave, the undead horde swept across thousands of miles, consuming all life in its path. Cities fell one after another, and the sounds of wailing and crying were quickly replaced by the silence of death. More terrifyingly, each conquered city spawned a multitude of new undead, immediately enlisted into the ranks of the undead legion. This army, insatiable like a black hole, greedily absorbed every living being, expanding at an exponential rate. This scene was reminiscent of the catastrophe on the continent of Tini, where 2 armies created billions of undead in just 7 days, utterly destroying the entire continent. Now, this unchecked undead army was reenacting that disaster. Continuous battles had not weakened them. Instead, the already vast legion became even more unstoppable. Although most of the newly created undead were low-level units and could not benefit from the structures in Luji's territory, it didn't matter. Under the command of undead heroes and the divine blessing of Lugu, even these cannon fodder were enough to make any force in the world despair. The undead army moved southward, rapidly spreading towards the southwest of Zhongzhou. Cities turned into dead zones, and countless undead joined Lu Ji's legion. The divine power gained from the sacrifice of life alone reached billions, directly elevating Lu Ji's divine power to a mid-level. Finally, the undead legion arrived at the cities controlled by the 7 Kings Guild. Their advance had faced little resistance, for 2 reasons. First, Melchigard had sent out numerous Reapers to execute decapitation strikes, leaving major cities leaderless and unable to call for help. Second, the cities previously attacked belonged to the Bianjing Legion, which, having just suffered a crushing defeat on the Central Plains battlefield, was in no position to respond to calls for aid. However, the 7 Kings Guild was different. As the victors of the Central Plains battlefield, their organizational structure remained intact. Any attack on a city would prompt a swift response and mobilization of their legions. When Qin Feng suggested a cautious approach, Melchigard merely glanced at him before waving his hand and loudly commanding, "All troops, advance! Crush them!" With that order, countless undead surged forward like a flood toward the city. Meanwhile, the presidents of the 6 Kings Guild, who had just defeated the Bianjing Legion and were celebrating their victory, almost simultaneously received news of undead attacks on their cities. Undead attacks? Hearing this unfamiliar term, the presidents collectively showed puzzled expressions. Their confusion was understandable. The mysterious undead forces in S province were the highest secret of the Zhongzhou United Government. To avoid further damaging its credibility, the government had tightly sealed all related information. Even if someone noticed anomalies in S province, they could not uncover the details. Additionally, due to Lu Ji's deliberate isolation, anyone attempting to gather intelligence on S province never returned. Thus, even a powerful entity like the 7 Kings Guild knew nothing about S province and could not immediately connect the undead with it. The Council of 7, the sole inheritors of the United Government's intelligence, knew nothing about Lu Ji's terrifying Bianjing Legion, but had just managed to defeat it. As the council members were still reveling in their victory, disaster quietly loomed. In a matter of moments, countless distress signals flooded into the council members' communication channels like snowflakes. Each message was a cry for help, claiming an attack by a terrifying undead legion. The council members' faces turned grave as they realized that some dreadful calamity was unfolding beyond their knowledge. There was no time to continue celebrating. Except for the absent Tero sect and the distant Shunhua sect and Prosperity Guild in the southwest of Zhongzhou, the remaining 4 major guilds sprang into action. The Fanyun Guild, Tianjin Guild, 100 District Alliance, and Sacred Union swiftly mobilized their still intact legions, preparing for a rescue mission. However, when they attempted to teleport to the besieged cities, they were horrified to find the situation was worse than they had imagined. In just the 2 hours it took to marshal their forces, the cities that had sent distress signals had already fallen. This alarming reality made it clear to everyone that the enemy would not be satisfied with conquering just a few cities. The quick-witted saint immediately issued a warning to the council members. The enemy's strength far exceeds our expectations. To attack so many cities simultaneously and conquer them so swiftly, their military force must be extraordinarily immense. I suspect this may be an external force from beyond our region. We must exercise extreme caution and never underestimate them. If we are overpowered, we must retreat and call for reinforcements immediately. Everyone nodded solemnly. Under the coordination of a few lords, massive portals began to open one by one in front of the council members. The forces that had just defeated the Bianjing Legion did not rest for a moment before pouring into the portals, ready to engage in a life-and-death battle with this unknown and formidable enemy. Despite the guild leaders' thorough preparations for the incoming threat, they couldn't help but gasp when they saw the undead army emerging from the portal. The sight was staggering. An endless horde of undead stretched across the horizon, their sheer numbers beyond anyone's wildest imagination. The cities of the major guilds appeared insignificant amidst this vast sea of undead, like tiny boats in a turbulent ocean, always on the verge of being swallowed whole. Cries of alarm echoed through each guild city. How is this possible? Is this the second wave of the elimination game, the Beast Tide? Don't be ridiculous, someone immediately retorted. If it were the Beast Tide, it wouldn't only appear here. Look closely, they have legion markings and are led by heroes. These undead belong to player legions. The guild leaders were horrified as the undead tide drew nearer. Despite their fear, they couldn't allow their cities to fall. They screamed orders at the top of their lungs. Prepare for battle. Set up the magic arrays, quickly. Don't hold back on enhancement skills. Everyone, get to the walls. With the orders given, countless guild lords led their troops to the city walls, bracing for the impending assault. But before they could even get into position, a deafening roar filled the air. Dozens of massive bone dragons swooped down, causing sections of the sturdy walls to crumble like tofu. Following closely behind, the undead army poured through the breaches in a relentless surge. The guild armies desperately cast their spells, but it was like throwing stones into the ocean. They couldn't stem the undead onslaught. Their powerful defensive spells barely made a ripple in the endless sea of undead. Even as terrifying spells exploded among the undead, they couldn't clear even a small patch of ground. As their mana ran dry and their items were exhausted, the defensive line began to collapse. For every undead they killed, 10 more took its place. The overwhelming pressure suffocated every defender. Finally, one lord's forces were completely wiped out, and he cried out in despair, "How can we possibly win this?" This cry seemed to be the final straw, causing the tenuous defense to fall like a line of dominoes. The undead broke through the lines and flooded into the city. The remaining defenses quickly crumbled. Countless lords who couldn't escape were slain on the spot. The Reapers, no longer fearing concentrated attacks, waded into the crowds, their scythes flashing as they slaughtered ultimate troops and chosen lords alike. Their frenzied strikes turned their scythes into blurs, cutting down hundreds, even thousands, in mere moments. Even more terrifying were the Black Blade Knights charging en masse. Tens of thousands of Black Blade Knights marched with earth-shaking steps, a rolling tide of darkness that decimated everything in their path. A path of blood was torn open, leaving no lord, hero, or soldier unscathed, all shattered to pieces. From a bird's eye view, a crimson trail of chaos continuously spread, extending with the advance of the Black Blade Knights. The scene was a gruesome spectacle of flying flesh and bone, where life vanished like dust, and tens of thousands were annihilated in an instant. In the aftermath, an equal number of undead rose from the corpses. These newly born undead drove the terrified survivors, using them to conquer city after city. Defenders hesitated when facing their former comrades, leading to the fall of their cities. After the bloodbath, survivors were forced to charge towards the next target. 1 city, 2 cities, 3 cities, 6 cities fell in succession, their prosperity vanishing in an instant. As the undead army advanced, a wave of destructive desolation rapidly spread. Colors faded from the world, birds fell as skeletons, insects decayed instantly, and even wild grasses withered and died. The entire world was shrouded in a deathly gray and black. Every life lost in this catastrophe transformed into a surge of divine power that flowed into Lugu's divine essence. Millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, the numbers kept climbing. When the undead army finally halted at the great river dividing north and south, the northern part of the central continent had become a dead zone, and Lugu's divine essence had completed its metamorphosis. Divine essence status: God of Death, high-level divine power, level 30 upgrade requirement, total of 1.1 billion divine power, currently 1.022 billion. Attribute boost: Strength 30,000, Magic, Constitution, Leadership each 300,000. The privileges of the God of Death emerged. Followers have a 24 chance of resurrection upon death. Within his divine power range, all souls of the deceased belong to Lugu, able to be converted into divine power or used to enhance his troops and heroes. When revealing his divine form, low-level skills are nullified, high-level divine power effects have a 50 chance of being negated, and all skills are elevated to high-level divine skills. As a symbol of death, Lugu is immortal, only falling if he loses his followers' faith. Additionally, upon upgrading the main city to level 7, Lugu could establish the Death God's kingdom, creating exclusive units and buildings, with old troops also eligible for evolution. Lugu could appoint 7 subordinate gods, including 2 with mid-level divine power and 5 with low-level or lesser divine power. However, maintaining high-level divine power consumes 1,000 points of divine power per second. Currently, Lugu has accumulated 1.022 billion divine power, with a reserve of 1.011 billion, and gains approximately 1.89 million divine power daily. The system hinted that Lugu should not remain in the mortal realm, suggesting that new challenges and opportunities awaited him. As Lugu ascended to a higher divine rank, he felt an invisible force binding him like chains, severely restricting his divine power. This sensation wasn't unfamiliar. It had been there ever since he advanced to a lower divine rank, but now it had become more pronounced. Lugu's gaze fell on the last reminder on his divine panel, and he vaguely understood something. For Blue Star, weak divine power was already the limit it could tolerate. Someone like him, who had consecutively broken through to low, medium, and even high divine power, would likely be immediately suppressed by Blue Star if he revealed his divine form. Though he wouldn't be obliterated, his divine power would be greatly restricted. Using his powers in the mortal realm would not only deplete his divine energy significantly, but could even damage the source of his divine power. This depletion was reflected in the system panel as a consumption of accumulated divine power, confirming Melchigard's assertion that excessive use of divine power leads to a drop in divine rank. Frowning in thought, Lugu murmured, "The consumption of high divine power is 100 times that of medium divine power? At a rate of 1,000 points of divine power per second, even without using my powers, my divine energy would be exhausted in just over 10 days. This was the biggest drawback of the path of the evil god. Lugu's divine power growth depended entirely on slaughtering living beings, which was much faster than accumulating faith. Half of Central Continent alone had propelled his divine power from low to high, a feat that would take ordinary gods thousands of years. However, this method had significant flaws. Gaining divine power through slaughter was like killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. It was a one-time deal with almost no subsequent income. Ordinary evil gods either continued to destroy more worlds to maintain their divine rank, or crippled their own divine power to avoid rising levels and reducing maintenance costs. Now, Lugu faced a similar choice. But unlike those who became evil gods through their own cultivation, Lugu's achievements were entirely dependent on the power of the elimination game. Just as the initial divine messengers couldn't unleash the true power of forbidden spells, Lugu, in many ways, couldn't compare to true evil gods. For instance, he had no means to seek out other worlds. Based on the number of undead transformed from the northern region of Central Continent, the faith generated could only sustain 5 to 6 medium divine power gods at most. High divine power required 100 times more energy than medium divine power. This meant that if Lugu wanted to maintain high divine power through faith, he would need the equivalent of faith from 20 northern regions of Central Continent. That's impossible. Lugu shook his head. Blue Star only has 7 major continents in total, and Central Continent is one of the most densely populated and vast regions. The other 6 can't compare. This meant that the faith generated by the other 6 continents would likely fall far short of Central Continent standard. Although Lugu had ascended to high divine power and might even have a chance to break through to great divine power, the result could only be fleeting. Blue Star simply couldn't support the existence of a high divine god, and Lugu would soon fall back to the limit Blue Star could sustain medium divine power. At this point, Lugu had to mention another aspect of the game mechanism that disgusted him. Killing system-refreshed wild monsters brought him no divine power. Not only that, but even if he converted them into undead followers, the faith they could provide was negligible, less than 1,000th of what normal beings turned undead could offer. Worse still, if these undead were beyond Lugu's influence range, even that last 1,000th of faith would cease to exist. For Lugu, who was used to exploiting the system, this was a significant nerf. Without it, he wouldn't have needed to unleash the undead calamity and kill so many of his kind. Unfortunately, the game's mechanics were what they were, and as a participant in the elimination game, Lugu had no choice but to follow its rules. Compared to the guilt of conscience, he was more afraid of regretting his mercy when facing stronger enemies. Despite everything, Lugu remained resolute. Even if I can only ascend to great divine power for a moment, it will be enough to surpass any potential competitors. A medium divine god who had never reached great divine power couldn't compare to one who had ascended and then fallen. Divine Essence was a miraculous creation. While most of its power was tied to the current rank, some abilities could endure. The most important of these were exclusive units and buildings. Great divine power might fall, but the exclusive units and buildings created by it wouldn't disappear. The stronger the god, the more powerful the exclusive units and buildings they could create. Lugu didn't need to become a true great divine god. He only needed to stay on the throne of great divine power for an hour to create followers that only great divine gods could create. However, becoming a great divine god wasn't easy. Lugu carefully estimated the existing population on Blue Star and the number of units the lords could recruit. Assuming one northern region of central continent could provide 1 billion divine power, the 7 continents of the world could theoretically offer 140 billion divine power, just enough for him to become a great divine god. But considering the other 6 continents might not be as resource-rich as central continent, the final actual number might barely reach the threshold. This calculation also excluded the divine power consumed during the process of reaching great divine power. At the consumption rate of high divine power, a day's time would deplete the divine power equivalent to the lives of billions. For the first time, Lugu felt the weight of time. Every breath he took now represented the wrongful death of thousands. With a deep respect for life, Lugu knew he had to race against time to achieve his goal, becoming a great divine god. His eyes gleamed with determination, ready to give his all to reach this objective. Central continent, southern region. Inside the city of Nanshan, where the Tero guild resides, the guild leaders sat quietly in a spacious conference hall. The usual defiant expressions were nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was deep silence and confusion in the air. News of the 6 Kings Guild's devastating defeat by the undead army in the northern region spread like wildfire. Unlike the typical gloating that follows a defeat, the entire central continent was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere, and no one could muster a smile. Luyue, looking dazed, muttered, "He really did it." She realized she no longer recognized Lugu. Turning to the statistician beside her, she asked with a trembling voice, "Have we counted the casualties yet?" The statistician shook his head with a bitter smile. "Count? There's no one left alive in the northern region of central continent. The place is filled with desolation and endless undead. At this point, is there even a need to count?" His voice was filled with helplessness and despair. That's the entire northern region. There were over 10 provinces. Even with the population reduced by a 10th due to the elimination game, an initial estimate would still put the population at over 600 million. But now, it's all gone. The statistician continued to describe the devastation in the northern region. Except for a few powerful lords who barely escaped to the southern region using various life-saving methods, the entire northern region, including the 4 major guild armies supporting it, was completely wiped out. Not even a fly escaped. The faces of the guild leaders turned pale at these words. Even the coldest members of the Tero guild couldn't help but gasp. The statistician's voice grew heavier. Trickster has truly fulfilled his promise. He turned the entire northern region into a death zone. Even through a screen, the devastation is suffocating. The death toll is conservatively estimated to be over 600 million. This staggering number plunged everyone into silence. The statistician continued, "Such a massive number, even written on paper, would take up several centimeters. In reality, the terror is unimaginable. No war in human history, not even the so-called world wars, compares to the atrocities Lugu committed in just 2 days in central continent." These words shocked everyone present. Even the most ruthless Tero guild leaders were left speechless by the sheer brutality. The statistician reported the latest developments. At this moment, the major forces in the southern region of central continent are not just unable to laugh. They are more united than ever. Just now, I've intercepted intelligence showing that over 40 medium to large guilds have signed on to form an alliance. Lugu's extermination of the northern region has left all southern region lords with no choice but to unite, even the most disorganized player guilds. However, the statistician's tone became even more somber. Unfortunately, it's too late. Not only has central continent lost its unified government, which concentrated most of its power, but Trickster's army is now far beyond the ability of any single state to confront. He detailed the terrifying strength of Trickster's army. The seemingly endless undead army is actually composed of high-level undead units, all above Tier 4. What does that mean? For ordinary return lords, Tier 4 units are their trump cards, their very lifeblood. But in Trickster's army, they are mere cannon fodder. The statistician's words sent a chill through the guild leaders. He continued, "If even the return lords are struggling, how can the new lords stand a chance? A single Tier 4 unit could equal half their lifeblood. The disparity is insurmountable, unless a true god descends. Otherwise, the fate of this world is already sealed." The red lacquered door interrupted the statistician's speech, a hint of resignation in his voice. Trickster used Death Knights and Black Blade Knights in this operation. Now, everyone in Central Continent knows our Tero Guild is deeply connected with the undead. He shrugged nonchalantly. "I suspect a coalition army will soon surround Nanshan, so we need to decide quickly. Do we fight to the death with the coalition, or do we retreat to Shisha province?" The red lacquered door's tone suddenly became serious. Although Trickster doesn't need our limited strength, I must remind you all, the only way to survive under Trickster is to show your loyalty. At this moment, the scene abruptly shifted to the Sacred Union. With a loud crash, an expensive porcelain vase shattered into pieces. The president of the Sacred Union, Guangyin Sishui, Reedied, furiously questioned the armored man before him. Why? With your immense power, why won't you fight with us? Everyone is dead. All of them. Saint, Little Flower, Grey Wolf, Observer, Remnant Dream, Black Star, Mechanic, they're all dead. If you won't fight, then why did you save me alone? Why let me live? Red Bean Cookie, a figure powerful enough to slay gods, now sat with his head bowed, enveloped in silence. His quietude was like an invisible wall, freezing the very air around him. It wasn't until time flows like water could no longer suppress his inner agony that he broke down, sobbing uncontrollably, tears flowing like a breached dam. Red Bean Cookie finally raised his head slowly, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. He softly asked, "Do you want to know why?" Without waiting for time flows like water to respond, as if fearing he might lose his courage, he quickly continued, "Then I'll tell you why I couldn't act." As Red Bean Cookie's words flowed out, a look of despair gradually appeared in time flows like water's eyes, as if he were witnessing an irreversible future. Meanwhile, on a distant southern island, a storm was brewing that would change the fate of the continent. Arrogance was preparing to lead the southern island's army back to the mainland to reclaim Shangjing City. However, upon hearing that the northern region had become a wasteland where all life had vanished, the former commander of Shangjing's forces, once at the pinnacle of power, was struck as if by lightning. His face turned from pale to livid, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He had left his beloved wife in the northern region, believing it to be safer than the perilous journey of a defeated man. The harsh reality, however, was that he had unwittingly consigned her to death. Undead, Arrogance roared, his voice filled with pain and fury. "I will never forgive you, never." His eyes reddened as he gripped the newly acquired artifact, the Blade of Doom, its sharp edge glinting ominously in the sunlight. Arrogance suddenly stood up, turning to the vast army behind him and shouted, "Activate the portal." His voice was filled with reckless determination. At this critical moment, a calm yet weathered voice suddenly interrupted Arrogance's outburst. "Wait." The voice seemed to have a magical effect, instantly silencing Arrogance. No matter how ferociously he moved his lips, he couldn't produce a sound, as if an invisible force had sealed his throat. The voice continued, "Recklessness, impulsiveness, and arrogance, just as your name suggests. When will you truly grow up and develop the temperament befitting the overlord of Zhongzhou?" As the elder voice spoke, an old man dressed in a Zhongshan suit slowly appeared before Arrogance. His head full of white hair was neatly combed back, and his long white beard reached past his chest, meticulously groomed. His presence seemed to bring a steadying force, instantly calming Arrogance's rage. "Rufus?" Arrogance stared in shock at the elderly man who had suddenly appeared before him, disbelief etched across his face. Once he regained his senses, he erupted in fury, shouting, "How dare you lay a hand on me? I am your lord." However, the old man standing before him was no ordinary human. Rufus was an ancient hero whom Arrogance had encountered during a quest in the first round of the elimination game. Deep within the Abyssal Tribe's stronghold in Hell, claiming to be a servant of the former King of Hell, Rufus saw potential in Arrogance to become a demon king and willingly pledged his allegiance. But heroes not summoned from the altar often had loyalty issues. Despite Rufus never showing any signs of rebellion, his loyalty remained stuck at 60 points on Arrogance's system panel. No matter what methods Arrogance employed, it wouldn't budge. This was why, despite knowing Rufus' immense power, Arrogance never fully trusted him. To Arrogance, Rufus's power, while formidable, was not indispensable. As someone seemingly destined for greatness, loyalty was the sole criterion for determining whether a hero could become one of his trusted generals. At least until he lost Shangjing City, Arrogance adhered to this principle, unlike Lugu, who dared to employ heroes with loyalty even below 80 points. However, after consecutive defeats at the hands of the Tero Gate and the Bianjing Legion, Arrogance had to confront the harsh reality that there's always a mountain higher. Recently, he began reconsidering the use of this unruly yet powerful hero. But even so, this was no excuse for Rufus to lay hands on him. A lord is a lord, and a hero is a hero. If Rufus could attack him now, it meant he could also rebel. Heroic rebellion was not new to lords. When heroes faced abuse or severe ideological conflicts, their loyalty would plummet. Typically, when loyalty fell below 60 points, heroes might abandon their lord. This was especially common with heroes recruited through chance encounters. Unlike altar-summoned heroes who were easily loyal or heroes summoned through hero stones who shared similar ideals, chance encounter heroes had distinct personalities and strong individual wills. Their loyalty was tough to increase, and lords couldn't even view their attribute panels. What terrified Arrogance more was his apparent helplessness in Rufus's grasp. "My apologies, Lord Arrogance." Rufus slightly bowed but didn't loosen his grip. Instead, he tightened it. Arrogance felt a surge of invisible force invading his consciousness, making his mind foggy. Those around him seemed oblivious to the scene. "What are you doing?" Arrogance finally realized the danger and asked in panic. "Helping you become the king of hell, of course," Rufus replied calmly. "I had hoped you would grow into a perfect vessel. But Lord Arrogance, your performance has left me hopeless." Arrogance is one thing, but arrogance to the point of foolishness, allowing your heart to be swayed by trivial emotions, is unworthy of a king. Therefore, I shall replace you and complete your unfinished business. As Rufus finished speaking, under Arrogance's horrified gaze, Rufus's loyalty plummeted rapidly. 50 points, 30 points, 15 points, finally dropping to 0. After a long while, Arrogance exhaled deeply, slowly opened his eyes, and gazed at the blade of doom in his hand. However, his once dark eyes had turned into slitted pupils, like those of a serpent. That night, in Shangjing City, now a desolate ruin in the northern part of Central State, Lugu, who had decimated the entire northern region, leaned back on the throne of Shangjing City, resting his head on one hand, with an air of leisure. Under Lugu's command, the white-haired Lich Mersagad stood vigilantly by his side. Over 20 reapers, each gripping a scythe, silently gazed at the unexpected intruder before a figure named Arrogance. Lugu's eyes, sharp as a blade, instantly saw through the essence of the person before him. Although this Arrogance looked identical to the former commander of the Shangjing Legion and the supreme commander of the Central Alliance Army, Lugu knew that the person before him was no longer the real Arrogance. A pungent smell of sulfur filled the air as Lugu spoke calmly. "Why aren't you staying in the abyss? What brings you to Blue Star?" Arrogance chuckled at the question. He, as expected of the Lord of the Undead Realm. "You saw through my disguise at a glance." He shook his head, speaking to Lugu not as a mere game lord but as an equal. "But that's also what I want to ask you. What means did you use to reverse from the Seven Realms and come here?" The term, Seven Realms, exploded in Lugu's mind like a bomb. The Seven Realms, existing below the Divine Realm yet above the Mortal Realm, are the origin worlds of the 7 major races in the multiverse, bearing all the civilizations and glories since their inception. The Human Spirit Realm, the Elven Life Realm, the Undead Realm of the Undead, the Abyss of the Abyssal Creatures, the Dungeon of the Subterranean Beings, the Rotting Swamp of the Marsh Dwellers, and the Beastman's vast prairie. These 7 realms are not only the birthplaces of their respective races, but also their ultimate sanctuaries. Numerous deities have placed their chosen races there, filling the 7 realms with rare and powerful mutated species. Due to the ancient history of the 7 realms, many heroes and rulers, comparable to deities, have emerged from them. In the Abyss, the rulers are known as Demon Kings. In the Undead Realm, the rulers are called Lords. As the supreme ruler of the Undead Realm, the Death Lord is a being on par with the gods. Typically, they cannot appear outside the 7 realms in their true form. If a Death Lord were to descend beyond the 7 realms, it would spell disaster for the beings there. Lugu's internal alarms blared. He realized that the situation before him was far more complex and dangerous than he had initially imagined. Not just the Death Sovereign, the jurisdiction of the 9 realms extends far beyond that. The supreme angel of the human race, the beast emperor of the orcs, the elf king of the elves, the ancient god of the marshes, the lord of the dungeons, the demon king of the abyss, and all those who have reached the pinnacle of legend and are about to or have already ignited their divine spark cannot descend into countless mortal planes beyond the 9 realms through conventional means. These mighty rulers usually send their elite heroes or choose an emissary, bestowing them with great power to act on their behalf. These agents are tasked with gathering resources, conquering worlds, or harvesting faith for their rulers. Only in dire situations, where the world holds immense and irreplaceable benefits for the rulers, will they expend vast resources to briefly descend into the mortal realm upon the call of their subjects. Even then, most of the time, they only project their power rather than appear in person. It is this limitation on the rulers that allows the weak beings of countless mortal worlds to enjoy peace. Without it, with the vast military might of the 7 realms, if the rulers and top-tier heroes could descend into the mortal realm without restraint, all mortal planes would become battlefields for top-tier armies. The weak would be unable to survive in the mortal realm. Even the aftermath of the rulers' clashes would be enough to obliterate beings below the 4th tier. However, all of this common knowledge was completely shattered by the person before him at this moment. Rufus watched Lyoga with a calm exterior, but his heart was in turmoil. He had speculated that a lord capable of initiating such a terrifying undead plague in this world might be an emissary of a ruler. But he never dared to imagine that it would be a ruler descending personally. Although the other party did not admit to being a ruler, Rufus would never mistake the innate aura of a Seven Realms ruler. Having once been a confidant of an Abyss Demon King, who was on par with the Death Sovereign, he had frequently met the Abyss Demon King and other rulers of the Seven Realms. This experience made him intimately familiar with the aura of authority that Seven Realms rulers exuded. From the first moment he saw Yoga, the same fear he felt when facing the Abyss Demon King surged in his heart. No one understood the terrifying nature of a Seven Realms ruler better than Rufus. They are the absolute monarchs who hold supreme power among the seven most powerful mainstream races across countless worlds. The Seven Realms rulers are not just symbols of power. They are the embodiment of authority. There are many heroes in the Seven Realms as powerful as gods, but those who can become rulers have always been few and far between in each realm over countless years, often remaining unchanged for millennia. This is because the power of the Seven Realms rulers is so immense that their hierarchy is incredibly stable and unshakable. Even the gods in the divine realm must restrain their might in the face of the Seven Realms rulers' authority. History is replete with examples of those who angered the Seven Realms rulers and were stripped of their faith and fell from grace. Yet such a terrifying and magnificent being was now sitting alive in front of him. Despite Rufus's boastful claims of nurturing arrogance into the next Abyss Demon King, even if arrogance were chosen by the will of the Nine Realms, possessed incredible lordly power, and received the blessings of a demon god, gaining the qualification to become a demon king, he was still far from becoming a true ruler of the Seven Realms. The two were simply incomparable. This is why Rufus was so profoundly shaken at this moment. Rulers cannot descend into the mortal realm through conventional means, nor can they stay long in the mortal realm. This has been an ironclad rule in the Seven Realms for ages. Since the concept of rulers was born, no ruler has ever been able to break this norm. Yet the Death Sovereign before him completely defied all of this. He seemed like a native of this world, with no rejection from it. This implied that he had found a way to avoid the world's repulsion, allowing him to stay in the mortal realm indefinitely. For any world's inhabitants, this was an absolute disaster. If the Seven Realms rulers had a way to descend into the mortal realm, who could possibly resist such a formidable being with mortal strength? At least, Rufus knew he couldn't. Especially now, the presence of death gods standing guard in this room underscored the gravity of the situation. Having served the Abyss Demon King for thousands of years, Rufus naturally understood the terror and rarity of these ultimate beings unique to the undead realm. Even the Death Sovereign himself was no exception. Only a Death Lord with immense resources could afford to maintain such a vast army of Reapers. Rufus scanned the countless Reapers before him, feeling a deep sense of awe. Each Reaper exuded a powerful aura that sent shivers down his spine. They were like rare treasures of the underworld, a perfect blend of strength and opulence. Rufus pondered to himself that even in the renowned Council of Reapers, few Death Lords dared to casually deploy these formidable but highly costly beings. Maintaining them required immense resources. Without substantial backing, even those who obtained the Council of Reapers would find themselves at a loss. At this moment, Rufus felt as though he had walked into a massive trap. He had initially thought he was merely negotiating with an envoy of a Death Lord. Relying on his former status and skills as a top envoy, he believed he could handle the situation. That was why he had boldly come alone. His plan was simple. Even if negotiations failed, he could rely on his strength to leave unscathed. However, reality struck him hard. The person before him was the Death Lord himself. Rufus recalled the shock he felt upon realizing this, nearly collapsing in disarray. While he was confident in his ability to come and go freely in the presence of any envoy, he had no assurance of escaping unharmed from a ruler. A ruler holding the highest authority in a realm was often experienced and resourceful. Any trick he might use could be easily seen through. Escaping from such a figure seemed nearly impossible. Rufus quickly devised a strategy, realizing that his only chance for survival was to pose as a ruler himself. Only then might the Death Lord hesitate, giving him a sliver of hope. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, Rufus," he screamed inwardly. "Right now, you are the Demon King of the Abyss, and equal to the Death Lord. Don't be afraid." Rufus forced himself to suppress his trembling, regulate his breathing, and appear calm. When Lugu's gaze fell upon him, he feigned nonchalance, as if everything was within his expectations. Yet, the fear inside him roared like a monstrous wave, threatening to engulf him at any moment. Rufus's disguise was flawless. As a trusted advisor who had served the Demon King for thousands of years, he knew the Demon King's every move inside out. With a power level close to the Demon King's and a deep understanding of his mannerisms, Rufus's bluff was nearly indistinguishable from the real thing. Standing nearby, the white-haired Lich Melchigard was completely taken in. His entire body was tense, ready to flee at any moment. Unaware of Melchigard's solemn demeanor, Liag suddenly felt a mischievous urge, despite initially planning to end this farce. "Who gave you the right to stand before me?" Liag said coldly, making Rufus flinch, while Melchigard nearly jumped out of his skin. Liag's eyelids lifted slightly, and he barked, "Kneel!" In an instant, the supreme authority of the ninth overlord erupted. Liag, who now ruled the entire central continent, commanded billions of undead and wielded high divine power. This authority had reached an unimaginable intensity. Though it was merely a control skill, when released by such a powerful Liag and targeted at a single individual, its impact was unparalleled. Even the real Demon King would struggle to resist such authority backed by billions of undead and the high divine power of a lord who had slaughtered half the central continent. With a thud, before Rufus or Melchigard could react, the terrifying pressure struck down. Rufus, powerless to resist, was forced to the ground by the overwhelming force. Before the terrified Rufus could beg for mercy, Liag said, "Much better. Now, back to our conversation. Who permitted you to crawl out of the abyss?" "No, my lord," Melchigard shouted, still baffled by how his master had become so formidable that he could easily subdue a demon king. But he knew better than anyone how terrifying the demon king was. He quickly interjected, "The undead and the abyss are allies. We must coexist peacefully." "Idiot," Liag cursed inwardly. "Do you still want to proceed with the third elimination game?" Melchigard was utterly convinced that the other party was a demon king. He knew that the seemingly weak figure before him was certainly not the demon king's true form. After all, the demon king was restricted by the 9 realms and couldn't appear in the mortal realm, especially not in a divine battlefield like Blue Star. Honestly, even though it wasn't the true form, a demon king managing to sneak into Blue Star was enough to shock Melchigard. Blue Star wasn't just any mortal realm. As a divine battlefield, it was strictly protected by the will of the 9 realms. Theoretically, any force that could surpass the current stage of the elimination game would be eradicated by the will of the 9 realms. Rulers of the 9 realms, beings comparable to gods, were especially monitored on Blue Star. Under such restrictions, the fact that the other party could still send a doppelganger to directly interact with the divine chosen lord was no small feat. It implied that even in the abyss, this individual was a formidable demon king with terrifying means, capable of intervening early in the divine battlefield. Melchigard couldn't fathom the consequences of offending a top-tier demon king. As for the authenticity of Rufus's identity, Melchigard's omniscient vault described the demon king's traits in such detail, and Rufus's disguise was so impeccable that he never doubted Rufus's identity for a moment. Although Rufus never claimed to be the demon king, Liag's powerful intuition sensed that they were not on the same level. The Death Overlord, with his keen perception of souls, even detected the bluff and hidden fear within Rufus. A truly powerful being's soul wouldn't have such fluctuations. Thus, Liag concluded that even if Rufus was some kind of demon king, he was a fake and posed no threat. Rufus could only taste bitterness in his mouth. He was now utterly convinced that he hadn't deceived the Lord before him. He never imagined that after roaming the 7 realms for thousands of years, surviving even the demon king's wrath, he would meet his end due to a moment of carelessness. Such an ironic fate was utterly humiliating. But just when he thought he would be ruthlessly killed, Liag suddenly spoke, his eyes fixed on the figure before him. "This body of yours, why does it look so familiar to me?" Melchigard couldn't help but retort, "How about letting them go before you start talking?" However, Liag seemed not to hear him, continuing to scrutinize the body on his own. His brow furrowed as he recalled something. If I'm not mistaken, this seems to be Arrogance's body, right?" Although Liag rarely paid attention to the news, Arrogance's fame was simply too great. As the permanent commander of the Central Continent United Army, Arrogance frequently appeared in the public eye. Even with Liag's occasional glances at the news, Arrogance's image was firmly etched in his mind. Yet, Liag keenly sensed that the Arrogance before him was clearly not the real Arrogance. Ever since he transitioned to the role of the 9th Sovereign, Liag's ability to sense souls had skyrocketed. He could easily detect the presence of 2 souls within the body, although it was hard to determine which was stronger. The dominant soul at the moment reeked of the sulfuric scent of abyssal demons. The other soul, while also tainted with sulfur, still retained the strong characteristics of a Blue Star human soul. Liag concluded that the latter must be the true soul belonging to Arrogance. Staring directly into Arrogance's eyes, Liag spoke coldly, "Leave Arrogance's body, and I'll spare your life." Rufus looked shocked, seemingly unable to believe that a sovereign would take such an interest in a nobody. He stammered, "What did you say?" Liag's tone grew even more severe. "I don't want to repeat myself." Rufus's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly replied, "All right, I'll leave right away." Without hesitation, he detached himself from Arrogance's body, transforming into an elderly fallen angel and quickly flying away. However, Rufus soon realized that teleportation and spatial skills were completely ineffective here. This was Liag's domain, where all defenses were top-notch. The only reason he had managed to break in earlier was that the defense system had not yet been activated. Now, with the anti-space defenses fully operational, even a true Demon King would find themselves battered and bruised if they dared to use spatial skills here. Lyoga watched Rufus leave with a cold, indifferent gaze. To him, a being who had lived for thousands of years and remained so mediocre was simply not worth mentioning. Compared to this stagnant old dog, Lyoga found his interest piqued by pride. Although pride seemed to encounter setbacks ever since his appearance, it wasn't entirely his fault. After all, his adversaries were extraordinary, either the powerful Taluomen at his peak or the combined forces of Taluomen and Bienjing. Worse still, he faced repeated betrayals. Even so, pride once managed to push Taluomen, who commanded 15 class lords, to the brink. Setting aside personal traits, pride's prowess in warfare was undeniable. He was not just one of the best in Zhongzhou, but possibly one of the top fighters in the world. As the highest commander appointed by the united government of Zhongzhou, Pride performed his duties impeccably, leading the Zhongzhou Legion with exceptional military strategy. Even in defeat, it was due to schemes and treachery, not a lack of battlefield skill. Pride's ability to secure his position as the highest commander in such a vast system as the united government of Zhongzhou was proof of his exceptional personal strength. While power and background provide certain conveniences, there's never been a case where someone rose to the top of the military solely based on background. More astonishingly, Pride was only 27 or 28 years old. In Zhongzhou, where seniority is highly valued, to command the entire Zhongzhou army at such a young age is a testament to his unparalleled ability. Lyoga paid no mind to the surrounding chaos. He waited quietly as Pride's soul and body gradually fused. When Pride finally awakened, Lyoga knew that despite his body being possessed by an unknown demon, Pride could still perceive everything happening around him clearly. This saved Lyoga the trouble of explaining. He merely glanced at Melchigard, who immediately understood and stepped forward. Pointing at Pride, Melchigard exclaimed with a pained expression, "Do you have any idea the price my lord paid to save you?" Pride remained silent, but Melchigard, who had been holding back, burst out like a flood. "That was a demon king." "A demon king? I was wondering why my lord would be so irrational as to offend a demon king. It turns out it was to save you. Do you have any idea what kind of trouble offending a demon king brings us? More importantly, my lord is the designated ninth monarch, destined to become the Lord of Death in the Netherworld. A Lord of Death at odds with a demon king. Do you know how serious the consequences could be? It could cause a diplomatic disaster between the Netherworld and the Abyss. The alliance of the dark factions could collapse because of an insignificant human like you. If you don't repay my lord properly." "Repay?" Pride finally snapped, roaring, "I have a mortal grudge against him. He killed my wife. He killed my wife." Melchigard was momentarily stunned, then quickly retreated to Lyoga's side, shrugging helplessly. "Well, there's nothing we can do." Lyoga glanced at Melchigard, internally puzzled, not recalling when he had killed Pride's wife. However, considering the vast number of people he had killed and the several legions not directly under his control, he couldn't be bothered to verify each one. Dead is dead, there's no bringing them back. But if Pride thought he could pin all the blame on him, Lyoga would not accept it. "You're wrong," Lyoga said emotionlessly. "I didn't kill your wife. You failed to protect her. If she was truly important to you, you should have protected her at all costs. Even if it meant dying, you should have died before her." Pride was about to retort, but found himself silenced by Lyoga's words. Lyoga interrupted him once again, his eyes glinting with a cold light. His voice was as sharp as a blade, each word piercing through arrogance's pride. "Stop making excuses for your weakness, and don't place the blame on me. In my eyes, there's no special treatment, no matter who someone's wife or lover is. My legion and I are like a natural disaster. All living beings are treated equally before us." Lyoga's words struck at arrogance's reason like hammer blows. He continued, "Would you blame the earth for your wife's death in an earthquake? Would you curse the sky if lightning killed her? Let's be clear, what do you think war is? War inevitably brings death, and killing the enemy is our duty." Arrogance's eyes began to redden, but Lyoga showed no mercy and continued his assault. "If you want to fight to the death with me just because I killed your wife, then what does any truce or reconciliation in the world mean? When you high-level officials decided to make peace with the enemy, did you consider those who lost their loved ones? If you have a reason to reconcile with the enemy, you should also have a reason to reconcile with me." Lyoga's words cut to the most vulnerable part of arrogance's heart. You can't perpetuate hatred just because someone you love died in the war. If you must hate, hate yourself. Without a doubt, you are the one most directly responsible for your wife's death. As her husband, you failed to protect her and instead blamed the enemy and your hatred. Enough. Arrogance roared, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Melchigard watched Arrogance's self-destruction in silence, gaining a deeper understanding of his lord's evil nature. His loyalty increased by 2 points, though such a trivial increase was long beneath Lyoga's notice. Lyoga coldly eyed Arrogance and continued, Seeking revenge is fine, but it's clear you lack the power now. Defying me pointlessly will only lead to your death. Why not become stronger first? When you have the strength to defeat me, then seek your revenge. His voice carried a hint of temptation, yet was filled with menace. Of course, as the condition for me tolerating your existence and your continued quest for revenge, you must serve me obediently until you have the power to challenge me. Living with humiliation and hatred can be your own form of redemption. Survival is the most basic instinct of any living being. Arrogance, someone with a promising future, should have had no thoughts of death. Yet, the myriad of constraints imposed by humanity forced him to go against his survival instinct and choose to abandon life. Arrogance faced a difficult decision. His position as an enemy and the hatred for his wife's killer were strong reasons for him to choose death over surrender. But when Lugu extended an olive branch, giving him a reason to continue living, the desire to survive quickly took over. At that moment, a fierce battle raged within Arrogance. He began to convince himself to accept Lugu's terms, as if it were the only way out. If there's no issue, then let's sign the contract, he muttered, his hand trembling as it reached for the document in front of him. Massacre, observing from the side, prepared to use her traditional skills. However, this time Lugu did not condone her actions. Lugu suddenly released an overwhelming aura of authority, pinning the impulsive Massacre to the ground. He's not one of us yet. Lugu's voice was deep and commanding. In Massacre's bewildered and astonished eyes, Lugu's image grew as imposing as a giant deity. Even though Lugu was just sitting, he gave off an overpowering presence that seemed to look down on everyone. Give him the contract after he has thought it through. Lugu's words left no room for doubt. Massacre remained silent, but her loyalty undoubtedly increased by 5 points. Nearby, the white-haired lich's expression grew increasingly twisted and deranged. Arrogance hazily agreed to the terms of the trick, not even sure himself how he made the decision. When the trickster kept his promise and released him to Nan Island, Arrogance was surprised to find that his hatred for the trickster had lessened. However, the flame of vengeance still burned within him. I will avenge you, ailing. Once I become stronger, I will seek righteous revenge. Arrogance vowed silently. Upon returning to Nan Island, Arrogance immediately began hunting Rufus. Rufus, having escaped Lugu's control, mistakenly believed that Arrogance could not have survived and had once again manipulated the deputy commander of the Nan Island army, attempting to continue his quest for domination and become a demon king. Arrogance's return disrupted all of Rufus's plans. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Rufus was momentarily stunned but then laughed it off. Ha! Ha! You finally learned about your head, Arrogance. Arrogance's eyes were cold, and the blade of doom in his hand ignited with a destructive fire. Rufus, you know the price of betraying me, right? His voice dripped with murderous intent. Despite Rufus's formidable power, which might have touched the threshold of divinity, and his status as a native hero, his strength far surpassed that of system-recruited altar heroes and summoning stone heroes. But Arrogance's blade of doom was a pseudo-divine weapon, capable of burning through any special effects and defenses. Against such a weapon, Rufus had no chance unless he relied on ambushes. Rufus knew this well. After all, he had personally given the blade of doom to Arrogance. He had thought the weapon would eventually return to him, but the sudden emergence of the Death Lord thwarted all his plans. But Rufus was pragmatic. Since a lord had descended upon this world, no matter what schemes he employed, his chances of victory were slim. Continuing to wield the Blade of Doom and control the Nan Island army might give him a glimmer of hope against the Lord, but that hope was minuscule, less than 1 in 1,000. Moreover, Arrogance's return completely extinguished his chances of manipulating the Nan Island army. At this moment, Rufus had lost all interest in Blue Star. Let's meet again in the abyss, Arrogance. Rufus's eerie laughter echoed. Heh heh heh. As a dark portal suddenly opened, the laughter seemed to directly pierce Arrogance's ears. Realizing that Rufus intended to escape, Arrogance swiftly swung his sword. However, Rufus was too fast. Before the fiery sword light could shoot out from the Blade of Doom, Rufus's figure had already vanished into the dark portal. Whoosh! The mist fiery sword light erupted into a blazing inferno. Amid the roaring flames, Arrogance sheathed the Blade of Doom, his face grim. Meanwhile, the situation on the other side was quietly changing. Outside the city of Nanshan, members of the Tero Gate silently watched the dark mass of the Zhongzhou Guild Alliance army. Their gazes were fixed on the front of the formation, where Jingyundu and Chu Mud, leaders of 2 major Seven Kings guilds, stood almost entirely isolated. The name of the Holy Union had vanished from the alliance list, further highlighting the severity of the situation. Although the members of the Tero Gate had not witnessed the catastrophic undead disaster in the northern territories firsthand, the sight before them was enough to make them feel the devastating blow those guilds fighting the undead army must have suffered. The term total annihilation echoed in their minds. One member murmured, even with the intelligence from the vice president of the metrologists, it's hard to believe. How could anyone single-handedly prevent millions of lords from 3 Kings guilds from even having a chance to escape? Shoo. Stop talking, another interrupted. The president is about to start negotiations. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lugu used his flight skill to gracefully land in front of the Guild Alliance's formation. He ignored the hateful glares from Chu Mu and Jingyun Du and feigned ignorance as he asked, "What brings you all to surround our Tero gate with such a grand display?" Chu Mu, unable to contain his anger, stepped forward and interrupted, "You little brat, cut the crap. Your Tero gate has been in cahoots with those evil undead from the start, hasn't it?" All eyes were on Lugu, awaiting his response. Unexpectedly, he nodded almost without hesitation and admitted, "Yes, we do have some rather unusual ties with those undead." Everyone stared at Lugu in disbelief, but he, seemingly determined to let things unravel, continued, "So what? It was the undead from the north that defeated you, not us." The Tero gate didn't lift a finger. "However, if you insist on coming after us, then I'm afraid that's your problem." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure clad in armor descended from the sky, landing heavily on the ground with a thunderous crash, sending dust flying. When the dust settled, everyone saw the haughty figure of Hongdo Bingon. He stood next to Lugu, casually hefting his Dragon Slayer sword. Chu Mu and Jingyun Du's faces turned deathly pale. Hongdo Bingon paid no mind to their reactions and loudly declared, "Sorry to say, but I've joined the Tero Gate." The Grand Alliance of Guilds arrived in haste and departed even faster. Janshio, the leader of the Blooming Flowers Guild, glared furiously at Chu Mu and Jingyun Du, who were adamant about retreating, her face filled with anger. "What on earth are you two up to?" Janshio demanded harshly. "You were the ones who wanted to attack the Tero sect, and now you're the ones fleeing. You've brought shame upon us all." However, Chu Mu and Jingyun Du showed no sign of remorse. Chu Mu spoke bluntly, "Our current enemy is the undead from the north. There's no need to clash with the Tero sect. We just need to ensure they don't oppose us." Jingyun Du agreed. "We need to consolidate our strength for the decisive battle with the undead. We can't afford to waste our resources on the Tero sect, especially not on Hongdo Bingon." Janshio, incredulous, shouted, "Hey, you two, are you really that afraid of Hongdo Bingon? This isn't like you at all." Chu Mu shook his head and explained, "It's not that we're afraid of Hongdo Bingon. It's that everyone should fear him. You haven't seen his power firsthand. The Tero sect is already formidable enough. If Hongdo Bingon sides with them, even if we defeat the Tero sect, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. By then, how much strength would we have left to face the northern undead?" At this moment, the leader of the fire god cult, a man with a grim face adorned with various Buddhist ornaments, interjected, "But aren't you worried that while we're fighting the undead, the Tero sect might collaborate with them?" The leader of the Tero sect has admitted to having significant ties with the northern undead. Chu Mu responded gravely, "If that happens, there's nothing we can do. We have to gamble that they won't join forces. Otherwise—" He didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear: if the Tero sect and the northern undead united, they would stand no chance. The scene shifts to the headquarters of the Tero sect. Lugu reclined on a sofa, leisurely sipping an iced cola. Facing the members of the Tero sect and the Balance Guild, he remarked, "Even without us, the Guild Alliance stands no chance of winning. I didn't expect Hongdo Bingon to have such a strong deterrent effect on them." Red Door, puzzled, asked, "Speaking of Hongdo, haven't you been quite down lately? Why are you so lively now?" Guaisho burst into laughter. "Haha, that's because Hongdo's love life is blooming. But Hongdo Bingon, do you really believe Guanyin Sisui genuinely wants to be with you? She's not a simple woman. Be careful, she has other plans." Hongdo Bingon replied smugly, "You don't need to tell me that. Who do you think I am? I'm playing along with her." Zhiliangshi cleared his throat and changed the topic. "More importantly, since the Alliance chose not to fight us, we should proceed with our next plan, the Shisha Province campaign." He then detailed the intelligence on Shisha Province, highlighting its rich resources and weak military strength. Guaisho added, "I've already secured a vast area of land in Ander City, coordinates sent to your private messages. It will serve as a springboard for our main city. We must quickly establish our position centered on Shisha Province. Once our army is teleported there, Shisha's military won't be able to stop us from taking over." Meanwhile, in Shangjing City, numerous high-ranking undead heroes swiftly traversed the streets. They had just received an audience with the god of death and new orders. As commands rang out, the various divisions of the First Legion quickly assembled, with tens of billions of undead responding promptly under the mobilization of 70,000 fifth-level legions. The Third and Fourth Undead Legions also reacted on the northern bank of the Long River, facing the countless guild armies across the river. The Long River, a natural barrier, had once halted the first undead scourge at the northern frontier. However, this time, the undead legions included more than just ground troops. With the roars of dragons echoing from the rear of the undead army, the guild lords stationed on the southern bank of the long river swallowed nervously, praying their ominous premonitions wouldn't come true. But their prayers went unanswered. The horizon quickly filled with dense black dots, rapidly approaching. Under the despairing gazes of the guild alliance lords, a vast army of skeletal dragons swarmed the skies above the long river, descending fiercely on the seemingly impregnable war fortresses. Faced with the natural barrier of the long river, Lugu had deployed his true trump card, the skeletal dragon legion. The colossal silhouette of the ancient bone dragon roared past. Their defense was astounding. Even attacks from epic heroes could only slightly dent their thick hide. What was even more shocking was that all fixed damage, debuffs, or additional damage effects had no impact on the bone dragons. This scene left players who had always believed in stacking special effects over raw attributes utterly bewildered. Riding atop a bone dragon, the skeletal dragon knight Oarm let out an earth-shattering roar. Annihilate. Instantly, millions of ancient bone dragons dived down. The dragon's aura plunged low-tier troops into extreme fear, causing many fortress soldiers to lose control. Some fled in panic, while others collapsed on the spot. The fortress defense was shattered by sheer morale collapse even before the actual attack began. However, ORM and his bone dragon army showed no mercy despite the enemy's loss of fighting spirit. With a sound like a decrepit bellows, Sasha, a frost breath swept out. In an instant, walls crumbled, buildings froze, and countless soldiers fell. Even the barrier supported by epic defensive structures was pierced by the overwhelming frost. In less than 10 minutes, the Yangtze River outpost city, guarded by millions of troops, fell. With the undead mages unrestrained, they began chanting spells, raising long bridges of bones from the northern bank straight to the southern shore. As a skeletal warrior stepped onto the bridge, countless undead and unholy beings surged across, flooding the southern lands. At this moment, the Guild Alliance, which had just retreated from Taloman, received news of the undead army crossing the river. The coalition leader, Jinshio, president of the Prosperity Guild, was furious. How can it be so fast? The river's flood season should last 2 weeks. We had millions of troops on the southern bank. How did the undead cross? Yet, there was no time to assign blame. With the southern fortress breached, the endless undead army swept forward. The cities of the Guild Alliance in the rear had no resistance against this tide, falling as quickly as the undead advanced. If this continued, the 6 southern provinces bordering the northern region would fall within a day. Jinshio made a decisive command. Order all troops, guilds, and civilians in the frontier provinces to retreat to the second defensive line immediately. All Guild Alliance lords, use Blackstone Pass as the stronghold and rely on the second defensive line to resist the evil undead. She looked around at the pale faces of the high-ranking members due to the news of the undead invasion and continued, "Everyone, do not harbor illusions. This is a war between the living and the dead. There is no surrender, no reconciliation. If we fail, our lives and everything we hold dear will be obliterated." Under Jinshio's call, although fear lingered in their hearts, people realized this was an unavoidable war with no retreat. After a brief panic, they forcibly conquered their fear. The armies and strong forces of the southern provinces of Central Plains began to gather at the last line of defense, Blackstone Pass. Even those who were indifferent to fame and fortune responded to the call in this crisis, leading their troops to aid Blackstone Pass. In Sylvanas' infinite vision, the people of the southern provinces of Central Plains were like blood in a body, converging on Blackstone Pass along countless roads. The vast army and players soon filled the entire province where Blackstone City was located. The flags of over 300 different guilds and armies densely covered the entire view. At this moment, everyone remaining in Central Plains had one common belief. They must hold Blackstone Pass and defend the southern provinces. Meanwhile, below Blackstone Pass, the endless undead army was already arrayed, ready for a decisive battle that would determine life or death. At the formidable Blackstone Pass, the only truly impregnable fortress in the southern region of Zhongzhou, the Guild Alliance had long prepared for the eventual breach of the Changhe line. They fortified the pass into an unassailable stronghold, brimming with defensive structures and abundant garrison forces, far surpassing any previous fortress in Zhongzhou. In the face of the undead, their common enemy, numerous guilds contributed their most advanced defensive facilities. Nearly 100 epic-level defensive structures were erected within the pass, encompassing functions of attack, defense, buffs, and debuffs. Towering arrow towers, magical barriers, and energy turrets were scattered throughout, constructing an indomitable defense line. No one can break through this fortress hidden. This was the unanimous consensus, even when confronted with the seemingly infinite undead army. Within the confines of this fortress, their numerical advantage would be rendered meaningless. However, this belief was soon shattered. People watched in disbelief as the undead horde surged like a tidal wave, their sheer numbers filling the valleys and flattening mountains hundreds of meters high. The undead used their bodies as stepping stones, allowing others to trample them into dust. The piled corpses soon exceeded the height of the walls and peaks. This realization struck hard. Conventional logic did not apply to these non-living entities that were fundamentally different from living beings. With a deafening roar, the Black Blade Knights charged down the slope of undead bones. The dense horde of undead followed, cascading down from the corpse mountain like a waterfall. The human commander, Jints, shouted hoarsely, "Hold the line! Hold the line! Hold the line!" In an instant, multicolored beams shot out from numerous powerful structures. These devastating attacks were too much even for the Black Blade Knights in their desperate charge, obliterating them into shattered bone fragments. Yet, the number of undead was overwhelming. They pressed forward relentlessly, a massive black hand forcibly suppressing all obstacles. The endless undead army seemed poised to engulf the entire world, advancing inexorably towards the human defenses. The city crumbled, and soldiers fell. Countless dead dragged their decayed bodies down the slope of bones, surging like a tidal wave. Before the defenders could repel the first wave of undead, the second and third waves had already breached the walls. Faced with this endless onslaught, the courage that people had mustered quickly evaporated. Monsters! With a desperate scream, the entire guild alliance's defenses collapsed. The Black Blade Knights charged forward, crushing everything in their path. Ferocious undead followed closely, wreaking havoc among the fleeing masses. The guild alliance's painstakingly built structures fell in rapid succession, and in the blink of an eye, the battlefield turned into a sea of corpses and blood. Bone dragons circled overhead as the undead heroes launched a fierce assault. Under the command of Lugu, this unstoppable legion tipped the scales of victory decisively. Layer after layer of defenses were shattered by the undead army. More and more undead crossed the lines, sweeping towards the world beyond Blackstone Pass. The Guild Alliance's strongest warriors fell one by one, becoming souls reaped by Death's scythe. The so-called impregnable First Fortress fell within a day after the elimination game began. Jinxio stared blankly at the fleeing crowd and the charging undead army, unable to believe the extent of their defeat. Before her tears could fall, a Black Blade Knight's lance pierced her chest. In the aftermath, Blackstone Pass was littered with corpses, both undead and those of the living. Lugu knew that under the corruption of the undead plague, these bodies would soon rise again, many becoming high-quality sources of faith for him. Feeling the surge of divine power within him, Lugu gazed impassively at the ruined Blackstone Pass and the still-charging undead army. A slight smile played on his lips as he realized that the entire southern region of Zhongzhou was now in his grasp. Lugu summoned the white-haired Lich, Melsigad, and commanded, "Do not indulge in pointless slaughter. Lead the legion immediately to crush the remaining cities and defenses. We can't afford to waste time." Melsigad eagerly complied, leading the Supreme Judgment Death Legion, composed of undead heroes and reapers, to swiftly leap ahead of the undead forces and head towards the southern cities. That night, the former commander of Shangjing, now the commander of the Southern Isles, Pride, roared amidst his subordinates' pleas, "Seal all ports. Sink any ships trying to leave. Set up anti-teleportation barriers at the docks. Kill anyone attempting to flee to the sea." Initially, Pride didn't understand why the Death Lord had issued such orders. But now he realized that the being who had both saved his life and was his enemy intended to eradicate all of Zhongzhou, leaving no hope for escape. Arrogance stood on high ground, looking down at the horrific scene before him. The army of the undead surged like a tide towards the fleeing civilians, their piercing screams echoing to the heavens. His heart wrestled with itself, unable to comprehend why he was so compliant to his former foe, the Lord of Death. The once proud arrogance would never have committed such atrocities against the people, even under threat of death. However, after experiencing the destruction of his home and the loss of his body to Rufus, he found himself utterly despairing in the presence of the Death Lord, becoming someone he no longer recognized. What terrified arrogance even more was the twisted pleasure he felt when witnessing others experience the loss of their loved ones and their lives. The more this perverse joy consumed him, the more he desperately sought to change, but to no avail. Now, he felt no repulsion towards these evil actions. In stark contrast stood the normal leaders of the South Island Legion. Faced with orders to massacre civilians and assist the undead, almost everyone showed strong resistance. Even with arrogance's relentless urging, only a few took action. Jason, the former commander of the South Island Legion and now arrogance's deputy, outright refused under arrogance's persistent coercion. "I will never carry out such orders. Our compatriots in the Central Plains are suffering under the undead suppression. How can we add to their misery?" Jason couldn't understand how arrogance, who once loved his wife deeply, could accept the undead who killed her and become their lackey in the human world. As Arrogance's best friend and the one who handed over the South Island Legion to him without hesitation during difficult times, Jason felt it was his responsibility and right to awaken Arrogance. However, harsh reality shattered Jason's hopes. When Arrogance's doomsday blade pierced his heart, with an added effect to prevent resurrection, Jason looked in disbelief at his most trusted friend. Death came so swiftly as his life force drained that he didn't even have time to feel the despair of broken friendship before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. This scene stunned all members of the South Island Legion. They realized Arrogance had gone mad, and no one dared to openly defy his orders anymore. With the Guild Alliance wiped out at Blackstone Pass, the remaining scattered forces in the southern region posed no threat to the undead army. Wherever Lugu's undead legions marched, they met little resistance. Those capable of fleeing barely managed to survive, while the lords unable to escape or relocate their main cities could only watch helplessly as the undead army devoured them. The terrifying undead army swept through K Province, L Province, Z Province, and Y Province, with one province after another falling. Billions of lives were consumed by the undead plague, and even the sparsely populated southwest turned into a dead zone. Finally, the undead army halted at the towering peaks and the endless coastline, silently awaiting new orders. Lugu glanced at the panel displaying his burgeoning divine power 12 billion. Although the power gained from ravaging the southern region surpassed that of the north, the terrifying daily consumption of higher divine power meant this surplus could only buy him an extra day of respite. However, the enemies Lugu would face next were far more formidable than those in the Central Plains. Once the undead army stepped out of the Central Plains, the other 6 regions would inevitably unite against him, just as the player guilds had done when he moved from the northern region to the southern region. This was understandable. The living and the dead were natural enemies. Anyone aware of Lugu's actions in the Central Plains would see him as the primary threat, easily forming alliances that were previously unattainable to combat this enemy who stood opposed to life itself. Even in Lyoga's view, the former Zhongzhou was incomparable to any current major state, not even the most powerful free state. However, if the 6 major states united, their combined strength would be enough to make Lyoga, a high-ranking deity, proceed with caution. Fortunately, Lyoga was not fighting alone. Messages from the Surveyor and Guiyashu caught Lyoga's attention. He nodded slightly and quickly made a decision. Shisha State, located to the west of Zhongzhou, was not only geographically significant, but also one of the largest states in terms of population and number of lords. Although its overall strength was lacking, its vast numbers and strategic depth could still pose considerable trouble for Lyoga. Originally, Lyoga planned to attack Shisha State immediately after conquering Zhongzhou, aiming to quickly seize its main defenses before the world could react. But since the Balanced Society and the Taro Gate had moved to Shisha State, Lyoga decided to use this opportunity to leverage their value. Lyoga decisively ordered, Lyoye will temporarily assume the positions of President of the Balanced Society and head of the Taro Gate, overseeing all their members. Launch a war within Shisha State to eliminate the local ruling forces, causing chaos so they cannot provide external support. He then turned to Pride. You will lead the Southern Island Legion to invade from the Shisha port, assisting the Balanced Society and Taro Gate in their actions. Finally, Lyoga addressed Qin Feng. I will allocate 20 billion newly risen undead to you. Lead them across the roof of the world and launch an attack on Shisha State from the border between Zhongzhou and Shisha. Lyoga's voice became cold and resolute. No matter what means you use, do not allow any Shisha State troops to leave their territory until my new orders arrive. Understood? After a brief silence, 3 voices responded almost simultaneously, each with different emotions. Understood. Although the forces of the Balance Association, Tero Sect, South Island Legion, and the 20 billion undead troops temporarily assigned to Qin Feng have yet to reach the level of conquering an entire state hidden. This assumption is based on the premise that Shisha State can fully mobilize all its power. In reality, things are far from that simple. Shisha State is vast and has a complex terrain. Even a powerful governing body like the Central State United Government cannot fully control all the guilds and player factions within its territory, let alone Shisha State, which has a relatively backward system. Here, not only do city-states abound, but many countries had deep-rooted conflicts and enmities with the central authority long before they became part of Shisha State. Unless faced with the existential threat of Lugu's relentless undead army, even the renowned sage would find it difficult to unite the entire Shisha State swiftly. Lugu was well aware of this. He believed that neither Lu Yi, Pride, nor Qin Feng would give Shisha State the chance to unite. In fact, the combined forces of the Balance Association, Tero Sect, South Island Legion, and the Undead Army could potentially destroy all of Shisha State. Lugu only instructed them to disrupt Shisha State rather than annihilate it because he needed to personally harvest the lives in Shisha State to gain divine power and didn't want too many to die at the hands of the other 3, which would affect his gains. Confidently, Lugu thought, while I have killed many strong individuals in Central State, I have also cultivated a group of even stronger beings. Outsiders can't understand the struggles these Central State survivors went through to stay alive, nor can they comprehend the strength they now display. With this mindset, Lugu was confident that they could handle Shisha State. His gaze then shifted to another state closely connected to Central State Shinju State. Compared to the Plateau Mountains, known as the roof of the world, that separate Shisha State from Central State, Shinju State is much more closely connected to Central State. The two states are separated by only a river at their closest point, and even the archipelago nation in the heart of Shinju State is only a few hundred miles across the sea from Central State Sea Province. In some sense, the route to invade Shinju State is even several times shorter than attacking the northwest of Central State from Shangjing. Due to the close geographical proximity and the lack of natural barriers, the leaders of both states have always been in frequent contact. Even before the collapse of the Central State United Government, many player guilds and local military factions from Shinju State had already entered Central State, establishing diplomatic relations with various guilds there. However, this friendly relationship abruptly ended after Hongdo Biscuit killed the envoy sent by the Demon Codex to participate in the alliance meeting in Central State. Due to Hongdo Biscuit's influence in the Holy Union and his formidable personal combat strength, the Holy Union not only shielded him but also ignored the Demon Codex's demand for punishment and even refused to return the important artifact the Yasukani no Magatama. This series of events thoroughly enraged the Demon Codex, severely deteriorating the relations between the two states' factions. Following the string of major events in Central State, the collapse of the United Government, and the drastic changes in the world order, the diplomatic relationship between Shinju State and Central State gradually cooled. As a result, when Lugu launched the Undead Scourge, Shinju State remained a passive observer. Perhaps Shinju State was waiting for Central State forces to ask for help so they could exploit the situation for their benefit. But they never anticipated how quickly Central State would fall. Since Lugu left no living beings behind, it's highly likely that Shinju State hasn't even received news of Central State's complete downfall. This means that even if Shinju State is wary of Lugu and has already fortified its border with Central State, their severe misjudgment of the situation means they cannot establish a defense system strong enough to withstand the Undead Scourge. Realizing this, Lugu immediately began to gather the undead legions scattered across Central State. As the war progressed, to swiftly dismantle Central State's resistance, 6 of Lugu's 7 legions, except for Sylvanus' 2nd Legion stationed in S Province, had already split into 6 groups, dispersed across Central State. These legions, far from diminishing in number, had rapidly expanded due to spreading the undead plague throughout the war. As of now, the 6 legions under Liag have amassed a staggering army of 27 billion undead. Among them, Liag's 1st Legion alone boasts 12 billion undead, a number that is truly astonishing. Even more terrifying is the fact that this massive undead army continues to expand at an alarming rate, nearly doubling in size each day. They ravenously devour the wild monsters that spawn across Zhongzhou, constantly growing in strength. At this rate of growth, by the time the sun rises the next day, Liag's undead army will surpass the 50 billion mark. Although the vast majority of these undead are low-level, on the scale of Blue Star, such an enormous number is enough to compensate for any lack of quality or level. It is precisely because of this colossal undead army that Liag can easily allocate 2 billion undead to Qin Feng without hesitation. For Liag, who commands an astronomical number of undead, these 2 billion are merely a drop in the ocean. However, an army of this magnitude also brings unprecedented challenges. The most immediate issue is the time required to assemble such a vast force. Even with teleportation gates, simply having hundreds of billions of undead queue up to pass through is an immensely time-consuming task. To expedite the assembly process, Liag has constructed tens of thousands of teleportation gates across Zhongzhou. These gates operate around the clock, transporting newly spawned undead to designated locations. Along the borders of Zhongzhou, countless teleportation gates stand like bamboo shoots after a rain, continuously spewing out tens of thousands of undead every moment. In an ordinary world, just 1 or 2 teleportation gates of this scale would be enough to unleash an apocalyptic undead catastrophe. But in Liag's realm, they are mass-produced like products on a factory assembly line. Even the other 8 lords of the undead realm would be awestruck by such a spectacular scene. Such an astounding achievement is only possible with the power of the elimination game. Without the game system providing an endless supply of monsters and resources, gathering such a vast undead army and constructing so many teleportation gates in a short time would be nearly impossible, even if it meant exhausting the resources of dozens of realms and ravaging them for centuries. To Lu Ji's surprise, before he could even mobilize his troops towards Xinzu, the defeated forces from Xinzu had already crossed into Zhongzhou's territory. At the port of the former Qingshi city in Zhongzhou, Shen Musang stood in shock at the sight before him. The once bustling port had turned completely gray, with wandering spirits everywhere. As a high-ranking officer of the once proud Kyoto Legion under the Xinzu United Government, Chia nervously swallowed and turned to the weakened Legion commander Shenmu beside him, whispering, "Things don't look good here." Before he could finish, a crisp yet disdainful young girl's voice echoed from above. Welcome to Zhongzhou, survivors of Xinzu. A massive skeletal dragon descended with a crash, and a short, white-haired lich leapt down from its back, casting a contemptuous gaze over the defeated group. Allow me to introduce myself, the lich said arrogantly. I am Melchigard, Grand Chancellor under the Immortal Sovereign. My lord foresaw your arrival, and has instructed me to offer you two choices. An undead hero? Chia's eyes widened, as he recalled the intelligence from Zhongzhou. Panicked, he drew his weapon, ready to fight Melchigard to the death. Seeing this, the lich's eyes gleamed with excitement. Oh, it seems you have chosen the second option. Just as Melchigard was about to signal the hidden reapers to attack, the weakened Shanmu quickly restrained his subordinate's impulsive actions. Wait, Chia, don't act rashly. The white-haired lich spat in annoyance, seeing his entertainment spoiled. An hour later, Melchigard reported to Lugu. The Xinzu United Government has been defeated by the Demon Codex. Led by Shinmu, the remnants of the Kyoto Legion have no place to go and are temporarily stationed on Huangyan Island, at the border of Xinzu and Zhongzhou. Lugu nodded impassively and asked, So, what is Shenmu's choice? Naturally, they have chosen to submit to your glorious power, Melchigard quickly flattered, but couldn't resist adding, however, my lord, in my humble opinion, our current strength is more than enough to conquer the world. We don't need the loyalty of these weaklings. Shenmu is no weakling, Lugu said calmly. He is undeniably the strongest in Xinzu. According to the measurer's reports, in the past battles, the high-level combat power of the Xinzu United Government was almost entirely outmatched by the Demon Codex. Yet Shenmu alone managed to keep the Demon Codex in check. But he still lost, Melchigard scoffed. Which is why he can now be of use to me, Lugu explained. I need Shenmu's abilities. He possesses an class trait God's left hand. This ability is extremely terrifying. It's said that anyone touched by Shenmu will have their trait sealed, and no method can undo it. Melchigard informed Lugu that the true power of God's left hand was far more formidable than it appeared. It not only seals traits but also serves as an exceptionally strong sealing technique. This left arm can withstand any known attack, and those touched by it can't use their traits and are immobilized. The only weakness is that the sealing duration depends on the attribute gap between Shenmu and the target. Those with similar attributes can only be sealed for a few seconds. Shenmu's status as Xinzu's strongest isn't just because of his trait. It is said that in the first elimination game, he acquired a shattered Divine Kingdom space and, through a stroke of luck, revived some of its power, creating his unique Divine Kingdom unit Streamlings. Apart from the name, no one knows the exact class or attributes of these special units. On the battlefield, Dreamlings are extremely difficult to kill and possess some of the abilities of God's left hand, temporarily disabling enemy skills, traits, unit characteristics, command effects, and even enhancing skills. Lyoga gazed into the distance, understanding dawning in his heart. This exclusive unit of the Divine Kingdom was the embodiment of Shenmu's power. Although Shenmu wasn't a true deity, he had gained some divine power by stealing from other gods' realms. This power, though incomplete, was enough to make him a key player in the second elimination game, potentially turning the tide in his favor. Despite eventually losing to the demonic codex, Shenmu's profound understanding of divine realms and the unique ability of the god's left hand were invaluable to Lyoga, who had just stepped into the realm of deities. However, this information couldn't be directly shared with Melchigard. Secretly using the Eye of the Thief God, Lyoga copied Shenmu's god's left hand, making it his second trait in the elimination game. He then turned his attention to Xinzhou, speaking in a calm tone. Shenmu is a local of Xinzhou. Having him guide us in the upcoming strategies will undoubtedly speed up our conquest. Melchigard, realizing the plan, clapped his hands and said, I see. Master, your foresight is truly remarkable. I'll immediately arrange the attack on Xinzhou. No need for you to arrange it. Lyoga shook his head. I've already ordered Bane and Bellin to launch simultaneous attacks on Xinzhou from S Province and C Province by land and water. Shenmu and the remnants of the Kyoto Legion have already arrived ahead to prepare for the assault. Then what am I supposed to do? Melchigard asked, wide-eyed. Lyoga responded calmly. Your task is to eliminate Shenmu after the first wave of attacks. What? But you just said we need his abilities. Melchigard was momentarily confused. Lyoga explained. Once he's led us through, his abilities will be of no further use. Besides, he only intends to use us to return to Xinzhou and will never accept our rule. Our plan goes beyond mere conquest. Do you think Shenmu would allow us to massacre Xinzhou's people? He's destined to be our enemy. In fact, Lyoga had already extracted the details of creating exclusive units from Shenmu. To him, Shenmu had lost his value. More tragically, Shenmu's talents weren't significant enough for Lyoga to consider recruiting him. Thus, using him and then disposing of him became Shenmu's inevitable fate. As Lyoga had anticipated, Shunmu was not the deeply dark madman that arrogance had made him out to be. His ability to lead the clearly weaker Kyoto Legion against the Demon Codex to such an extent proved his steadfast beliefs and unwavering resolve. He submitted to Melchigard only due to the dire circumstances, to avoid unnecessary sacrifices, and to preserve the remnants of the Kyoto Legion. When Ryoga proposed that he lead the undead to attack the new state, Shinmu feigned agreement but secretly planned to betray the undead as soon as he returned to the new state. As the leader of the official army of the new state, he could never assist the undead from Central State in harming his own people. Shinmu's cunning lay in his ability to deceive, but Ryoga never intended to truly win him over. Otherwise, the moment Shinmu agreed to submit, the white-haired lich would have presented him with an expensive legendary contract, binding him firmly to his faction. Such contracts were exceedingly rare. During the first round of the elimination game, the Universal Guild considered even an epic-level contract one of their top 3 treasures. Although somewhat more common in the second round, they remained precious. For a powerful figure like Shinmu, even an epic-level contract might not suffice. However, in Ryoga's eyes, Shunmu was not worth a legendary contract. Furthermore, Ryoga preferred his subordinates to follow him willingly. Someone like Shinmu, with ulterior motives, was not someone Ryoga intended to keep long-term, even if their interests aligned. To him, Shunmu was merely a disposable tool. Unaware of how cheaply Ryoga regarded him, Shunmu continued to contact every connection he had in the new state, striving to warn them about the impending undead invasion. However, the major legions of the new state remained indifferent, instead probing for his location, intending to hand him over to the current overlord of the new state, the Demon Codex. Despite the cold response from his compatriots, Shunmu, being a hero with a strong moral compass, remained determined to protect others even if it meant getting hurt. This was the conviction he held. Therefore, even though the major legions of the new state schemed to harm him, Shunmu resolved to save them from the undead. After relentless efforts, an unexpected person reached out to Shinmu Sakata, the founder of the Demon Codex and Shinmu's greatest enemy. Reality is often ironic. Those who were once close to Shinmu now distrusted him, while Sakata, his former archenemy, was the one who believed Shinmu wouldn't deceive the new state in this manner. Is what you're saying true? An unprecedented undead army is about to attack the entire new state? Sakata asked in a grave tone. Absolutely. They've already decimated all of Central State, led by a lord named Deceit. Shinmu replied with a serious expression. Sakata, though we are enemies, I must tell you, this is a terrifying adversary that we cannot hope to defeat alone. Only by uniting all forces in the new state can we hope to stand a chance. I understand. I'll make the necessary preparations, Sakata said after a moment of silence before ending the communication. Shinmu didn't say more and continued to contact the leaders of other legions and guilds in the new state. Little did he know, his every move was being closely monitored by Ryoga. However, Ryoga merely watched in silence, as if enjoying a comedy show. By September, Ryoga's hundreds of billions of troops were finally mobilized. The vast undead army covered the lands of provinces C and S like a dense, dark cloud. The beast tide, which had yet to see the light of the Blue Star world due to the elimination game, was slaughtered into pulp by the overwhelming undead forces. To Ryoga's disappointment, the beast tide in the second round of the elimination game did not provide special points, only dropping some resources and shoddy items, similar to ordinary monsters. Most of these items were refreshed by the system before they could be picked up. If not for Melchigard's reminder, Ryoga wouldn't have even known the beast tide had arrived. This minor beast tide incident did not affect Ryoga's plan to invade the new state. Once his army was fully assembled, with a single command, countless undead fearlessly plunged into the sea under the horrified gaze of the remnants of the Kyoto Legion, including Shinmu. Though the sea was deep, it was soon filled with the bodies of the undead, creating a bridge of bones. The undead continued to advance along this path, using their bodies to pave the way toward the new state. This seen through the new state coalition, which had laid a meticulous trap and concentrated all its forces on Tide Island, the most suitable location for opening a portal into disarray. With the undead advancing in this manner, their landing point would spread across the entire hinterland of the new state, rather than being confined to a single location like a portal. The new state coalition would be unable to thwart the undead invasion by destroying a single portal. This is going to be a tough battle, Melchigard said, standing beside Shinmu with a sinister grin, watching his face grow paler. No need for troublesome portals. We can decide the outcome fair and square. Don't you agree, Shinmusen? There was no suspense. When the overwhelming tide of the undead surged from nearly every shoreline of Shinjo, the forces gathered there crumbled in an instant. No matter how powerful or unprecedented this force was, it was no match for the endless army of the undead. The Demonic Codex Guild, stationed at the front line, had once overthrown the Kyoto Legion and defeated Shunmu. But now, it was like a paper wall, offering almost no resistance against the onslaught of the undead. Sakata, who had entrusted Shinmu and committed nearly all of the guild's military might, became the biggest victim of this war. As the endless undead swarmed, Sakata's gaze was filled with the ocean-like waves of the undead. He realized clearly that he could not withstand this catastrophic force. Yet, there was no turning back. Meanwhile, Lugu had already taken over the entire Zhongzhou, controlling nearly all cities and resources. The daily yield of rare resources had reached an astonishing 15,000 points, enough to support the formation of an army of over 10,000 bone dragons. The sight of thousands of bone dragons descending onto the battlefield was terrifying. They filled the sky, their frosty breath freezing the land for miles in an instant. Under such a massive bone dragon assault, the demonic Codex army was almost entirely wiped out in the blink of an eye. The surviving lords were so crushed that they didn't even have the desire to flee, standing frozen on the battlefield awaiting their end. Shinmu witnessed it all. Under the perverse amusement of Melsugar, he was forced to watch as the undead ravaged Xinzhou after breaking through its cities. However, this was not the worst of it. Melsugar ordered the undead to capture loving couples or people with strong bonds and bring them before Shinmu. He would first introduce Shinmu, giving these people a glimmer of hope for survival, only to then kill one of them in front of the other. The remaining person would wail in agony, their spirit shattered, while Melsugar excitedly asked Shinmu if this game was fun. Without waiting for a response, he would then kill the other person and send his minions to capture more people for this game. Finally, Shinmu could no longer contain his rage and swung his divine left hand at Melsugar with a furious roar. But Melsugar, having anticipated this, dodged easily and feigned surprise, saying, "Why, Shinmusen, I invited you to play a game, and you try to kill me?" Shinmu had completely lost his sanity. Once the commander of the Kyoto Legion, the supreme commander of Xinzhou's united forces, and the protector of Xinzhou, he had held immense honor. Now, Melsugar had laid bare his impotence in front of those who looked to him with hope, only to then shatter their hopes with his own hands. The eyes that shifted from hope and pleading to despair, hatred, pain, and lifelessness completely broke Shinmu's sanity. He no longer considered patience or restraint, only wanting to kill the vile lich before him and avenge the innocent lives lost, even if it cost him his own life. However, Shinmu ultimately overestimated his own strength. Dozens of death gods descended and attacked in turn, and even someone as powerful as Shinmu eventually fell on the now desolate land. In his final moments, all he could see was the scornful smile of the white-haired lich. Melsugar ignored the lifeless Shinmu and ordered the death gods. Betrayal cannot be tolerated. Since Shinmu is dead, there is no need to keep the defeated dogs of the Kyoto Legion who followed him. Kill them all. On September 3rd, the undead army that had crushed the demonic Codex swept across Xinzhou with unstoppable momentum. That night, the 5th and 6th legions led by Tichondrius and Mal'Ganis breached the last stronghold of Xinzhou, Honor, massacring over 50 million lords. The tragedy of Xinzhou finally awakened the world. The fall of Zhongzhou could be explained by various internal factors that the undead exploited. But the obliteration of Xinzhou was different. It fully exposed the terrifying power of the undead army, shocking the entire world. The Demon Codex, a player guild that showcased astonishing cohesion from its inception, had already claimed half of New State long before the chaos erupted in Central State. Its influence was so significant that the governor of Euro Continent once mocked in a governor's meeting, the governor of New State, as the official representative of the United Government, has less public appeal than a mere guild. Following the downfall of the Kyoto Legion, the Demon Codex took over the entirety of New State, reaching an unprecedented peak in power. The unity in New State was incredibly strong, almost impervious to anything but absolute force. Yet, this seemingly impregnable state crumbled under the onslaught of the undead army. This shocking reality sent chills down everyone's spine. The undead indeed possessed the terrifying power to devastate an entire state. In this dire situation, the president of the United Government hastily convened an emergency meeting with the major powers of the remaining 5 states. However, as the delegates began to arrive, a disturbing fact emerged. Besides the already fallen Central and New States, the governor of West Sand State was also absent from the meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy, and everyone exchanged uneasy glances. Finally, a man claiming to be the leader of a civilian organization from West Sand State broke the silence. His words shattered any lingering hopes. The governor of West Sand State was killed yesterday by an individual who identified as Red Bean Biscuit, a person from Central State. He went on to describe the current chaos in West Sand State. Numerous individuals from Central State were causing rampant destruction, and the West Sand State Joint Legion had launched 2 large-scale offensives, both of which had failed. This news exploded like a bomb in the conference room. The attendees exchanged incredulous looks. Hadn't Central State already fallen to the undead invasion? How could such a powerful force still remain? Or was West Sand State trying to shirk responsibility? However, it was already too late to seek the truth. as they argued. An even more terrifying reality was unfolding. The undead army that had conquered New State was now advancing toward the other states. The fate of the world hung by a thread. There is no doubt that the war has turned into a life-and-death struggle for survival. The heinous crimes committed by the undead army have shocked the entire world, and everyone with a sense of justice now recognizes their evil and cruelty. When the undead began attacking other continents, any remaining hope people had was completely shattered. Under the urgency of the undead invasion, the leaders of various factions, who were previously at odds, quickly reached a consensus. Regardless of how interest would be divided in the future, the immediate priority was to defeat this common, formidable enemy. The most terrifying aspect of the undead is their ability to replenish their ranks by reviving corpses, growing stronger with each battle in a horrifying snowball effect. In a high-level meeting, an elite undead lord delivered a disturbing speech. He pointed out that Guiji's understanding of the undead had reached an astonishing level. Until then, almost no one had noticed the seemingly insignificant trait of the undead plague. Even if someone had realized its proper use, no one had dared, like Guiji, to stand against humanity and commit such monstrous crimes. With Central Continent and New Continent falling into Lugu's hands, over 1,000 cities came under his control. Lugu could no longer avoid the rankings by creating shell armies. He simply incorporated all the cities into the Scourge Legion, revealing this terrifyingly powerful army to the world. The Scourge Legion's occupation value soared to 14,650 points, with 385 cities under its control. In comparison, the second-ranked Free Legion had an occupation value of only 560 points, not even a fraction of the Scourge Legion's total. As the Legion commander, Guiji's name echoed across the entire Blue Star. Whether it was the lords of the 5 major continents or Lugu's subordinates, everyone was familiar with the name Guiji. However, what the speaking undead lord did not reveal was that even if someone had the courage to use the undead plague, it would be difficult to devise a method to unleash an undead catastrophe of this scale. The reason the undead race had always been at the bottom of the 7 major races was that their troops were generally weaker than those of other races at the same level. Even with the undead plague trait, without causing large-scale deaths, the undead lords could not create a powerful army. If he were to spread the undead plague, he would likely only infect some ordinary people or low-level troops with weak resistance. The resulting undead would pose no threat to cities now teeming with lords, let alone conquer cities and turn entire continents' populations into undead. Once the undead plague spread to a certain scale, it would most likely be suppressed by the defending NPC armies on the spot or eliminated by the defensive structures of local legions. Achieving a snowball effect? That was nothing but a pipe dream. Unless this guy named Guiji had possessed the power to destroy a city or even match an entire army from the very beginning. Only then could he have unleashed the undead plague to an uncontrollable extent before anyone could react. However, this speculation was too terrifying to consider. People could understand the undead plague, but it was hard to accept the idea that one person could match an army without relying on the undead plague. Therefore, despite numerous speculations, the speaking undead lord dared not share this outlandish idea. Even without this terrifying speculation, the power Guiji had demonstrated was enough to make people despair. The undead plague could affect wild monsters refreshed by the system, and many undead lords used this to acquire cheap soldiers. The undead player swallowed hard before continuing. If Guiji's undead army has grown to occupy 2 continents, it means that the monsters refreshed daily on these 2 continents will become reserve soldiers for Guiji's undead army. Every day we delay, over 50 billion monsters will join Guiji's army. This 50 billion strong force could ravage any continent 10 times over. Defeating Guiji on the battlefield is impossible. The longer we delay, the slimmer our chances of victory become. Upon hearing this, all the faction leaders at the meeting felt a suffocating sense of despair. 50 billion each day. This was an astronomical number. Looking across the entire Blue Star, even if all the lords of the 5 continents combined their soldiers, they wouldn't reach 50 billion. Yet, for the undead, this was merely their daily automatic output. Even if they stood still, could they be killed in a day? If they couldn't eliminate these undead in a day, another 50 billion would join the next day. How could they win? How should this war be fought? Just as despair engulfed the room, a weak yet resolute female voice suddenly called out from outside, "There is only one way." All the faction leaders turned in shock. A cloaked, pale figure slowly walked to the front. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Guangyin Shui, once the president of the Holy Union, one of the 7 kings guilds of Central Continent." She met the gazes of those present with determination, then turned to the 4 governors led by the president, speaking solemnly, "I believe humanity cannot defeat the undead at this stage. Governors, I wish to speak with you privately." The president frowned and asked, "What do you intend to do?" "My trait is known as Time Rewind," Guangyin Shui explained. "Besides its publicized abilities, Time Rewind has another function, to reverse the world's time. Please provide me with evidence that will convince your past selves, and I will activate time rewind to revert time to the start of the second elimination game. Her gaze turned sharp, her face contorted with anger, and she roared through gritted teeth. Then, before Guiji has the chance to grow, we kill him. With the commencement of the Five Continents Conference, the unstoppable march of Lu Ji's Undead Legion finally met significant resistance. The five continents poured all their strength into forming thousands of large and small legions, launching simultaneous attacks on the undead army from 16 directions. The fiercest battles raged in the strait between Central Continent and Eurocontinent, where nearly all the renowned legions and powerful warriors of the world had gathered. The front lines stretched for thousands of miles, and the clashes between the living and the dead shook the earth, even causing the landmasses of the two continents to shift. In the face of the undead threat, humanity displayed remarkable resilience. Even when Bane Baron, Tichondrius, and Mal'Ganis broke through the defenses multiple times, heroes always emerged to turn the tide. The four Undead Legion commanders also faced repeated ambushes and assassinations by Blue Star's strongest fighters. However, Lu Ji's trump card, the Bone Dragon Legion, remained unbeatable. Whenever the Blue Star Coalition gained an advantage, a single charge from the Bone Dragon Legion could reverse the situation. Surprisingly, though, the once invincible morale-crushing effect of the Bone Dragon Legion seemed diminished in this large-scale war. This was partly because the Blue Star Coalition now possessed ultimate units capable of challenging the Bone Dragon Legion, and partly because the Lords had learned to mitigate morale drops through strategic troop configurations. Although Blue Star's coalition morale never exceeded 3 points under the Ancient Dragon's might, it no longer collapsed as easily as before. This was the fundamental reason the Undead Legion faced resistance. In reality, the Undead Army's previous invincibility relied more on the enemy legion's self-collapse than on actual combat strength. Once the coalition could stabilize its morale, the mobilization capacity of billions of lords from the five continents could hold the Undead Army at a stalemate. Worse still for Lugu. If he went all out, he couldn't continue slaughtering wild creatures in the two continents to replenish his undead forces, meaning the replenishment rate of his army was not as terrifying as people imagined. Despite the stalemate, this situation presented an opportunity for Lugu. He still had many cards left unplayed, and the current impasse was merely a means to extract the last bit of value from the Lords. The troops recruited by the Lords' main cities, once slain, could also grant Lugu divine power. Given the current scale of the war, the divine power income far exceeded the maintenance cost of high-level divine power, making Lugu more eager than the coalition for the war to continue. However, Lugu knew this situation couldn't last indefinitely. Not only were the Lords' resources insufficient to sustain such large-scale warfare, but humans would eventually grow weary and disheartened. Once they lost their resolve to fight to the death, they would no longer be a match for the undead. Moreover, West Sand Continent would soon be unable to hold out. If its military strength faltered, and even the chaotic forces there joined the battlefield, the fragile balance would be instantly shattered. The coalition was undoubtedly aware of this and would be desperate to break the stalemate, or at least force Lugu to reveal his trump cards before Guanyin Sishui triggered her time reversal, improving their chances in the second round of the war after the reset. Lugu had never forgotten Guanyin Sishui, the woman with the power of time reversal, nor had he doubted her willingness to use it. As he gazed at the firelit sky, he pondered silently. When will Guanyin Sishui initiate the time reversal? Because those who possess the ability to turn back time often instinctively want to start over when faced with a dilemma, they begin preparing for a reset even before the outcome is decided. This "I can always try again" mindset leads many to hastily use this power, causing the cooldown time to double repeatedly. Eventually, they find themselves in a predicament. One reset is no longer enough to change the outcome, yet they can't hold out until the cooldown ends. This is exactly what Melchigard referred to as the truth. The more someone with the power to turn back time tries to change things, the less they are able to. It's not that the ability can't change anything, but that those who alter time are doomed to perish in the process. When Lyoga first encountered the power of time reversal, he was extremely wary of it. This ability was indeed insurmountable. If he had been caught off guard, the Lyoga of the past could have been killed by the time-traveling Guanyin Shishui. However, ever since Lyoga learned of and successfully stole this power, its threat to him significantly diminished. Even before becoming a god, Luju's threat was reduced because if time were to reverse, as someone with the same ability, Lyoga could travel back as well. Much like in the Terminator movies, when both sides can go back in time, the act itself becomes meaningless, and it ultimately comes down to a test of strength. On September 5th, the third day of Luju's battle against the five-state coalition, he was reveling in his growing divine power. Every day, he harvested billions of divine power points from the battlefield, not only perfectly compensating for his losses, but also storing a substantial amount. It was at this moment that the coalition unleashed their final trump card. Lyoga was in an unknown small city in Zhongzhou, remotely commanding billions of undead to engage the enemy. Suddenly, the space in front of him shattered, revealing a massive rift. In an instant, countless legendary heroes, lords, and ultimate units surged forth, surrounding Lyoga. How did you get here? Lyoga asked in surprise. My anti-space defenses are legendary. Enough talk. A blond man in a black feathered robe shouted sternly. Fully aware of the dangers of venturing deep into enemy territory, he immediately raised his staff, sending a blood-red beam straight at Lyoga. This was the legendary skill Deathfinger, the same one Lyoga had used to kill Chingin Miao Miao in the first elimination game. As the man in black feathers attacked, countless control effects descended upon Lyoga, precisely and densely locking down all his movements. The coordination was so seamless, it seemed rehearsed 1,000 times. As the blood-red lightning was about to strike the fearsome figure who had unleashed the global undead plague, the man in black feathers Caius, the leader of the Dark Order Guild, watched with wide eyes, fixated on this unbelievable moment. But in the next second, with a loud bang, a defiant figure suddenly appeared in front of Lyoga. Caius's eyes widened in fury as he saw the wide sword in the newcomer's hand, slicing the Deathfinger into dissipating arcs. Hongdo! Guanyin Shishue shouted through gritted teeth from the crowd. Hongdo Bingon nonchalantly dug at his ear. Lyoga, hiding behind him, laughed wildly. The prey has fallen into the trap. Hongdo Bingon, take them out. Yes, Master of Deception. Hongdo Bingon replied calmly before unleashing his full power and charging into the five-state coalition. Unlike the final battle of the first elimination game, where 2 angels alone were enough to overwhelm Hongdo Bingon, he had since grown significantly. Now clad in a fully enhanced armor set, equipped with the legendary armor and the 8-foot jewel, and an additional 3 legendary items obtained after the fall of Zhongzhou and Xinzhou, Hongdo Bingon was now a veritable force of nature, like a tiger among sheep. The top-tier warriors and heroes who had come to decapitate Lyoga were as fragile as infants before the legendary Hongdo Bingon. A casual strike from him required hundreds of their combined efforts to barely withstand. Undoubtedly, this will be the decisive battle that cements Red Bean Cookie's legendary status. On the battlefield, it's not uncommon for a single warrior to take on 1,000 foes. But Red Bean Cookie now faces the most formidable champions Blue Star has to offer. Theoretically, these opponents represent the peak of Blue Star's martial prowess, unmatched by anyone. Yet, Red Bean Cookie shatters this theory with sheer, overwhelming force. The moment the clash erupted, the city where Lugu resided was razed to the ground. Amidst earth-shaking roars, bricks and stones flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. Realizing the intensity of the battle, Mel Sugar led the Death Legion and the Reapers to reinforce, their figures casting ominous shadows over the battlefield. Already struggling against Red Bean Cookie, the 5 states coalition was utterly decimated by this sudden influx of reinforcements. The battlefield was littered with corpses, and blood stained the earth crimson. Mel Sugar roared, "Leave no survivors," his voice echoing like a death sentence. Faced with such an overwhelming disparity in strength, the coalition lost all will to resist. Caked in blood, Kane struggled to lift his head and gaze at Red Bean Cookie. As the possessor of Slevel traits and the progenitor of blood, Kane had immense vitality and theoretically could not be killed by conventional means. But Red Bean Cookie's power defied logic, each strike inflicting nearly 1,000,000 points of damage, a force even fortresses couldn't withstand, let alone a mere individual. Though the outcome was anticipated by the 5 states coalition, they hadn't abandoned hope. With the power of time reversal, they had another chance to fight. Kane thought to himself, if not this time, then the next. They hadn't lost yet. Blood reversal? Kane roared, unleashing his ultimate skill. Sensing danger, Red Bean Cookie swiftly dodged, but the dense blood rain spraying from Kane's body was unavoidable. In the next moment, Red Bean Cookie was horrified to find his life force plummet to the brink, while Kane's vitality was fully restored. It was a life-swapping skill. Red Bean Cookie felt his scalp tingle with fear. After the exchange, his life force was reduced to a mere 1 point. This was Kane's precise control. No matter how powerful Red Bean Cookie was, any attack now would be fatal. If struck by an ability that nullifies resurrection, he would be obliterated. As the crazed Kane prepared to deliver the final blow, intending to perish together with Red Bean Cookie, a ghastly green beam suddenly appeared, immobilizing Kane. Life drain, Lu Ji's voice echoed. To everyone's disbelief, Kane, who had just absorbed tens of thousands of life points from Red Bean Cookie, was drained to a husk in an instant and fell heavily to the ground. Before anyone could recover from this shocking turn of events, a barrage of bone spears rained down from the sky. Accompanied by deafening explosions, the earth began to fracture. Everything belonging to the elite decapitation squad was engulfed in thick smoke and dust. When the dust settled, an endless forest of bones had risen from the once barren land. Massive white bones jutted out like mountains, with countless corpses piled beneath them like fertilizer. Amid this sea of death, only one girl clung to her last breath, staring despairingly at the smiling Lugu behind Red Bean Cookie. Haven't you used it yet? Time reversal. Hurry up and use it. I'm waiting, Lugu said with a hint of amusement, as if he had foreseen it all. Dong. The clock of time suddenly chimed in the opulent castle. Guang Yinsi Shui, startled from her bed, rushed almost frantically into the living room. Ignoring the curious glances from the members of the Sacred Union engaged in their daily meeting, she trembled as she asked, "What time is it now?" "What time?" The saint immediately noticed Guang Yinsi Shui's unusual state and stood up abruptly. He recalled the past trials where Guang Yinsi Shui had already used time reversal twice. If she used it again this time, it would be the third reversal, meaning the cooldown period would extend to 2 months. What alarmed the saint even more was that he had never seen Guang Yinsi Shui so panicked. Even when facing formidable enemies during the previous reversals, she had been much more composed. The saint firmly grasped Guang Yinsi Shui's shoulders and said in a deep voice, "Calm down first. Tell me exactly what happened." Meanwhile, Lugu, who had returned to the past with Guang Yinsi Shui's time reversal, stared blankly at the peaceful world below. His mind was nearly in a state of shutdown as he finally understood the true meaning of "the gods are unaffected by powers beneath them." Although Guang Yinsi Shui had reversed the entire world back to roughly 20 days ago, the conflict between the higher deities' immunity to lesser divine powers and the timer-setting ability of time reversal had led to an unexpected result. The future death god Lugu remained the death god, while another Lu, still immortal and affected by the time reversal, existed in this world. Lu Ji's thoughts were in turmoil. What is this? Parallel dimensions? Multiverses? My future self and my past self? Despite his confusion, as a deity, Lugu knew he could step out of this timeline and return to the point 20 days into the future. However, if he chose to return now, Guang Yinsi Shui would be free to alter history without any hindrance. Lugu realized that any influence on the mortal Lugu could not affect his divine self. Even if Guang Yinsi Shui killed the mortal Lugu from the past, the future death god Lugu would continue to exist. When the timeline reached the moment Lugu became a deity, the divine Lugu would emerge directly from the void, impervious to any erasure. Not only Lugu, but also the undead blessed by divine power were immune to the effects of time reversal. This demonstrated the near-absolute control a deity had over their followers and minions. No matter how many planes and worlds were crossed, as long as the followers and minions were connected to the deity, no one could take them away without the deity's consent. Lugu understood that the threats he had always worried about, fate, causality, time, could not harm him. Under the divine protection of the death god, the only way to defeat Lugu was through sheer strength to overpower him and then seal him away to deplete his divine power. Any cunning tactics would be ineffective against Lugu. Despite this, Lugu could not allow Guang Yinsi Shui to alter time at will. Although he and his minions were unaffected by changes in the timeline, other members of the Balance Association did not have his divine protection. If Hong Dobinggon were killed in this timeline, the future Lugu would genuinely lose this valuable ally. Although the situation had escalated to this point, Lugu still leaned towards retaining the subsidiary forces of the Balance Council, Tero Gate, and the Southern Island Regiment. Even though they were no longer as crucial to him, considering the upcoming rounds of elimination games, he decided it was prudent not to easily discard these forces that had taken significant time and effort to build. At that moment, Lu Ji's gaze fell upon his resurrected hometown below Qingshan City. He raised an eyebrow slightly, his figure flickering as he silently floated into the city. At base 402 in the hills behind Qingshan City, where returning lords were accommodated, a small conflict was unfolding. A white-haired lich stood in front of the investigation team. Responding disdainfully, "Our lord is currently grieving over his brother's misguided actions and has no mood to see you." A member of the investigation team retorted, "How can you be so rude? Do you know who we are?" The white-haired lich became furious. "Damn it, this is the first time I've been treated like this. If you've got the guts, come here and let me punch you." As the white-haired lich foolishly tried to make a move, he was easily subdued in an instant. Lugu couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the sight. This sense of déjà vu reminded him of his past self. Just as the investigation team was about to teach the white-haired lich a lesson, the past Lugu finally emerged from the base. His face was gloomy as he stepped over the pinned-down lich and walked straight towards a woman named Hong Mei. Lugu silently praised his past self for at least not losing to the investigation team in terms of presence. However, this satisfaction lasted only a moment as he suddenly remembered the embarrassing actions he was about to take. Sure enough, the past Lugu summoned an ancient beast made of blazing flames and slashed at Hong Mei with this sword of shame. A large double-digit damage number appeared, causing Hong Mei's face to turn from pale to red, eventually transforming into a fury of humiliation. "Enough!" Hong Mei shouted. "Lugu, Lord of Base 402 in Qingshan City, In my capacity as the Deputy Chief Investigator of the Central Security Bureau of the United Government, I hereby initiate an interrogation against you. According to the law, you must cooperate unconditionally with our work, or we will take enforcement measures. Watching his past self and the white-haired lich end up in such a disgraceful situation, Lugu rubbed his forehead hard. He decided he must restore his image and couldn't allow this humiliating part of his history to exist in the world's timeline. Without hesitation, Lugu used his soul inhabitation skill. With the powerful attributes he had accumulated from sweeping across 2 states and fighting fiercely against the 5-state coalition, he easily inhabited his past self's body, who remained completely unaware. Thus, the investigation team escorted Lugu and the white-haired lich to Qingshan City's first prison. Little did they know that the soul of a terrifying death god had taken residence in the Lugu before them. Throughout the journey, an inexplicable sense of dread enveloped the investigation team, growing stronger as they approached the prison. When they finally arrived at Qingshan City Prison, this fear of being watched by a predator reached an unprecedented peak. So much so that Lugu only needed to glance at his brother Luyi to cause Hong Mei to lose her composure. 402. Don't do anything unnecessary. Hong Mei's sharp voice was laced with deep fear as she tried to mask her inner unease with loud scolding. Lyoga was puzzled by the so-called terror he supposedly embodied. With a look of confusion, he said, "Didn't you bring me here to confront my good-for-nothing brother? This isn't a pointless endeavor, especially since it might be the last time I see him for a while." Ignoring the sudden pallor that washed over Hong Mei's face, Lyoga headed straight towards where Luyue was. However, after just 2 steps, a one-eyed man abruptly blocked his path. Lyoga looked up at the one-eyed man standing in his way. In that instant, the one-eyed man felt as if he were plunged into an endless ocean, facing a colossal, terrifying creature with its jaws wide open. This was the result of the divine Lyoga gazing through the mortal Lyoga's eyes. The supreme majesty of the god of death was enough to shatter the one-eyed man's courage with a single glance. His Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably, and he could only make hoarse sounds, unable to form a coherent sentence. Lyoga, puzzled by the one-eyed man's reaction, casually remarked, "It's nothing important, time is of the essence," and continued towards the cell where Luyue was held. The one-eyed man struggled to shake off his fear and tried to ask, "Wait, who exactly are you?" But Lyoga, no longer interested in answering, walked straight into the cell. As Lyoga approached Luyue, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire prison corridor. Everyone found it hard to breathe, their minds blank, unable to ask any further questions. Lyoga began to converse with Luyue nonchalantly. Soon, the appointed time arrived, and Lyoga said meaningfully to Luyue, who was still denying any knowledge of the Tero men, "Is that so? Then why are they here to rescue you?" At that moment, 6 demon gods of the Tero men burst through the wall. Taking advantage of Lyoyue's momentary distraction, Lyoga quickly executed a short-range teleportation and vanished. In the last moment before teleporting, the divine Lyoga, residing within his past self-soul, noticed the white-haired witch's subtle action. She wrote, "Don't look," on the wall with chalk. Lyoga found this hardly intimidating and, driven by mischief, immediately gathered his divine power. Using the divine left-hand trait he had stolen from the sacred tree, he sealed the white-haired witch and any trace of his presence into oblivion. This ensured that not even the omniscient lexicon could perceive the traces under the divine power's shroud. He then condensed the 3 crooked words into a powerful soul suggestion, sealing it within the world's information that the omniscient lexicon could capture. After completing these actions, Lyoga smiled with satisfaction and silently detached from his past self-soul. With a high-level teleportation, he traversed an immense distance to the headquarters of the Holy Union. Meanwhile, the prison had turned into a bloodbath. Under the slaughter of the 6 demon gods of the Tero men, the forces of Qingshan City were utterly powerless. Even the elite investigation team lasted only a moment before being annihilated by Andre's command to cease resistance. The 6 demon gods of the Tero men easily wiped out all the guards, including the one-eyed leader whom Luyue had once revered. They approached Luyue, forcing a friendly expression on their faces. Faced with the sturdy iron bars, more merely pointed, and a simple mage hand, spell caused the supposedly impregnable lock to disintegrate more thoroughly than popcorn. "Honored guest, you weren't frightened, were you?" Perseus asked with a gentle smile. Luyue, whose mind was in turmoil, quickly glanced toward where Lyoga had been, only to find he was already gone. Moer, sensing Lyoyue's change in gaze, immediately looked in the same direction. As he activated the omniscient lexicon, the only thing that appeared before his eyes were 3 chilling words: "Don't look." The scene suddenly shifted to the night before the Bianjing army's southern march. Qingwei Taoist, expressionless, watched Moer laugh maniacally and said calmly, "The omniscient lexicon can uncover any flaw in the world, providing any answer you seek. But its greatest flaw is that in a certain death situation, Even if it gives you a solution, you're powerless to achieve it due to human limitations. Ultimately, only someone of my strength can truly utilize it. Qingwei Taoist couldn't understand why Moer continued to laugh maniacally until the very end, even as he was devoured. It wasn't until he was instantly defeated by the absolute power of the red bean cookie that Qingwei Taoist believed it might have been due to sheer despair. The Holy Union, City of Light. A somber atmosphere enveloped the high-level meeting. Only a select few within the guild knew about the President Guang Yinshu Shui's ability to rewind time, a secret closely guarded among the upper echelons. These individuals had been meticulously vetted through her previous time rewinds, ensuring their loyalty. Even the rising star, Hongdo Bingon, couldn't compare to these seasoned veterans. They understood all too well that Guang Yinshu Shui resorting to time rewind meant the situation was dire. Someone whispered, "Who died unexpectedly in the future? Is the guild facing an unbeatable enemy? Or are we on the brink of destruction?" To them, these were the worst scenarios imaginable. However, Guang Yinshu Shui knew the reality was far more terrifying than they could conceive. Even after returning to a sunlit world, the words of that man who commanded the undead scourge and obliterated Blue Star still sent chills down her spine. The dread grew so intense that she had to wrap herself in a blanket to attend the meeting. Despite being utterly exhausted and deeply unsettled, Guang Yinshu Shui hadn't lost hope. She suppressed the fear threatening to overflow from her eyes, bit her lip, and spoke in a grave tone. In 20 days, a dreadful undead scourge will sweep across the entire world. Blue Star will become a realm of death, with billions of people, countless lords, and soldiers falling victim to the undead. She continued to describe the bleak future in detail. The undead plague would spread from the northeast of Zhongzhou, engulfing the entire region within 3 days. Saints, engineers, and Black Star all would perish. She spoke without reservation, revealing everything from the betrayal of the Bianjing Legion, the failure of the united government of Zhongzhou, the connection between the Tero Gate and the undead, to the true identity of the mysterious Balanced Society and Hongdo Bingon. As everyone was immersed in this harrowing vision of the future, a calm voice suddenly broke the silence. Why bring despair to the past? Amid the chaos in the Holy Union, Guang Yinshu Shui trembled in fear. Lugu, who had just arrived from Qing City Prison, gazed at the assembly with an expressionless face. Memories that shouldn't exist don't need to. Tampering with history is a bad habit. He pointed at everyone present. Everyone. He is the master of the undead Giji. Guang Yinshu Shui screamed in terror. The high-ranking members of the Holy Union immediately unleashed their most powerful abilities, attacking Lugu without hesitation. However, in an instant, with the descent of the divine power of Supreme Majesty, an overwhelming pressure beyond human comprehension emanated from Lugu. Everyone lost the ability to resist and collapsed to the ground. Only Guang Yinshu Shui, having returned from the future, miraculously managed to stay on her feet, though she was in a pitiful state, with tears, snot, and even urine uncontrollably streaming down her face. Time flowed like water, struggling to maintain basic consciousness under the supreme authority granted by Lyoga's divine power. Her eyes, filled with hatred and near madness, stared directly at Lyoga as if trying to burn through him. Seeing this, Lyoga shook his head and looked away. Just as he was about to end her suffering with a casual wave, a thunderous crash shook the ground. Hongdo, with his arrogant presence, descended from the sky, smashing through the roof of the conference hall. Although Lyoga's divine power did not produce any energy fluctuations, the out-of-place divine aura was detected by Hongdo. Realizing that Guangyin might be in danger, he rushed in without hesitation. However, upon seeing the scene before him, he staggered and nearly lost his composure. "Chief Trickster!" Hongdo exclaimed in fear, his eyes sweeping over the disheveled senior members of the Sacred Union and the disheveled Guangyin. He quickly asked, "What happened here? Did they offend you?" Lyoga looked at the bewildered Hongdo and smirked. "Oh, the current Hongdo. But now is not your time to appear." Before he finished speaking, his left hand extended and gently patted Hongdo on the shoulder. The power of the divine left hand was instantly activated. Enhanced by high-level divine power, even the power of traits was terrifyingly amplified. The usually invincible Grand Arbiter Hongdo was rendered completely powerless, his skills and abilities entirely sealed off. He couldn't even move his eyes. Lyoga calmly explained, "I have been brought back from the future by that woman's trait, so I am not the trickster you know. Of course, strictly speaking, there's not much difference between the two of us." He continued, "Just sleep quietly and forget everything that happened today. Let the world continue on its original path. Ultimately, the power to change time should never be in the hands of mortals." With that, Lyoga reactivated the power of the divine left hand, instantly sealing the memories of everyone present, including Hongdo and Guangyin. Despite Guangyin's desperate resistance, the difference in power was too great. Her expression shifted from hatred, despair, and fear to serenity and peace, eventually even showing a hopeful smile for the future. Seeing this, Lyoga shattered the temporal shackles on him without hesitation. In an instant, everything returned to its original state, as if nothing had changed. The pale bone forest still stood tall, and Guanyin had lost all signs of life. Her health had been on the brink due to Lyoga's attack, and she had only managed to return to the past through temporal regression before dying from the undead plague. However, with her memory sealed upon returning, she caused no changes or impacts on the past, leaving the present world unchanged. The undead plague arrived as scheduled, leading to the fall of the Seven Kings Guild under its assault. Zhongzhou and Xinzhou fell one after another, and the final desperate struggle of the five-state allied forces ended in a crushing defeat. Most importantly, Lyoga remained the powerful god of death. Lyoga glanced at his nearly full divine power, just one step away from entering the stage of great divine power. His gaze fell on the white-haired lich, who was completely unaware of what had just transpired, and he called out in a deep voice, "Melzagard." The white-haired lich responded immediately, thinking that Lyoga was going to punish her again for being decapitated. She quickly slid to her knees and knelt before Lyoga, trembling as she replied, "At your service." Of course, the white-haired lich's punishment was not entirely undeserved. Not only had she, as Lyoga's close chancellor, allowed him to be repeatedly decapitated by enemy forces, but she had also fled to the rear in fear after witnessing the deaths of Bane, Bellin, and others on the front lines. Committing such a disgraceful act allowed the enemy to get right in Lu Ji's face. In this sense, she had no grounds to complain about being severely beaten by the white-haired witch. Lu Ji's strength after ascending to godhood was indeed formidable. Otherwise, she would have been decapitated by those assassination squads countless times. However, at this moment, Lugu had no interest in quarreling with the white-haired witch. All her attention was focused on accumulating the last bit of divine power. She had obtained the specific method for creating her exclusive troops from the divine tree. She was on the verge of stepping into the realm of great divine power, establishing her own death god kingdom, and creating divine followers. These were her sole concerns right now. The annihilation of the assassination squads and the failure of the time reversal plan had exhausted the resources of the Five States Alliance. At present, the Five States Alliance was no match for the Undead Legion. Gather your troops and assemble all the armies. Launch an attack on the last survivors of the living world. Bring back victory. Lugu commanded. Yes, my lord. Mursagad replied, visibly elated. On September 6th, the Undead Army launched a frenzied assault on the Five States Alliance. Despite the rallying cries and ideologies that motivated them, billions of lords and soldiers swarmed the battlefield, erecting towering walls and defensive structures. Yet, it was all in vain. With the failure of the assassination plan, humanity's last elite forces were entirely wiped out. Without top-tier warriors to secure the high-end battlefield, the skeletal dragon army and the reapers roamed unchecked. The Five States Alliance couldn't even pinpoint the positions of the Legion commanders and stood no chance against the now mature undead heroes. The harsh reality proved that no hero emerged to save the world, and the miracle people yearned for never happened. As the undead army breached the defenses of the Blue Star Lords and entered lands that had never been touched by the undead, the world was declared doomed. Endless hordes of undead flooded the cities, slaughtering countless lords and soldiers. Corpses stretched from the central regions to the borders of Eurasia, carpeting the 5 remaining continents. The once blue planet quickly turned into a desolate gray wasteland. Suddenly, a thunderous roar split the sky. Terrifying storm clouds enveloped the entire blue star, almost pressing down to the ground. The dense dark clouds exuded an unparalleled majesty that weighed heavily on the hearts of all survivors. Mursagad, who had just killed the last enemy in sight, was thrilled but was left utterly stunned by the celestial phenomenon above. A great divine miracle. How is this possible? How could a great deity be born from this world, and an evil god at that? However, before he could dwell on it, an incomparably powerful divine force erupted. A terrestrial divine kingdom rose majestically like a heavenly treasure. Realizing who was ascending to godhood, Mursagad unhesitatingly bowed his head to the ground, his heart filled with excitement, exclaiming in awe, "Boom!" A terrifying bolt of lightning split the sky over Blue Star, accompanied by deafening thunder. Thick, oppressive clouds loomed low, as if they were about to swallow the entire world. The storm clouds spread out, casting an unparalleled sense of dread over the hearts of the survivors. Melchagard had just taken down the last of his enemies and was jubilantly shouting when he was suddenly stunned by this celestial phenomenon. His brain nearly shut down on the spot, leaving only one thought echoing in his mind. A divine miracle. How could this be possible? How could such a small world give birth to a great deity, and an evil one at that? But before he could ponder further, an overwhelming divine power erupted. Soon after, a terrestrial divine kingdom rose majestically, like a treasure of the heavens and earth. Melchizedek finally understood who was ascending to godhood. Without hesitation, he buried his head in the ground, feeling a surge of excitement, and exclaimed, "Incredible! What is great divine power?" In the elimination game that spans countless worlds, the divine power of those who ignite the divine spark is classified into 7 levels. Faint divine power, low divine power, intermediate divine power, high divine power, great divine power, supreme divine power, and ultimately, primal divine power. Great divine power, as the 5th level, is the first rank of divine power that transcends ordinary tiers. Great deities are known as the rulers of pantheons within the 7 realms, possessing supreme authority. They can bless 2 high-ranking deities, as well as several mid-ranking and low-ranking gods. Newly ascended gods with faint divine power can only serve as their slaves. Great deities' renown is not confined to a single place or realm but truly reigns over all beings and worlds as the kings of gods. Logically, even an evil deity that gains power through slaughtering life could not possibly be born in such a small world. However, under the influence of the 9 realms will, everyone on Blue Star gained the potential to become a lord, barely meeting the threshold to support a great deity. Although Blue Star's population is less than 10 billion, tens of billions have effectively become lords. Even if each of these lords recruits troops 10 times their number, they can create hundreds of billions of beings, comparable in number to 10 normal realms. Thus, although Lugu only destroyed 1 Blue Star, in reality, the lives he harvested were more than 10 times the number of Blue Star's original inhabitants. Destroying Blue Star was almost equivalent to destroying dozens of worlds of its scale, enabling him to achieve what seemed impossible, becoming a great deity with the power of a single realm. Even though this great divine power is destined to be short-lived, the mere fact that it was condensed from the life force of a single realm is already a miracle. Terrifying divine power flowed through Lugu's body like a tangible force. As his divine power continued to grow, Lugu's understanding of his strength had long surpassed the numerical values on the elimination game's attribute panel. He could genuinely feel his own power and might. Of course, the attribute panel remained the most straightforward way for Lugu to gauge his strength. Divine rank, God of the Undead, Great Divine Power level. Level 40 upgrade requirement. Accumulate 11 billion divine power, currently at 10.01 billion. Attributes: Strength 40k, Magic 400k, Constitution 400k, Leadership 400k. God of the Undead traits. 1. All souls that believe in you can receive your protection, with a 50 chance to resurrect immediately upon death. Units that trigger resurrection 9 times consecutively will advance to hero units and gain your exclusive blessing trait, Death Spirit. 2. Believers who die or kill others can offer you substantial divine power. Additionally, if your faith occupies more than 30 of the total faith in a world, and no other deity's faith surpasses yours, all souls of the world's deceased will belong to you. Regardless of one's faith, when you reveal your divine form, an invisible pressure pervades the surroundings. Your presence becomes an insurmountable barrier, separating the mortal realm from the divine. Any skills below God level are rendered useless before you, like insects futilely trying to shake a tree. Even effects under great divine power have a 50% chance of being effortlessly nullified by you. At the same time, your abilities seem to be blessed by the heavens, instantly elevating to God level and exhibiting unprecedented might. More fearsome still, you acquire an exclusive skill, Divine Retribution. This is the highest authority bestowed by the world's laws upon great deities, beyond your control and automatically triggered when a god is offended. The power of Divine Retribution varies with the strength of the deity and the degree of the offense, roughly categorized into 4 levels: city punishment, nation punishment, genocide, and apocalypse. This terrifying force disregards the limitations of planar will and consumes no divine power, acting as the heaven's merciless punishment for those who desecrate the divine. As the god of the undead, death is but an empty concept before you. No attack can truly harm your essence. Only severing your worshippers and causing you to lose your godhood can bring about your downfall. Otherwise, you will exist eternally, an undying presence throughout the ages. In the realm of the undead, you seem to return to your home ground. The consumption of your divine power plummets to 1/5 of the usual rate, greatly freeing you from the constraints of divine power. Here, you are the undisputed ruler. When your main city reaches level 7, a magnificent structure rises, the undead divine kingdom. In this domain that belongs solely to you, you can use your divine power to create unique troops and building systems. Moreover, you can evolve existing troops into exclusive units through the power of the Death Kingdom. As a higher deity, you have the authority to select up to 14 heroes to become your subordinate gods. This can include 2 higher deities, for intermediate deities, and 8 lower deities or below. However, this power comes with responsibility. All the divine power consumption of your subordinate gods will be borne by you. Once the undead divine kingdom is established, all deceased unbelievers from known worlds will enter your domain. These masterless souls become valuable resources for recruiting exclusive troops and constructing exclusive buildings. Occasionally, you hear the devout prayers of your followers. Each completed prayer grants you precious faith points, a crucial source for maintaining your divine power. However, even great deities are not exempt from the rules. Every second, you consume 10,000 points of divine power. Though you have amassed 10.11 billion in divine power reserves, your current storage is only 9.177 billion. Despite gaining approximately 12.27 million divine power daily, it is far from enough to offset the consumption. Warning alarms sound, reminding you that if you fail to replenish sufficient divine power within 10 days, your great divinity will start consuming your accumulated divine power. Once the accumulated divine power is exhausted, you will lose your godhood, and all divine effects and attributes will vanish. At this moment, a new panel suddenly appears: the Faith Shop. Unfortunately, the shop is currently unavailable and will only unlock after the 4th elimination round. Following this, you gain a passive trait: Divine Power Limitation. This trait strictly confines your range of action. You cannot use divine power in worlds outside the divine realm and the source realm, or it will cause double consumption of divine power. Moreover, your true form cannot appear in these worlds, or it will face rejection by the world's will. If you use power beyond the limits, you will be forcibly expelled back to the divine realm and suffer significant divine power loss. This series of changes and restrictions undoubtedly brings new challenges and opportunities to your divine path. How to utilize your power within these limited conditions will be the next crucial issue for you to ponder. Is this what they call the limit of divine power? Lugu felt an overwhelming pressure coming from all directions at every moment. Compared to his time as a higher deity, his current state as a great deity far exceeded what Blue Star could tolerate. Even though Lugu was a native human of Blue Star, he could no longer be accepted by it. Under such terrifying constraints, Lugu's current power was actually weaker than when he was a higher deity. However, the enhancement brought by divinity more than made up for it. He was astonished to realize that he had now become an existence capable of bestowing traits upon other beings. Lugu's gaze fell on the first piece of information on the divine panel, particularly the description of the Death Spirit trait. Death Spirit, a trait exclusive to heroes who have undergone 9 deaths and transformed under the favor of the Death God. Immune to mental and dark magic attacks, with a 45 resistance to light and holy skills. When receiving fatal damage, negate the damage once and recover 50 of maximum health. This effect can only be triggered once every 7 game days. Undoubtedly, this was a highly formidable individual enhancement trait. From its effects and description, the power of the Death Spirit was comparable to the level traits acquired by players. Moreover, it was easy to obtain, requiring only 9 consecutive divine protections to gain this level-like powerful boost. However, the most potent aspect of this divinity was not the Death Spirit trait itself, but its ability to mass-produce hero units. Given the undead army's base of tens of billions, even a low trigger probability would allow Lugu to create a significant number of heroes, especially those undead converted through the undead plague, which to Lugu were merely expendable resources. Even if 1,000,000 of these expendables only produced 1 hero, it was entirely worth it to him. Heroes are units that can grow. A weak hero might not even match an advanced troop, but a powerful hero could easily slaughter ultimate units. An army composed of heroes held endless potential, especially after Lugu mastered the art of enhancement with Tongzhe, significantly raising the baseline of the hero army. This was evident from the supreme death army of Melchigard. Even a group of pseudo-heroes exhibited power not inferior to that of ultimate unit armies. Heroes born from Lugu's divinity, however, were true hero units, and they came with level traits, promising a bright future. Of course, the most crucial task now was to create his own exclusive units. Lugu arrived at the undead army's headquarters in S Province, Central Continent. In the middle of the plains stood a magnificent, towering black structure reaching into the sky. Numerous bone dragons, reapers, death knights, and liches surrounded it. Lugu slowly approached the black building, and its name automatically flashed in his eyes. Level 7 Undead Main City Ultimate Death Tomb. Even the 7 major races could only reach this limit. But Lugu knew that a level 7 main city was merely the limit of the 7 realms, far from the limit of the 9 realms. According to the residual information from the Divine Kingdom obtained from Shenmue, even Melchigard's omniscient treasury couldn't fathom it. When a lord becomes a deity and creates their Divine Kingdom, the deity can use the Divine Kingdom to create exclusive units and buildings, further elevating beyond the 7 major races to even higher level main cities. For instance, the residual Divine Kingdom obtained by Shenmue contained the ruins of an 8th level main city. If Shenmue had survived, it might have figured out how to rebuild the main city. At that point, Shenmue could have used this remnant Divine Kingdom to become an 8th level lord, and even used the status of an 8th level lord to become a true deity. But now, all of that was meaningless. A deity of minor divine power could create a main city with the potential to reach level 8. With each increase in divine power level, they could create a higher level main city. This means that the most powerful primordial deity could create a 14th level main city, and now, Lugu, with his great divine power, could theoretically create a main city that could reach level 12. With these thoughts, Lugu looked at his divine essence. Although expanding a divine kingdom on Blue Star was unwise due to the crippling debuff of limited divine power, even a temporary divine kingdom would suffice to create a building system capable of reaching level 12. Let's begin. Undead Divine Kingdom. Lugu's deep voice sounded like he was speaking to himself. In the next moment, a surge of divine power erupted, accompanied by the sudden radiance from the level 7 undead main city and the terrifying suppression from Blue Star's will. A dead and desolate world of the dead suddenly enveloped nearly half of Blue Star. Normally, creating a divine kingdom is a long and tedious process. Lugu stood at the edge of the necropolis, with a series of system options appearing before him. Unlike ordinary deities, as a player who became a god through the 9 Realms will elimination game, he only needed a few clicks to create exclusive units and buildings. The system interface was filled with a variety of options. Despite the complex descriptions, they all followed a simple principle. The more divine power invested, the stronger the units and buildings created. Lugu chuckled to himself, thinking that even the lowest level units could rival ultimate units if enough divine power was invested. Of course, that approach wasn't cost-effective. Lugu meticulously examined each option. He noticed that the divine power level played a crucial role in the transformation process. The higher the divine power level, the more potent the essence of the units and the higher the attribute caps. As a great deity, he could effortlessly create rare or even epic-level units. More importantly, Lugu possessed 100 billion divine power, a staggering difference compared to ordinary minor deities. With a slight smile, he decided to start squandering this immense divine power. First, Lugu opened the creation options for an 8th level main city. The system displayed 5 choices. 1. Standard creation, 50,000 divine power. 2. Advanced creation, 500,000 divine power. 3. Epic creation, 5 million divine power. 4. Supreme creation, 50 million divine power requires 10 times the divine power. 5. Primal creation, 5 billion divine power requires 100 times the divine power. The system indicated that upon ascending to higher divine ranks, he could upgrade the creation level by paying the difference. Lugu quickly realized that the limit of his great divine power was epic level creation. Going beyond that would require exponentially more divine power, which was clearly not worth it. After weighing the pros and cons, Lugu opted for the epic level creation. 5 million divine power vanished in an instant, but it was a trivial loss for him. The system then prompted him to name the new main city. Finally, I can change the name, Lugu thought with delight. I'm sick of seeing Death's Great Tomb. Without hesitation, he typed City of Sorrow into the naming field. At that moment, Lugu was surprised to discover that a new upgrade option had appeared for the previously stagnant Death's Great Tomb. Lugu gazed at the City of Lament, an LV8 main city exuding a chilling aura. With 50 million health points, 100,000 armor, and magic armor, its formidable strength was apparent. The city was engulfed in an undead plague, with a death zone restricting teleportation skills. Reinforced armor further reduced damage taken by 35. Every day, a new batch of recruitable corpses emerged within the city. 8 undead emissaries, 1 lament priest, and 1 death oracle every week. The resources required to upgrade this city were astonishing. 100,000 rare resources and 400 million common resources. However, Lugu paid little attention to these details. His focus was entirely on upgrading the main city's level. With furrowed brows and trembling hands, a surge of divine power erupted from within him. In an instant, the city's level skyrocketed from 8 to 11. Just then, a notification sounded. Insufficient divine power. Lugu's mouth twitched, a hint of frustration in his eyes. He recalled the upgrade process. Level 9 required 50 million divine power, level 10 needed 500 million, and level 11 a staggering 5 billion. And level 12? An unimaginable 50 billion divine power. Lugu glanced at his divine power reserves, which barely exceeded 9 billion. He shook his head with a bitter smile, realizing that even a newly ascended god like himself couldn't easily meet the requirements for a level 12 main city. Reflecting on all he had done to accumulate this divine power, Lugu fell into deep thought. He had ravaged the entire Blue Star just to scrape together 10 billion divine power, barely crossing the threshold of a great deity. To gather 50 billion divine power, he'd have to ravage Blue Star 5 times over. A bold idea flashed through Lugu's mind. Time reversal to recreate the undead plague? But he quickly dismissed the thought. As a god, he was severed from his past, unable to gain any benefits from it. This transcendence mechanism, while limiting his rapid accumulation of divine power, also protected him from being affected by changes to his past actions. Shaking his head, Lugu turned his attention to other potential uses for his divine power. While he couldn't upgrade the main city to level 12 for now, he could still invest divine power into creating and upgrading other structures. He quickly reviewed the existing undead structures, most of which had become obsolete in his eyes. The newly established LV8 main city brought with it LV8 buildings that could easily replace those below level 7. To Lugu, only special structures like the Skeleton Research Lab, Black Blade Knight Headquarters, and Death Council were worth investing divine power to enhance. Lugu then embarked on a series of frenzied upgrades and creations. The Skeleton Research Lab, after multiple upgrades, ultimately became the Death Alchemy Chamber, costing 1.5 billion divine power. This ultimate structure retained its extreme anti-magic coating, ultimate death attack, and ultimate life resilience technologies, while adding powerful abilities like Miracle Armor and Death's Breath. The Black Blade Knight headquarters also underwent several transformations, eventually evolving into the Terror Dragon Abyss, consuming 3.5 billion divine power. This fortress not only recruited various powerful knight units, but also served as the core stronghold for Lu Ji's Legion. The Death Council was upgraded directly to the underworld, requiring an astounding 14.48 billion divine power. This structure could recruit various death units and gain even more powerful entities through sacrifices. Lastly, Lugu focused on the Dragon Tomb. After continuous upgrades, it finally became the Bone Abyss, costing 5.5 billion divine power. This structure endowed bone dragons with powerful evolutionary abilities, even capable of nurturing the legendary Bone God Dragon. When the dust settled, Lugu realized he had spent 23.48 billion divine power, completing the entire upgrade path to an LV11 main city. But he didn't stop there. Instead, he used the remaining 2 billion divine power to create 3 brand new structures, injecting more mysterious power into his domain. 3 enigmatic structures stand tall in the divine realm of Lyoga: the Skull Temple, the Land of Fallen Gods, and the Gate of Catastrophe. Their outlines flicker in and out of view amidst the flow of divine power, exuding an eerie and chilling aura. The Skull Temple, a legendary building, required 50 million units of divine power to construct. Its effects are astonishing. During the rampant undead plague, there is a minuscule chance of 1 in 10,000 to spawn a 6th-tier legendary skeleton general. More impressively, it can upgrade 4th-tier units converted by the undead plague into skeleton cavalry, and 5th-tier units into bone warriors and champion skeleton archers. These units also benefit from technological enhancements. Each day, the temple can recruit 256 skeleton cavalry, 128 bone warriors, and 128 champion skeleton archers. Constructing such a powerful temple demands 8 million common resources, 8,000 rare resources, and an 8th-level main city. With each level upgrade, the required resources double, and the main city level must be correspondingly increased. The Land of Fallen Gods, a divine-grade building, consumed 550 million units of divine power. Its primary function is to research and upgrade anti-divine power technology. As the level increases, all undead units under Lyoga's command will inflict significantly more damage on exclusive units, ultimate creatures, and divine entities, starting from an initial 10 up to a maximum of 100. Additionally, at the 10th level, anti-divine power can reduce damage received from these powerful units by 50. This building can also recruit 8th-tier siege machines like the God-breaking crossbow and the city-smashing cannon, as well as 9th-tier siege soldiers like the Necro Giant. Building it requires 150,000 units of rare resources in a 9th-level main city, with research costs starting at 10,000 units of rare resources, doubling with each upgrade. The Gate of Catastrophe, a unique and grandiose structure, is tightly linked to Lyoga's life force. Its health and armor are intimately connected to Lyoga's divine power, consuming an astounding 1.68 billion units of divine power. This structure can only exist within the undead divine realm, but all followers of the god of undead deception can learn to create its replicas through divine miracles. Once a replica is built, its plane can connect to the undead divine realm, allowing the god of undead deception and his subordinate deities to move freely without the restriction of divine power. Constructing the original requires 1 trillion units of common resources, while replicas need resources equivalent to 10 billion units of common resources and take 180 days to complete. As the planning of these structures concluded, Lyoga's 10 billion units of divine power were instantly depleted. Due to the lack of references and insufficient main city levels, much information remained locked, preventing Lyoga from fully assessing the value of this investment. However, these buildings perfectly aligned with his strategic direction, at least in terms of functionality meeting his expectations. Now, he just needs to accumulate resources, gradually construct and upgrade these buildings, and optimize his legion. All questions will be naturally answered in due course. However, on the second day after the extinction of Blue Star, an unexpected event occurred. With his divine power reserves exhausted, Lyoga's accumulated divine power began to be siphoned. Surprisingly, when the accumulated divine power dropped below 10 billion units, his great divine power did not immediately disappear. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he discovered that the accumulated divine power continued to deplete at the rate of great divine power consumption. This meant that the drop in divine power level was not as he had assumed. It did not automatically downgrade to high divine power when falling below 10 billion units. Instead, it would continue to decline until completely exhausted, demoting a great deity to a mere mortal in an instant. Lyoga's lips twitched slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Fortunately, he had fully utilized the advantages of being a great deity. Even if he fell to mortal status, it wouldn't be a catastrophe for him. After all, he wasn't a deity who had entirely lost faith, doomed never to rise again. His fundamental base still existed. He had temporarily overstepped his bounds to become a great deity through some unorthodox means. Even as a mortal, with the scale of faith he now commanded, it wouldn't take long to restore his rightful divine status. The only issue was that there were now very few beings on Blue Star capable of generating faith. At this moment, a bold idea suddenly flashed through Lyoga's mind, like a ray of light piercing through the darkness, illuminating his path forward. Blue Star, Zhongzhou, Magic City. Amidst the bustling steel metropolis, a nondescript roadside coffee shop displays a closed sign. Through the glass window, dozens of figures can be seen inside, either standing or sitting. They are dressed in various attires, but all exude an intimidating aura. At the center of this group, a pale-skinned man with sunken eyes and a short shirt quietly watches a small television screen less than 16 inches wide. The screen is showing a news broadcast. Famous music group TF announced their disbandment today, leaving tens of thousands of fans in tears. The screen switches to highlight moments from TF's past decade. TF's lead singer Wang Jia's solo single Light will be released on the Quine Music app, marking his first solo venture since the group's breakup. The news continues. Astronomers including AI boss, Ha Fulina, and Zhao Guowei have issued a joint statement. According to the new trajectory of the Milky Way's stars, humanity is on the brink of a new era. The United Government has announced that the new era will begin with the Year of the Undead. The one true God, Giji, has delivered an oracle, and the first pope of the Undead Church, Lu Yi, has been crowned in the undead capital of Zhongzhou's province. Aside from the short-shirted man who shows a hint of a smile, everyone else in the coffee shop who happened to be the last players on Blue Star with lordship status look utterly stunned. All of this started when Lugu realized he was about to fall from godhood to mortality. Lugu understood that to become a true god, he needed a stable source of faith. He had no choice but to turn once again to his fellow Blue Star inhabitants. Although most of his compatriots had been annihilated by him, this posed no challenge to Lugu. He possessed a unique trait stolen from Guangin's Sishuatime reversal. While Lugu could no longer gain divine power from past lives, and changing the past wouldn't affect his already divine self, it could alter his soon-to mortal self. This time, Lugu reversed time not to annihilate humanity again for divine power, but to make himself the one true god worshipped by all of humanity. For others, this would be an impossible feat, but for Lugu, it was a trivial task. He was a god, endowed with the powers of time reversal and the left hand of God, and he had one more unused trait-stealing opportunity. Lugu used this final chance on Andre, one of the 24 demon gods of the Tero Gate who possessed the Holy Word trait. The Holy Word could activate various skills and attacks through language, granting its wielder immense combat prowess and versatility. However, Lugu wasn't interested in the combat abilities. He valued the Holy Word's capacity to apply effects beyond standard skill limitations. Time reversal, the left hand of God, the Holy Word. Each of these class traits alone would be trivial in Lu Ji's hands. But when combined and amplified by his divine power, they created a terrifying effect capable of reshaping the world. First, Lugu used time reversal to forcibly rewind time to the beginning of the second elimination game. While people were still weak and new lords had yet to emerge, and while time reversal had no effect on his divine self, Lugu used the left hand of God to seal the memories and abilities related to the elimination game of all humans worldwide. Next, he used the Holy Word to wantonly alter humanity's perception and history. Within a very short time, the entire Blue Star was unrecognizably changed. After completing this, Lugu exhausted his divine power due to its limitations and fell to mortality. Time reversal began to affect his now mortal self, and this false world supplanted the true timeline. Even more astonishingly, although Lugu himself was altered by time reversal, the undead kingdom and divine creations, born from his immense divine power, couldn't be erased by it. This is why the players in the coffee shop are so shocked at this moment. Lyag, a being endowed with divine powers, accomplished the monumental feat of reshaping the world. Everything he created with billions of units of divine power, along with the benefits reaped from annihilating the old world, remains firmly in his grasp. At this moment, the entire Blue Star has undergone a dramatic transformation. Inside this small cafe, dozens of people who have retained all their memories sit quietly. They are the exceptions in this new world. The aroma of coffee fills the air, contrasting sharply with their somber expressions. Outside, a brand new world is in motion. Blue Star has become a peaceful planet devoid of other lords and elimination game players. However, traces of the elimination games haven't completely vanished. Major cities still have monster guards stationed, and wild areas continue to spawn monsters. The difference is that these cities now all belong to Lyag, and the monster guards have transformed into soldiers granted by the god of the undead to protect humanity. Lyag's undead army, like an invisible net, covers all the wild areas across the globe. Their presence ensures the safety of human travel, making it impossible for wild monsters to pose any threat to ordinary people. The fusion of technology, magic, and divine power in this world creates a unique and slightly bizarre modern society. Those whose lordship abilities were sealed by the god's left hand no longer need to participate in elimination games or face death from losing their main city. Lyag altered people's memories through sacred words, and now humanity's extreme dependence on his protection continuously nourishes this new god with faith. The divine power generated from this faith is a precious resource that system monsters cannot provide. The brilliant human civilization on Blue Star still thrives. Skyscrapers stand tall, and neon lights flicker incessantly. On the streets and in the alleys, people no longer discuss survival threats, but rather gossip about entertainment celebrities. No one will be eliminated anymore. Resource competition is a thing of the past. Everything in the world is firmly controlled by Lyag. Even if the third or fourth round of elimination games were to begin, it would be irrelevant to everyone on Blue Star. This is why the top lords from major global powers can gather in this small cafe. They are the few who have retained their past memories, and each person's expression is complex as they face this new reality. Evil forces have succumbed to Lyag's power. The Justice faction cannot regard him as an enemy, and the neutral parties need his guidance. Regardless of their feelings toward Lyag, they cannot change the fact that he now rules everything. To protect others, or to gain greater power, they have no choice but to acknowledge Lyag's status and accept his leadership and domination. In a corner of the cafe, a former top lord murmured, "We have no other choice, do we?" The others remained silent, but their eyes revealed a mix of resignation and acceptance. The new world order has been established, and what roles these memory-unchanged individuals will play in Lyag's dominion remains an open question. Welcome, everyone, to the Balance Council. As Lugu opened his arms wide, a chorus of responses filled the cafe. This unassuming cafe was packed with the most powerful beings on Blue Star. Alongside the original Balance Council members Red Bean Cookie, Red Lacquer Door, The Measurer, Pass It On, Tongze, and Willowleaf, there were many other renowned figures. Arrogance, Daoist Qingwei, The Saint, Time Flows Like Water, Astonishing Cloud, Chu Mu, Perseus, Andre, Moore, Qin Feng, and more. The president of the Dark Order, Kane, and his vice president, Dracula, were also present. Leaders from major legions had gathered. Free Legion Commander Ovishal, Heavenly Legion Commander Farengar, British Legion Commander Arthur and his core member Lancelot, Bosha Legion Commander Chopra and Vice Commander Bishamon, Demon Codex President Sakata, Kyoto Legion Commander Shinboku. Even the Antarctic Lord Cure and the Arctic Wild Wolf Finn had come. This group of fewer than 50 individuals represented over 90 of Blue Star's combat power. Some were Lu Ge's subordinates, but many were former enemies. Lugu firmly believed that the elimination game would ultimately concentrate power in the hands of a few. Currently, the vast majority of the world's power was concentrated in this tiny fraction of individuals, and this proportion was likely to increase after the third round of the elimination game. For other Blue Star inhabitants, the choice was stark: be eliminated by Lugu now, or be eliminated in the subsequent games. At least being eliminated by Lugu would allow them to continue enjoying peace, which is why many were willing to set aside their grudges and submit to him. These individuals would represent Blue Star in the elimination game, maintaining the facade of peace until they failed. As the system notification sounded, the number of Balance Council members quickly increased to 49. Lugu immediately issued the first order after the reorganization: attack the last 10 level 10 main cities of Blue Star. These level 10 cities were the final checkpoints of the second round of the elimination game, possessing forces far beyond what any single legion could handle. Even Lugu, who had conquered Blue Star, would struggle to take down a single city without using his divine power. But now, with the combined assault of 49 top-tier lords, any level 10 city would inevitably fall. In the sky, tens of thousands of bone dragons swooped down. Waves of undead armies and black blade knights attacked the city walls in succession. Balance Council members, like a spearhead, pierced straight into the heart of the city. The surrounding undead army, like a tidal wave, overwhelmed the defending monsters. Those granted the ability to recall memories by Lugu watched this scene with a sense of melancholy. They understood the despair of the defending monsters, but this time, they stood with the undead. With the coordinated attack of the Balance Council members and the undead army, even the level 10 cities could only fall one after another. Although Lugu now controlled all the cities on Blue Star, including those level 10 cities comparable to nations, Ice City in S Province remained his stronghold. This was because Ice City was the first advanced city he had captured, and it housed the majority of his buildings and defensive structures. As Lugu lay in his chair, half asleep, Melsigard's loud voice startled him awake. Seeing Lu Ji's expression turn instantly hostile, Melsigard fell silent in fear. Melsigard cautiously took a step back and eagerly explained the reason for his abrupt interruption to Lyoga. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Master Lyoga, the rules for the third elimination game have been announced. And not just that, even the rules for the fourth round have been revealed. Upon hearing this, Lyoga's eyes sparkled with excitement. Melsigard continued, there is a close connection between the two rounds. Moreover, the scale of the third round is far beyond our imagination. The third elimination game is named Battle for the Seven Realms, Melsigard explained, but contrary to our previous guesses, it doesn't involve directly fighting for the ownership of the seven major realms. He took a deep breath and elaborated. Players from the 1,400 participating worlds will be randomly assigned to the original worlds of the seven major races. Each world's players will face two choices upon entering the game. Either support the current rulers, helping them eliminate rebels and players from other worlds, or join the rebel faction to overthrow the rulers. Melsigard explained that the choice would be determined by a collective vote of the world's players. Using Blue Star as an example, if more than 50 of the players chose the ruler faction, Blue Star's task would be to defeat the rebels. Otherwise, they would need to defeat the rulers. The victorious side would share the control of the seven realms with the rulers or rebels. The first race world to complete its elimination target will gain early access to the fourth round and will be able to enter other race worlds, Melsigard added. Additionally, the game will open cross-realm channels, allowing all players from the seven realms to communicate and even add other realm lords as friends. Preparing for the fourth round, he continued, when players enter the original world of another race, they can also choose a free race reset, adjusting their main city and buildings to match the style of the entered realm's race. Melsigard emphasized, unlike before, this elimination game has no time limit. However, the fourth round will begin when 3 race worlds have determined their winners, putting worlds that haven't settled their victories at a disadvantage. Finally, he disclosed, the theme of the fourth elimination game is light versus darkness, but the specific rules have not yet been announced. Lyag couldn't help but smile when he heard Melsigad's words. This sage from another world was revealing a startling truth to him. Besides Blue Star, there were 1,399 other similar player worlds. This just keeps getting more and more unbelievable. Lyag muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. And I bet the surprises aren't over yet, are they? Melsigad nodded, a hint of amusement in his voice. It's like when the people of Blue Star first learned that the sun's mass is hundreds of thousands of times that of Earth. But soon, they would discover that a single galaxy contains hundreds of billions of suns. Understanding is constantly being shattered. Lyag's eyes widened as he tried to grasp the concept. You mean, the number of worlds is as vast as the stars in the universe? Even more so. Melsigad spread his hands, his expression serious. As the world evolves, new worlds are being born every moment, while old ones perish. No one knows just how many worlds exist under the infinite dimensions, nor how many worlds like Blue Star have been chosen by the will of the 9 realms to participate in the selection for the Lord of the 9 realms. He continued, just like the first round of the elimination game, where 200 million chosen lords were divided into 200,000 novice zones. The third and fourth rounds of the elimination game we are in now might just be one of these subdivisions. With the will of the 9 realms power, replicating multiple 7 realms is no difficult task. With a touch of mystery in his tone, Melsigad added, however, by the 5th round of the elimination game, the truth will be revealed. The will of the 9 realms can replicate countless 7 realms, but it cannot replicate a second god realm or source realm. All the worlds participating in this game will ultimately converge in the god realm and source realm. Despite the overwhelming scale of the elimination game, Lyag didn't feel pressured. On the contrary, a surge of indescribable excitement filled his heart. At that moment, the last level 10 city on Blue Starport City was conquered. All players with Lord qualifications simultaneously heard the system prompt in their minds. Congratulations to the Lord of World number 004 for successfully occupying all mission cities and completing the second round of the elimination game ahead of schedule. The third round of the elimination game will officially begin in 7 days. Enjoy the game. Lyag received intelligence from his subordinates indicating that all wild monsters and city guards worldwide on Blue Star had disappeared. He couldn't help but complain. I suspect the elimination game is targeting me. Melsigad explained. That's right. With the end of the second round of the elimination game, all extraordinary changes brought by the game on Blue Star will disappear. When the third round begins, even the fixed resource output from occupied cities will vanish. just like the resource areas you dominated in the first round couldn't be carried over to the second round. Although Lyag had mentally prepared himself, losing the significant advantage he had accumulated in the second round so easily still pained him. Fortunately, Lyag's legion still existed. Despite the heavy casualties from attacking the level 10 city, the vast reserve forces controlling countless wild areas on Blue Star supported him. The number of undead under his command still reached an astonishing 7.5 trillion. Among them, Lyag's direct legion numbered 130 million, the Black Blade Knights had expanded to 7 million, and even the number of bone dragons, as ultimate creatures, had reached 20,000. This was the result of Lyag consciously accumulating rare resources without massively expanding the scale of ultimate creatures. After all, the construction costs for level 8 main cities and higher level buildings required tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of rare resources. For Lyag, rare resources remained extremely scarce. With the end of the second round of the elimination game, Lyag would lose the fixed rare resource output from occupied cities. This meant he needed to quickly find new resource sources, or he wouldn't be able to maintain his vast ultimate legion or meet the demands for building advanced main cities and high-level structures. Although ending the second round of the elimination game early would cause significant losses for Lyag, his eyes still shone with determination, ready to face the upcoming new challenges. Lugu understood well that starting the third round of the elimination game early would yield far greater benefits than the losses incurred from ending the second round prematurely. His gaze turned towards the third round of the elimination game, which was set to sweep across 1,400 Lord Worlds, and his mind swiftly calculated the vast resources contained within it. The sheer scale was enough to make the output from the second round's Blue Star pale in comparison. However, a pressing issue surfaced in Lugu's mind lacked a stable source of resources unaffected by the elimination games. His thoughts inevitably turned to rare resource buildings. Despite their low cost-effectiveness, for a legion of Lugu's caliber, their value had transcended simple cost-benefit analysis. Lugu realized that without his own rare buildings, his formidable ultimate legion would face the risk of disintegration after each elimination game. For now, he could barely manage this risk, but when the fourth or even fifth round of the elimination game arrived, the consequences of the ultimate legion's collective collapse would be unimaginable. This realization forced Lugu to adjust his strategy. His ambitious plan to upgrade the main city to level 11 in one go on Blue Star now seemed like an unattainable dream. Lugu looked down at the resource list needed for the main city upgrade, the astronomical figures causing him to take a sharp breath. He meticulously calculated his rare resources and ultimately reached a disheartening conclusion. Even if he retained 10 days' worth of maintenance costs for the ultimate legion, his resources would only be sufficient to upgrade the main city to level 9, construct the Skeleton Temple and Divine Ruins, and upgrade the Black Edge Knights headquarters to Black Edge Fortress. The only consolation was the Skeleton Research Institute. Since it did not require rare resources, it could be upgraded to the maximum level in one go. As for other buildings and upgrades, Lugu could only shake his head in helplessness, feeling profoundly powerless. This harsh reality forced him to reassess his strategic layout and prepare for the even greater challenges ahead. The 7-day buffer period flew by like a fleeting moment. Lugu was filled with anticipation, eager for time to pass quickly, while other Blue Star Lords were reluctant to leave their current peaceful lives. However, when the unreasonable elimination game option box suddenly popped up, all the Lords had to pull themselves together and prepare for the next round of challenges. Ding! The system notification sounded. The third round of the elimination game begins. Congratulations, Lords of World 004. You have been randomly assigned to the Swamp Tribe's origin world, the Decay Swamp. The Decay Swamp is the birthplace of the Swamp Tribe among the 7 major races. According to legend, all crawling and wriggling creatures across the myriad worlds originated here and spread to countless planes. Over the long years, this place has nurtured a large number of formidable swamp soldiers, and the 5 ancient gods of the swamp have ruled this world for hundreds of thousands of years. However, despite the deep-rooted rule of the ancient gods, the flames of rebellion have never been extinguished. The descendants of the supreme dragon god, the chromatic dragons, have always been resisting and have repeatedly defeated the armies of the ancient god servants. As the first Lord faction to enter the Decay Swamp, the choices of the Blue Star Lords will significantly influence the outcome of the war between the ancient gods and the chromatic dragons. The system prompt continued. Now, please choose the faction you will join. 1. Rulers, the ancient gods. 2. Rebels, the chromatic dragons. Note: the victorious faction will greatly determine the future stance of the Decay Swamp. Members of the Balance Council were in heated debate over this. Some believe that the ancient gods, having ruled for hundreds of thousands of years, were a formidable force and joining them would offer a higher chance of victory. Another faction argued that the ancient gods might only represent the original Swamp Tribe, and that even the Hydra couldn't compete with the power of the chromatic dragons. However, Lugu and Arrogance wore peculiar expressions. Because, in addition to the 2 options visible to everyone else, they saw a third special option. Ding. Detection indicates that as the 7th Demon King of the Undead Abyss Realm, the gates of the Undead and Abyss Realms are open to you. You have an additional choice. 3. Enter the Undead Abyss Realm and become the ruler. This option meant directly becoming a ruler, rather than assisting one. But this was no free lunch. Without sufficient strength to secure the ruler's position, Lugu and Arrogance would face a fate far worse than choosing either of the other two options. Arrogance was deeply hesitant. He clearly remembered that a formidable archdemon, Rufus, was eyeing him in the abyss. But Lugu chose the third option without hesitation. Though only half a month had passed since the regression, Lugu had already restored himself to a level of intermediate divine power. Coupled with his vast army and the potential to upgrade his main city to level 11, it was not Lugu who should be afraid, but the other lords or rebels in the undead realm. Noticing Arrogance's hesitation, Lugu knew that the option to become a ruler posed a significant challenge for him. However, if Arrogance could become the ruler of the Abyss Realm, it would undoubtedly bring more benefits to Lugu. Whether for the upcoming elimination game or for long-term plans, having a subordinate who is a ruler of one of the 7 realms is extremely important. Of course, Lugu had no intention of letting go of the Decay Swamp, which was randomly assigned to the Blue Star. With this in mind, he raised his hand to interrupt the ongoing discussion and said directly, Hongdo, Bingon, and Arrogance, you two, come with me. Ordinary lords could hardly play a decisive role in the 7 realms. The Blue Star lords were few in number, and even if each could fight 1,000 enemies, without Lu Ji's support, they could not compete with the lord factions of an entire world, let alone influence the outcome or laugh to the end in a battle involving at least 200 worlds. They needed stronger forces to ensure safety in both the Swamp Realm and the Abyss Realm and to secure some power. And the only beings in the 7 realms possessing such power were undoubtedly gods. Although Lugu was currently only an intermediate deity, the subdeities he could grant were limited to low or even weak divine power. Even so, this power was enough to give them a significant head start and advantage in the early to mid-stages of the 3rd elimination game, paving the way toward their goal. The choice was finally made. Arrogance stared at the flickering low-tier divine power in his hand, struggling internally before accepting Lu Ji's gift. He knew this power couldn't guarantee his seat on the Demon King's throne, but it ignited a spark of hope for his ambition. Lanxing assessed the situation and realized that both Lu Gu and Arrogance had chosen the path of rulers. To avoid unforeseen consequences, he decided to join the ruler faction as well. As this peculiar option, possibly the only one with a 100 success rate across all realms, was confirmed, the sky suddenly burst into dazzling light. The intense light cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping all the lords, their buildings, and soldiers on Lanxing. In an instant, they vanished as if they had never existed. The president of the United Government of Lanxing witnessed the entire scene via satellite. He immediately pressed the microphone on his desk and instructed the prime minister, tell the public that this was a rare phenomenon of sunlight refraction, resulting in a large-scale intense light event. It's worth noting that apart from the members of the Balance Council, who retained their memories and lordship thanks to Lugu, a very few individuals had their lordship sealed but retained their memories of the elimination game. Most of these individuals held high positions in Lanxing's ruling class, including the president of the United Government and Lu Yi. Well done, Lugu. Lu Yi, the supreme pope of the undead church, gritted his teeth and clenched his staff, wishing he could smack Lugu over the head. Although this peaceful life was what he longed for, seeing everyone thrown into a new war again, the thrilling moments of life and death, the grand scenes and sounds of battle, still echoed in his mind. Feelings of loss, regret, and nostalgia surged within Lu Yi. However, he did not regret his choice. Even though the 2nd elimination game had ended, as Lu Ji's largest and currently sole source of faith, Lanxing needed him, the only close kin of Lugu, to protect it. The Netherworld, also known as the Eternal Realm, is the origin world of the undead among the 7 realms. Legend has it that the souls of all living beings across the myriad worlds converge here after death. At every moment, countless new undead are born here, cementing the Netherworld's nearly boundless reputation. Today, however, the southwestern town of Resting Souls in the Eternal Realm witnessed an unprecedented upheaval. This usually decayed and deathly silent frontier town was suddenly awakened by a thunderous explosion. Boom! A blinding light descended from the sky, causing the undead in the town to look up in astonishment. Before their stunned eyes, pitch-black structures sprang up like mushrooms after rain on the desolate plains outside the town. In the blink of an eye, the once barren land was filled with countless buildings, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Is that a demon tower? The ultimate form of a necromancer's tower? A necromancer who had visited advanced undead cities exclaimed, the soul fire in their eyes flickering violently. Demon towers, even in the Netherworld, are defensive structures only found in a few major cities. Yet now, they dotted the entire plain. Towering into the sky, Their immense magic could obliterate high-level undead with a single strike. Among the numerous demon towers stood other peculiar structures emanating powerful undead energy, as well as another type of defensive tower in numbers rivaling the demon towers. Conservatively estimated, there were at least tens of thousands of high-level necromancers' towers here. But the shock was far from over. Accompanied by a humming sound, the light of teleportation descended once more. Amid the spatial fluctuations, countless figures of the undead suddenly appeared among the black towers. In an instant, the figures solidified, forming an endless undead army that swept across the world like an ocean. Terrifying bone dragons soared across the sky, and the hollow eyes of countless high-level undead simultaneously ignited with blazing blue soul fire. In a matter of moments, the entire town of Resting Souls was surrounded by countless high-level undead. "Welcome to the Netherworld, esteemed lord," a white-haired lich shouted. Lugu, just recovering from the disorientation of spatial teleportation, instinctively checked his system map. 750 billion troops spread out, and the map covering millions of square kilometers was densely packed with blue dots representing his units, completely obscuring the terrain. Although no conflict had erupted for reasons unknown, Lugu immediately issued orders to his 6 heroes to be ready for battle at any moment. He then noticed the proud expression on the white-haired lich's face. If I recall correctly, you are the hero I summoned from the Netherworld to the elimination game, right?" Lugu suddenly remembered the unique aspect of Melchigard compared to the other heroes. Among his 7 heroes, 6 were summoned from the hero altar of the elimination game, while only Melchigard was recruited through the epic hero summon stone, making him the only one native to the Netherworld rather than system created. For Melchigard, returning to the Netherworld was like coming back to his birthplace. "Yes, my lord." Melchigard, unaware of Lugu's scrutiny, nodded. "I can assure you, no one understands the Netherworld better than I do, my lord. Your loyal servant Melchigard is finally ready to serve you to the fullest." "Excellent, my loyal servant," Lugu smiled. "I intend to rely on you, my lord." Melchigard tilted his head. Thus, with a whoosh, a sound of something cutting through the air, accompanied by a raging wind, filled the ears of the necromancer, Melson. Though he had long lost his ears, the sheer size of the creature before him made him feel a strong illusion of eardrum vibrations. It was a bone dragon, the ultimate weapon of the undead. Standing there, it towered tens of meters high, twice as tall as the tallest clock tower in the town. The mere flapping of its wings stirred up winds comparable to wind magic. Melson gazed up at the colossal creature in awe. As a mere second-tier necromancer, he couldn't tell if this was an ordinary bone dragon or a millennia-old one. To him, any bone dragon was as distant and miraculous as a divine phenomenon. While Melson was lost in the invincible presence of the bone dragon, an arrogant young girl's voice rang out from atop the dragon. "Who would have thought I'd find a hero in a place like this? Hey, you down there, the small-time hero, state your name." Melson instinctively looked in the direction of the voice, and instantly, the soul fire in his eyes flickered violently. It was a lich, and not just any lich, but a lich hero. In the realm of the undead, liches were undeniably the aristocrats. They were a 5th-level race, brimming with knowledge and wisdom. The fact that 5 out of the 7 undead lords were liches said it all. Although Melson had also luckily obtained the status of a hero, in front of a lich, he felt utterly insignificant. He stood there, feeling his own smallness, as insignificant as dust. Unlike the elimination games that rank heroes solely based on their quality, the NPCs who become heroes through their own strength face a harsher reality outside the game. Even within the undead race, the gap between different species is like an insurmountable chasm, with stark differences in power that cannot be ignored. Melson, a low-level necromancer, is acutely aware of this fact. His path to becoming a hero is destined to be a long and arduous journey of evolution. From a low-level necromancer to a mid-level, then to a high-level, and finally to become an esteemed lich. This process could take hundreds or even thousands of years, filled with countless trials and tribulations. Only 1 in a million necromancers can complete this journey. For Melson, becoming a lich is his lifelong dream. However, at this moment, a lich who has already embarked on the hero's path appears before him, riding the most powerful creation of the undead bone dragon. This scene is something Melson could only dream of. Under Melchigard's questioning, Melson unhesitatingly divulges all the information he knows. It is only then that Melchigard and the person behind him, Lyoga, truly understand their situation. Especially for Lyoga, it is his first glimpse into the tip of the iceberg of the undead world. The undead world, also known as the Eternal Realm, is not a single country but a collective term for the entire undead plane, similar to the decay swamp of the swamp tribe. As one of the most expansive planes among the 7 realms, the Eternal Realm continually expands, with its area now exceeding trillions of light years, making it impossible for anyone to grasp its full extent. Despite this, Most areas are voids where even the concept of time and space is blurred, inhabited only by mindless skeletal creatures known as fools. The true core region, the original area spanning billions of kilometers, is where the rules of energy, matter, and life activity exist. This is the habitat for intelligent undead like Melsa. Even though this core region only occupies a minuscule fraction of the entire undead world, its area still surpasses Blue Star by tens of thousands of times. Due to the clustering nature of the undead, most intelligent undead live around high-level undead cities, leaving vast areas of the undead world barren and desolate. For instance, the surroundings of Resting Town are an endless wasteland, where ordinary undead might take years to traverse and find this obscure town. Because of these geographical features, the arrival of Lyoga's legion did not cause much commotion. If they had appeared near an undead city, the situation would have been entirely different. Melchigard, already familiar with these common aspects of the undead world, listens patiently to ensure Lyoga understands it. Seeing that Lyoga has gained a basic understanding of the undead world, Melchigard immediately poses the most crucial question. So, whose domain is this? The Eternal Realm, and indeed the entire Seven Realms, are not unclaimed territories. Especially for the only original world among the Seven Realms named as a realm, the birth of the Eternal Realm is steeped in myth. Legend has it that when the Eternal Realm separated from the Source Realm, an ultimate artifact was also born, the Necromancer's Codex. This codex decrees the supreme mission of the undead world as the resting place for all souls across the myriad worlds. To uphold the duty of sheltering the dead, the Necromantic Codex chose 9 original spirits as rulers, granting them the supreme authority to govern countless souls. These 9 spirits became the renowned 9 monarchs of the Netherworld. Under their reign, the Netherworld experienced its most glorious era, commanding respect across myriad realms, even forcing the divine realm to tread lightly. However, glory is fleeting. As time passed, the lack of external threats led the 9 monarchs to engage in a brutal civil war over power. Their conflicts caused the dead across the realms to be restless, angering the primordial gods. Divine wrath descended, bringing an unprecedented catastrophe that nearly annihilated the first-generation monarchs. Taking advantage of this, the 7 realms and countless planes under necromantic rule rebelled, toppling the once invincible necromantic forces from their pedestal. Since then, although the power of the Necromantic Codex can still give rise to a new monarch every few millennia, the Netherworld seems to be trapped in an endless cycle of internal strife. The monarchs' incessant battles have prevented them from ever replicating the united rule of the original 9 monarchs. The prolonged infighting and wars have made the division of territories among the necromantic monarchs extremely stringent. Large groups of spirits entering another monarch's domain must either submit and offer their souls for control or face severe hostility from the ruler. Melchigard understood well that his own lord would never submit. After spending a long time with Lyoga, he wasn't particularly clever, but had guessed that his lord might have been chosen by the Necromantic Codex. The birth of a new monarch would inevitably involve seizing power from the old ones, signaling an unavoidable war. Therefore, Melchigard urgently needed to confirm whose territory they had arrived in to prepare for the impending conflict. His eyes scanned the surroundings, seeking any possible clues in this unfamiliar land. Haha, my lord, our luck is truly extraordinary. The white-haired lich, Meyer Sugard, cackled shrilly, her skeletal face contorting with excitement. Eerie lights flickered in her hollow eye sockets. Frostlord Skua, the entire Eternal Realm couldn't have a softer target. Meyer Sugard's voice dripped with disdain. She began to detail the 7 lords of the Eternal Realm as if reciting a cherished inventory. From the most powerful, Nightlord Filgar, to the weakest, Frostlord Skua, Meyer Sugard named them one by one. Each name she mentioned was accompanied by a sweep of her bony fingers, as if sketching an invisible map of power. Skua, that foolish woman, is an embarrassment to the title of Lord. Meyer Sugard continued her derision. If it weren't for the suspected support from Warlord Samuel, Skua would have been removed from the list of lords long ago. Lugu listened to Meyer Sugard's incessant chatter, his brow slightly furrowed. Though this useless lich had once again failed to be of substantial help, her knowledge was undeniably a treasure trove of intelligence. The intricate relationships among the 7 lords, each lord's specialties and exclusive legions, even obscure gossip Meyer Sugard could recount it all with precision. Amid Meyer Sugard's relentless prattling, Lugu had to admit that Skua was indeed a feeble opponent. Even if she were trying to feign weakness, with her current power and territory, she could never surpass Lugu's military strength. The only cause for concern was that Skua's Frosthold was already a well-established level 8 city, boasting a legion composed of level 8 units. This force could pose an unexpected threat to Lugu. Meyer Sugard went on to elaborate on Frostlord Skua's ace unit, the Frost Giants. She described them vividly, as if the massive undead creatures stood right before them. The Frost Giants' astonishing health, unique splitting ability, and formidable spell attacks all underscored their terrifying status as level 8 units. Despite all this, confidence still gleamed in Luger's eyes. He listened quietly until Meyer Sugard finished her lengthy monologue, then uttered just one word: leave. Stomp. This powerful ability makes the Bone Giant a terrifying presence on the battlefield. When it stomps the ground with force, enemies within a 5-meter radius suffer spell damage equal to 0.5 of its attack power, and are either stunned or slowed. This skill consumes 1,000 mana points and has a cooldown time of 30 seconds. How can players obtain these formidable undead elemental creatures known as Bone Giants? They can be acquired through recruitment or promotion. Recruiting a Bone Giant requires 15,000 units of wood, 15,000 gold coins, and 1 transparent soul. To promote an existing Bone Giant, a level 7 Bone Giant unit is needed, along with 5,000 units of wood, 5,000 gold coins, and 1 transparent soul. Notably, Bone Giants do not require additional maintenance costs. These giants originate from the corpses of the giant race, reanimated by necromantic powers in the frigid lands and given new life through divine intervention. They possess astonishing vitality and destructive power but have a critical weakness: their bones, entirely transformed into ice elements, make them extremely fragile and highly susceptible to physical damage. Although the attributes and skills of Bone Giants cannot compare to true ultimate units, especially lacking the traits of ultimate creatures, they may seem less resilient against lower-tier units and structures. However, their attributes far surpass those of ordinary high-tier units, and the fact that they require no rare resources for maintenance makes the formation of a large-scale Bone Giant army feasible. This is an advantage that ultimate units cannot match, even though Bone Giants require a special new resource: souls. Souls are essential for recruiting non-ultimate units of level 7 and above. Based on the strength and intensity of the soul's owner during their lifetime, souls are classified into 3 levels. The lowest grade mixed soul, suitable for a few low requirement level 7 units and structures. The mid-grade transparent soul, usable for most units. And the highest grade holy soul, necessary for advancing ultimate creatures. There are 2 ways to obtain souls. 1. As a deity, the souls of your followers and adherents will belong to you upon their death. 2. By using special items to kill living beings to harvest their souls, though this method typically yields lower quality souls and cannot capture the souls of creatures with faith. Additionally, lower grade souls can be refined to improve their quality, at a ratio of approximately 100 to 1. Lugu pondered over this newly acquired information and glanced at his divine attributes, once again realizing the immense power of great divinity. As the great deity, Lugu had the ability to harvest the souls of all living beings regardless of their faith. If the faith ratio reached 30 or higher, an additional harvesting effect could be gained, meaning that the souls of all living beings in the world, whether dying naturally or by accident, would automatically belong to Lugu. Regrettably, Lugu is now only of moderate divine power. He can no longer intercept souls belonging to other deities and must rely on his soldiers to personally kill targets to obtain souls. This limitation caused Lugu significant inconvenience, but also fueled his determination to further enhance his divine power. After identifying his opponent and their elite army, Lugu felt a sense of calm. The massive undead army of 7.5 trillion units was like a colossal chessboard laid out before him. Such a formidable force couldn't possibly go unnoticed by Skua, the sovereign. Lugu figured that it was the opponent who should be anxious, not him. Whether it would be war, peace, or negotiations, Skua would undoubtedly make the first move. However, more pressing for Lugu was finding ways to obtain rare resources. Without an 8th level main city or buildings, his only means to counter 8th level or higher troops was his ultimate legion. Reducing the number of these ultimate units was not an option, as it would put him at a significant disadvantage on the battlefield. Fortunately, while 8th level units were a rank above bone dragons, they lacked the characteristics of ultimate beings. In a real battle, they couldn't compete with Lugu's 7th level ultimate units unless Skua had an army of more than 100,000 frost giants. Lugu's Bone Dragon Legion would still hold the upper hand. As for divine power, Lugu knew that at the level of a sovereign, intermediate divine power alone couldn't decisively influence the battle. Before becoming a god, he had managed to overpower a light god through sheer legion strength in the job change world. The military strength of an undead sovereign would only be stronger than Lugu's was back then. Moreover, divine power was incredibly precious and shouldn't be squandered in war. Lugu recalled that in the second elimination game, a single bone forest strike had cost him over 1 billion in divine power. Although the restrictions on divine power in the undead realm were not as severe as on Blue Star, using it forcefully would still result in significant consumption. Of course, if the opponent dared to appear before Lugu, that would be a different story. A god descending into the mortal realm would make it clear to mortals the vast difference between gods and men. Everything unfolded just as Lugu had anticipated. The 7.5 trillion strong army, accompanied by dense spirit towers covering thousands of miles, descended amidst the dazzling teleportation light of the elimination game. Not only Skua but nearly all the sovereigns of the Eternal Kingdom were aware that a divine envoy had arrived. The speed of the divine envoy's arrival took them by surprise. They had expected the envoy to arrive at least 200 days later. However, the teleportation light, imbued with the will of the Nine Realms, was unmistakable. Such a massive scale indicated an exceptionally powerful divine world. The arrival of a divine envoy, however, was a double-edged sword. The conservative sovereigns had no intention of making the first contact, with Skua being the exception. Among the 7 sovereigns, Skua was the most resistant to the divine envoys. Known as the soft target, Skua was well aware of her reputation. Although the will of the Nine Realms claimed that the arrival of the divine envoys would bring change and opportunities to the stagnant Eternal Kingdom, what did that have to do with her? Skua only wanted to enjoy her hard-earned life as a sovereign in her domain. After a few millennia, she hoped to shed the weakest title and live with a bit more dignity. Dominating the Eternal Kingdom and restoring the glory of the sovereigns were not her concerns. She just wanted to follow the wiser Samuel and live a laid-back life. But even such a simple wish seemed unattainable. It was as if someone was deliberately targeting her. In Frost-Cold City, the renowned Frost Lord Skua lay on the legendary frozen throne, cursing angrily, "The Eternal Kingdom is so vast. Why did they have to land in my territory? I suspect someone is deliberately targeting me." A hero clad in ice blue armor, standing below Skua, suggested, "Lord Skua, we could negotiate with them and demand they leave our territory." "You fool. Why would they listen to us?" Skua scolded. "It's because of useless people like you that I have this humiliating title." "Lord Skua." The armored hero's face turned red. "Enough." Skua waved her hand furiously. "First, send someone to gauge their intentions and stance. Find out if these divine envoys are friend or foe. And tell those idiots, Mitch and Mick, to gather my army immediately. While I don't want war, if they have ill intentions, I, Skua, will make them understand the consequences of angering a sovereign. And should we seek help from Lord Samuel?" The armored hero didn't finish his sentence before a massive ice spike pierced through him, pinning him to the wall several meters away. Despite the seemingly severe injury, the armored hero appeared relatively unharmed and even attempted to pull the ice spike out of his body. Ignoring the hero's foolishness, Skua said coldly, "Don't say such stupid things, Ter. Samuel has his own agenda, and getting too close to him will only lead to our quicker demise. These divine envoys may one day produce a ruler of the Nine Realms, but that's countless millennia away. For now, I don't fear them." Skua's intentions were naturally insignificant to Lugu. With a basic understanding of the situation in the realm of the undead, Lugu and his legion quickly entered a demanding pioneering phase. Unlike the previous 2 elimination games, the third round in the undead realm presented an unsettling sense of realism. Apart from Lugu and his legion retaining strong game characteristics, the entire world felt extraordinarily real. Lugu soon realized that there were no constantly respawning monsters or obvious resource points. They had to search for resources on their own in the vast undead realm, making it significantly harder to level up. Even more troubling was the fact that the elimination game hadn't altered this world in any way, leading to a clear distinction between the chosen lords and their soldiers and the local inhabitants, making it difficult to conceal their identities. This discovery deeply frustrated Lugu, who specialized in stealth. He had initially planned to use his old tricks, but now he had to change his strategy. If he couldn't hide, then he would act openly. With this resolute mindset, Lugu dispatched his army to explore the surrounding areas, occupy resource points, and strategic locations while focusing on the newly upgraded level 8 main city, Sai City, to accelerate the development of his forces. The establishment of Sai City was not just about transforming the old death grave into a massive undead metropolis. It also brought newly upgraded units, the undead envoys replacing the death followers, and newly unlocked special units, the Sai priests and the undead oracles. The undead envoys, as level 5 units, each occupy 5 population points and can be recruited up to 100 times the main city's level. They require 450 units of wood, 450 units of gold, and 1 inferior soul to recruit. These divine beings possess strong resistances, immune to 60 of damage from non-ultimate units, non-divine beings, and non-hero units. They require no maintenance costs and have a very low chance of producing a holy soul upon death. They can also summon advanced undead god buildings, with construction speed increased by 200. Each game day, they contribute 10 points of divine power to the god of the undead, and units that kill them are considered to have offended the god of the undead's deception. Sai priests are even more powerful level 8 units, with 10,000 health points and 20,000 mana points, an attack power ranging from 45 to 90, and no armor. Each occupies 15 population points, with a recruitment cost of 20,000 units of wood, 40,000 units of gold, and 1 pure soul, but there is no recruitment limit. They also require no maintenance costs and have a very low chance of producing a holy soul upon death. As divine units, Their skills transform into divine spells, worshipping the Lord of Size, the god of the undead's deception, dedicated to spreading its faith. They can communicate across distances and planes with the undead oracles and possess the knowledge to construct and spread the plague gate. Psi priests have several powerful abilities. The Resurrection Divine spell can revive ordinary units that died unexpectedly, consuming 1,000 mana points with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Prayer allows them to temporarily gain the attributes and abilities of other units under Deception's command after at least 12 hours of devout prayer. Group prayer can borrow Deception's divine power based on the number, time, and scale of participants. Most terrifyingly, Psi spread can enhance the undead plague into the Psi plague, affecting an area up to 80 kilometers, making targets immune to all healing skills, losing 30 health points daily, and highly contagious. Infected individuals turn into undead under the Psi priest's control upon death. This skill consumes 1,000 to 20,000 mana points and 1 undead plague, with a cooldown of 30 days. In the divine realm of the god of the dead's cunning, a unique unit known as the Oracles of the Deceased emerged. These enigmatic beings are the pride of Lament City, and their power is closely tied to the city's level. The Oracles of the Deceased possess astounding vitality and magical reserves, each boasting 180,000 health points and 40,000 mana points. Their formidable strength comes at a significant cost. Recruiting an Oracle requires 20 recruitment points, while maintaining one demands a daily consumption of 50,000 units of wood, 50,000 gold coins, and 10 precious holy souls. However, for the devout followers of the God of the Dead, these expenditures are worthwhile, as there is no limit to the number of oracles that can be recruited, provided resources are abundant. As ultimate and divine beings, the Oracles of the Deceased are not only powerful warriors, but also faithful evangelists of the God of the Dead. Their mere existence is a miracle capable of continuous operation without daily maintenance. Whenever an oracle falls, it transforms into a holy soul, returning to the embrace of the God of the Dead. In life, each oracle contributes 100 points of precious divine power to their master daily. The oracle's capabilities extend far beyond their basic attributes. They wield a variety of powerful divine spells, such as summoning the dead back to the battlefield, guiding the undead to self-destruct for massive damage, and even manipulating time to revert their own state. More fearsome still, they can seal an enemy's abilities, summon legions of the undead, and enhance themselves by slaying foes. This elite unit's uniqueness lies in their ability to teleport across realms through the prayers of their followers, allowing them to be flexibly deployed on the battlefield. Any enemy daring to kill an oracle will face the wrath of the God of the Dead. As Lament City continues to grow, the oracles of the deceased will become even more powerful. Each level increase of the city not only strengthens the oracles, but also grants them a new divine spell, further enhancing their combat prowess. This army, personally created by the God of the Dead, embodies some of the abilities of the God of Cunning and serves as the cornerstone of Lament City's defense and the spread of the Dead's faith. Their presence instills awe in the living and offers hope to departed souls. Lyoga gazed at the three powerful main city units before him, filled with awe and admiration. The results of divine craftsmanship, these units far surpassed the Frost Giants, another Tier 8 unit, in both attributes and abilities. Particularly, the Saint Oracle, an ultimate unit exempt from maintenance costs due to its death affiliation, while also possessing divine attributes, embodied perfection. Lyoga couldn't help but imagine that, if not for their limited numbers, the Saint Oracles could be considered supreme creations without exaggeration. His eyes swept over these new units, calculating their potential. The enhancements from necromantic technology were astonishing. The already formidable attributes of the Saint Oracle became even more terrifying with these boosts. Its initial health skyrocketed from 60,000 to an astounding 180,000 points. Coupled with its high armor and other technological and Lyoga's affinity bonuses, its power was unimaginable. Lyoga speculated that if he could acquire a Saint Oracle in the second elimination game, a single one could easily wipe out a small army. Given such strength, the limitation on their numbers seemed justified. Despite being able to recruit only one per week, the potential of having 80 Saint Oracles was still thrilling. Lyoga quickly summoned the three new units, paying particular attention to the first Saint Oracle. Its divine ability, God's Left Hand, though lacking in combat skills, boasted a long list of traits, powerful technologies, and attributes, along with sealing capabilities, making it incredibly formidable. Lyoga realized that a Saint Oracle was essentially a small-scale undead catastrophe. Even with recruitment limitations, its power far exceeded that of a Reaper. This realization puzzled him. As creations of divine power, it was natural for the Saint Oracles to be stronger than typical Tier 8 units. However, Lyoga knew that above divine power were supreme and primal powers. Logically, there should be Tier 8 units stronger than the Saint Oracles in the world. Yet, Melchigard had once told Lyoga that the Reaper was the rarest and most powerful unit in the undead realm. Lyoga recalled the unmodified Reaper Council, which, despite its deadly instant kill attacks and powerful skills, was essentially an assassin unit with a narrow attack range. Lyoga speculated that the Reaper might have been a creation of a less impressive divine power. After all, the strength of modified units is closely tied to the god's power. Moreover, the Reaper had extremely stringent recruitment conditions. Even Lyoga, with his Death Lord trait, had to go to great lengths to recruit one. In comparison, the value of the Saint Oracle was evidently higher. Of course, the Reaper Council, after being modified by Lyoga's divine power, gained a broader growth potential, even evolving into an unprecedented mythical unit, the Three Reapers. All this made Lyoga ponder if he was stronger than the god who created the Reapers. He quickly dismissed the idea, guessing that the god might have aimed to create an ultimate unit that could appear in various worlds without making it a primary combat force. Lyoga recalled the characteristics of Tier 8 units. They could only be born through divine modification and mostly carried divine traits, suffering curses and weakening outside the 7 realms. Therefore, for most gods, creating units above Tier 8 was not cost-effective. Only those maintaining the rule of the 7 realms would need such units. Lugu gazed at the new changes brought about by the upgrade to level 8 main city, his brow furrowed. For a level 7 unit, the strength of the Reaper was already quite satisfactory. Even with additional divine power, creating a unit far superior to the Reaper seemed unlikely. This thought swirled in his mind but was quickly set aside. His attention shifted to other divine power transformation buildings, unlocked with the main city's upgrade. The first to catch his eye was the headquarters of the Black Blade Knights, now upgraded to the solemn and majestic Black Blade Knights Sanctuary. Lugu carefully examined the new information panel, discovering that the daily recruitable number of Black Blade Knights had increased to 8. More excitingly, a new level 6 epic unit had been unlocked, the high-rank Black Blade Knight. The stats of the high-rank Black Blade Knight were impressive: 5,000 health points and mana, 7 movement speed, and they occupied 5 population and command points. They were not only high-tier undead, but also had a 50 chance to block attacks and reduce damage by 1,000 points. In terms of skills, besides Agony Torment and Frost Power, they possessed the fearsome high-rank Desperate Charge, a terrifying charge that gathers the power of all Black Blade Knights, increasing in strength with their numbers. When the number of high-rank Black Blade Knights reached 1,000, they gained powerful resistance to ranged attacks, reducing 80 of the damage. And when their numbers exceeded 10,000, they entered an invincible state. All attributes increased 5-fold, immune to slowing and control magic, and they could unleash devastating shockwaves causing massive area damage along with knockback, terror, and fragility effects. Lugu realized that high-rank Black Blade Knights were not just about enhanced stats and quality. More importantly, they still belonged to the level 6 category, below the level 7 Bone Dragon. This meant they could be quickly transformed from lower-tier undead through the Necropolis undead advancement system. In contrast, while the Holy Oracles and Morning Priests were powerful, they were limited by recruitment channels and couldn't be quickly scaled up, serving more as elite strike forces. He recalled how the Frost Lord Skuya took over 300 years to amass several tens of thousands of Frost Giants. Given the same amount of time, he could also gather tens of thousands of Morning Priests through daily recruitment, but he didn't have that kind of leisure at the moment. Therefore, at this stage, Black Blade Knights and Bone Dragons remained the mainstays of his army's strength. Remembering Melsagad's mention of a Lich Lord who dominated the undead realm solely with Death Knights, Lugu couldn't help but be filled with anticipation for the potential of high-rank Black Blade Knights. As an advanced version of the Death Knight, further augmented by his divine power, the high-rank Black Blade Knight strength was likely 10 times that of an ordinary Death Knight. If Death Knights could dominate the undead realm, then wouldn't high-rank Black Blade Knights be even more likely to achieve such a feat? Although the elite Black Blade Knights require a substantial population to support them, Lyag no longer needs to worry about this. The ranks of the Death Cultists have been steadily increasing, pushing Lyag's population past the 8 million mark. This number is sufficient to support 20,000 Bone Dragons and still recruit an army of over 1 million Black Blade Knights. However, Lyag has not continued expanding his military forces due to a shortage of resources. The resources obtained from the second round of the elimination game seemed abundant, but in reality, they were quickly depleted by the exorbitant costs of upgrading level 8 buildings and Lyag's lavish spending on enhancing equipment. Lyag took stock of his current resource reserves: 1.17 billion units of wood, 1.55 billion gold coins, 1.2 billion units of food, and 170,000 units of rare resources. These figures are merely a drop in the bucket given the scale of Lyag's current army and daily expenses. On the other hand, the reserve of divine power is quite substantial, reaching 1.75 billion and increasing steadily by 50 million each day. At this rate, in 17 days, Lyag will rejoin the ranks of higher deities. The most astonishing figure is the number of souls. There are 242 billion low-quality souls, 2.4 billion transparent souls, and 117,000 holy souls. This is an unexpected boon. According to the rules of the elimination game, there shouldn't have been any deity-level beings capable of harvesting souls in the second round. However, Lyag first transitioned into the special class of the ninth monarch and then ascended to deity status, with one of his divine attributes being soul harvesting. All of Blue Star instantly became Lyag's soul hunting ground. Most of these souls came from the slaughter of soldiers and heroes under the Blue Star Lords. Generally speaking, killing an epic-level hero might yield a holy soul, while killing a rare-level hero is likely to result in a transparent soul. As for ordinary troops, even level 6 units mostly yield low-quality souls, with lower-level units having less than a one-third chance of producing a soul. The souls of Blue Star players are particularly valuable, almost always being at least transparent level. Unfortunately, Lyag had to return these souls to gain divine power during the retrospection. Otherwise, the number of transparent souls should have been close to 5 billion, and holy souls could have surpassed the million mark. Lyag couldn't help but wonder if this enormous number of souls was a setup. However, a little calculation reveals that the number is not excessive, and might even be underestimated. After all, there are tens of billions of lords on Blue Star. Even if only one-third actually established a main city, that's still 3 billion. If each lord recruited an average of 100 soldiers, the total would be an astounding 300 billion. In the later stages of the second round of the elimination game, Blue Star Lords almost exhausted everything to recruit armies to fight against Lyag, making this number plausible. Additionally, with Lyag now occupying all of Blue Star, he can obtain the souls generated by the birth, aging, illness, and death of every Blue Star resident. With approximately 150,000 people dying each day on Blue Star, Lyag can collect 150,000 souls daily. However, what truly troubles Lyag is not the souls but the shortage of other resources. The recruitment cost for level 8 units has reached 60,000 resources. This may not seem like much, but it adds up to astronomical figures. Recruiting 10,000 level 8 units requires 600 million resources, and forming an army of 1 million level 8 units would need 60 billion resources. This doesn't even include the cost to increase the population cap. The methods for acquiring resources in the undead realm are quite primitive. Apart from mining, the only option is to occupy mana veins and use conversion buildings to transform the energy into tangible resources. Mana veins are unique terrains that continuously emit vast amounts of mana, akin to volcanoes. The magical ley lines, one of the most precious resources in the Seven Realms, had long been carved up by various factions. Lugu knew that attempting to seize these ley lines would inevitably lead to fierce conflicts with the native forces of the Seven Realms. His gaze turned to the vast lands of the undead realm, which were rich in mineral veins useless to the undead. However, to meet his current consumption needs, it was estimated that he would need to occupy mining areas spanning billions of square kilometers, nearly a tenth of the Eternal Kingdom. It seems conflict is unavoidable, Lugu mused to himself, then shifted his focus to the two major traits he gained after his career change: Ninth Monarch and Necromancer's Codex. These traits were marked as unusable during the second elimination game, but as the third round began, their true functions were finally revealed. The Ninth Monarch trait came into view. As the Ninth Monarch recognized by all undead, Lugu could now name himself with a Monarch title. More importantly, his undead soldiers would receive a 10 boost to all attributes, and the cost of recruiting undead units would permanently decrease by 45. Next, the description of the Necromancer's Codex trait appeared. By defeating the other 8 monarchs, or getting them to acknowledge him as the sole ruler, Lugu could gain control of the artifact, the Necromancer's Codex. Mastering the Necromancer's Codex would mean controlling the entire undead realm and even commanding the fools beyond the Eternal Kingdom. Fools. Lu Ji's eyes widened in realization. If he remembered correctly, the fools in the undead realm referred to those mindless undead beings outside the Eternal Kingdom. These creatures were formed from the souls of the deceased from countless worlds. Only a few of the dead, by a twist of fate, entered the Eternal Kingdom and, under its rules, gradually developed consciousness, becoming true undead. The Eternal Kingdom's area was but a tiny fraction of the undead realm, occupying only a few trillionths of its vast expanse. In contrast, the undead realm had desolate regions with a diameter of several billion light-years, teeming with countless fools. Just imagining their numbers was enough to make one's scalp tingle. A stunning idea flashed through Lu Ji's mind. If the Necromancer's Codex could indeed command these fools, then mastering it would be akin to commanding an endless army of the dead. This realization sent waves of shock through Lu Ji's heart. No wonder the 9 sovereigns could dominate countless realms and even make the divine realm tremble in fear. Lu Ji's thoughts raced, and he realized a startling fact. If the Necromancer's Codex indeed possessed the power to control the mindless, then even the divine realm would stand no chance against an endless army of them. After all, divine power, no matter how mighty, is finite, while the mindless are infinite and unceasing. Lugu continued to ponder deeply. He understood that no one knew exactly how many planes existed in the world, nor could anyone ascertain how many mindless beings were born in the Necromancer's realm each day. However, as the ruler of the origin realm, the primordial god's divine might far exceeded the boundaries of the divine realm. Even if he couldn't completely annihilate the infinite mindless, punishing the 9 sovereigns with divine retribution would not be difficult. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lugu's mind. Could it be that the demise of the 9 sovereigns was actually due to the divine retribution of the primordial god? This idea shocked him. Lugu recalled a key fact. Gods cannot freely exert their powers in the lower realms. Even the 7 realms are, strictly speaking, just one of the lower realms of the divine realm. Because of this, gods are powerless against the rulers of the 7 realms. Under the suppression of the world's rules, gods find it difficult to defeat rulers with vast armies and 8th-level troops in the 7 realms. What was even more astonishing was that the primordial god, as the ruler of the origin realm, would likely face significant suppression even within the divine realm, let alone crossing realms to attack the necromancer sovereigns in the 7 realms. To launch an attack that could annihilate the 9 sovereigns, either the primordial god had gone mad, willing to fall from his divine position to eliminate the 9 sovereigns, or the actions of the 9 sovereigns had violated the divine retribution standards of this primordial god. Lugu remembered a secret he had learned as a great deity. Divine retribution is a unique punishment method of gods above a certain level. Once gravely offended, a god can ignore the suppression of world rules and fully punish the blasphemers. Such secrets were not even recorded in the omniscient treasury, as it was only an epic-level ability, and knowing even a small part of ordinary gods' secrets was rare, let alone touching upon the secrets of gods above a certain level. The 9 sovereigns, relying on the necromancer's codex, rampaged through countless worlds, undoubtedly severing the faith of many gods. Coupled with their incredible misfortune of directly angering the primordial god, this led to their easy obliteration. Lugu couldn't help but feel fortunate that Blue Star was a world transformed by the elimination game. In any other normal plane, given the things he had done, he would have been executed by gods hundreds of times over. For ordinary gods and sovereigns, Lugu's advantage lay in being a deity-chosen lord of the elimination game. All his actions were backed by the elimination game, and even the primordial god could not violate the game's rules to act against him. And for the elimination game, Lugu, as a god, possessed many privileges and abilities that ordinary players did not, allowing him to slaughter them at will and extract their benefits and resources. By a twist of fate, Lugu became a beneficiary of both sets of rules. He couldn't help but marvel at how important luck was. As Lugu was plotting his future course, pondering the connections between gods, the 7 realms, and ordinary planes, and thinking about how to use this knowledge gap to ruthlessly exploit his opponents, an envoy from Skua finally arrived. I am Tero, envoy of the great frost sovereign Skua. I demand to see your lord. A giant clad in armor stood below the city, his voice booming. Standing atop the bone wall, the white-haired Lich Melchigard immediately jumped down, shouting sternly, "You arrogant fool! Before you stands the city of sorrow, ruled by the Sorrow Sovereign. You, a mere hero, have no right to behold our lord. If you wish to speak, let your sovereign Skua come in person." What did you say? How dare you insult Ter's sovereign? Ter was furious. If you keep talking, it won't just be an insult. Men. At Melchigard's command, a group of pseudo-heroes from the Death Army drew their powerful bows and aimed at Ter. The immense energy fluctuations from their enhanced equipment were clearly felt by Ter, who, as the top general under the Frost Sovereign, was instantly petrified. After a long pause, Ter's face turned red with anger, and he spat out, "You wretched lich, just you wait," before retreating in disgrace. Melchigard sneered. How could Skua keep a living being by her side? Could the rumors of Skua retaining her carnal desires from life be true? Truly a disgrace among sovereigns, an incomplete undead. I better report this to my lord right away. The white-haired lich hurriedly went to claim credit. Well done. Hearing the report from the white-haired lich, Lugu nodded calmly. Although Melchigard predictably angered the other party, this was exactly what Lyag had hoped for. Sending Melchigard to deal with Skua's envoy was a clear indication that Lyag had no intention of negotiating. In fact, Skua's act of sending an envoy only confirmed her position as the weakest ruler. Lyag's plan was simple. If Skua brought her army, it would show that she still had some confidence and needed to be dealt with cautiously. But if she only sent an envoy, it would prove her weakness and fear of war. Lyag had been looking for an easy target, and Skua's actions made her the perfect prey. As a newcomer, Lyag needed to establish his authority, and the weak Skua became the ideal target. At the same time, Lyag established a new title for himself, the Master of Woe, based in the City of Sorrow, fully shedding the title of Ninth Lord, which had implied weakness. With a slight smile, Lyag opened the interdimensional chat channel. The flood of messages that met his eyes made him reflect. In this third elimination game that gathered participants from 1,400 different realms, there were indeed those who squandered resources. Although the elimination game allowed for interdimensional chat, the cost was steep. Each message required 100,000 common resources and 10 rare resources. This harsh condition excluded 99.9999 of the lords. Even Lyag didn't dare to speak casually, knowing that 10 rare resources could sustain a bone dragon for the entire game. To him, this wasn't just a matter of 10 resources. It was the cost of an ultimate unit. While browsing the cross-realm chat channel, Lyag noticed an interesting detail. Player IDs were prefixed with realm numbers. He carefully observed the recent messages and saw prefixes like 0721 Ironstone Realm Doru, 022 Ocean Planet Yalan, and 1001 Abandoned Star Turing Jack. As he pondered whether these prefixes indicated the player's birth realms or current realms, two familiar names suddenly caught his eye. Rotting Swamp Saint posted an important announcement. The Blue Star's strongest faction, the Balance Council, will officially enter the Rotting Swamp, the origin realm of the Swamp Tribe. We have now formed a strategic alliance with the third ancient god, Thun. On behalf of the Balance Council, I invite all players about to enter the third elimination game realm to join the ancient god faction and dominate the Rotting Swamp together. Immediately, 055 Tight Staralabu responded, the Tight people don't need alliances. This sparked a strong reaction from Rotting Swamp. Red Bean Cookie, no alliance? Fine, you'd better not randomly land in the Swamp Realm, or I'll make sure you understand the power of the Blue Star people. Lyag's mouth twitched slightly, but he understood the meaning behind the ID prefixes. Red Bean Cookie, hailing from Blue Star, had reached the Rotting Swamp first, so his prefix changed to Rotting Swamp without a realm number. Those with numbered prefixes were still in their original realms, participating in the second elimination game. With Blue Star leading the way into the third elimination game, players from other realms had also unlocked cross-realm chat functionality. Excitingly, Lyag noticed players from all numbered realms, indicating that Blue Star was the only realm currently in the third elimination game, with other realms lagging far behind. This was a significant advantage. As Saint mentioned, Blue Star players who had entered the third round early had already formed alliances with the rulers of the Rotting Swamp, creating formidable barriers for those who followed. Players from other realms who wished to challenge Blue Star would have to contend with the alliance of Blue Star players and the ancient gods. Without support from other players, the resistance forces would be significantly weakened by the combined might of Blue Star players and the ancient gods. If other realms lagged too far behind, by the time they entered the Rotting Swamp, the resistance might have already been eradicated. Lyag had great confidence in the strength of the Balance Council players. The addition of Tungza was a major boost, and most of the remaining Blue Star players were top-tier class lords, excelling in both territory management and personal combat. While they might not be able to single-handedly defeat ancient gods or chromatic dragons, their ability to assist the ancient gods in overcoming these powerful foes was undeniable. Especially noteworthy was Guangyin Sisui, whose time reversal cooldown had been reduced to 1 month. Although she couldn't directly influence deities, in situations where both sides had deities, as long as their deity could hold off the opposing deity, Guangyin Sisui could travel back in time to eliminate the mundane troops. Even if time reversal was ineffective against deities, a deity without the support of an army would struggle to make a significant impact. Of course, the players from other realms couldn't be underestimated either. However, Blue Star had produced 2 rulers, 7th Demon King, Pride and 9th Monarch Lug factors beyond the Blue Star realm. If Pride or Lyag could gain power in the 7 realms, it would greatly influence the situation in the Swamp realm. Conversely, if members of the Balance Council could gain power in the Swamp realm, they would serve as strong allies for Pride in the Abyss realm and Lyag in the Undead realm. After all, the third elimination game featured cross-realm portals, which was why cross-realm chat was enabled. The third elimination game wasn't just a battle for the 7 realms, but a combined competition among players from various realms. Being powerful alone wouldn't guarantee victory. Diplomatic skills were equally crucial. The Saints of the Sacred Union had long understood the rules of the game. They had strategically positioned themselves in the cross-realm chat channels, using their initial advantage to stabilize the situation. Even if the circumstances in the Rotten Swamp were dire, total defeat was not inevitable. However, the presence of Lugu disrupted this norm. As the only Blue Star human in the realm of the undead, Lugu did not align with any faction and was determined to kill all invaders. Players from other dimensions could not integrate with him. As the old saying goes, those who are not of our kin are sure to have different hearts. Rather than risk controlling these outsiders, he preferred to obliterate them. In Lu Ji's eyes, only the undead were trustworthy. Whether it was skeletal warriors or mighty bone dragons, they all belonged to the undead. However, to achieve his goal, he needed to accelerate his efforts. While he could suppress the newly arrived players and even plot against local rulers, he was ultimately a lone fighter against the growing player alliances. Meanwhile, on the frozen throne in Frostcold City, Lord Skua was furious upon hearing the report from the messenger, Tour. Her blood-red, delicate hands, unlike those of ordinary undead, gripped the throne's armrests tightly, her face pale as paper. Who is this Lord of Lamentation? Since when did the Eternal Kingdom have such a character? Skua fumed. Tuer volunteered to punish this group of disrespectful intruders, especially the boastful dwarf lich. However, Skua had a different perspective. Do you know what it means to use all your strength even when fighting a rabbit? She scoffed, waving her hand dismissively. I am not some fool to be used for experience points. Tell Mitch and Mick to gather all the troops in Frostcold City. I will personally take action and wipe out this arrogant fool in one fell swoop. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.